The late night in Konoha village was very quiet, and the cold wind penetrated the streets. Several voices were gently transmitted in Konoha village. Take these 5,000 taels first, and the remaining 10,000 taels will be given to you at this time tomorrow. Okay. Dowry, we agreed to keep everything simple before we get married and fall asleep first. Okay. Although my daughter's brain is not working well, her organs are all good. She will definitely continue your family line. A middle-aged man dressed unkemptly said to the old man who was older than him. At this moment, a light emerged from the darkness. Dad, what are you doing? Are you selling your daughter? A woman who was no more than 20 years old, with a pretty face and wearing shabby clothes, shouted at him. The woman then raised her voice, Mom, come quickly. They want to sell my sister. A middle-aged woman came out, but her eyes were evasive. The father scolded his daughter loudly. Duoyin, shut up and go back to the house. Duoyin didn't move at all, but just said to him, my sister has an IQ of only 6 or 7 years old, and she keeps running away. How could she get married? Seeing that Duoyin ignored him, he said to the middle-aged woman next to him, Xuanai, take her back to the house quickly. The elderly man next to him said to Duoyin with a smile, it's okay to run away, as long as she can give me a child. Running away, just run away after giving birth. Duoyin looked at her father, full of despair. Is my sister just a tool for giving birth in your eyes? Xuanai came over, just when Duoyin thought she was here to stop her father. Xuanai hugged her and stopped her from moving. Duoyin looked at her mother stupidly, even you. Xuanai looked at Duoyin with shame and said softly, Duoyin, believe your father, your sister. Xuanai didn't know what to say. At this time, no matter what she said, it seemed that she couldn't say it. The father yelled at Duoyin, what are you doing? You don't want to get married, so why don't you let your sister get married? Am I raising you for nothing? And I spent so much money. The old man next to him said to him, brother, this. She pointed at Duoyin, and her meaning was very clear. The father shouted, don't even think about it. Then he said, you have to pay more. Duoyin is not comparable to this mentally retarded daughter, so she must pay more. The old man gave up after hearing this, because he only had so much money. Duoyin was dumbfounded. She never thought that she was like this in her father's heart, and she had to be measured by money. She said angrily, I just want to resist. You have forced my sister to marry once. She is afraid of men now. Do you know what she has been through? I will not let her get hurt. She believes in you as a father now. Are you going to betray him now? The father was too lazy to pay attention to her. My daughter will get married when she grows up. No one could stop her. I tell you, you can't run away. Duoyin knew that he was no longer worthy of being a father. Looking at Xuanai, who was surrounding her, she mustered up her strength to break free. She turned her head and rushed towards her father, ready to grab her sister. The father knocked him down with an elbow. Duoyin fell down and hit her head directly on the stone. Blood rained down instantly. Xuanai exclaimed, Duoyin. She hurried to support Duoyin, but the stone was very sharp and Duoyin was seriously injured. Sueno looked at her husband. She is your own daughter. The father just waved his hand and said, send her to the hospital. But then he said, forget it. She is dead. Find a place to bury her. Sueno couldn't believe her ears. She only gave birth to 2 children. The woman was on the verge of collapse at this time. The shrill screams were terrifying and distressing. She grabbed her husband in front of her and said to him, you must give me some money. There is no money at home. We must choose a good coffin for him. Sueno still compromised. This kind of thing will only become more and more addictive. But it is obviously useless. Let me go, you stinky woman. Just find a piece of soil to bury it. Seeing that he couldn't pull it apart, the man subconsciously waved his palm. Snap! A loud slap sounded, and a red scar appeared on the woman's face. Then there was a round of punches and kicks. The woman held her head and dared not resist, but just endured it. Her husband was not polite and continued to beat her. You bitch! I have to keep this little money to make a fortune. I'll won less by selling coffins to you. You have no sense at all. I'll take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks this time. After hearing these words, the woman thought of her daughter who was already dead in front of her. She opened her teeth and bit the man's thigh fiercely. Ah, bastard! The man's screams resounded throughout the village, and the lights around him lit up one after another. If it doesn't work, I can call a man for you. Hearing this, the woman bit even harder. The man instantly felt that he had lost face. This bitch dared to resist and rebel against her. It would be fine if she made a fuss like usual, but now she is even taking advantage of him. If he doesn't teach him a lesson, he really doesn't know who is the master of this family. The man kicked his wife on the top of her head. The woman groaned, her body bent, her face grim, and she was obviously in pain. She fainted on the ground. He said to the old man beside him, "I'm sorry to make you laugh." The old man smiled and left with his sister in his arms. Before leaving, he looked at Duyan's body with a look of pity in his eyes. The father walked out without looking back. If she dares to bite me now, what will she do in the future? I really don't dare to think about it. I must teach her a lesson now. Otherwise, how can I live a good life in the future? The man began to imagine a happy life in the future, touching the only money left in his pocket. When he thought about gambling in the casino again, he felt numb all over. Damn, bitch, you ruined my mood. After I get rich this time, I'll go to the hot springs and find some pretty girls to have fun. When a man thought of the happy life in the future, he felt happy physically and mentally, and the bad mood that the bitch had caused him just now was gone. He walked briskly towards the casino, and the neighbors just looked at this scene angrily. No one dared to go forward. Nonsense, who dared to go up and let him beat? They watched this scene. The husband didn't even care about his wife and children. Is he still a human being? Man is good at the beginning, but this man is obviously not a human being. Although everyone can empathize with a mother and son, who dares to go forward to such a person who gambles to bankruptcy? This man is like a mad dog now, and he can bite anyone he sees. Everyone can condemn him behind his back, but if anyone really wants to go forward, he is either capable or a fool. But what can they do? They can only hide behind and talk about it, frown, shake their heads, spit and despise, but without exception, no one will step forward. When a man walked away, the enthusiastic neighbors stepped forward to wake up the fainted woman. Yukino? Yukino? Wake up! Are you okay? The woman named Yukino slowly opened her eyes, but it was obvious that after this battle, Yukino had completely lost hope of living. What's the point of me living? This guy really doesn't care about the relationship between husband and wife. What should I do? The people around also condemned. It's better for such men to die. What kind of thing is he? He doesn't care about his wife and children. Yes, he is worse than a beast. Who says it's not true? God will take away such a person sooner or later, and he will stay in the world to harm people. But now good people don't live long, and harm will last for thousands of years. Such evil people live longer. Yes, who says it's not true? People who work hard are reaped by those who get something for nothing. They work the hardest, but are the most tired. What kind of logic is this? Let's all contribute to buy a coffin. This little girl Duoyin is also very cute on weekdays. Everyone donated a penny. Soon, a portion of money was collected. Shuina suddenly said, I have nothing now, only him. I want to find him and persuade him not to gamble. If you gamble again, you won't have your daughter to lose. Everyone was stunned. Shuina, what are you thinking about? He is simply not persuadable. You know what he did to you just now? And you're actually getting closer to him now. What are you thinking? At least bury your daughter first. Shuina ignored them, just covered her head and limped forward. Everyone had to follow, not only to watch Shuina to prevent her from being bullied, but also to see how the story would develop later. It is commonly known as gossip reading. After all, women like Shuina are relatively rare. At this time, the man holding the money bag was thinking about how he would win big in the casino. He not only got back all the money he owed before, but also got more money. With 3 beauties in front of him, thinking about this scene, the man quickened his pace. Suddenly, a figure seemed to appear in the darkness in front of him, blocking his way. What is it? A good dog doesn't block the road. Get out of here. But the tall figure in front of him did not move, but slowly raised his eyes. His eyes were cold and sharp, and the wind was blowing around him. The drunken man woke up in an instant. I don't care what you are, a ghost or a human. I tell you, get out of here now. If you don't leave, you will be in trouble. Sobering up obviously made him even more angry. He swore in his heart that if this man didn't leave, he would kill him. Damn it. I hope it won't affect my luck today. If I lose money again today, it must be this stinky guy. Damn it. This delay caused Yukino and the villagers behind to rush over in an instant. Some villagers subconsciously raised their lanterns because of the darkness around them, and this raise was incredible. The light of the lanterns instantly shattered the darkness. This clothes are police force. You Uchiha? This is a member of the Uchiha clan. The villagers around couldn't help but tremble. The Uchiha clan, for every villager in Konoha village. This name is simply a thunderous name. If they met an ordinary police patrol force, the villagers would be very happy because they met the savior. But the police team of Konoha village was arranged by the Hokage himself, and all of them were Uchiha clan members. Every villager in Konoha would not want to see them. For the villagers, these people with bad tempers, strong strength, and blood-red eyes were simply demons crawling out of hell, mysterious and terrifying. In addition, there are always some voices in the village saying that the Uchiha clan is unruly and domineering. The villagers themselves are very disdainful of their arrogant temper. In this way, the coincidence of rumors and reality has deepened the villagers' fear of them. Police force? Uchiha clan? The man was a little surprised and shocked, but then he was relieved. It's not a ghost. As long as it's not a ghost, what should he be afraid of? This police force controls the sky and the earth. Can he still control himself to gamble? As for his daughter, she hit the stone. It's not him who killed her. The man felt that he was brave and could beat 100 people. The shock just now subsided, and he was a little angry. Even if it's the Uchiha clan, so what? I go to gamble, sir. Do you still care about this? The Uchiha clan member in front of him still did not move. He was a little impatient at this time. Don't mind my business, okay? You are Uchiha, so what? You are a police force? Even if the Hokage comes, he can't find fault with this matter. What do you care about my family's affairs? The man took a big step, weighed the money bag in his hand, sneered, and walked over arrogantly. Just from a distance, two men wearing the same clothes as the man in front of him came over, one of them holding a child, and the other holding a corpse like a dog. The two police officers of the Uchiha clan who had just arrived heard him insulting Uchiha, and they were furious at that moment. The originally normal eyes instantly turned blood red, and two Magatama appeared. The man's perspective obviously didn't see that the Sharingan had been opened long ago, and there was no need to say more about the anger of the two. There's no need to say more about the glory of Uchiha. No one can slander it. The two have decided to lock up this beast and interrogate him properly. As for Lord Hokage, when did the Uchiha clan care about the Hokage? It must be said that the Uchiha clan is indeed an emotional animal, completely dominated by emotions, and has extremely abundant emotions. Many times, others use the cerebellum to drive the brain, but the Uchiha clan is different. In front of them, beauty is nothing, just a passing cloud. Just as the two were about to make a move, screams suddenly resounded throughout the night. The people who were ready to see what the Uchiha clan would do soon got their answers, but they would rather not see it. Many people were instantly scared to death, and some even fainted directly. The gambler's intestines were exposed. Caesarean section. There was no blood on his knife. You killed a gambler and successfully helped him quit gambling. You killed a father, and he can no longer protect his daughter. Great kindness. Add 10 points to kindness. Chapter 2. The reunion of spouses beside them. Uchiha Ching-in and Uchiha Zemo were thoroughly enthralled. Truly, their captain was decisive in battle. Their captain embodied justice, rescuing the people from peril. Although both felt that their leader was somewhat extreme, they found it exhilarating. Faced day in and day out with trivial matters. The proud Uchiha found them utterly beneath contempt, yet undeniably irritating. Following their captain, they felt a thrill that brightened each day. However, it was only a matter of time before the clan leader would arrive with a warning, especially with the second Hokage approaching. Indeed, that malevolent Senju elder. It was high time the Hokage's seat belonged to the Uchiha clan. Why did that Senju elder still linger in life? He had long oppressed the Uchiha, even seizing the position of second Hokage. Yet, the third Hokage would soon be one of their own, they believed. The crowd remained hushed. And it was only then that Yukino, realizing the gravity of the situation, gazed upon the solitary head and let out a piercing scream. The wail penetrated the villagers' ears, leaving them perplexed. How could this man, who had so cruelly tormented Yukino and engaged in human trafficking, elicit her sorrow? Surely, she must be terrified at the sight of that head. You, what have you done? He was my husband. How could you kill him? A compassionate villager addressed Yukino. Surely you must be mistaken? While this gentleman may seem radical, that scoundrel treated you poorly. Now that he is dead, you can finally live in peace. Indeed, Yukino, the villagers murmured, casting reverent and admiring glances towards Uchiha, tinged with a hint of fear. Yukino, seemingly driven to madness, clutched her head and muttered, though he treated me so poorly, he was still my husband. Without him, how can I survive? You monster. How could you take his life? How can I live without him? I will fight you. With a heart-wrenching scream, Yukino lunged at Uchiha, leaving the villagers and the two Uchiha team members in a state of shock. Even Uchiha Zemo and Uchiha Ching-in, clear-headed as they were, found themselves dumbfounded. What was this woman doing? The crowd no longer felt pity for her. They mourned her misfortune and lamented her inability to discern right from wrong. Qingyan pondered. It seems at times, the captain is indeed justified. Some individuals' reasoning is bafflingly peculiar. What the captain said truly makes sense. Faced with such a situation, I wouldn't know how to react. It must be unbearable. Yukino, like a demon, lunged at Uchiha Yi, wielding an unexpectedly sharp pair of scissors that had materialized in her hand. It was evident she had already resolved to kill. With ferocity, she aimed to stab Uchiha Yi. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh was chillingly crisp, instilling terror in the hearts of the villagers. Captain! No! Captain! Uchiha Zemo and Uchiha Qingyan gazed at Uchiha Yi, their hearts laden with apprehension. The scene depicted Yukino lying motionless on the ground, blood gushing from her wounds, saturating the earth beneath her. Captain, what on earth have you done? With their abilities, they were utterly powerless to halt Uchiha Yi, given Ye's strength. Who among the Uchiha clan, aside from the clan leader, could possibly confront him? They could scarcely believe the horrifying spectacle before them. That gambler who trafficked in human lives, killing indiscriminately, had dared to provoke the Uchiha and was met with a fitting demise. Yet this woman had merely extended a helping hand. Such an act did not warrant death. Captain, how could you have killed her? In Konoha, open conflict between ninjas and villagers was strictly prohibited. Captain, you are so brazen. Did you not see that old man beside you has fainted? The clan leader would undoubtedly not dismiss this incident lightly. The villagers fell silent, yet gasped collectively in shock. The Uchiha clan was truly ruthless. Among the villagers, the elderly were filled with terror, while the youth bore a glimmer of admiration in their eyes. Such was the nature of a true man. But could he genuinely take their place? Uchiha Yi merely stated, "She had gone mad. I acted first for self-defense, compelled to strike. Furthermore, aiding in human trafficking is a grave offense. Accessories to a crime are just as culpable as the perpetrators." He added, attacking the deputy captain of the police force. What crime is that? In an instant, silence enveloped the crowd. Who would dare assault the police captain in Konoha? How could this woman possibly possess such capability? I now suspect her to be a spy from another village, intent on threatening the safety of our village. You are to transport her and her husband's remains to the police department and report the truth to the clan leader. I trust that the clan leader will not wrongfully accuse any Uchiha clan member who diligently safeguards the village. Zemo listened, somewhat dazed by the captain's words. Who would believe that a woman charging at the Uchiha with scissors could be a spy, lacking even the basic skills of ninjutsu? If this were to reach the clan leader, it would be absurd. These two men engaged in human trafficking deserve their fate. But this woman sighed. Perhaps it was best to trust the captain. Zemo addressed him. Captain, what about the child? This poses a significant dilemma. Uchiha Yi slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten her. Waving his hand, he instructed, take her to the care facility. With that, Uchiha Yi departed, leaving the villagers in stunned silence, indifferent to their reactions. Ding, you have successfully assisted Yukino and her husband in reuniting in the afterlife, a great act of kindness. Kindness points increased by 10. Chapter 3. Between the doors, no one understands Uchiha better than I do. Uchiha Yoru. Even though Uchiha Yoru remains unperturbed and confident in his conscience, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth upon hearing such words. After all, he was never one to embody seriousness. Maintaining a facade of coldness was merely a protective layer. This damned ninja world. Moreover, with such a handsome visage, a cold expression only amplifies his allure. This absurd jest about marital reunions is entirely in line with the character of this system. Ah, but it is my own system. So what harm is there in indulging it a little? Without hesitation, he embarked on his journey, determined to punish the wicked and uphold justice. System host. Uchiha Yoru, age, 17, identity. Captain of the Konoha Police Force, strength, Jonin Dojutsu, 3 Tomo Sharingan, 920-1000. Uchiha Yoru swiftly allocated the recent points to his 3 Tomo Sharingan, bringing it to 940-1000. Phew, success is within reach. Being well-versed in the tale of the Hokage, he understood that in this work known as Legend of the Eyes, Family Chronicles, bloodline is nearly synonymous with fate. Apart from the illustrious kick of the 4th Hokage that transcended lineage, there truly are no other examples. But who can deny that the 4th Hokage possessed exceptional talent in taijutsu? Every character in this narrative seems to have a cheat. The reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, truly, they can unleash any buff at critical moments. Fortunately, I too possess an advantage. Now that the benevolent module has been developed, he was unaware of any further capabilities the system may hold. This absurd system had only bestowed upon him a long-term mission, to become the Hokage of Konoha. The rewards for this task are indeed enticing. It would assist in elevating his Sharingan to a higher tier. Yet, the pressing matter at hand is to swiftly achieve the Manjiki Sharingan, for nothing could be more alluring to a Uchiha than this coveted power. When compared to the three Tomo, the Manjiki is simply in a different league. With the Manjiki, not only are there two ultimate ocular techniques, but one can also wield Susanoo. In a ninja world that prioritizes bloodlines, the pressure exerted by a higher-tier dojutsu is formidable. It can be said that once he attains the Manjiki, he will possess the authority to overturn the tables. As for becoming the Hokage of Konoha, born during the tenure of Senju Tobirama as Hokage, with his current mediocre skills, even if he were to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, he would still fall short. If Senju Izuna could be defeated, how could he possibly stand a chance? The titles of King of Forbidden Techniques, Master of Water Release, and Godfather of Scientific Research are not mere embellishments. With his ability to observe the characteristics of Uchiha ninjutsu and Sharingan, he had developed various techniques. The dark walking technique, which creates visual illusions and robs all light, is particularly effective against the Sharingan. The shadow clone technique, utilizing chakra to create tangible duplicates, is entirely undetectable by the Sharingan. The interlocking explosive tags continuously assault the defenses of Susanoo. The mere thought of this old man, that wicked Senju demon, fills Uchiha Yoru with exasperation. His talent for scientific research is rather extraordinary, indeed. In conclusion, during the reign of Tobirama Senju, it is undoubtedly impossible for one to usurp the position of Hokage. As for ascending to the role through legitimate means, that is even more far-fetched. Shall I become Tobirama's disciple, gain his recognition, and then courageously volunteer to cover his retreat, only to be appointed as Hokage? Such notions are preposterous. Uchiha Yoru is certain that if he were to assert himself as a teacher, proclaiming, "As a guardian of the Hokage, I shall ensure your safety and take the rear," Tobirama would merely pat him on the shoulder and say, "Yoru, you truly embody the will of fire. Take care of yourself." He would then depart decisively with Sarutobi Hiruzen, completely disregarding Yoru. Perhaps Uchiha Kagami might be left behind to cover the rear, leading to a legendary tale of the Uchiha brothers standing firm. That would be disastrous. After all, I am an Uchiha. Merely the sight of my Sharingan could evoke memories of Uchiha Madara, who once contended for the title of elder brother against me. Not to mention, if Madara had been female, the narrative would have unfolded quite differently. Furthermore, Tobirama would undoubtedly harbor reservations, as any Uchiha who awakens the three Tomo Sharingan must possess some degree of instability. Achieving the Manjiki Sharingan would spiral into madness, resulting in a complete psychological breakdown. This includes myself, having practiced assassination techniques since childhood. I graduated at the age of 6 and embarked on missions, treating killing as casually as chopping vegetables. Had my values not crystallized, I would have long encountered significant issues. In Tobirama's eyes, the Uchiha clan is undoubtedly afflicted with severe maladies, unworthy of existence in this world. Especially if any were to become Hokage. Such an individual would likely possess either the three Tomo or the Manjiki, their mental state surely a cause for concern, potentially leading them down an irreversible path. As for challenging the entire world, that would be merely fundamental. One can never truly comprehend the thoughts of an Uchiha who has awakened the Manjiki. Despite being a clan rooted in love, each ascension is driven by overwhelming emotional impulses. A fierce desire to protect, resulting in the awakening of their eyes. Yet, upon awakening, they become susceptible to extreme biases, believing solely in themselves and disregarding all else. However, society values outcomes above all, akin to Absol from Pokemon, which foresees calamity and urges humanity to steer clear. Yet humans fail to understand and only recognize their presence as a harbinger of disaster. Tobirama embodies such prejudice. As for whether he is aware of this, it is likely he is, for he is exceptionally astute. His biases are probably tinged with remnants of Uchiha Madara's influence, though the degree of this influence remains uncertain. Likely significant. If someone were to inform Tobirama that the Uchiha clan is concocting a grand scheme to save the world and bring peace to the entire shinobi realm by developing a jutsu that would suspend everyone in a dreamlike state, ensuring tranquility, A rational person would undoubtedly dismiss such notions. However, if Tobarama were to learn of it, he will undoubtedly contemplate this matter with utmost seriousness, subsequently conducting a thorough investigation into the Uchiha clan, leaving no stone unturned. After all, based on Senju Tobarama's understanding, the Uchiha clan is indeed capable of such actions. Given their peculiar nature, Tobarama can confidently assert, no one possesses a greater understanding of the Uchiha clan than I do. No one, not even Uchiha Madara. This is what one calls reputation. Chapter 4. The Uchiha clan deserves a Hokage in this moment. Gaining the recognition of Senju Tobarama and becoming Hokage seemed an unattainable path, as the route to peaceful evolution was fraught with obstacles, and a violent coup was beyond his current capabilities. Thus, he was left with but one course of action: to endure, to bide his time. After all, youth was the very currency of revolution. Moreover, Uchiha was filled with delight at the thought. Senju Tobarama was indeed fated to face a calamity. It was likely to occur tomorrow, my esteemed second Hokage. Observing his three-tomo Sharingan, 940-1000, he chuckled inwardly, knowing that his Mangeki Sharingan would soon awaken. Once Tobarama met his demise, he would finally unleash his full potential. The moment he had awaited was drawing near. When Saratobi Hiruzen returned, it would be his time to shine. Should he miss this opportunity, there would be no turning back. The mere thought of finally emerging from the shadows filled Uchiha with uncontainable joy. A broad grin spread across his face, gradually transforming into a weapon of his clan's legacy. Uchiha cackled. Ha ha. Hee hee. Suddenly, he coughed, caught off guard by his own exuberance. Just then, two members of his team appeared, startling him. Cursed be the moment. He had revealed himself, the very reason he preferred to maintain an air of aloofness. Better to remain composed and dignified. After all, he had indeed been graced with a touch of handsomeness in life. What brings you here at such a late hour? He inquired with a calm demeanor. Captain the clan leader is furious. He demands your immediate presence at the police force headquarters, his teammates replied, visibly shaken by the intensity of their leader's wrath. They had never witnessed him in such a state of fury. The clan leader? Has he come to hold me accountable? Uchiha mused, believing the leader was far too timid. Did he truly think he had erred? Such theatrics were unnecessary. He was well aware of the reason behind this summons, and he saw no harm in attending. What could they possibly do to him? Wordlessly, he ambled towards the police force headquarters, his teammates trailing closely behind, fearful of losing sight of him. Outside the core area of Konoha, a structure loomed in the darkness, prominently displaying a shuriken emblem. This was the headquarters of the Uchiha clan's police force. Upon entering, you found the clan leader, Uchiha Zue, glaring at him, surrounded by the elite members of the police force. The two teammates who accompanied him felt the oppressive atmosphere and dared not lift their heads in fear. Yeah, what is the meaning of that woman? Uchiha Zue demanded, gesturing toward the lifeless bodies of two individuals who had been reunited in death, along with that of an older man. Without sparing a glance, you replied, Zemo and Qin Yin have surely informed you. There is no need for me to elaborate. Uchiha Shuyue gazed at the unyielding Uchiha Yi before him, suppressing his anger. Were it not for this individual being part of the younger generation within the clan, endowed with remarkable talent and surrounded by a multitude of loyal followers, he would have dealt with him long ago for his blatant disrespect towards the clan leader. Who did he think he was? Uchiha Madara? Or did he possess a Sharingan? The clan leader spoke with a heavy tone. I wish to hear you articulate your thoughts once more. Yi, with a sense of resignation, responded, that woman, who clearly had the power to intervene or inform the police force, merely sheltered that man, weeping and wailing without taking any decisive action. This constitutes complicity in the crime. Moreover, she obstructed the investigation and openly assaulted the captain of the Konoha police force. I suspect she is a spy, and my suspicions are entirely justified. Would a normal villager attack the captain of the Konoha police? No. Even if she is not a spy, she is certainly not an ordinary villager. This is a threat to the village's safety, and I stand unrepentant in my commitment to safeguarding our community. The elders exchanged glances, uncertain how to counter his claims. If one were to argue that he lacked reason, in truth, he had ample justification. However, if he were entirely baseless, that too seemed implausible. Uchiha Shue found himself momentarily speechless, and after a prolonged silence, he managed to utter, "Are you truly without guilt?" He was somewhat taken aback. Evidently not anticipating such a question from the clan leader, yet he responded with unwavering resolve. Indubitably, the safety of Konoha must be preserved. As the captain of the Uchiha police force, it is my duty to protect Konoha, and I stand firm in my conscience. Uchiha Shuiwa felt that this clan member exhibited little of the Uchiha spirit, but considering the gravity of the situation, he continued, "Have you contemplated the implications for the Uchiha clan? The Hokage already harbors biases against us, with peace on the horizon. What will the Hokage think upon his return? Mirroring the trust he has painstakingly built with the Hokage, have you given any thought to these matters?" As Shuiwa voiced his concerns, it felt as though he had released a long-held burden. Listening to the clan leader's lengthy discourse, Yi stifled a laugh, noticing the skepticism among the younger and more radical elders. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to plant a seed of doubt in their minds. Once he unveiled the Manjiki Sharingan, that seed would burgeon into a towering tree. He readied himself, adopting a tone befitting a speech. "Esteemed clan leader, may I inquire what methods I should employ to earn the respect of the village's upper echelons and the Hokage towards the Uchiha clan? Are there flaws in our enforcement methods?" Shuiwa found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, what fault could be attributed to the Uchiha? As for Kagami, clan leader, esteemed elders, do you genuinely believe the Hokage would place his trust in Kagami? He is merely an undercover agent planted within our Uchiha clan. What? Uchiha-yi, watch your words. Are you so bold as to defame a clan member who diligently strives for the honor of the Uchiha? An elder exclaimed in indignation. Have I said anything amiss, esteemed elder? Have you not heard Uchiha Kagami's comments within the clan? Does he ever speak with the honor of the Uchiha in mind? The elder found himself momentarily at a loss for words, for indeed, the reflections upon the mirror revealed a certain skewness. The assembly, wary of the implications, refrained from voicing their thoughts openly. The elder himself seemed to concede this truth, did he not? Uchiha, with a gentle smile, addressed the elder and continued, "We are utterly incapable of garnering the trust of the higher echelons and the Hokage. Have not our clan members exerted sufficient effort? It was originally decreed that Lord Madara should ascend as the second Hokage, an agreement established in the nascent days of our village. Was it not the current Hokage who opposed this at that time? On what grounds can we trust that the Hokage shares our interests?" Another elder interjected. "Could it be that we have yet to demonstrate enough? Perhaps they fail to perceive our sincerity." Uchiha regarded this elder with incredulity, pondering their intellect. This elder seemed almost insect-like. With such individuals occupying positions of authority, what future could the Uchiha clan possibly envision? With disdain, Yi retorted, "Have we not demonstrated enough?" The second Hokage rightfully belonged to the Uchiha. It was the malevolent Senju Tobirama who usurped this rightful claim. When Lord Madara departed from Konoha, did we not extend our goodwill? The Uchiha remained in the village, choosing not to follow Lord Madara. We have exhausted our patience. Yet the village's upper echelons persist in ostracizing us. At this moment, they found themselves at the heart of the village. Having only retreated to the outskirts post the Kyubi incident, what more could the Uchiha possibly do? A profound silence enveloped the gathering, as all present fell into deep contemplation. The gravity of the situation was palpable. Suddenly, a disparate voice emerged, questioning, "But isn't the police force already sufficient?" Upon hearing this, he found himself at a loss. For the police force indeed wielded considerable power, albeit diminished by the encroachment of the shadowy elements. However, how could one articulate this? Tobirama possessed an acute understanding of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha, proud and disdainful of mundane matters such as everyday safety, often faltered in their management of these trivialities. Over the years, villagers had come to perceive the Uchiha as temperamental, and the Uchiha, in turn, regarded the villagers as unruly. Thus, this position held considerable potential for maneuvering. Yet the Uchiha failed to tap into it. Nevertheless, one could not express this sentiment openly. Addressing the quiet voice, you replied, "Good. Is the police force truly sufficient?" The Hokage relegates the proud Uchiha to oversee such trifling matters. The Uchiha were the founders of Konoha, and yet now, we lack even a single advisor within the village. Is this not an affront to the honor of the Uchiha clan and a contemptuous disregard for the struggles of Hashirama and Lord Madara? While the Uchiha chose not to engage in petty disputes, they found themselves relentlessly squeezed into a corner. As the rightful lords of the village, they now resided in the outskirts. What logic governed this predicament? In an instant, all Uchiha comprehended the gravity of their situation. For living on the fringes of the village was an unbearable truth, though the Uchiha claimed it was unwise to contend with the unruly villagers. Who among them did not desire to dwell in the heart of the village? I may choose not to reside there, to live in the outskirts. But you cannot compel me to do so. The glory of the Uchiha shall not be permitted to fade. As you surveyed the unusual atmosphere enveloping the venue, he recognized that his words had indeed struck a chord. He awaited the moment the kaleidoscope would unveil itself, ready to sound the trumpet of victory. Indeed. Speaking of the will of fire to the Hokage, discussing the honor of the Uchiha with the clan, and conversing with the Hyuga branch about caged birds. All resonated with a sense of political correctness. As expected, serving as Ye's vanguard, Uchiha Zemo could hardly contain his impatience, exclaiming, "By what right? The third Hokage of the Uchiha cannot be relegated to obscurity. The Uchiha's honor must not be extinguished in our generation." In an instant, it was as if thunder had erupted from the ground. By what right? Can the Uchiha not produce a Hokage? The Uchiha have long suffered under the weight of a Hokage's burden. Chapter 5. Tobarama Senju. My equanimity towards the Uchiha. The young Uchiha, inherently passionate, found their fervor ignited by recent events. Numerous individuals activated their Sharingan, and in an instant, the room was filled with a multitude of these eyes, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Tobarama sensed that if he were to raise his voice now, he might indeed possess the charisma to rally them, potentially storming the Hokage's administrative building. Yet, he understood that the moment was not yet ripe. These were merely the clan members with 1 or 2 tomo. The true warriors had yet to express their stance, and he was not in haste. No one inquired about the reunited couple any longer. Uchiha Izumi was exasperated by Tobarama's antics. Silence. The clan leader's authority proved effective, and the rowdy youth quickly quieted down. The Uchiha did not regard seniority or experience. Only accomplishments mattered. Those with greater strength commanded respect. Unlike other ninja clans, where seniority could stifle one's voice, the Uchiha valued prowess above all. Nin and elders, you may remain. The rest should return and rest, Tobarama commanded, observing the disgruntled expressions among some clan members. His 3-tomo Sharingan flared to life, its potent gaze compelling the dissenters to withdraw. Addressing the elite before him, Tobarama stated, "I recognize your dissatisfaction, but the Hokage will return shortly. To effect change, we must possess strength. Though it pains me to admit, the Hokage is formidable. Temper your tempers and focus on your duties." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Izumi, who flashed a bright smile in return. Outwardly composed, Tobarama's inner thoughts were tumultuous. You created this mess, and now you feign indifference. Enough. This meeting is adjourned. Tobarama trusted that Izumi was astute enough to grasp his meaning. Without hesitation, she turned away. Thinking it absurd to linger any longer, she was quite preoccupied. Such overt suppression would only yield greater responses when he finally called for action. Clan leader, allow me to occupy your seat a little longer. You need a respite. Tomorrow, the grand spectacle shall commence. I must hasten my pursuit of justice. The stage is nearly set. The following day, what a disgrace. How could the Raikage not even manage his own subordinates? Such a death is an affront to the very title of Kage. A Kage should meet his end gloriously on the battlefield, yet he was ambushed and slain. In the dense jungle, a group lay concealed, their tattered garments stained with blood, unmistakably having just emerged from the throes of battle. The members of the Umbu were rendered speechless, unable to fathom the absurdity of their situation. Tobarama Senju was incensed, feeling that a lifetime of wisdom had been overshadowed by a moment of folly. Initially, he believed he had been outmaneuvered by Kumogakure, even questioning his own ability to assess others. Logically, an ambush on the second Raikage served no advantage. It would only exacerbate the plight of the hidden cloud. One could only imagine the bewilderment that washed over him upon witnessing the Raikage's fall. How could the Raikage be so inept as to lose control over his own men, unaware of the coup brewing beneath him? How does one become the Raikage when subordinates are difficult to manage, especially with the troublesome Uchiha clan and their crimsonite affliction? The Uchiha have managed to keep themselves in check, even counting the coins after being sold out by their own. The strength of the Raikage seems rather lacking. Truly, it appears to be a gathering of misguided individuals. Of course, Tobarama understands that discussing such matters now serves little purpose, particularly since the second Raikage has already met his demise at the hands of the Gold and Silver brothers, destined to become a subject of ridicule. Tobarama is compelled to contemplate the precarious situation of their group. He assesses his chakra reserves, noting that half remains. He is confident in his ability to return to the village swiftly using the Flying Thunder God technique, which does not concern him. However, The crux of the matter lies in the fact that he is accompanied by a group of burdensome allies, gazing at the future hopes of Konohagakure. Individuals he had originally intended to select as candidates for the third Hokage. Tobirama falls into deep thought. The others are acutely aware of their predicament at this moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze reflects a glimmer of resolve. Tobirama solemnly states, "The current situation is abundantly clear. We need someone to delay the gold and silver brothers for the sake of the others, or our circumstances will become dire. That person." He refrains from finishing his sentence, for everyone understands that this individual would merely serve as bait to divert the enemy's attention, and the outcome is all too predictable. An immediate silence envelopes the group, as, despite their profound respect for the Hokage and their duty to protect the village, the gravity of life and death weighs heavily on their hearts. After all, this is a matter of certain demise. Tobirama observes the scene before him. Though he anticipated such a response, disappointment still lingers. Yet, he comprehends their feelings to some extent. He cannot simply declare, "I possess a resurrection jutsu that could bring you back." Though Tobirama's heart may harbor darkness, he typically only directs his ire toward the Uchiha clan. Naturally, he would never admit this, for he firmly believes, "I hold no bias against the Uchiha. I treat everyone equally." In that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen recalls his duty as a member of the Umbu, to safeguard the Hokage. This is the moment to fulfill his responsibility. How could he possibly falter? Hiruzen resolutely steps forward and declares to Tobirama, "The situation has become untenable. Sensei, allow me to hold the rear while you lead the others to safety." With that, Hiruzen leaves only his silhouette behind. Tans watches his dear friend with a mix of reluctance and understanding, recognizing that this is indeed the best outcome. "Hiruzen," he calls out, grappling with feelings of guilt and fear over his own cowardice. Tobirama gazes at Hiruzen with a sense of pride. This is the essence of Konohagakure's future. He places a reassuring hand on Hiruzen's shoulder, a faint smile gracing his lips as he says, "Hiruzen, you are commendable. I shall proceed. As Hokage, it is my duty to protect the future of our village. You all embody the nascent dawn of the East, representing boundless vitality, with the obligation to lead Konohagakure toward a brighter destiny." A single stone cast into the pond creates ripples, and the once silent gathering erupts into a cacophony of voices. After all, Senju Tobirama, as the second Hokage and the true architect of the Konoha system, possessed a life of unparalleled value. His existence was incomparable to that of anyone else. Especially for Danzo, who now deeply regretted his previous inaction, wishing he had showcased his capabilities more effectively. Alas, he had left a less than favorable impression on Tobirama-sensei. Sarutobi Hiruzen, filled with fervor, exclaimed, "Sensei, this cannot be. Allow me to take action." In an instant, Danzo altered his demeanor, shedding his hesitance and resolutely declaring his commitment to protect the Hokage's safety. Yet, it was evident that Senju Tobirama would not afford Danzo the opportunity to prove himself. Why had he not acted sooner? Now, in retrospect, he was silenced with just a few words. Tobirama pushed Hiruzen behind him and continued. "This is the essence of the will of fire. Where the leaves dance, the fire burns eternally. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding new leaves." In the presence of these individuals, Tobirama's figure loomed larger, radiating an aura of brilliance. The second Hokage embodied not only caution and intelligence, his charisma shone brightly in pivotal moments. "I wish to convey to you, you young ones are the hope of the future. The older generation must trust and protect you, for it is upon your shoulders that Konoha's governance will rest. The future of Konoha lies in your hands." Feeling he had imparted all he needed to say, Tobirama concluded, "Monkey, safeguard the village. From this day forth, you shall be the third Hokage. Remember, you may rely on Uchiha Bido. He embodies the will of fire more than anyone else within Konoha." At that moment, Tobirama sighed, contemplating that had Bido not been from the Uchiha clan, the position of Hokage would have rightfully been his. "Konoha is entrusted to you. Sensei, Monkey, hurry back to the village." Tobirama savored those poignant words. Reflecting on the line, "Fallen petals are not devoid of sentiment. They transform into spring mud to nurture flowers." Such beautiful prose. Were it not for this sentiment, he might not have been so resolute in his commitment. The image of the handsome and sunny-smiled Uchiha Bido emerged before him, embodying unwavering determination. With tears streaming down his face, Sarutobi Hiruzen retreated with the shadow guard. Meanwhile, Danzo's heart brimmed with profound regret. Cursed fate. This was all meant to be mine. The Hokage was to be my destiny. How infuriating. Hiruzen. Chapter 6. The father declares his son's birth 5 days later. Uchiha gazed intently at the progress of his most cherished Mangekyou Sharingan. The 3-Tomo Sharingan stood at 990 out of 1,000, nearly complete. The Mangekyou was within reach, and their return to the village was imminent. Captain, you turn to behold his 2 loyal subordinates, Uchiha Chingin and Uchiha Zemo. What brings you here? Did not the clan leader decree that you must not approach me? Yo inquired with a calm demeanor. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Something was amiss. Is there a significant matter at hand? Could it be that Sarutobi Hiruzen and his team have returned? That shouldn't be possible. The timeline doesn't align. It should be tomorrow. Chingyin and Zemo exchanged a glance. Indeed, there is a rather troublesome issue, they replied. Let us go, Ye urged, sprinting toward their direction without a moment's delay. Captain. The pair, already fatigued from their journey, struggled to keep pace with Ye's swift movements. Sensing their plight, Ye discreetly slowed his speed. Captain. We have yet to discuss the matter, he said, urging them to speak as they walked. Ye understood that their defiance of the clan leader's orders signified the gravity of the situation. Only matters of utmost importance would compel them to breach such a directive. Thus, he felt compelled to hasten. With each step, Ye quickened his pace. Uchiha Zemo hesitated, and you discerned his apprehension. Speak freely. You know I detest those who are reticent. Zemo finally voiced his concern. Captain, should we not first report to the clan leader? As the head of the enforcement team, Ye held the authority to maintain order within the village, rendering it unnecessary to involve the clan leader. He already bears enough burdens, we need not trouble him further. Chingin could not contain himself. Captain, this concerns the Senju clan. Oh? You grasp the reason for their heightened sensitivity. The involvement of the Uchiha in Senju affairs likely stemmed from a conflict among the common folk. What precisely has transpired? Chingin elaborated. It appears that the 3rd son of the Senju clan leader accidentally killed a civilian. Given that Senju Tobarama served as Hokage, the leadership role had been entrusted to an elder of greater seniority, tasked with managing daily affairs. You ponder this development. It was indeed a delicate situation, however. What did it truly matter? As he checked the progress of his 3-Tomo Sharingan, his excitement surged, and he pushed his speed to its zenith. He was growing impatient. Meanwhile, at the Senju clan's estate, a voice cried out, You shall not leave. You owe me my grandson's life. You cannot walk away. Let go of me, old woman. What is it to me? Your grandson lacked foresight and met his unfortunate fate by my hand. A debt must be settled with its rightful owner. Do not seek me out. Senju Seiko surveyed the tumultuous crowd before him, his mind clouded with frustration and anger. Step aside, he commanded, as several villagers barred his path, unwilling to let him pass. Though the villagers were devoid of strength, the fury stemming from the loss of their kin emboldened them to confront the formidable clan of the 1,000 Hands, whom they typically dared not gaze upon. Their singular desire was for justice, a pursuit for which they were willing to sacrifice their very lives. Some clung desperately to the legs of the 1,000 Hands leader, refusing to let him depart, while others spontaneously formed a human barricade to obstruct him. Witnessing the multitude gathered, more villagers approached, eager to partake in the tumult. Do not overstep your bounds. Have I not shown you sufficient kindness? One villager cried out, as they clambered forward recklessly. The leader of the 1,000 Hands, observing the audacity of these rabble-rousers, resolved to withhold his compassion. Their insolence was intolerable. Suddenly, an elderly woman surged forward, her eyes swollen from tears, trembling as she leaned upon her cane to confront the leader. Her legs faltered, making her movements awkward and unsteady. Fixated on the man who had slain her grandson, she brandished her cane defiantly, exclaiming, You killed my grandson. I shall fight you. The leader, seething with rage, could hardly believe the audacity of the old woman daring to mock him. He extended his hand. Yet, the elderly woman, unaccustomed to such swiftness, faltered under the weight of her emotions, collapsing just as she was about to reach him. From the perspective of the onlookers, it appeared as though the leader had merely pushed her, causing her to lose consciousness. Mother, what has happened to you? A man who had been clinging to the leader's leg broke away, rushing to embrace his fallen mother. Grief flooded his heart as he recalled his son, who had been electrocuted, and the uncertain fate of his mother. You wretched beast, you have slain my son, and now you do not spare my mother. Do you wish to annihilate my entire family? Come on, kill us all. I shall fight you. In despair, the man charged at the leader. But the newly arrived ninjas swiftly intervened, recognizing the need to quell the escalating chaos. Why do you hinder me? He has killed my mother and son. And yet you protect him? The man shouted, incredulous. What kind of ninjas are you? The leader felt wronged. He believed the old woman was merely feigning injury for sympathy. She has clearly staged this collapse, seeking to extract compensation from us. He declared indignantly, how dare you insult my mother in such a state? Release me. The man felt a suffocating despair. With his son dead and his mother's life hanging in the balance, he was rendered powerless to confront his enemy, questioning his own manhood. Around him, whispers of disbelief circulated. This is too cruel, even for him to harm an elderly woman, others murmured. Indeed, what a scoundrel he is. But what transpired? A concerned bystander, familiar with the events, spoke up. Ah, you cannot fathom the tragedy of this situation. The third son of the Thousand Hands family has brutally electrocuted this woman's grandson, and now he has turned his wrath upon her. Truly, the world is in decline. Why? What provoked such a heinous act? Came the inquiry. Who can say? Was the only response. However, this audacious group of individuals holds us in utter disdain, committing acts that are nothing short of outrageous. Alas! Hush! Are you out of your mind to utter such words? This is the son of the clan leader of the Senju, the esteemed lineage of the Hokage. If you are indifferent to your life, I still wish to survive. The ninjas similarly refrain from taking independent action, for the stakes are exceedingly high. This concerns the maternal clan of both the first and second Hokages, and they certainly wish to continue their endeavors. This truly borders on the excessive. One ninja declared that this is undoubtedly the most heinous incident he has ever witnessed. We must promptly report this to the Hokage. The Hokage is still engaged in negotiations. However, the Umbu has already sought the presence of Lord Uzumaki. Lord Uzumaki, you say? In connection with the Senju clan. How do you think she will respond? It goes without saying, Lord Uzumaki is the wife of Lord Hashirama. How could it be otherwise? Such a grievous matter cannot be addressed lightly, a young ninja exclaimed with righteous indignation. Indeed, I trust that Lord Uzumaki will handle this matter with utmost fairness. Suddenly, a commanding figure strode forth, exuding an air of authority. Clear the way. The individual admonished the crowd before him, advancing swiftly. The surrounding members of the Senju clan approached him, offering their respects. Clan leader. Oh. The individual in question was none other than the current leader of the Senju clan in Konoha, Senjusuna, the father of Senjusho. Father, you have finally arrived. You cannot fathom the torment I have endured at their hands. They sought to extort our Senju clan. Upon seeing his father, Senjusho felt a surge of relief. For this was his shield. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't know how to proceed. Silence. You are not worthy of being my son, let alone a member of the Senju clan. For you have committed such disgraceful acts. Chapter 7. The Hokage's crime is shared by the common people. Senjusuna swiftly struck Senjusei, this disgraceful wretch. Senjusei fell to the ground, his face rapidly swelling, clearly a severe blow. The head of the Senju clan truly upheld justice, showing no favoritism whatsoever. Father, what are you doing? You ungrateful wretch, did you not harm that child? Do you dare to argue? The crowd erupted in uproar, astonished by the clan leader's profound sense of righteousness. Truly, he was worthy of being the leader of the Hokage family, preserving their dignity. Well done, clan leader Senju. You have earned our respect. This is how a leader should act, impartial and fair. Such a miscreant should be punished. He does not deserve to live among us. Execute him. Clan leader Senju, execute him. Senjusei seemed to gaze at a stranger in front of him. Was this truly his father? The familiar visage belied the chilling words that escaped his lips. He was indeed the man's own son. Clutching his reddened face, Senjusei looked at him in confusion. His eyes wide as he exclaimed, I did not mean to. That child ran into me. As for that old woman, she has no connection to me. She fainted all on her own. The crowd surged with indignation. Even at this moment, he remained obstinate. Did a child possess the skill to evade ninjutsu? Could a child willingly seek their own demise? After enduring so much, being struck into unconsciousness, how dare he continue to belittle her? He was no longer worthy of being called human. Clan leader Senju, execute him. Uphold justice. Kill him. Silence, everyone please. I shall provide a satisfactory resolution, Senjusuna implored. Gesturing for calm, he promised to deliver a perfect answer. Addressing Senjusei, he commanded, now, tell me clearly from beginning to end how that child came to be injured. Speak plainly. Remember to tell the truth. Do not try to deceive me. As he spoke, Senjusuna emanated an overwhelming aura, a palpable pressure that enveloped the venue, intensifying Senjusei's already frayed nerves. I do not know why, he stammered, visibly shaken. At that moment, I was practicing ninjutsu, the lightning technique that our clan commonly trains. I was in the midst of it when I unleashed a bolt of lightning, and that child suddenly appeared in our line of sight. The lightning struck him instantly. I swear, it was not intentional. I felt great shame as I witnessed that child scream in agony, utterly helpless. Senju-sei reflected painfully on the situation, beginning to repent for his actions. Indeed, it seemed the nature of this incident was not so grievous. Perhaps it was that little boy's fault for wandering into the area where ninjas trained. Though the circumstances of his demise are indeed tragic, the second son of the Senju clan does not appear to be in significant peril, albeit with some concerns. How swiftly you have transformed. Are you perhaps a mere lapdog of the Senju clan, so eager to advocate for them? Are you even speaking the truth? Shouldn't a ninja first assess their surroundings before employing ninjutsu in the heart of the village? You are merely obfuscating the matter. At this moment, the atmosphere has clearly divided into two distinct factions, a reflection of human nature. Yet, a man, who had been glaring intently at Senju Sho, suddenly stepped forward, declaring, "You are lying. There is no truth in your words, and now you seek to deceive everyone." The man surveyed the gathered crowd, and the esteemed leader of the Senju clan, determined not to let his own son's birthright cloud his judgment. He recounted his observations step by step. "Xiaolu, my son, met a man holding a lollipop," he recalled. Upon remembering his son's tragic fate, tears welled in his eyes, which he hastily wiped away. In pursuit of justice for his child, he continued, "At that time, Xiaoli's classmates informed me that they had seen him leave with a man bearing a lollipop. It was only later that they realized something was amiss and confided in me. Desperate, he searched tirelessly and was indeed fortunate to find the truth. By the heavens, it was this man. I witnessed him take my son's life." A profound silence enveloped the gathering as whispers of the man with the lollipop spread. An Umbu member remarked, "There have been several reports of missing lollipops, and their whereabouts remain unknown." Before he could elaborate, his captain swiftly silenced him, prompting him to realize the gravity of the situation and close his mouth. Cursing himself internally, he thought, "Damn it, my foolish tongue." The villagers began to recall similar occurrences. Yes, indeed, several children have gone missing. It's appalling. Could it be that this man is the culprit? Senju Sho's face turned ashen, indicating his undeniable complicity. Observing this reaction, the father surmised that his child had indeed fallen victim to him. "You, this man. Oh, my child alive." His eyes ablaze with fury, he lunged at Senju Sho. However, Senju Suna effortlessly intercepted him. "Senju clan leader?" The man was bewildered. "I empathize with your anguish. After all, I too am a father. However, the situation is not yet fully elucidated. Please, maintain your composure. Rest assured, I will investigate thoroughly until the truth emerges, and I will not wrong an innocent. As the leader of the Senju clan, I vow this." Reluctantly, the man ceased his attack, grappling with his inability to remain composed. His heart ached for his child, feeling utterly powerless. "Senju clan leader, you must restore my child's honor. He is but 8 years old." A collective sigh arose from the crowd, lamenting the loss of such a young life. What a tragedy, ruined by this man. With resolute conviction, Senju Suna assured, "Rest easy. I will deliver justice. The truth will reveal itself." "Very well, esteemed leader of the Senju clan. I shall place my trust in you." The man could not help but reflect on the rarity of encountering a genuinely good person. Senju Shada turned to his son, Senju Seiji, and inquired, "Do you have anything to add?" Senju Seiji, meeting his father's unusual gaze, replied, "I have no acquaintance with the child known as the Lollipop Kid. It was merely a chance encounter where my jutsu collided with him." Senju Shada appeared enlightened. "So, you did not act with intent, is that correct?" A change washed over Senju Seiji's expression. Despite his frivolous nature, he was no fool. How could he not perceive that his father was shielding him? A flicker of joy ignited within him, for indeed, his father loved and protected him. He hastily responded, "Yes, father." Senju Shada interrupted, his countenance filled with indignation. "How many times must I remind you? When at work, address your position appropriately. I am currently interrogating you, so maintain a serious demeanor." Senju Seiji bowed deeply. "Yes. Esteemed leader, I have inadvertently taken his life, and I am prepared to accept the village's punishment and provide substantial compensation to the family." Senju Shada wore a beaming smile. Observers began to realize that this clan leader was no different from the common folk, perhaps even more ostentatious, which was utterly distasteful. Initially, many believed the Senju clan, being the progenitor of 2 Hokages, would exhibit some distinction. It seemed, however, that even the leader was equally repugnant. They had merely engaged in a farce, ultimately seeking to protect and favor his son. Had they been deceiving us all along, only now revealing their true colors? Yet Senju Shada's words stirred a tempest within the victim's family. What on earth are you saying, Leader Senju? The man was now numb. The hope he had placed in Senju Shada was ruthlessly shattered by the very hands that had offered it. His tears had long since dried. Is my child truly to perish unjustly? Senju Shada turned, gripping the man's hand. As fellow fathers, I too have raised children. I deeply empathize with your anguish. However, this entire incident has merely been a farcical occurrence, an unfortunate accident. Though the outcome is undeniably tragic and heart-wrenching, we must look forward. Life must continue, mustn't it? The man was struck by the hypocrisy of the man before him, loathing the facade he presented. Is this how you brazenly abuse the villagers? Even abducting children? You are the true culprits behind the lollipop incident. Senju Shada's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. I comprehend your current fury, but that does not excuse your slander. Your evidence rests upon that child, yet he is merely a classmate of your son, a relationship insufficient to validate your claims. In other words, it is invalid evidence. However, considering your evident sorrow, I shall overlook your transgressions. But remember this, do not casually defame others. We must engage in discourse grounded in evidence. Chapter 8. I find it pointless to engage in trivial conversation with you. You are unworthy of my words. The man was at a loss for words at this moment. However, Senju Suna took the initiative to address the aftermath of the story. Rest assured, this child will be returned to me, and I shall ensure he comprehends the gravity of the transgressions he has committed. As for your son, death is irreversible. Please accept my condolences. Nevertheless, we shall provide adequate compensation. The Senju clan is willing to go to great lengths to fulfill your demands regarding this unfortunate incident. The man yearned to unleash a torrent of vitriol upon this hypocritical individual, yet the agonizing pain in his hands rendered him speechless. This old scoundrel has gone too far. It was then that the elderly woman, who had previously fallen to the ground, seemed to awaken at some point. She had grasped the recent conversation with clarity. You, a bunch of shameless wretches. We do not seek excessive compensation. We only desire our dear grandson. No amount of money can replace him. I demand this child pay with his life. She struggled to rise, inching closer with great effort, but her frail body betrayed her, leaving her unable to stand. Instead, she crawled to Senju Suna's feet, gripping his pant leg. The atmosphere was thick with silence. No one dared to speak. After all, this was the leader of the Senju clan, arguably the third most important figure in Konoha, second only to the second Hokage and Uzumaki Mido. To voice an opinion now would be tantamount to openly opposing him, and they all wished to continue living in the village. Who knows? Perhaps the future third Hokage would still belong to the Senju clan. There was no need to invite misfortune upon their descendants. Senju Suna, gazing down at his feet, felt a flicker of murderous intent. He was not fond of excessive displays. He decided to maintain some decorum. With a calm demeanor, he sighed and addressed the elderly woman. Grandmother, I have expressed my understanding of your sorrow on numerous occasions, yet your grandson is deceased. When will this cycle of vengeance cease? Furthermore, my son truly committed this act in error. I shall not diminish the punishment he deserves. There is nothing you can conceive that I cannot execute. You may rest assured of that. We are bound by regulations. All matters require evidence. And you must present irrefutable proof. It is unjust to slander others. If everyone acted on their whims, Konoha would descend into chaos, would it not? It is precisely due to such stringent regulations that the innocent are not wrongfully accused, and the wicked do not escape justice. If everyone resorted to vigilante justice, Konoha would cease to exist as we know it. The elderly woman's lament echoed through the air, yet the surroundings remained eerily quiet. In an effort to uphold his benevolent reputation, Senju Suna continued, we will offer you substantial compensation, allowing your family to bear more children. As they grow, they can join the Senju clan to learn the art of ninjutsu, which I will personally teach. The Senju clan shall become their home. A voice emerged from the crowd, exclaiming how gracious Senju Suna was, willing to allow his children to learn ninjutsu, while countless commoners had perished without ever having that opportunity. Why do you hesitate to respond? Truly, as the leader of the Senju clan, your generosity is evident. The elderly woman gazed despairingly at Senju Shara. Are you mocking us? Is it because you are ninjas and we are mere civilians that we are destined to endure such tyranny? Just because you hold the title of clan leader and we are the common folk. Must we express our gratitude when your son has brutally slain my grandson and then merely bestowed upon us some trifling gifts? Is this just? Tell me, is this just? Is it? She cried out in sorrow, her voice laden with despair. She longed for countless ears to hear her lament, and indeed many did hear. Yet it seemed as though no one truly listened. The surrounding silence enveloped her, and her heart descended into profound desolation. Senju observed the unfolding scene, a silent smile creeping across his face. He knew that it would not be long before all would forget, for forgetfulness was a common trait. If people could forget their own tribulations, how could they possibly remember the plight of others? Suddenly, a resolute and powerful voice pierced the stillness, declaring, "No, this is not right." In an instant, Senju sensed a figure dart past him, and all he could perceive were those eyes. "Three Tomo, Uchiha. What are they doing here?" In the blink of an eye, a blade flashed, and Senju found himself unable to respond. The direction, was it the prefecture? The strike was swift, transcending all injustice, crossing the chasms of human hearts, and overcoming the villagers' biases against the Uchiha. It traversed the void, leaving no trace. Aimed directly at its target. With a resounding slash, a perfect gap was created. This was the work of a master craftsman, a creation of pure artistry. It epitomized the pinnacle of aesthetic beauty. A severed head tumbled to the ground. Uchiha had already sheathed his blade, its surface pristine. He stood silently beside Senju, the head of Senju Prefecture in tow, albeit with a rather exaggerated motion, as if descending from a parachute. As usual, he stepped heavily upon it, as if it were an everyday occurrence. For the youth of the ninja world, this was mere routine. As you traversed the battlefield, he had forged his path, and a filthy head was simply trampled upon. Alas, his shoes would need a wash. The severed head of Senju Prefecture began to unleash the madness of its former life, blood gushing forth like molten lava from the gaping wound. Oh, how it splattered upon Senju. In an instant, a tidal wave surged forth, drenching the lower half of Shera and the earth beneath him. It was unclear who initiated the outcry, but once one voice rose, others followed suit, and the space erupted into a cacophony, as if the previous silence had stifled them all. Everyone, as if witnessing a ghost, could hardly believe their eyes. It was utterly terrifying. Senju stood there in a daze, gazing at the man who had appeared from seemingly nowhere, his gaze shifting downwards to the head at his feet. Was that Shera? He could hardly believe that someone had the audacity to murder his son right before his eyes. His pupils widened gradually as a torrent of negative emotions surged within him: rage, anguish, remorse, despair. They engulfed him entirely. After having doted on his youngest son in his twilight years, how could someone so brazenly take his life? He had yet to fully comprehend the enormity of it all. Do you realize what you have done? Senju had never anticipated such profound suffering in his lifetime. He felt that this individual not only lacked integrity, but also displayed a remarkable lack of intellect. How could his reflexes be so sluggish? Knight had no inclination to engage with him. He was unworthy of his attention. Instead, he simply stated, "Uchiha Police Department." On official duty, he stepped forward, assisting the elderly lady to her feet and nodding respectfully. The once despondent matron gazed up at the striking yet frigid man before her and inquired, "Who are you?" She found it hard to believe that anyone would dare to involve themselves in their affairs. After all, he was the patriarch of the Senju clan, the third most influential figure in Konoha. Uchiha Knight, the captain of the Konoha Police Department. Suddenly, the atmosphere erupted. Upon hearing his name, gasps of astonishment filled the air. The reason was simple. This captain had recently been the focal point of many discussions. Who did not know that from the Uchiha clan, once the most despised by the villagers, had emerged a decisive figure known for eradicating evil? Everyone in Konoha was aware of him, and opinions about him were sharply divided. Nonetheless, those who witnessed the scene would likely regard him with newfound respect. No one had anticipated that his unrestrained actions could be so exhilarating. It was rumored that the Hokage had even criticized him, yet he remained unfazed. Oh, what a complex individual he was. All the civilians and ninjas present could not help but acknowledge Uchiha Knight. He dared to undertake what others would not. "You bastard." Senju finally reacted, the agony of losing a child rendering him nearly speechless. Grief and fury flooded his mind as he drew his katana and lunged fiercely at Knight. "Knight, be careful," someone involuntarily shouted. Knight had long sensed the impending threat. The man was simply too slow in his presence. Without turning his head, he deftly countered with a lightning strike. Clang, clang, Clang. The blades clashed, sparks igniting in that instant, the sharp sounds piercing the hearts of every villager present. They hurriedly retreated, well aware that the situation had escalated. If they did not withdraw now, they would face the consequences of ninjutsu unleashed. Clearly, the lightning technique was superior. As Senju Sha leaned heavily on his blade, his strength waning, Senju Sha had completely lost his sanity, shouting, "I will kill you." Knight had no desire to indulge his reckless antics, obstructing the duties of the police force and daring to assault the vice-captain of the police department. He could be executed on the spot. As he spoke, he summoned his chakra, unleashing it in an explosive surge, bringing his sword down decisively upon Senju Sha's vulnerable point. Chapter 9. The Unattainable Tasks of the Senju Clan, accomplished by Uchiha Yet, Senju Suna, as the chieftain of the Senju clan. Despite being overshadowed by the illustrious figures of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, had once carved a name for himself on the battlefield. Although he had not personally engaged in combat for many years, the instincts honed through countless battles had not faded with time. He straightened his posture, evading the incoming strike. With a swift motion, he raised his katana, but the recoil jolted through his lungs. Senju Suna was astonished by the prowess of Uchiha Yuru, who was merely 18 years of age. In an instant, he was propelled backward, but the years of ninja training enabled him to form hand seals with remarkable speed as he retreated. Just as he regained his footing, he unleashed his ninjutsu. Fire style, fire dragon technique. In that moment, a fierce inferno erupted, racing towards Uchiha Yuru, threatening to engulf him entirely. However, Uchiha Yuru responded with even greater swiftness, forming hand seals of his own and executing the same ninjutsu. Fire style, fire dragon technique. In a spectacular clash, two torrents of flame collided, resembling two ferocious dragons. Each vying to overpower the other, their fiery forms wrestling in a fierce contest of strength. The sheer force of the flames created an oppressive atmosphere for the surrounding ninjas. The potential for devastation was palpable. Simultaneously, the onlookers could not help but marvel at Senju Suna's enduring might. His mastery of fire style remained formidable even in his twilight years. Yet, it was evident that Uchiha Yoru's skill was equally impressive. As he began to gain the upper hand, "Lord Yuru, you can do it. Defeat this old codger," cheered Uchiha Qingyan, who had arrived late to the fray. A member of the Umbu whispered, "Has the Uchiha clan become so arrogant? Lord Hokage will return soon, and they shall face the consequences." Uchiha Zemo recognized him as a member of the Senju clan and retorted, "Have you no shame? Your clan commits such acts and yet dares to bark here with such audacity." Qingyan shared a disdainful glance in their direction. Meanwhile, the villagers, witnessing the display of ninja prowess, were left in awe and curiosity about the young Uchiha. What could possibly drive him to such lengths? The Uchiha clan had never been known for meddling in trivial matters. Initially, when they learned of the Uchiha's extreme, yet oddly joyous actions, they were perplexed. Why resort to such drastic measures? Wasn't a simple punishment sufficient? Beheading seemed excessively extreme. Yet now, as the villagers absorbed the unfolding events, they grasped the origins of this conflict, their sentiments shifting to a fervent desire for retribution. They felt that Uchiha Yoru's previous approach had been too lenient. After all, they were the victims, with no opportunity to become the aggressors. An elderly woman cried out, "Lord Yoru, please seek justice for my child." The once fearful gaze she cast upon the Uchiha clan now transformed into one of familiarity and warmth. Regarding the recently audacious members of the Dark Faction, there was no need for Uchiha Qingyan and Uchiha Zemo to intervene, as the elderly lady exclaimed, "How could the Hokage possibly arrest the just Uchiha? You should retrieve your clan leader's remains instead. I firmly believe that the Hokage would never engage in such partiality." The villagers silently concurred with the elderly woman's words. Just as Senju Shalu was about to muster all his strength, "Cease this at once." At that moment, a voice, aged yet commanding, resonated through the air. The crowd parted respectfully, their eyes fixed upon the figure approaching. It was none other than Mito Uzumaki, the wife of the first Hokage and the de facto leader of Konoha. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she stood as the strongest in the village. Furthermore, as the sister-in-law of the second Hokage, she held full authority over Konoha's affairs. Uchiha Yi turned to gaze at Mito Uzumaki, who advanced with deliberate yet powerful steps. He sensed an alluring yet sinister aura emanating from her. Was it the Nine Tails? He quickly averted his gaze, gripping his katana tightly, his hands poised in a sealing gesture. Simultaneously, a melodious chime echoed in Uchiha Ye's ears. Ding! Successfully fused Senju Shalu with his father's flesh. Goodness! Great goodness! Merit points 10. A smile crept upon Ye's lips, for he realized he lacked nothing at this moment. Mito Uzumaki, arriving belatedly, felt an overwhelming anger towards the brazen Uchiha. This individual was more malevolent than Uchiha Madara, recklessly taking lives within the village. First, he murdered villagers, and now even members of the Senju clan. He utterly disregarded the Hokage and the Senju. He must be punished. She resolved to apprehend him now, awaiting Tobarama's return for judgment. With Mito Uzumaki's arrival, the ninjas and civilians present breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they were concerned that the conflict between the two would escalate, endangering innocents. On one hand, the villagers had great faith in Mito Uzumaki, as her reputation was commendable. Moreover, she represented the Hokage, even though the deceased was the second son of the Senju clan leader. Unbeknownst to them, the crowd had transitioned from merely hearing of Uchiha to understanding him, now holding admiration for him. They believed that even if the Hokage were present, he would be of little consequence. After all, most among them were merely the innocently slain children, not Senju Shalu. Naturally, they could not empathize with Senju Shalu, nor would they entertain the foolish notion of becoming relatives of the Senju clan leader. Senju Shalu, observing Mito Uzumaki's arrival, finally felt a sense of relief. Realizing he could not contend with her, he glared at Uchiha. You shall pay with your life. Lady Uzumaki, he has unjustly taken my beloved son, murdering him in the streets. That child you saw just days ago, so lively and adorable, has now been beheaded. Lady Uzumaki, you must take a stand for us. In just a few days since the departure of the esteemed Naruto, the ambitions of the Uchiha clan have been laid bare. Lord Mito, Senjusuna, with tears streaming down his face, lamented, evoking sympathy from those who heard his plight. Some villagers began to shift their perspectives. Though this Senju patriarch had acted foolishly, he was, after all, not a bad person and indeed a good father. Meanwhile, Uchiha scoffed at the fickleness of the crowd. Uchiha Zemo and Uchiha Chinyen felt a jolt. This individual was attempting to sow discord between the Uchiha clan and the village. The two grew anxious, wondering why the patriarch had not yet arrived. Vortex Mito turned her gaze towards Uchiha and inquired, what is truly happening with the Uchiha clan? Mito unleashed the chakra of the Nine Tails, exuding an aura of malevolence and arrogance that left those nearby feeling quite uneasy. Yi, observing Mito's accusatory stance, retorted, perhaps you should pose that question to them, gesturing towards the elderly woman and the helpless middle-aged man. Having traversed from the Warring States period to the present, Mito was not easily deceived. She realized that this incident was likely not a deliberate provocation by the Uchiha clan. With a smile, she assisted the elderly woman, saying, Dear lady, what has transpired? Rest assured, we are here for you. With that, she shot a glare at Senjusuna. The elderly woman, still basking in her earlier joy and admiration for Uchiha, took a moment to regain her composure before she began to reveal the truth in fragmented phrases. Upon hearing her words, Mito's expression darkened, and she erupted in fury, calmly addressing Senjusuna. Suna, is what she said true? Understanding Mito's temperament, Suna could tell that she would not show him favoritism. Moreover, Mito possessed the means to extract the truth from him. Suna lowered his head, trembling as he confessed, yes, but it was certainly not intentional. Mito coldly replied, you know that I am not inquiring about that. As the leader of the Senju clan, are you not inclined to protect your own son? Cold sweat trickled down Suna's brow. Lord Mito. Mito interrupted him. You have crossed the line. You are fully aware that your son has caused the deaths of villagers. As the clan leader, you ought to set an example and deal with your son more severely. Yet you wish to shield him. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You are tarnishing the reputation of the Senju clan. How do you expect the villagers to regard us? How will they view the Hokage? You scoundrel. Vortex Mito was indeed furious. This individual had not only committed such an act, but also dared to do so in front of a crowd, seemingly inviting others to seize the opportunity. Witnessing Mito's unwavering commitment to justice, the crowd began to admire her. Those who had assumed she would favor them felt a pang of guilt. They realized they should not have acted thus, for they were truly wronged. Mito turned her attention away from Senjusuna and faced the elderly woman and the middle-aged man. I apologize on behalf of the Senju clan. In the land of the Senju, the Uchiha clan has dealt with him swiftly and justly, delivering a semblance of justice to you all. As for Senjusuna, the one who harbored criminals, He has indulged his kin in their heinous acts, acting with bias and injustice. I shall relieve him of his position as the leader of the Senju clan. Such a person is utterly unworthy to guide the Senju. Regarding the subsequent handling of this matter, we will ensure it is addressed appropriately, and all will be informed. The sincere apology from Uzumaki Mito has garnered widespread satisfaction. Thank you, Lord Uzumaki. With a heart full of sorrow, Uzumaki Mito replied, there is no need for thanks. My failure to restrain them is my sin. If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be directed towards Lord Yi. The relatives turned to Lord Yi, offering their thanks. Yi merely nodded in acknowledgement, and then spoke, as the captain of the police force, I wish to know how Lord Uzumaki intends to handle the matter concerning the lollipop. Uzumaki Mito was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a bureaucratic tone, he responded, we will consider this matter further. It requires discussion. Yi stated directly, if there are issues that prove difficult for you to manage, the Uchiha can take care of it. Uzumaki Mito's expression darkened. This Uchiha Yi truly shows no regard for the Senju clan. Uchiha Zue arrived late, exclaiming, Lord Uzumaki, what trouble has this young man stirred up now? Uzumaki Mito looked at the Uchiha clan leader before him and remarked, indeed, the Uchiha clan has produced remarkable talent. Zue chuckled, acknowledging the talent but lamenting the chaos it brings. Mito shot a glare at Senjusuna, commanding, come with me. Senjusuna cast a tearful, bitter glance at his son's lifeless body, then, as if in a daze, followed Uzumaki Mito. Before departing, he cast a final, hate-filled look at Uchiha Yi. Chapter 10. The Hokage provides cover for the Shadow Guard. How astute! Exclaimed numerous villagers and family members of the victims. We bid farewell to Lord Vortex. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Did I not predict that Lord Vortex would uphold justice? How could you still doubt it? Just as Uchiha Yi was about to depart, the families of the victims quickly encircled him. Lord Uchiha Yi, we are profoundly grateful for your actions. Without you, that scoundrel would likely continue to roam free, and my child would never attain justice. Yi clasped the hand of an elderly woman before vanishing into the throng. The villagers watched as their great hero departed. And only after the crowd dispersed did the elderly woman shift her gaze from the direction in which Uchiha Yi had left. She then spat towards the corpse of Senju Seiji. In an instant, the remaining villagers followed suit. Deep within the Senju clan, Vortex Mizuhito glared at Senjusuna with great fury. Her hand slammed down on the documents strewn across the public desk, scattering papers everywhere, rendering Senjusuna speechless. How could you commit such a foolish act? Hashirama appointed you as the leader of the Senju clan, and this is how you repay him? Whatever happened to the cleverness you exhibited on the battlefield? How could you openly favor your own child in the streets? What do you think this does to the reputation of the Senju clan and the Hokage? Senjusuna clenched her fists, her head bowed deeply. It dawned on her that Lord Vortex was not angry about her bias. Rather, she was concerned solely with the honor of the Senju clan. It became clear that her son's life was deemed less significant than the hollow prestige of the clan. Senjusuna's face turned pale as she realized the depth of her inner turmoil. She had already felt a sense of injustice, and now, no matter what was said, she swiftly retreated into her own world, transforming the words into what she wished to hear. Vortex Mizuhito continued. You should relinquish your position as clan leader and enjoy your twilight years in peace, reflecting upon your actions. Slowly, Senjusuna descended, her heart brimming with suppressed rage. This outsider dared to meddle in the affairs of the Senju clan. For such trivial matters, she would not bring Uchiha Yi, the very one who had caused her son's demise, to justice. Senjusuna's heart twisted further, and just as she was about to leave, Vortex Mizuhito's voice echoed, do you truly believe I value the honor of the Senju clan more than your child's life? Senjusuna, let me enlighten you. Vortex Mizuhito's voice grew louder. You have utterly fallen from grace. It was you who caused Senju Seiji's demise. His current state is unequivocally the result of your indulgence. As the child of the Senju clan leader, he brazenly took the lives of so many innocents, and yet you covertly erased his tracks. It is your favoritism that has cultivated his lawless nature. Even if today had not seen Uchiha Yi intervene, his deeds would eventually have come to light, and Tobarama would surely have dealt with him upon his return. With his hands curled inward, Senju Sand felt an undeniable, excruciating pain in his palms. Yet, these physical afflictions paled in comparison to the torment that consumed his heart. He repeatedly cursed the names of Uchiha Yoru and Uzumaki Mito within himself. How dare an outsider act so brazenly? However, he dared not unleash his fury, for he understood the prowess of Uzumaki Mito. She was an elder from the Warring States period, possessing an immense reservoir of chakra from the Uzumaki clan, and within her dwelled the Nine Tails. With Senju Tobarama absent, Mito stood as the steadfast anchor of Konoha. Suppressing his anger, Senju Sand lamented despondently. What am I even worth as a clan leader? I cannot even protect my own flesh and blood. What kind of leader am I? He trudged out like a soulless husk. Uzumaki Mito, attuned to the emotional shifts of Senju Sand, recognized his turmoil. This was her innate ability. Yet, truth be told, she still wished to grant him a chance. The Umbu beside her discreetly expressed their concerns. Lady Mito, his emotional state is quite unstable. He is clearly unable to heed your counsel. His position as clan leader is lost, and with Uchiha Yoru having slain his son, it is likely the Umbu agent left the implications unspoken, for it was evident that Senju Sand had long been the esteemed leader of the Senju clan, the foremost clan in Konoha. His connections and strength were unmatched, far surpassing that of Uchiha Yoru, a mere captain of the police force. No matter how formidable Uchiha Yoru was, a group assault would inevitably falter. Moreover, Tobarama would soon return, and given his nature, the situation regarding Uchiha it was difficult to predict. Mito nodded, instructing, ensure he is watched closely. Yes, Lady Mito. Several Umbu immediately departed to carry out her orders. Uchiha Mito pondered the Uchiha she had encountered earlier, Uchiha Yoru. He was remarkably different from the typical Uchiha, though his core motivations were strikingly similar. Willing to disregard everything for his beliefs, Mito recalled another figure, Uchiha Madara, the man who had entangled himself with her husband throughout his life. Rubbing her temples, she mused about the burdens of age and the incessant worries it brought. She decided to leave the matter to Tobarama upon his return, for he was the second Hokage and in the prime of his life. With his sharp intellect, he would surely resolve any issues that arose. Mito resolved to take a moment to rest and calm her mind, as the turmoil caused by Senju Sand and Senju Sisuk had left her feeling overwhelmed. Meanwhile, several hurried figures were escorted in by the Umbu. They were ragged and somber, their faces illuminated by a glimmer of relief at having survived. Mito gazed at them in astonishment. Saratobi Hizashi, is that you? She scrutinized them for a long while, but could not find the figure she longed to see. Where was Tobarama? This boy should have come to check on me first. You lot have done well to come and console this old woman. You are far superior to your teacher. Mito assumed that Tobarama had gone to attend to matters, thus failing to notice the peculiar expressions on the faces of his disciples. Consequently, she continued to jest with the children, oblivious to the tension in the air. However, no one around her responded. Saratobi Hizashi, Uchiha Kagami, and Shimura Danzo exchanged glances, at a loss for how to convey the situation to Vortex Mito. After all, they too found the circumstances surreal. The Hokage had sacrificed himself for the Umbu, a grim irony indeed. It was only then that Mito sensed something amiss. What had transpired? Danzo silently stepped back and nudged Saratobi Hizashi forward. Hizashi, who was already prepared to step up, stumbled from the push and fell to one knee. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, he knelt on both knees and sincerely recounted the details of the incident. After all, as the third Hokage appointed by his esteemed teacher, he could not stand firm without the support of Lady Vortex. Nevertheless, Hizashi could already envision Mito's expression. Indeed, it was a rarity for the Hokage to sacrifice himself for the Umbu. Chapter 11. Did Mito aspire to usurp power? In the territory of the Senju clan. Tobarama, he is dead? How could this be? It is utterly inconceivable that Tobarama could perish. Could it be that Uchiha Madara has returned? Mito Uzumaki could scarcely believe her ears. It seemed like a cruel joke. In this era, following the demise of Uchiha Madara, who could possibly dare to harm Senju Tobarama? The notion of his death was preposterous. Upon receiving the news, Mito felt as if the very heavens had collapsed upon her, her countenance a portrait of bewilderment. How could Senju Tobarama possibly be dead? In her memories, Tobarama was astute and cunning. It was he who established the very system of the ninja villages and the Umbu. This legendary ninja, who had survived the tumultuous Warring States period, how could he fall victim to something as trivial as a ceasefire agreement? This left Mito utterly perplexed. Moreover, how could Tobarama have failed to escape using the Flying Thunder God technique? Yet, the Hokage was deceased, and his disciples, the members of the Shadow Guard entrusted with his protection, returned in a state of disarray, with none lost. This only fueled Mito's anxiety. She gazed at the leader, Sarutobi Hiruzen, awaiting his further elucidation. However, Sarutobi, sensing the chaotic and unstable chakra of the Nine Tails emanating from Mito, refrained from speaking, fearful of provoking her wrath and inviting disaster upon himself. Mito wiped away her tears, and the elderly woman, now in her 70s, displayed an imposing demeanor as she sternly commanded, explained everything from the beginning, leaving out not a single detail. How could Tobirama possibly be dead? Mito's fear and anger were not mere emotional instability. Rather, the death of Senju Tobirama would profoundly affect the very fabric of Konoha village. The first great ninja war had raged for a staggering 8 years, and despite Konoha's formidable strength, the toll had been immense. The death of a village leader would undoubtedly have far-reaching consequences. The mere prospect of turmoil during the Hokage election could inflict damage on Konoha that might rival that of the Great Ninja War. Yes, Lady Mito. Sarutobi recounted the details meticulously. He spoke of the ambush by Kin and Jin, the elite ninjas who pursued them, and how Tobirama willingly sacrificed himself to protect the future backbone of their village. He also mentioned how he had been reluctantly appointed as the third Hokage by his mentor in a moment of crisis. Mito felt as if she were witnessing an absurd tale where many elements failed to align. While it was one thing for the second Raikage to be betrayed by his subordinates, why would Tobirama protect a group that was meant to safeguard him, the very Shadow Guard? Mito probed Sarutobi on every detail, meticulously analyzing the unfolding events, insisting that each individual recount their version. Through her unique methods, Mito discerned that their accounts were indeed truthful. She regarded them with a complex expression. For the first time, she began to question Senju Tobirama. For the sake of these inexperienced youths, Tobirama, was it truly necessary for you to sacrifice yourself? The cost is exceedingly high. Do you truly believe that this monkey could become the third Hokage? At this moment, Uzumaki Mito's heart was a tumult of emotions. Neither of these brothers could be at ease. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the fluctuating expressions of Uzumaki Mito, feeling a chill creep into his heart. Mito smiled at them and said, "You have traveled a long way and sustained injuries. The medical ninjutsu of the Senju clan is quite effective. For the next few days, you shall remain here to recuperate. And you are forbidden to go anywhere. The death of Tobirama must not be divulged. Under no circumstances should you speak of it. Do you understand?" Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions exchanged puzzled glances, clearly uncertain of Mito's intentions. Was she seeking to imprison them? To sever their ties with the outside world and conceal the Hokage's demise? What was she planning? Especially for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had already revealed his appointment as the third Hokage under duress. Remaining in the Senju clan, which had birthed 2 Hokages, left him feeling perilously vulnerable. Perhaps, the moment he stepped outside, dozens of ninjas lay in ambush, ready to unleash their jutsu upon him. He would be doomed. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but reflect on whether his mentor's decision had been somewhat hasty. Could he truly manage these clansmen? Little did he know that the nascent third Hokage was unaware of the tragic fate that awaited the 3 great clans of Konoha, the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga, under his own machinations. The Senju clan had faded into obscurity, reduced to mere commoners. As for the Uchiha, their plight was even graver. One deranged individual, misled by Sarutobi Hiruzen, had slaughtered his entire clan. The Hyuga? An outsider had abducted the Hyuga princess, and in retaliation, the clan head demanded a life for a life. Truly a case of training 3 loyal hounds. Uzumaki Mito, this. Shimura Danzo was no fool. They were within the Senju clan. Should Uzumaki Mito entertain any untoward thoughts, their group would find themselves unable to escape. After all, no one knew they had returned, which could lead to their demise without a trace. They could simply claim that a negotiating team had been annihilated, allowing Uzumaki Mito to justifiably support her son, Senjumanin. Before Danzo could finish his sentence, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted. "Danzo, let us heed Lady Uzumaki's wishes. Let us remain here in peace." Hiruzen understood full well that before Uzumaki Mito, they were but small fry. Her mere words could easily devour them whole. Rather than inciting her wrath, it would be wiser to cultivate a favorable impression with her. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was not intimately acquainted with Uzumaki Mito, he was acutely aware of her relationship with his mentor, who held her in great esteem. Often, many matters were deliberated with the widow of the first Hokage. Despite her age, over 60, the presence of the Nine Tails within her made her the stabilizing force of Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not place his faith in Naruto Uzumaki, yet he held unwavering trust in his esteemed teacher. The teacher, having sacrificed himself to elevate him to the position of Hokage, instilled in him the resolve to believe in those whom his mentor trusted. This monkey possessed such determination. As Naruto listened to Hiruzen's words, he felt a sense of comfort, acknowledging that this monkey still adhered to the right path. Observing Danzo from a distance, he mused that the latter was far superior to this individual. Danzo, feeling the disdainful gaze of Lord Naruto upon him, cursed inwardly, realizing he had once again been eclipsed by the monkey. Let us return and rest. Arrangements will be made. Naruto beckoned them to leave. Just as the tardy Senju Tobirama entered, he hesitated, glancing at the ragged group, only to find his beloved Hokage absent. Upon noticing the aged and weary visage of Naruto, unease crept into his heart. Could it be that Lord Tobirama had sustained grave injuries? As for the notion of Lord Tobirama's death, it was absurd. Not a single member of the Umbu had perished, so how could he be dead? In a moment of distraction, Naruto failed to notice Tobirama's arrival, his demeanor fading slightly. Quickly regaining composure, he instructed, Tobirama, take this sealing scroll. First, open the barrier around Konoha. The entire village is on lockdown. Ensure the Umbu's surveillance barrier is secure, and deploy the remaining Umbu and clan ninjas to monitor all shinobi within the village. Report any unusual activity immediately. And yes, have the Hyuga and Uchiha clans increase their vigilance, especially the Uchiha. Naruto made the necessary adjustments, adding, also, have Monin return promptly from the front lines. Tobirama, taken aback by these orders, wondered if the 5 great ninja villages had gathered in Konoha or if the entire Uchiha clan was planning a revolt. The severity of the situation was alarming, especially with the first Hokage's offspring being summoned back. Sighing inwardly, he recognized that the Hokage must indeed be gravely injured, and he dared not defy the command. Yes, Lord Naruto. As Tobirama departed, Naruto finally released the tension that had gripped him, succumbing to a sense of despondency. After all, he was over 60 years old. Ha ha ha. Old woman Naruto, that scoundrel Tobirama has finally met his end. You Konoha villagers can await your doom. I shall soon be free. A brazen and unrestrained voice echoed within Naruto's mind. It was the Ninetales. Previously lounging in the ceiling space, the Ninetales was invigorated at the mention of Tobirama, its 9 massive tails swaying with vigor. Observing the despondent Naruto brought immense joy to the Ninetales. It vowed that the day Uchiha Madara fell would not bring greater joy than this day. As for the day Senju Hashirama perished, it would certainly not surpass today in elation. After all, Madara had the audacity to persuade it to serve as his steed. The Ninetales harbored an everlasting hatred for Uchiha Madara. Naruto, this is your retribution. You imprisoned me, believed in me, and soon you will meet him as well. Ha 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 ha. The Ninetales reveled in the negative emotions emanating from Naruto, pain, sorrow, and helplessness. However, it would not offer solace. Rather, it would revel in the misfortune. Cackling wickedly, the Ninetales erupted in a fit of maniacal laughter. Mito had evidently grown accustomed to the irritating nature of the beast. With a mere thought, Mito summoned several chains from the ceiling space, forcefully restraining the Ninetales, which felt as though it were being filled to capacity, not a drop of saliva escaping. MMM. MMM. Water. MMM. I. As the Ninetales still demonstrated some vigor, Mito relentlessly lashed the chains against it, silencing its utterances. It was not from pain, but rather a predetermined routine, a tacit understanding formed between them. He remained silent, and she refrained from striking. Yet, it was evident this time that Mito played a significant role. Although the Ninetales ceased its protests, it continued to endure undue torment. MMM. Water. Day. Mother. The anguished cries of the Ninetales echoed repeatedly within the ceiling space. Mito had long since adapted to this faint, lingering noise and soon drifted into slumber. It felt as though an eternity had passed. This is bad, Lord Mito. The Uchiha clan is convening. What? A clan meeting? Let them convene. Why should I concern myself with their affairs? Mito wandered through the realms of dreams. What? Uchiha. In an instant, Mito's dream shattered. Chapter 12. Sarutobi Hiruzen altered the last will of Tobirama. The time rewinds to not long ago, where Yi is basking under the sun at the police department. Murmuring to himself, it should be about time, shouldn't it? Action is needed. He calls out into the distance. Zemo, summon all the Uchiha on duty today. Yes, Captain. Before long, the Uchiha clan members on duty gather together. Captain, everyone on duty today has arrived. Yi glances at Zemo, Qingyan, and the surrounding dozen Uchiha, nodding in acknowledgement. What is happening? It's nothing. I just have a mountain of trivial matters to attend to. Zemo grumbles. The Uchiha are responsible for maintaining the village's peace. A task that is indeed tedious and far removed from the battles of war. For the Uchiha clan, this is quite a torment. Despite the First Shinobi World War lasting 8 years, the population of Konohagakure continues to grow. Villagers from surrounding areas flood into the village, and Konoha welcomes them with open arms. Consequently, the number of civilians increases, leading to an incessant array of mundane issues and conflicts. Indeed, while the ninja world is engulfed in war, the villagers of Konoha feel a sense of safety. The war is merely a distant echo to them, perceived as not particularly brutal. The villagers of smaller, struggling shinobi villages, however, are less fortunate. Some ninjas choose to defect in a desperate bid to escape unfulfilled missions, while ordinary citizens face dire circumstances. Thus, the 5 great ninja villages reluctantly accept these willing migrants. The influx of people brings with it spies and rogue ninjas, complicating the maintenance of public order. The police force must collaborate with the Umbu to manage these incidents. Captain, our clan's finances are a bit tight, Zemo continues. The leader mentioned that salaries will be distributed next month. It's quite troublesome. Hokage, please return soon and allocate the funds from the daimyo. Zemo, growing more agitated, insists. At the very least, let's ensure our salaries are issued on time. How can we tolerate delayed payments? He casts a quick glance at Uchiha Yi, hesitant to voice his concerns about the potentially nefarious intentions of the infamous Senju Hokage. Observing the complaints of his subordinates, Yi remains silent, calmly regarding the group. Qingyan, sensing the tension, nudges Zemo on the shoulder. You're quite talkative today, and the captain hasn't said a word yet. The others fall silent, refraining from murmuring. Although Yi often appears somewhat aloof, he is known to be merciless when it comes to combat. He is the type who acts decisively when he has a thought. Who would dare to offend him? Realizing his faux pas, Zemo quickly apologizes. Captain, I was wrong. Yi acknowledges with a nod, not genuinely angry, but rather deep in thought. You must have sensed that the Hokage is likely to return, right? The team members began to comprehend the weight of their captain's words. Why would the captain utter such a statement? It dawned on them. He had just personally slain the son of the Senju clan leader. Although Uzumaki Mido might not hold a grudge, one could never be certain that the malevolent Tobarama Senju would not betray them. Growing up listening to the elders recount Tobarama's nefarious schemes, they were acutely aware of his prejudice against them. Zemo felt a sense of foreboding. Could it be that the captain feared an unfavorable fate? Was he preparing to strike preemptively? Zemo immediately sought to dissuade Uchiha Yuru, pleading, Captain, please do not court death. However, before he could utter those words, Yuru continued, According to my reliable intelligence, the Hokage has perished. The group felt as though their minds had abruptly halted. Each individual experienced a wave of dizziness. What? The old rascal Tobarama is dead? How could this be? They were all utterly astonished. From a young age, they had heard the elders describe this Hokage as cunning and treacherous, wreaking havoc upon the Uchiha clan. Some elders had even succumbed to despair, proclaiming that as long as Tobarama lived, the Uchiha would never see the light of day. They passionately recounted Tobarama's transgressions, asserting that they themselves would not survive him, leaving it to the younger generations to revitalize the Uchiha name. These elders, having survived since the Warring States period, were now left with no choice but to whisper criticisms of Tobarama behind his back, yet deep down, they still acknowledged his prowess. After all, in the world of the Uchiha, strength was the ultimate truth. However, they unanimously agreed on one point. No matter what, Tobarama was undoubtedly a survivor, likely to outlive Uzumaki Mido. Under Tobarama's reign, the Uchiha would forever remain in the shadows. Uchiha Yoru, witnessing the disbelief among the crowd, reflected that, truth be told, if he were not privy to the unfolding narrative, he too would find it hard to believe. Yet, it was evident that this was a plot twist crafted by Kishimoto. He gazed earnestly at the crowd and stated, Based on the reliable intelligence I have obtained, during the negotiations between Hokage-sama and the second Raikage subordinates, Kinkaku and Ginkaku instigated a rebellion and ambushed Lord Tobarama and the second Raikage. The second Raikage was killed on the spot, and Lord Tobarama was gravely injured. He retreated with the Umbu, ultimately sacrificing himself to divert Kinkaku and Ginkaku, allowing the Umbu to escape. Yoru succinctly delivered the information, yet his team perceived him as being utterly nonsensical. At a time like this, he was still jesting? What are you talking about? They exclaimed. The Hokage. Protecting the Umbu during their retreat? What a bitter joke. Could the Umbu allow such a thing? Returning to the village under these circumstances would be nothing short of disgraceful. If it were them, they wouldn't even have the courage to return. Captain, we understand your fear of retribution from Tobarama, but this is unnecessary. Uchiha Yoru felt somewhat speechless. He was speaking with utmost seriousness. However, the abstract nature of this matter rendered any attempt to articulate it as mere folly. Uchiha Zemo, ever forthright, voiced sentiments that no other team member dared to express. Captain, please cease your jesting. This is utterly preposterous. How are we to believe such a thing? The responsibility of the Shadow Guard is to protect the Hokage. Even if the entire Shadow Guard were to perish, their duty remains to safeguard the Hokage's life. It is inconceivable that the Hokage would sacrifice themselves to protect the Shadow Guard. Even if the Hokage were willing, the Shadow Guard would never consent to such a notion. The others concurred. Had they been the Shadow Guard, even in the service of Senju Tobarama, they could never accept a scenario where Tobarama covered their retreat. The proud Uchiha would not fear death. Uchiha Yi found it necessary to adopt a serious demeanor to enhance the gravity of the situation. The truth is, reality often veers towards the abstract. Observing the captain's solemn expression juxtaposed with the absurdity of the situation, a teammate could not suppress a laugh. The contrast was simply too stark. The serious Uchiha Yi spoke of such ludicrous, impossible things, which only added to the hilarity. One person's uncontrollable laughter soon spread to the others. As soon as one dared to laugh, the rest inevitably followed. Laughter is indeed contagious. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The raucous laughter of Uchiha Zemo resonated before Uchiha Yi, with a bewildered expression, pondered, is it truly that amusing? The others couldn't help but find his confused demeanor reminiscent of a startled deer, even more comical. Captain, I swear I never laugh. It's just, ha ha ha. Too funny. You felt a bit exasperated. I am earnestly discussing strategy with you all, yet you are far too frivolous. Have I perhaps smiled too often? He observed the group, quietly unsheathing his ninja blade, and with a smile directed at the uproariously laughing Uchiha Zemo, he remarked, Zemo, do you doubt my words? Come train with me. I believe it is time for you to study some medical ninjutsu. Ye's smile was gentle, yet his words sent a chill through Zemo, who instinctively recoiled a few steps. Nudging Uchiha Qingyan, the only one not laughing. He had no desire to spar with the captain. Such an encounter would leave him bedridden for days. Uchiha Qingyan, with a resigned look, addressed Zemo, Captain, do not engage with him. You know his temperament. However, is this matter truly genuine? Yi answered with utmost seriousness, indeed, it is. Witnessing the captain's solemnity, the group realized that he was not lying. This matter was likely true. At that moment, Zemo suddenly recalled that since the Hokage had perished, he inquired in a tone reminiscent of a charlatan, since the Hokage is dead, what of the third Hokage's position? Indeed, everyone was deeply moved by Zemo's words. With the demise of the second Hokage, the position of the third Hokage had inevitably become vacant. But who would be the successor to this esteemed role? Surely it could not be another member of the Senju clan. The Senju lineage had already produced 2 Hokages. It was time for a change. The village hidden in the leaves belongs to all, not just the Senju clan. It is high time for the Uchiha to step forward. Although Lord Madara has left Konoha, who can deny the Uchiha clan's significant contributions to the village? No one. The very essence of Hokage is intertwined with the Uchiha. It is their turn to claim the title. The thoughts of the assembly turned to their leader, who had summoned them for a meeting while secretly gathering such sensitive information. It seemed their captain had his eyes set on the Hokage position as well. After all, who could resist the allure of such power? Yet, their captain had to contend with the clan leader, Uchiha Shursui. Currently, the strength of Uchiha Itachi is beyond question. His prowess on the battlefield is well known, marking him as the strongest among the Uchiha. Defeating the clan leader should pose no obstacle for him. The Uchiha have always upheld simple values, believing that actions speak louder than words. In a world where strength reigns supreme, the mightiest commands respect. Regardless, the third Hokage must be from the Uchiha. It is imperative that the title remains within their lineage. When one speaks of Konoha, it is synonymous with the Senju and the Uchiha. To have the Uchiha fail to produce even one Hokage would be a source of mockery. Itachi's response dampened their previously soaring ambitions, solidifying their resignation. What? Who? The Senju clan? This cannot be permitted. The new Hokage must be someone who commands respect, perhaps Uzumaki Mido, though she has remained in Konoha and seldom graced the battlefield. As the widow of the first Hokage in the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, her strength is indisputable. Yet, she is nearly 70 years old, which seems rather too advanced in age for such a role. Alternatively, there is her son, Senju Tobarama, as the offspring of the first Hokage and Uzumaki Mido. While he may not have inherited the wood release techniques, his capabilities are formidable, and he has demonstrated remarkable prowess on the battlefield. With his mother's backing, securing the position would seem assured. The assembly grew increasingly anxious, realizing that this scenario posed a challenge for the Uchiha. Discontent began to surface among them. Surely, the captain must be referring to Senju Tobarama. This is unacceptable. The Senju clan has already produced 2 Hokages. To deny the Uchiha even one is a blatant affront. Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd. After all, the Uchiha are heroes and deserve better treatment. No, it is Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Itachi confessed. Who? The assembly was filled with incredulity. How could such an obscure figure be deemed worthy of the title of Hokage while dismissing the Uchiha? This is unfathomable. How could they disregard the Uchiha? On what grounds? If it were a member of the Senju, they might resign themselves to it, but this is altogether different. Yet, a mere apprentice of the thousand-handed Tobarama, hailing from a humble ninja clan, what qualifies him? Knight felt utterly helpless. Tobarama's actions before his demise were indeed beyond comprehension, rendering his own words akin to a cold jest. Uchiha Zemo, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "What right does such a person have to become Hokage? I, Uchiha Zemo, vehemently oppose this. I alone could defeat 10 of him." Chinyen and the other Uchiha shared his discontent. Had the newly appointed Hokage been from the Senju clan and offered their Uchiha clan some benefits, they might have reluctantly acquiesced under the formidable presence of Uzumaki Mido. However, with Sarutobi Hiruzen, a mere descendant of the Sarutobi clan, how could he possibly compare to the powerful Uchiha? If it were the Senju clan, they could force themselves to endure this affront, but as for Sarutobi Hiruzen, even the sight of him repulsed them. In their hearts, only the Senju could stand on equal footing with the Uchiha. Who was this Sarutobi but a jester? They could drown the Sarutobi clan in their own spittle. How dare he presume to look down upon the Uchiha? Could the Uchiha tolerate such insolence? Even the typically composed Uchiha Chinyen could no longer contain his frustration. Captain, I truly do not comprehend. As the Shadow Guard, we struggle to ensure the safety of the Hokage, sacrificing his life for such worthless outcomes. Such cowardly individuals are unworthy of the Hokage title. Everyone was incensed. The Uchiha saw only the Senju, questioning what gave Sarutobi the audacity to assume such a role. Zemo could hardly believe that the cunning old fox of the Senju would make such a foolish decision. He instinctively thought, "Captain, you cannot be swayed by Q's words. He must be colluding with him to deceive you. Do not trust him. He and Sarutobi Hiruzen have altered the Hokage's will. A bunch of self-serving individuals. The Hokage must have wished for our Uchiha clan to take his place." As Zemo's words echoed, disbelief swept through the crowd. What did you say? The old thief Tobarama would hand the Hokage position to the Uchiha? However, they soon realized, or rather understood. Yes, indeed, the Hokage was precisely like this. Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen. You have tampered with the Hokage's will. We, the Uchiha, shall seek justice. Chapter 13. The captain, tall and stalwart, observing the eager gazes of the Uchiha clan members. Uchiha recognized that the moment had arrived for him to step forward. "Silence, everyone," he commanded, raising his hand. The crowd, heeding their captain's directive, closed their mouths and awaited his words. The captain had astutely perceived the underlying message and conveyed that their ambitions were far from insignificant. It was inconceivable that they would relinquish the title of Hokage to the petty Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha surveyed the assembly, raising his arm high. He recalled how the first Hokage and Lord Madara had jointly founded the Hidden Leaf Village, which had been established through the combined efforts of the Uchiha and Senju clans. The first Hokage had wielded wood release with unrivaled mastery, dominating the shinobi world. There was no doubt he deserved the title of Hokage. The second Hokage, despite harboring deep-seated biases against the Uchiha, possessed unparalleled intellect and mastery over water release and various forbidden techniques. The second Hokage's prowess was unquestionable, and the Uchiha held her in the highest regard. However, what worth is Sarutobi Hiruzen? As a member of the Umbu, he had abandoned his teacher on the battlefield, only to return shamelessly seeking the title of Hokage. The Hokage had been his mentor, and as a disciple, he should have considered the well-being of his teacher, not leaving them to fend for themselves. How could the Uchiha clan, when confronted with such adversity, return like lost dogs, as Saratobi had. Uchiha raised his hand above his head, solemnly addressing his fellow Uchiha. Will we allow this? Absolutely not. It is unthinkable. Every Uchiha present could answer this question with conviction. They would gladly lay down their lives on the battlefield, defend their kin, and fight for the Hokage. But they would never allow the Hokage to be forsaken for their sake. No member of the Umbu would tolerate such an affront. The pride of the Uchiha rendered them disdainful of cowardice. Unconsciously, their arms rose in unison with their captain, creating an atmosphere of solemnity around them. You continued. The Uchiha have already yielded the position of Hokage twice. It is our turn for the third Hokage. Yet here stands a disloyal and ungrateful wretch, brandishing threats before us, disregarding the Uchiha clan, poised to usurp our rightful place. Such barbaric behavior is intolerable to every Uchiha. Can you truly believe that this shameless individual would lead the Hidden Leaf Village to prosperity? In unison, every Uchiha proclaimed, we disagree. The mere thought of such an ignoble person flaunting their authority before them incited a fierce desire to awaken their Sharingan. Very well, I too disagree. Uchiha gradually lowered his arm, and the others followed suit. He looked at the crowd, who were clamoring, Captain, speak your mind. We are eager for your words. Observing the absurdity of the situation, Ye thought to himself that Kishimoto must have been in a state of disarray during its creation. Yet now, it was up to him to rectify it. It appears that Uzumaki Minato has concealed vital information and acted covertly, compelling the shinobi of Konoha to swallow this bitter pill. The audacity of Uzumaki Minato is staggering. He even neglects to support his own progeny in favor of an outsider. Truly, it is no surprise that the Uzumaki clan faced annihilation, while their sealing techniques were entirely appropriated by Konoha. The Senju clan ultimately faded into obscurity, and the Uchiha clan met a similar fate. Saratobi Hiruzen witnessed the massacre of the very clan that elevated him to the position of Hokage. Yet he remained indifferent as the remnants of the Uzumaki lineage suffered at the hands of other shinobi clans. What a wretched display of ingratitude. Uzumaki Minato. Will your kin curse your name after your demise? Knight reclaimed his thoughts and commenced the allocation of tasks. Qin Yin. Take your team to the jurisdiction you oversee and disseminate this information. Saratobi Hiruzen has slain the critically injured Hokage and threatened the remaining Umbu members. He forged Lord Tobarama's decree, presenting himself as the third Hokage, and promised the remaining Umbu members that as long as they kept his secrets, they would share in the glory of the dragon. These individuals are complicit. ZMO. Lead your team to your assigned area and spread the word about the Umbu abandoning the Hokage to flee for their lives. Passerby, you will take your team into your managed territory to inform others of the collusion between the Umbu and the Raikage, resulting in the Hokage's demise. Knight articulated 3 directives in one breath, leaving everyone astonished. Could such a game be played? Was it solely the captain orchestrating this, or did everyone partake? The sheer magnitude of this was terrifying. Even the notorious Tobarama Senju would find it hard to rival the level of intrigue at play. Cough. Everyone believed this must be the captain's limit, as concocting such treacherous schemes was already an impressive feat. Yet the 3 plans exceeded their expectations, while for Uchiha, they were merely a preliminary test. Ignoring the mixed expressions of admiration and fear from his comrades, Knight continued to elaborate. Passerby B. You will spread the word among the Senju clan that Lord Tobarama, on his deathbed, proclaimed that the son of the first Hokage, Senjumon, should assume the mantle of Hokage. There was no need to further tarnish Saratobi Hiruzen's name among the Senju. Passerby B was perplexed. Captain, why is that? Wouldn't the Senju clan just vilify Saratobi Hiruzen? At this moment, the Senju clan was not the mere shadow of its former self. They were at the apex of their power. Countless clan members believed that the Senju was synonymous with Konoha, having produced 2 Hokages in succession, leading nearly all Senju to perceive the third Hokage as one of their own. Furthermore, as Tobarama was Hokage, the Senju members often found themselves in perilous situations, undertaking the most dangerous missions. Naturally, they devoted themselves wholeheartedly, for the Hokage was one of their own, and when it came time to allocate rewards, the Senju would undoubtedly receive their due. Thus, they regarded death with indifference. During the First Shinobi World War, the Senju clan suffered grievous losses. Now that the time had come for the distribution of spoils, they would never allow Saratobi Hiruzen to seize the fruits of their hard-won victory. Did he really think he was Saratobi Hiruzen, the great benefactor? Passerby B believed that once Saratobi Hiruzen was exposed, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. However, Uchiha Ya's considerations extended beyond that. He responded calmly, stating that if they remained silent, the Senju clan would undoubtedly perceive that the Hokage was Senju Tobarama. Yet, should Mito reveal to them that Sarutobi Hiruzen was the third Hokage, the Senju clan would internally feel that Hiruzen was usurping the intentions of the second Hokage. Consequently, Mito's position would become rather precarious. She would be caught in a dilemma, for although she was the widow of the first Hokage, she did not bear the Senju name. Moreover, Senju Tobarama was her own flesh and blood. Upon hearing Ya's remarks, everyone suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. Captain, I understand now. Passerby B realized how foolish he had been earlier. Uchiha Zemo unabashedly expressed his admiration for the captain, exclaiming, Captain, you are incredible, tall and robust. This way, the Senju clan would be embroiled in internal strife with Mito, and that detestable Sarutobi Hiruzen would not fare well either. How splendid! Zemo's emotional exuberance reached its peak. It was precisely because he understood that the Uchiha were not prone to convoluted schemes that he felt Zemo and the others were not mocking him. After all, such a tone in a past life seemed too much like ridicule. He continued to weave several narratives in one breath, mixing truths and fabrications. The falsehoods were inherently abstract. Yet, he had faith in the villagers' propensity for embellishment. This matter would undoubtedly grow increasingly absurd, for the imagination of the populace was remarkably vivid. Chapter 14. What? Is it because Tobarama Senju has a fondness for Sarutobi Hiruzen that he was left behind? This can indeed be regarded as a case of reciprocating in kind, allowing this group of Umbu operatives to experience a taste of the future treatment that Konoha's White Fang would receive. It is best to wield the weapon of public opinion oneself. Uchiha Murong is indeed astute. The Uchiha clan, in unison, elevated their assessment of their captain. It is not a joke. They could hardly fathom how, after such a series of events, Sarutobi Hiruzen would dare to show his face again. If it were them, they might contemplate self-destruction, not to mention that his position as Hokage would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Captain, you are even more cunning than that old rogue Tobarama. I wholeheartedly support your candidacy for the role of the third Hokage. What an impeccable fit. Uchiha Zemo, unable to restrain his thoughts, blurted out his sentiments. However, upon observing the sympathetic gazes of his Uchiha comrades, Zemo swiftly realized his misstep. No, Captain, my previous remarks were erroneous. Your intellect far exceeds that of the old rogue Tobarama. Uchiha Yi, upon hearing Zemo's words, was enveloped in a dark aura of exasperation. Does this fellow not comprehend the essence of a public relations offensive? Sigh, merely presenting a fraction of my capabilities would be a substantial blow in the ninja world. Only by mastering public opinion can one wield authority over the village. While public opinion may foster bullying, Uchiha Yi remained unfazed, for he was the perpetrator. Oh, how delightful this is. As a victim of bullying, I must defend my rights, but what if I were the aggressor? With a smile, Yi addressed Zemo. Silence yourself. Promptly attend to your mission. Should you falter, you shall answer for it. Lastly, tomorrow evening, I shall await you at the Clan S training grounds, where I shall personally instruct you in your swordsmanship. With that, Yi patted Zemo on the shoulder before turning to depart. Zemo gazed at Qing Yan. His eyes filled with a pitiable expression. Qing Yan felt powerless. You persistently tread on the captain's sensitive nerves. What could I possibly do to assist you? Do not force it. Qing Yan hastily set off to carry out his mission, for he revered the captain as a deity. The remaining Uchiha members cast mischievous glances at Uchiha Zemo, wishing him good fortune. Zemo stood alone, anxiously contemplating the impending ordeal awaiting him. Yet, he firmly believed that the captain was undoubtedly in the right. So, who was truly at fault? Certainly not I, he mused with a sudden realization. Damn it, that detestable Sarutobi Hiruzen. I shall not rest until I have thoroughly tarnished your reputation. Uchiha Zemo attributed his misfortune of the day to Sarutobi Hiruzen, vowing to become the bane of his existence. The members of the police force, with their respective squads, began to navigate the various establishments connected to the Uchiha clan. As the second most prominent clan in Konoha, the Uchiha considered themselves the foremost. Their family enterprises were vast and varied, and coupled with the unique nature of the police force, many of these establishments were, in fact, affiliated with the Uchiha. The expenses incurred by ninjas are exorbitant, encompassing the practice of ninjutsu, the use of ninja tools, and the essential medicinal herbs required during training, each item commanding a princely sum. The Uchiha clan boasts a considerable population, and sustaining such a large number incurs substantial expenses. Common ninjas have minimal expenditures, as they are predominantly assigned to manage the clan's various establishments, contributing to the Uchiha's financial prosperity. While Uchiha ninjas indeed possess the ability to alter their fates through the Sharingan, not all can awaken this powerful eye. Particularly during the transitional phase between having no Sharingan and acquiring the first Tomo, the clan must continuously invest in its ninjas. The costs associated with each ninja are astronomical. Currently, the number of common ninjas in Konohagakure is exceedingly low, with 4/5 of the population being from the ninja clans. This is due to the clan's willingness to invest in their own members, thereby creating a positive cycle. For common ninjas to rise, they must either possess extraordinary talent that sets them apart or establish connections with clan members to secure the necessary support to become ninjas. In summary, the Uchiha clan holds considerable weight in the intelligence community of Konoha. The Uchihas frequent various shops, exchanging information, and shopkeepers, often unwittingly, divulge tidbits during transactions. Everyone has a penchant for gossip, and while initial hesitance exists, as more individuals join in, fear dissipates, for the law does not punish the multitude. Even the information transmitted evolves rapidly, as people intertwine rumors with their past experiences, leading to frequent distortions of the truth. Alas, Sarutobi Hiruzen has abandoned his teacher. As a member of the Umbu, how could he allow the Hokage to guard him? A stout man with pronounced brows and large eyes exclaimed indignantly. How could they treat our Hokage in such a manner? Is it not true that the Hokage cherishes Sarutobi Hiruzen, and thus, in a bid to protect his beloved, resolutely chose to fall back? How could that be? This straightforward man could hardly accept such slander against the Hokage. Do not speak such nonsense. I shall alert the police force. Lord, you will uphold justice for me. The man firmly believed that Uchiha, a steadfast advocate for the common folk, would defend the honor of the Hokage. At present, Ya's reputation among the populace was formidable, only rivaled by that of the Hokage himself. Do not doubt me. This is merely hearsay, a plump, well-groomed gentleman with a scruffy beard and fashionable white socks remarked to the earnest man. Consider the age of the Hokage. Have you ever heard of him being in a romantic relationship? Indeed, I have never heard of such a thing, the man pondered thoughtfully. The fashionable gentleman, gazing appreciatively at the well-built man, swallowed hard, and said, "Let me share a confidential piece of information with you." The man nodded, and the stylish gentleman took his hand and led him into a dimly lit corner. The man sensed something was amiss, yet it felt merely like a fleeting intuition. The fashionable man released his grip, gently caressing his palm in contemplation before stating, "To my knowledge, the second Hokage harbored feelings for his own brother." The man felt his worldview shatter in shock. Indeed, he harbored affection for his elder brother, the first Hokage. However, due to the fact that the esteemed first Hokage had wed Lady Uzumaki, Lord Tobirama concealed his feelings deep within his heart. The older gentleman's mouth gaped wide enough to accommodate a large duck egg, a clear indication of his current mental state. The fashionable man observed this and felt a surge of excitement, pondering to himself, "It seems he does not wholly reject this notion." He continued. It was until Lord Tobirama encountered that man. The older gentleman instinctively interjected, "Sarutobi Hiruzen?" The fashionable man, noticing the older gentleman's eagerness to answer, realized he had indeed found the person he was seeking. The more he gazed, the more appealing he appeared, and he spoke in a gentler tone. Indeed, Lord Tobirama saw the shadow of Lord Hashirama in him, and from that moment, it became an uncontrollable spiral. Until the fateful moment when Lord Tobirama was reluctant to let him perish. Thus, he resolutely severed the bond, leaving behind a flying thunder god mark on him for a possible return. There was a pause from the fashionable man, and the older gentleman, now agitated, inquired, "What happened next? What transpired afterwards?" At this point, the older gentleman had begun to trust the fashionable man's words, given the detailed account, including the unique flying thunder god technique of Lord Tobirama. In truth, no one genuinely believed that Lord Tobirama had met his demise, for with the flying thunder god technique, how could one die? Witnessing the older gentleman's eagerness, the fashionable man resolved to fulfill his desires completely, yet this was thwarted by the love rival of Lord Tobirama. The older gentleman was bewildered again. "What do you mean there's another love rival?" That individual was Shimura Danzo, who had been childhood friends with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although they often engaged in playful banter, it was, in fact, true love, yet Danzo had never dared to express his affections. The older gentleman empathetically remarked, alas, that Sundara has indeed retreated from the environment. The fashionable man understood. He was fond of basketball. The older gentleman pressed on. What happened next? What transpired after that? At this juncture, the fashionable man sighed. It became complicated thereafter. Danzo, witnessing his mentor's affections for his senior, felt increasingly tormented and, in a fit of despair, ultimately erased that flying thunder god mark with his own hands. How tragic it was that Lord Tobarama met his end at the hands of his rival. The fashionable man sighed, lamenting the fate of Tobarama. For a moment, the older gentleman's mind was in turmoil, requiring time to process. The fashionable man realized he could no longer procrastinate. This was indeed his preferred type. Love must be expressed. He could not, like Lord Tobarama, leave this world without confessing. The fashionable man took the older gentleman's hand firmly, knelt before him, and declared with conviction, "I adore you. Will you marry me?" The older gentleman was momentarily taken aback, recognizing each word, yet unable to comprehend their assembly. However, as the fashionable man leaned in to kiss him, the older gentleman finally grasped the situation and, in a panic, kicked him away and fled. At that moment, he was terrified. The fashionable man watched his dream lover recede into the distance, gradually fading from view until he vanished entirely. Tears streamed down his cheeks, leaving 2 trails on the ground. "Ah, Lord Tobarama, I believe I understand you now. Why? Ah. Is this the inevitable conclusion of courageously confronting true love?" The fashionable man gazes skyward, lamenting in confusion, acutely aware that he should not perceive the Hokage as ineffectual. He ought to embrace the qualities that the Hokage secretly admires, for he must not stray from this path. "Ah, Hokage, how I yearn for you." In an instant, a myriad of sensational rumors swept through the Hidden Leaf village, leaving it in a state of astonishment. Chapter 15. I desire to be the clan leader. Who agrees and who opposes? As the sun descended, the silvery moonlight enveloped the village of Konoha. The villagers were engulfed in concern for the safety of the Hokage. After all, only with the Hokage alive could their security be ensured. Without the Hokage orchestrating their affairs, how could they have triumphed in the first great ninja war? The death of Senju Tobarama cast a shadow of sorrow over every inhabitant of Konoha. The Hokage, who had led them to victory in the First Ninja World War, had not fallen on the battlefield, but rather perished at the negotiation table just as peace was within reach. How could they find joy in such a time? Once a bustling village, Konoha now stood quiet as dusk fell, with only a few figures roaming the streets. Despite the myriad of doubts surrounding the Hokage's demise, they awaited Lord Uzumaki's response, hoping for clarity amidst the swirling rumors. As night approached, he stood within the police force, offering a smile to the diligent members before him. Indeed, their achievements were remarkable, and the absurd tales that had emerged about the village brought a bemused grin to his face. He addressed Zemo, instructing him to inform the clan leader and the clan elders that he intended to convene a clan meeting, summoning all Uchiha ninjas. The gathered Uchiha stared at Yu, perplexed by his intentions. Only Zemo's eyes burned with fervor, as he anticipated that Yu was poised to initiate a coup, a path that would elevate him to greatness. Observing the bewilderment among the Uchiha, Yu continued, with the Hokage now deceased, the Uchiha clan is on the brink of new opportunities. It is time for the Uchiha to produce a Hokage. The Senju clan has dominated Konoha for 2 consecutive generations. As founders of this village, it is our turn to rise. Qingyan pondered a question. Was the captain intending to nominate the clan leader as Hokage? But before he could voice it, he dismissed the thought. He understood too well the clan leader's indecisiveness. Such a weak individual should never guide the Uchiha, for that would spell doom for their future. With this in mind, Qingyan regarded the man before him, the young and exceptionally talented Uchiha ninja. Judging by the recent rumor incident, the captain's decisiveness was worthy of the Hokage title. Only the captain deserves to become Hokage. As expected, Yu then declared, "But what of our clan leader?" He scoffed, clearly conveying his discontent. In the face of escalating pressures from Konoha's higher-ups, the clan leader only displayed weakness. Such a person was unworthy to lead the Uchiha, for they would tarnish the clan's honor. Yu's voice was passionate and resonant, captivating every Uchiha present, as they were drawn into his fervor. Feeling the power of his words and the allure of his presence, the illustrious Uchiha clan ought not to find itself in such a predicament. Under the feeble leadership of the elders and the clan leader, not a single Hokage has emerged from our lineage. If the clan leader and elders cannot guide us, then their positions are rendered obsolete. I shall lead the Uchiha into a new epoch, an era that belongs to our clan. Yi unabashedly displayed his ambition and desires. Esteemed members present, you shall all become the elders of Konoha in the future. I shall ascend as your leader, guiding us towards the glory of the Uchiha clan. The Hokage of Konoha shall undoubtedly be an Uchiha. In the days to come, we will lead the people of Konoha and all of our clan, allowing the entire shinobi world to witness the grandeur of the Uchiha. Upon the conclusion of Ye's declaration, every Uchiha in attendance exhibited a profound change in demeanor. Their intellect remained intact. They required no further contemplation to grasp the implications of Ye's words. He dared to usurp the clan leader and aspire to become the new head of the Uchiha. Such audacity, particularly for one so young at 19. Yet, it is undeniable that despite his tender age, Uchiha Yi has accomplished feats that no member of our clan can contest. Otherwise, he would not currently hold the position of sub-leader in our clan's law enforcement division. Observing the commanding presence of Uchiha Yi, each member of the clan found it hard to reconcile the image of their previously genteel yet resolute leader with the ambitious figure now before them. Formerly, the captain was known for his refined demeanor, occasionally displaying a playful side that endeared him to his subordinates. However, his decisive nature and unwavering stance against malevolent forces commanded deep respect, admiration, and even a hint of trepidation from the Uchiha. Now, this formidable Uchiha Yi, unreservedly revealing his ambitions, presented a side of himself previously unseen. His tone was assertive, brimming with aspirations, and devoid of any pretense. Truly, he embodies the natural leader of the Uchiha clan. Lord Yi, I stand with you. A fervent 13-year-old Uchiha exclaimed. Yi instinctively recognized him. It was Uchiha Yao, a comrade from the battlefield, with whom he had fought side by side in his squad. Uchiha Yao, too, knew Yi well. As his captain, Yi had once saved him from dire peril on the battlefield. Yao had been on the brink of death, resigned to his fate when his captain, in a moment of sheer valor, surged forth and felled their adversary, rescuing him from the jaws of oblivion. Just as Yao had prepared to express his gratitude, Yi had turned his back, leaping into the fray without a glance backward. In that instant, Yao's heart had irrevocably been entrusted to his captain. Yi dominated the battlefield as if it were his domain, charging into the throng with his kunai flashing, each strike finding its mark. The mingling of his blood and sweat painted a vivid tableau of chaos, as he carved a path through the enemy, each blow heralding the demise of a foe. On the battlefield, all the ninjas fell before the captain like mere chickens and dogs, effortlessly dispatched as if they were nothing more than vegetables being chopped. In the heart of Uchiha Yao, the essence of the Uchiha clan embodied the strength of the captain. Yao had long harbored disdain for the current clan leader, who, despite the contempt shown by the Senju clan towards the Uchihas, chose to reprimand his own people whenever conflicts arose. This left Yao feeling quite frustrated. If the clan proclaimed that the Uchiha would never yield to the Senju, then why bow down now? This paradox confounded Yao, who, despite his resentment, lacked the power to rebel. In those moments, Yao thought of Uchiha Yi, yet at that time, Yi was preoccupied with upholding justice within the village, showing no inclination to challenge the clan leader. This caused Yao to conceal his own thoughts. However, the captain had finally begun to unveil his ambitions, ready to uphold the banner of the Uchiha clan. The mere thought of the clan leader elicited a cold smirk from Yao. History's refuse ought to be discarded into the annals of time, rather than encroach upon the realm of the youth. The cowardly Uchiha Ziwa lacked the courage to become the Hokage of Konohagakure. He should step aside for the captain, who would lead the Uchiha to new heights of glory. Uchiha Ziwa maintained a precarious balance between the Hokage and the Uchiha clan, but in the eyes of Uchiha Yao, his actions were nothing short of cowardly. Observing Uchiha Yao, Uchiha Yi felt a deep admiration. This young man was undoubtedly a hawkish contender, destined for greatness. Zemo and Qin Yin hastily followed suit, declaring their support for the captain. They were the captain's vanguard, and it was intolerable that this newcomer dared to usurp their right to be the first to voice support. They couldn't afford to delay, otherwise, the captain might question their loyalty. The two glared fiercely at Uchiha Yao, who, perplexed, wondered what had provoked such hostility from his supposed allies. Was it possible they were affiliated with the clan leader? A sense of unease washed over him. Qin Yin dismissed Uchiha Yao as a mere pawn, believing he could never replace the esteemed position he and Zemo held in the captain's regard. His mind brimmed with admiration for the captain, recalling the events of the previous day. Upon the swift arrival of news regarding Senju Tobarama's demise, the captain had acted with remarkable expedience, bypassing the clan leader's commands entirely. Yesterday, he had speculated that the captain's intentions were substantial, and now his assumptions were validated. Indeed, the captain was plotting rebellion. The captain had skillfully concealed his ambitions, embodying the qualities of a person destined for greatness. Yet, as he pondered deeply, Qingyan could not help but feel a twinge of fear at the captain's profound cunning. "Captain, I, too, stand with you." Another member of the Uchiha clan stepped forward, a veteran of the battlefield alongside Uchiha Yi, who held his trust in high regard. A few Uchiha took the lead, and one after another, expressed their agreement. Such is human nature, and the Uchiha were no exception. None wished to be part of a minority, prompting many present to echo their support. Yu surveyed the remaining individuals before him, smiling as he inquired, "Who is in favor? Who opposes?" The three remaining Uchiha felt a cold sweat trickle down their backs. Despite Yi's affable demeanor, they could hardly shake the fear that should they dissent, he would mercilessly eliminate them. This was a political struggle, after all. Yet, in truth, they were overthinking the situation. To Yi, the position of clan leader was already within his grasp. Their opposition would hold little significance. Should he ascend to leadership, they would merely find themselves marginalized, a paranoid overestimation on their part, indeed, as they assumed the worst of his intentions. However, the three dared not dwell on such thoughts for long and swiftly acquiesced to his proposal. With the matter settled, the clan meeting was scheduled for the following morning at 9 a.m., to be held at the usual venue, the South-He Shrine. "Remember, every Uchiha must be present," Yi proclaimed, his smile growing ever more pronounced. "Understood, Captain." Each Uchiha nodded in agreement before Yi waved his hand dismissively, signaling the dissolution of their assembly. Indeed, it seems that with Tobarama's demise, the current situation has become rather straightforward, Yi murmured to himself. His ostentatious demeanor, even in the presence of the formidable Whirlpool Mito, the highest combatant of Konoha at present, was intentional and calculated. To him, Konoha was merely a dish on the platter, one he had prepared countless times, now rendered as effortless as a casual meal. He revealed his ingredients, and an unusual pattern flashed momentarily before him. The black and white yin-yang fish intertwined, closely biting into one another. While 8 symbols, some horizontal, some vertical, some connected, others severed, mingled within the design. Chapter 16. The Heartbroken Tsunade. In the early morning, the young Uzumaki Mito was lost in a deep slumber. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the tranquility. "Lady Uzumaki, the Uchiha clan has convened a clan meeting." Mito, reluctant to awaken, thought to herself, "A clan meeting? Why should I concern myself with their affairs?" Yet, a fleeting thought flitted through her mind. A crucial word that seemed significant. The name Uchiha resonated within her, jolting her from her dreams. Why had the Uchiha suddenly chosen to hold a clan meeting? Their usual gatherings did not occur at this hour, and Mito found herself perplexed. Simultaneously, a sense of unease washed over her. A clan meeting? Especially at this critical juncture. With Tobarama recently deceased, and the news likely not yet disseminated. What could possibly explain the Uchiha's actions? The Umbu, who had previously remained silent, sensed that Mito bore no grudge for having disturbed her rest and quickly spoke up. "Yes, it is Uchiha Yara." He suddenly declared the clan meeting and stated that he intends to oust the current clan leader and assume the position himself. "Is he out of his mind?" Mito questioned, bewildered. It should be noted that Uchiha Shu had been the clan leader since Uchiha Madara's departure from Konoha. He was deeply entrenched within the Uchiha and held in high regard by his kin, especially for maintaining a delicate balance between Konoha and the Uchiha over the years. His capabilities were remarkable, and Mito struggled to comprehend why Uchiha Yura would seek to usurp Shu and claim leadership for himself. Nevertheless, Mito harbored a secret desire for the Uchiha to engage in internal strife, hoping for a tumultuous upheaval. After all, the Uchiha clan posed a significant threat to the Senju. Their Sharingan held too much unpredictability, and weakening their power would be advantageous for the Senju. Mito exhaled a sigh of relief, reassured that the news had not yet leaked. However, the Umbu's expression rapidly darkened. His hesitance was unsettling to Mito. "Speak up. What is it?" she demanded, her gaze fixed on the Umbu with discontent. The Umbu, hesitant to meet her eyes, finally uttered, "There are whispers in the village claiming that Lord Hokage has perished, and rumors abound." He hesitated to elaborate on the nature of these rumors, particularly given that they suggested an inappropriate relationship between Lord Tobarama and Lady Mito. Rumors circulated that there was a rivalry between Lord Tobarama and Lord Hashirama, insinuating that Tobarama harbored intentions towards his sister-in-law. How could the Umbu dare to divulge such scandalous details? What? How can this be? Who could have leaked such information? Panic surged within Mito. She anticipated that intelligence might be compromised, but not so swiftly. It had barely been a day. Who was responsible? Was it Sarutobi Hiruzen? Shimura Danzo? Or perhaps Uchiha Kagami? The faces of these individuals flashed through Mito's mind. In reference to the Uchiha clan's assembly, Mito first directed her suspicions towards Uchiha Kagami. Though her expression remained calm, she addressed the Umbu before her with a hint of ire, questioning, why was I not awakened sooner for such a significant matter? Despite her outward composure, it was evident that her words belied a simmering anger. The gravity of the situation was only now being conveyed to her, and even if they acted immediately, the rumors had already spiraled beyond control. The Umbu operative knelt before her, his voice tinged with distress as he replied, Lady Mito, you instructed us not to disturb you while you slumbered. At a loss for words, Mito recalled a past incident when she had been awakened during her rest, leading to her furious decree against such interruptions. She waved her hand dismissively, allowing the Umbu to depart, yet a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to command. You must summon those individuals at once. Her voice was laden with gravity, and the Umbu clearly understood whom she referred to, as those individuals had gained notoriety within the village. Rumors suggested that the entrance to the Sarutobi clan's residence had been defaced, gleaming with an unseemly substance. Just as the Umbu closed the door behind them, a young girl burst in, brazenly entering without so much as a knock. The Umbu, taken aback by her audacity, retreated without confrontation. Tsunade, her face streaked with tears, flung herself into Mito's embrace, her sobs unrestrained, her eyes swollen and red from weeping. Mito held Tsunade close, gently patting her back, as a wave of sorrow washed over her previously unyielding heart, tears shimmering in her own eyes. The rapid spread of the news troubled her. How could Tsunade be aware of it already? How tragic. Mito remained oblivious to the extent of the rumors. Had she known, she might have collapsed in despair. Tsunade lifted her tear-streaked face, seeking answers from Mito. Did my grandfather truly perish? Her words struck Mito like a dagger, piercing through the veil of calm. Gazing at the tearful, innocent visage of Tsunade, Mito longed to proclaim, Fear not, Tobarama is unharmed. These are but rumors, do not believe them. Yet, the words failed to escape her lips. She understood that should she utter such reassurances, the truth would inevitably surface, leaving Tsunade to grapple with an even deeper anguish. The truth was an inferno, while lies were mere paper, insufficient to contain the flames. Once the facade was shattered, the fire would consume the fragile Tsunade. A thought Mito could not bear. As Tsunade awaited a response, despair began to take root in her heart, disbelief clouding her mind at the notion of her grandfather's demise. Desperately, she sought an answer from Mito. She spoke to Mito. Great uncle is the Hokage. With such extraordinary strength, how could he possibly be dead? He possesses numerous forbidden techniques, such as flying thunder god, water release, and fire release. Grandmother, please say something. Mito, in her sorrow, spoke fervently, as if attempting to validate something, but soon fell silent. For even she was aware of the inevitable conclusion. She simply could not bring herself to believe it. Tears gushed forth like a breached dam, and her heart sank to the depths of despair. Mito gazed at the weeping Tsunade before her, her mind swirling with countless words. Yet, enduring prolonged pain was less favorable than swift agony. Rather than allowing the future Tsunade to be utterly heartbroken, it was better to reveal the truth now. With a heavy heart, she finally uttered, Tsunade, your grandfather has departed. He would not wish for you to be so sorrowful. But how could a child comprehend such complexities? Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief, though her subconscious had already sensed her grandfather's demise. The confirmation from Mito extinguished the last flicker of hope within her heart. Tears flowed uncontrollably as she cried out for her great-uncle, great-uncle, great-uncle. Mito, feeling helpless, could only offer gentle words of comfort to Tsunade. She cradled Tsunade in her arms, rocking her slowly as one would soothe a doll, while Tsunade wept against her. Before long, exhaustion claimed Tsunade, and she drifted into slumber, her eyes still glistening with tears. Mito sighed in relief, hoping that by the morrow, Tsunade's sorrow would have diminished. Yet, alongside her relief surged a tide of anger. The pain she felt for Tsunade was mirrored by her fury towards those who had disclosed such devastating news. Lord Mito, the Umbu have brought those individuals here, she was informed. The Umbu, standing before Tsunade, fell silent. Mito waved her hand, and the Umbu escorted Tsunade away. Her eyes, filled with righteous indignation, bore down upon those present. Chapter 17. Uchiha Kagami, is it the news I disseminated? Shimizu Danzo suddenly felt a chill. Instinctively, he leaned closer to his companion, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Throughout their journey, the gazes of the Senju clan members upon him had instilled a profound discomfort within his being. His emotions were tangled, while his steadfast friend, Hiruzen, appeared remarkably composed. Hiruzen thought to himself, I am but the fish on the chopping board, while others wield the knife. In such dire circumstances, what good does panic serve? Having chosen to place my faith in Lord Vortex, I possess the courage and resolve to confront the situation, unlike Danzo, who cowers and hesitates. Ultimately, death is but death. The recent loss of my mentor continually weighs upon my heart. My actions now merely aim to fulfill his last wishes. Even if I were to face death here and now, my sorrow would stem from my inability to honor my mentor's legacy. Everyone present, not being foolish, could sense the palpable tension in the air, as if a confrontation were imminent. What had transpired? The gathering was bewildered, having experienced camaraderie just the day before, only to find themselves in such a precarious predicament. Along the way, they had unmistakably felt the Senju clan's distrust towards them. Aside from the two of them, Uchiha Kagami and Akimichi Torafu, Mito Gate-in, and Yuzunara Kaharu wore expressions of trepidation. Unlike the others, they lacked the support of their clans, their family influence having little clout. In an era dominated by the bloodlines of Konoha, they felt like mere shadows, their voices and thoughts utterly disregarded. Should they perish, it would merely be recorded as another casualty on the battlefield. Who would dare challenge the authority of the Senju clan, trusting in the strength of their families? Absurd. They could scarcely believe that any news they carried back would elicit even a whisper of response from their clans. As for Uchiha Kagami, he was a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, having earned the favor of Senju Tobarama, the current leader of the Uchiha clan. His position unequivocally represented the amicable relations between the Uchiha and the Hokage, carrying significant political weight. On the other hand, Akimichi Torafu was the heir to the contemporary secret technique family of the boar, deer, and butterfly. Son of the Akimichi clan leader, he was poised to lead Konoha's boar, deer, and butterfly alliance in the future. Their lives were undoubtedly secure. As the six entered, a Senju ninja stationed by the door promptly closed it. The sound echoed ominously, sending a shiver down the spines of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimizu Danzo, Yuzunara Kaharu, Mito Gate-in, Akimichi Torafu, and Uchiha Kagami. It was evident that an interrogation was about to commence. The six could not help but inhale sharply. Before Vortex Mito could utter a word, the other five turned their gazes towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, their meaning clear. As the appointed third Hokage by their mentor, you are destined to lead this village. If you remain silent, who shall speak? Yuan Fei Rihan, acutely aware of the scrutiny from those around him, swallowed hard and approached Vortex Watergate with an inquiry. Lord Watergate, what is the matter? Why have we been summoned? He refrained from mentioning the peculiar gazes cast upon them by the Senju clan's ninjas, deeming it unnecessary, as voicing such thoughts would only tarnish Watergate's perception of them, an outcome Rihan could not fathom. He was acutely aware that his stability in the Hokage's seat relied heavily on Lord Vortex. His own abilities were insufficient to dominate, rendering him unworthy of the title of Hokage. It was essential to recognize the formidable legacies of the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans. Each boasted deep-rooted heritage. The Uchiha clan, in particular, cast covetous eyes on the position of the third Hokage. If Rihan were to leave a poor impression on Lord Watergate, his current situation could swiftly become perilous. Observing Rihan's seemingly nonchalant demeanor, Vortex Watergate contrasted it with the sorrow evident on his beloved granddaughter's face, which ignited an inexplicable fury within her. Rihan's heart raced at the sight of Watergate's anger, prompting him to ponder what had transpired to evoke such ire from the esteemed leader. Watergate addressed Rihan, stating, I distinctly recall instructing you all that the news of Tobarama's death must not be disseminated. Yet, it was only yesterday afternoon that the entire cemetery was abuzz with the news of his demise. With a resounding thud, Watergate slammed the table, directing his inquiries towards the six individuals present. The atmosphere grew tense, as all six displayed panic and exchanged bewildered glances, clearly oblivious to the source of this alarming revelation. Who could it be? In glancing at his teammates, they were equally in the dark regarding who had divulged this critical information that could determine their fates. After all, throughout the previous day, they had remained sequestered in the accommodations prepared by the Senju clan, never once stepping outside. There was no conceivable way they could have spread such news. After all, Rihan's ascendance to Hokage represented a golden opportunity for each of them. In their hearts, they collectively wondered, who could have sabotaged their path to success? Turning to Shizune Komatsu, her gaze fell upon Shimura Danzo, laden with palpable mistrust. Danzo, sensing the doubt cast upon him by his teammates, promptly retorted, "Though I harbor discontent regarding Rihan's appointment as Hokage, I would never stoop to such a despicable act. Rihan was appointed Hokage by our esteemed teacher." As he spoke, Danzo's fervent gaze locked onto Rihan, murmuring, "Rihan, you must trust me." Naturally, Rihan could not entertain any suspicion towards his steadfast friend. He understood that while Danzo was indeed displeased with his ascension, he would only jest in trivial matters. Never losing sight of the gravity of significant issues, he assured Lord Watergate, "I have faith that it was not Danzo who leaked this information." In that moment, Danzo felt a profound sense of conviction from Rihan's words. His gaze was firmly fixed on Sarutobi Hizashi, who reciprocated with a sincere look of camaraderie. "Enough. I did not come here to listen to your mutual deflections. What I seek is a resolution. Who is responsible? I demand an explanation." Uzumaki Sueho was indeed weary of the incessant clamor, yet no conclusions had emerged. They were still engaging in brotherly theatrics right before him. This was merely a remnant of what Hashirama had left behind. Do they truly believe they can deceive someone of over 50 years of age? After all, he is Uzumaki Sueho. Uzumaki Sueho no longer concealed her aura, her eyes sweeping over Sarutobi Hizashi and the others, as her chakra surged violently. The chaotic energy of the Nine Tails becoming evident. An ominous presence enveloped the 6 individuals. "We are doomed." How powerful! All 6 present expressed such sentiments. For the first time, they were experiencing the true essence of a formidable adversary. "It truly wasn't my doing. I swear, if I were responsible, every member of my family would meet a grim fate. I assure you, it was not me. I remained in my room all day yesterday, never stepping outside. How could I possibly commit such an act?" Among the 6, Nara Shikamaru was undoubtedly the most psychologically vulnerable. After enduring the menacing aura of Uzumaki Sueho, her inner resolve shattered, leading her to resort to the cliched vow of her family meeting a wretched end. Her emotional collapse influenced the remaining 4, who similarly succumbed to despair and began to swear oaths. "I swear. I too swear." Only Sarutobi Hizashi remained silent. He understood that such oaths, devoid of credibility, were utterly futile. What Uzumaki Sueho demanded was accountability. Miro's were akin to mockery, only serving to intensify her fury. As expected, Sueho was not so easily deceived. "Swearing holds no cost," she proclaimed loudly. "What purpose do oaths serve? What I require is an explanation. If you fail to provide any useful information, I am unreservedly willing to employ special measures." The countenance of all 6, including Sarutobi Hizashi, turned ashen. They believed Sueho would indeed take action. After all, the Konoha Umbu excelled at extracting intelligence from the minds of their foes. Just as the group was at a loss, unable to prove their innocence to one another, the door swung open. A figure stepped inside Senjumabuki. Upon entering, he immediately declared, "Lady Sueho has already uncovered the truth." The information originated from the Uchiha clan. As soon as the words left his lips, all eyes in the room turned towards Uchiha Kagami. Kagami's expression was one of confusion and disbelief. "Me?" Chapter 18. Sarutobi Hizen. "I aim to recruit Uchiha Yoru." Uchiha Kagami was utterly perplexed. Was the conversation not meant for everyone? Why had it suddenly shifted focus onto him? Kagami had not conveyed any information to his clan members, and he was at a loss as to how they had come by such news. However, he was acutely aware of his precarious situation, feeling the weight of sharp gazes directed at him. The other 6 individuals in the room were all casting disappointed looks at their former comrade. Kagami could not comprehend how. Moments ago, they had united in solidarity against the immense pressure imposed by Lord Vortex, only for the tide to turn upon a single utterance from the Umbu, fracturing their cohesion. The blame was swiftly thrust upon him. While Kagami understood the gravity of the evidence presented against him, especially since the news had originated from his own lips, knowing that their teacher had perished, it was indeed not his doing. He observed Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, Mito Kaido, and Akimichi Choza as they distanced themselves from him, leaving only Saratobi Hizen, who remained, albeit with a gaze laden with complexity. In that moment, Kagami felt an acute pang of anguish. He had done nothing wrong. Yet here he was, isolated by those he once called allies. At that instant, Vortex Mito's hair had risen in fury, teetering on the brink of rage. The immense chakra within him surged forth, causing the floor beneath to crack ominously. With but a slight exertion, it would shatter completely. Uchiha Kagami bore the brunt of this overwhelming pressure, acutely aware that he must articulate a defense, lest he find himself on the receiving end of Mito's tailed beast bomb, which could very well spell his doom. The oppressive aura from Vortex Mito bore down heavily upon Kagami, making him acutely conscious of his own vulnerability. Once, he had believed himself to be among the ranks of the elite shinobi of Konoha, convinced that few could surpass his prowess. Yet, the reality was a stark reminder of his hubris. He lamented the misguided teachings of the clan elder. Recalling a time in his youth when one such elder had remarked about Mito, "That old hag is truly difficult to deal with. Even I can only barely triumph over her." The first Hokage truly married a formidable woman. This sentiment had planted a seed in young Kagami's mind, and he had never underestimated the widow of the first Hokage. He had simply believed her strength to be beyond his own. Now, however, he found himself devoid of any courage to withstand her might. Was this truly the power of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? At that moment, he felt as though he were caught in a sandstorm, powerless against the relentless onslaught of Vortex Mito's chakra, realizing that the chasm of disparity in strength was insurmountable. With a trembling voice, he implored, "It was not me. Lord Tobarama is my mentor. I would never betray our trust by leaking information." Certainly, Uchiha Kagami is not devoid of spirit like the likes of Tisaka Kamaru. Although he may harbor skepticism towards many within his clan, he holds a profound respect for the ideals of the Hokage in Konoha. However, he would never resort to the kind of venomous oath that places the lives and safety of his entire clan on mere words. As a member of the Uchiha clan, such actions are beneath him. Yet, his voice, trembling yet resolute, failed to convince anyone present, except for Saratobi Hiruzen, rendering his assertions pale and powerless. To the gathered individuals, it appeared that the six of them had returned directly to the Senju clan's domain without encountering anyone along the way. Once at the Senju estate, they remained secluded in their respective chambers, leaving no one aware of Lord Tobarama's demise. Yet, astonishingly, news of his passing spread throughout the village of Konoha by the previous afternoon, and given that the source was traced back to the Uchiha, how could they not suspect that it was Uchiha Kagami who disseminated such information? Moreover, when one considers the motives behind the act, Shimura Danzo, T. Sakakoro, and Uzumaki Mito come from commoner families, their clans being minor ninja lineages, thus lacking the significance to relay information on Lord Tobarama's death. For them, Saratobi Hiruzen ascending to the position of Hokage was the greatest boon. The only entity poised to gain from this was the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kagami possessed ample motive for the crime, a notion everyone seemed to accept without question. Furthermore, while it may be true that Uchiha Kagami remained confined within his residence, the Uchiha clan has endured since the Warring States period, so it is implausible to think they lack covert means of communication and ninjutsu. Must information be conveyed face to face? Clearly, they did not believe so. Only the Uchiha stood to gain sufficient advantage from the dissemination of news regarding Lord Tobarama's death. Additionally, Lord Tobarama had previously suppressed the Uchiha clan on numerous occasions, and it is entirely plausible that Uchiha Kagami was merely biding his time, subtly gaining Lord Tobarama's trust. Now that the fox's tail has finally been revealed, it seems the Uchiha clan harbors grand ambitions. At this juncture, no words from Uchiha Kagami would sway Uzumaki Mito's belief. The event had transpired, and someone must bear the consequences. Whether or not Uchiha Kagami was indeed culpable had become irrelevant to Uzumaki Mito. The Uchiha had already conveyed the news, the deed was done, and irreversibility loomed. Uzumaki Mito felt compelled to unearth the individual responsible for this debacle, as the Uchiha clan now bore an unsettling resemblance to traitors. Their aspirations to usurp the Hokage's position were simply intolerable to Uzumaki Mito. Regardless of the circumstances, Uchiha Kagami had become an accomplice in the eyes of Uzumaki Mito, who was determined not to let him escape unscathed. Even if she could not slay him outright, she would inflict grave injuries upon him. This way, the Uchiha would be deterred from launching a rebellion, for they lacked the audacity to do so. Rising to her feet, Uzumaki Mito appeared poised to strike at Uchiha Kagami. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward, interposing himself between Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Kagami, fixing his gaze upon her as he declared, "Mito-sama, I trust Uchiha Kagami. He harbors no intentions of delivering such information." Mito was momentarily taken aback, and the assembled crowd was equally astonished. They could scarcely believe that Uchiha Kagami was clearly an accomplice of the Uchiha clan. "Hizashi, as the most significant victim in this matter, how can you now protect him?" The collective confusion regarding Sarutobi Hizashi's thought process was palpable. However, Mito's astonishment lingered for but a fleeting second before his gaze hardened, and he began to view Hizashi with renewed intensity. He then uttered a single phrase. "Monkey, do you comprehend what you are saying? This is not the time for you to play the hero. A resolution must be reached." The overwhelming aura emanating from Uzumaki Mito shifted from Uchiha Kagami to Sarutobi Hizashi, instantly pressing down upon him with immense weight. In that moment, Hizashi felt himself stoop as he truly grasped the dire predicament in which Uchiha Kagami had just found himself. An overwhelming force bore down upon him, leaving him feeling utterly crushed. Straining with all his might to stand tall, he observed Uchiha Kagami gasping for breath beside him. It was as if he had just emerged from the depths of despair, freed from the entangling grasp of water weeds, with Hizashi having pulled them away. The sensation of drowning dissipated in an instant. Uchiha Kagami gazed at Hizashi with gratitude, astonished that this individual he once held in high regard, who had been designated by his mentor as the future third Hokage, dared to stand up for him in such a perilous moment. Not long ago, Uchiha Kagami had been drenched in a cold sweat that had soaked through his clothing, feeling as though death was imminent. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo watched the two lock eyes, his heart heavy with discontent. His dear friend was facing the crushing pressure of Uzumaki Mito alone, protecting none other than the very Uchiha who had leaked information. He could not help but internally curse. That wicked Uchiha brat has bewitched Hizashi. He then exclaimed loudly to Hizashi, "Hizashi, what are you trying to prove?" Uchiha Kagami is part of the Uchiha clan. He is the one who transmitted the information. In Danzo's eyes, it was clear that among their group of 6, the informant must be Uchiha Kagami. Tobirama had always been wary of the Uchiha. As Tobirama's most cherished disciple, Danzo believed he had inherited all of his mentor's teachings, embodying the essence of Senju Tobirama, including the animosity towards the Uchiha clan. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Danzo to conclude that Uchiha Kagami was the one who had leaked information to the Uchiha. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Mito had grown thoroughly weary of Danzo's incessant interruptions. She admonished him sharply, "Be silent. Did I ask for your input?" Danzo looked at Uzumaki Mito, rendered speechless, for he dared not utter a word. Under normal circumstances, he might have retorted, but now, feeling the overwhelming aura radiating from Mito, he found himself utterly mute. Sarutobi Hizashi interjected softly, his eyes filled with tenderness. "Lady Mito, I am not trying to play the hero. I have come to understand Uchiha Kagami. He is truly exceptional, devoid of the arrogance typically associated with the Uchiha clan. Even when he activates his Sharingan, it is solely to safeguard us all. His Sharingan embodies love. He is gentle and kind, cherishing the protection of his comrades and treating everyone with tenderness. He is a complete embodiment of the will of fire, a true leaf ninja, nurturing his companions and family with utmost care. On the battlefield, I am entirely confident in trusting my back to him, for he faces death without fear. To every wounded soul, he dedicates himself to providing the utmost care. Such a person could never betray the Uchiha clan. He stands apart from them." Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke slowly, as if reminiscing about cherished memories, revealing all he knew of Uchiha Kagami. In his recollections, the Uchiha clan is portrayed as powerful and noble, yet perpetually disdainful and impatient toward all matters. This disposition greatly displeased Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, among this clan, there exist 2 notable exceptions, Uchiha Kagami and Uchihaya. Both possess formidable strength, yet their demeanor is remarkably humble, allowing ordinary ninjas to coexist harmoniously with them. Even when provoked, they merely respond with smiles, never resorting to their might to oppress others. It is precisely for this reason that Senju Tobirama accepted Uchiha Kagami and Uchihaya as his disciples. At that time, Uchihaya declined, while Uchiha Kagami acquiesced. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered, "Should I one day ascend to the position of Hokage, I shall surely promote Uchihaya. He could collaborate with Uchiha Kagami, adeptly managing the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan. Chapter 19. Danzo, you shall not usurp my place in Sarutobi's heart. Uchiha Kagami, Danzo declared fervently, recounting the myriad memories he shared with Sarutobi Hiruzen, his emotions laid bare in an earnest and heart-wrenching manner. Even Danzo, who had always regarded the Uchiha clan as malevolent specters, found himself reflecting on whether he had been excessively suspicious of Kagami, a twinge of guilt gnawing at his conscience. Standing behind him, Uchiha Kagami felt tears welling up, his heart brimming with emotions that words could scarcely encapsulate. He was astonished by Sarutobi Hiruzen's unwavering faith in him. A true confidant is indeed a rare treasure. In that moment, Kagami vowed that Hiruzen would henceforth be his elder brother, and he would support him in ascending to the position of Hokage. The debt of gratitude he owed was indelible. Kagami cast a glance at Danzo, who, upon witnessing it, felt a surge of rage threatening to burst forth from within him. How dare this insolent wretch provoke him? How could he presume to challenge Danzo's standing in Hiruzen's heart? Danzo reaffirmed his convictions. It was that treacherous little Uchiha who had leaked the information. Vortex Mito's voice emerged, tinged with a hint of derision. Monkey, do you truly wish to defend Uchiha Kagami? I cannot believe you are unaware that, given his status, even if he did divulge secrets, I would never be able to terminate him. He could merely linger within the Uchiha territory for a few days without facing any substantial repercussions. Yet the act of betrayal has already transpired. Undoubtedly, Kagami is complicit. Whether he was the perpetrator or not, he is destined to face the consequences today. Are you certain? Are you truly willing to oppose me for his sake? Be mindful. Your response will determine the fate of the Hokage position. As soon as Mito finished speaking, the immense pressure she had unleashed dissipated, allowing the 6 individuals present to exhale deeply, feeling a considerable sense of relief. However, the focal point of the discussion, Sarutobi Hiruzen, did not share in their alleviation. The weight of Mito's inquiry pressed down upon him, far more suffocating than the previous intimidation. This question bore the potential to shape Hiruzen's future and was of paramount importance, even extending to his current safety. Hiruzen understood all too well that without Mito's backing, his ascent to Hokage was inconceivable. From the moment he accepted the mantle bestowed by his teacher, uncertainty regarding his future loomed large. After all, Senju Tobarama had merely left a verbal command, one not uttered in the presence of the entire Leaf Shinobi clan. It was merely a directive to be reiterated by his disciples, thus diminishing its weight. Had Senju Tobarama declared in the village that Hiruzen was to be Hokage, the shinobi would never have acquiesced, let alone accept an account relayed through those directly involved. The shinobi could never agree to such an absurd demand. In the Leaf Village, only Senju Hashirama possessed the authority to command and be obeyed without question. Only Hashirama, with his absolute strength, could silence all dissent. Only he possesses the authority to appoint whomever he wishes as Hokage. Senju Tobarama lacks such qualifications. He must engage with the clans of shinobi and distribute equitable benefits to earn the loyalty of the bloodline ninjas within the village. Otherwise, he would have long since annihilated the Uchiha clan and would not have bestowed such formidable power upon the Uchiha police force. It is precisely because Senju Tobarama does not wield overwhelming strength that he has been able to tolerate the existence of the Uchiha clan, all the while begrudgingly distributing benefits to them. Without such tolerance, he would certainly struggle to command the respect of the populace. After all, no one can deny the significant contributions and achievements of the Uchiha clan in the village of Konohagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered. Thus, this matter will dictate Uzumaki Mito's attitude towards him and whether he can ascend to the position of Hokage. If he fails to secure the title, given the current leak of information, Hiruzen surmised that his own survival would be in jeopardy. Therefore, this issue will determine his fate. He now fully comprehends the weight of this decision, which has left him in a state of indecision. Mito's test is glaringly apparent. Do you desire the Hokage position, or your brother? Observing Hiruzen's vacillation, Danzo grew increasingly anxious, unable to reach a resolution. In his heart, Danzo scolded Hiruzen. What is there to deliberate? What merit does choosing someone like Uchiha hold? Damned Uchiha Kagami, who would have thought he held such a significant place in Hiruzen's heart? Infuriating, the wicked Uchiha youth. He must be deceiving Hiruzen. The allure of the Hokage title is far too enticing. Were it up to Danzo, he would undoubtedly choose the position of Hokage. Uchiha Kagami would surely not perish. At worst, he would merely lie dormant in Uchiha territory for half a year. Moreover, Hiruzen's earlier words of righteousness had already honored their bond as comrades. How pitifully indecisive and weak-willed Hiruzen is. Teacher, how could you grant the Hokage title to such a feeble individual? Danzo berated Hiruzen internally, also resenting why the teacher did not bestow the title upon himself. He could undoubtedly lead Konohagakure towards glory. At that moment, Uchiha Kagami gazed gravely at Hiruzen. Frankly, Kagami did not wish for Hiruzen to choose him. After all, it was the position of Hokage. Any villager of Konohagakure would know whom to select. Hiruzen's previous display of loyalty had already deeply touched Kagami. There was truly no need to choose him now. Hiruzen ultimately arrived at his decision. With unwavering righteousness, he addressed Uzumaki Mido. Lady Mido, Kagami is innocent. Please do not blame him. I am willing to bear all responsibility. Hiruzen Sarutobi could never betray his brother. In the end, Hiruzen made his choice. Why? When Hiruzen uttered those words, Danzo felt as though his spirit was extinguished. He could not fathom that Kagami held such paramount importance in Hiruzen's heart. He had thought himself to be the foremost figure in Hiruzen's esteem. Tsunade could not accept the outcome, clutching her chest as she felt an excruciating pain. All right, she murmured. Mido realized Sarutobi's decision. Monkey, since you enjoy playing the hero, remain here. I need to speak with you. The remaining members were swiftly escorted out by the Umbu, allowed to return home. She forcefully slammed her hand on the table, and in the blink of an eye, apart from Sarutobi, the other 5 were thrown out, escorted by the Umbu beyond the Senju clan's grounds. Outside the Senju territory, they finally emerged. The once terrified Karui exclaimed her relief at escaping, likening the place to a prison. Indeed, we are finally out, Mido remarked with a sigh. Both of them rejoiced at their narrow escape. Yet, Shimura Danzo's face turned pale. His dear friend Sarutobi remained inside, unaware of the torment he would face at Mido's hands. Anger surged within him as he glared at the two, exclaiming, Sarutobi is still in there. How can you jest at a time like this? Danzo cursed internally, Sarutobi. That damn Sarutobi. You always seek to play the hero, even when you should not. You are bound to lose your life over this. Rest assured, Sarutobi will be fine. Uchiha Kagami reassured him. He understood that Mido would not kill Sarutobi. If she truly intended to harm him, there would have been no need to release the others. Given her influence in the village, it would not be difficult for her to act in a fit of rage. However, even if his life was not in jeopardy, it was certain he would not fare well, especially with Mido's current fury. Let us hope so, Danzo replied, but upon reflecting, he sensed something was amiss. That voice. It belonged to Uchiha Kagami. In an instant, Danzo's anger flared. Uchiha Kagami, silence yourself. You who leaked information have put Sarutobi's life in jeopardy. I swear, for Sarutobi's sake, I shall refrain from dealing with you today. But if you have revealed anything, I will haunt you even in death. Danzo unleashed a torrent of reproach upon Kagami, attributing all blame to him, venting the pent-up fury he had held for 2 days. Although Kagami was typically mild-mannered, he was not one to endure insults passively. Under normal circumstances, he would have retorted, but today felt too peculiar for him to speak up. He realized that whatever he said would be met with disbelief, given the strong motive he possessed. Only the 7 of them were privy to the matter, and all were confined. Yet now, the Uchiha clan seemed capable of disseminating information, leaving Uchiha Kagami utterly unable to clear his name. Truly, he found himself in a situation where even the most innocent actions would be misconstrued. Danzo had bellowed for quite some time, while Kagami found himself without recourse to defend his honor. He felt indebted to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the presence of Lord Mido, Sarutobi had gone to great lengths to protect him, yet he allowed his subordinate, Shimura Danzo, to hurl insults at him, enduring such scorn for an extended period. Kagami resigned himself to be the scapegoat. Let them scold me, he mused. Eventually, Danzo grew weary of his tirade. With a fierce glare directed at Kagami, he departed, heading towards his own abode. Tsunade, Mido, and Akimichi Take also took their leave, though they did not harbor the same level of animosity towards Kagami as Danzo did. They too were convinced that it was Kagami who had betrayed them, leaking information to his clan. After all, how could such coincidence occur otherwise? In comparison to Uchiha's other prodigy, Uchiha Itachi, Kagami was woefully lacking. As his companions turned their backs, viewing him as a traitor, Kagami felt a profound ache in his heart. He vowed to uncover the truth. That individual responsible for the breach of trust. I shall not let you escape my wrath. With gritted teeth, Uchiha Kagami silently resolved to confront the culprit, his expression fierce with determination. Chapter 20. The Patriarch Knight. Without a kaleidoscope, How dare you provoke me? During the interrogation of the 6 members of the Shadow Guard by the swirling waters, the Uchiha clan was engulfed in a tumultuous uproar. In the morning, upon hearing of Uchiha Knight's actions, every member of the Uchiha family was struck with profound astonishment. The upheaval caused within the clan overshadowed even the tragic news of Tobarama's demise. For the transition of leadership within the Uchiha was evidently of greater significance than that of the Hokage. After all, should both the clan leader and the Hokage issue commands simultaneously, the majority of Uchiha members would undoubtedly heed the directives of their patriarch. Thus, the news of Uchiha Knight's intent to usurp Uchiha Tsukuyomi as the new patriarch was indeed a startling revelation, even for the typically aloof Uchiha clan. Uchiha Knight had always represented a refreshing current within the family, differing greatly in temperament from most of his kin. Since his emergence onto the battlefield, he had decisively garnered the admiration of numerous Uchiha through his ruthless efficiency. Yet now, he dared to challenge the esteemed position of the patriarch. At merely 19 years of age, how could he possibly achieve such a feat? Each Uchiha member found themselves questioning his audacity. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the Uchiha had not savored such thrilling gossip in a long while. At the very least, they eagerly anticipated the unfolding events scheduled for 9 o'clock today, which promised to be the most riveting occurrence since the departure of Uchiha Madara. At this very moment, within Uchiha Tsukuyomi's home, the once spacious reception area now felt quite cramped. A dozen or so Uchiha clan members sat upright, their gazes fixed intently upon the vibrant Uchiha Tsukuyomi. His wife, Uchiha Tamaki, was busy serving tea to the assembled guests, the snacks prepared for their visit long having proven insufficient. With an unexpected influx of elder Uchiha, they were utterly unprepared. However, the elders present were not inclined to savor tea or pastries. Their minds were consumed by the momentous events unfolding. Being of advanced age, they felt as if they were becoming relics of a bygone era. The occurrences of the past few days were more absurd than anything they had witnessed in the last 2 or 3 years, inundating them with information. First, there was the shocking assassination of Senju Tobarama at the negotiation table, a revelation sufficient to leave them reeling. They had long presumed that Tobarama would surely outlive their generation. Yet here they were confronted with his untimely death. Then, the prodigious talent of the clan, Uchiha Knight, boldly launched an assault on the position of patriarch. It seemed as if he had single-handedly disseminated the news of Tobarama's demise. The assembled elders were taken aback by his ambition, typically reserved. They had believed him disinterested in these matters, yet now he aspired to the role of clan leader. It appeared that the news of Tobarama's death was indeed true, or else he would not have sought the patriarchate at such a critical juncture. Every elder in the clan could not help but draw a sharp breath upon closer inspection. It was evident that this individual was extraordinary, having concealed his true capabilities for so long without revealing a single hint. He certainly did not resemble the typical offspring of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Tsuyoshi, holding a cigarette, took slow, deliberate puffs to alleviate his inner turmoil. Not only were his subordinates bewildered, but Tsuyoshi himself found it difficult to keep pace with the rapidly evolving situation. Just 2 days prior, he was contemplating how to secure a greater compensation from the Hokage following the signing of a peace treaty with Senju Tobarama. After all, the Uchiha clan had paid a heavy price during the First Shinobi World War, with waves of young ninjas dispatched to the battlefield, and the astronomical figures associated with the weapons supplied to Konoha in the form of shuriken and kunai. The Uchiha had been a continuous source of funding for these endeavors. This was no trivial matter. During negotiations, the Uchiha certainly aimed to obtain a substantial sum. However, it was bewildering that now, all prospects seemed to vanish, and the Hokage still owed the Uchiha various compensations. Tsuyoshi mused that he had initially anticipated engaging in a battle of wits with Tobarama, only to find that Tobarama was now deceased. Sighing, he reflected on how strange it was to adjust to the absence of someone he had observed for such a long time. As for the salacious rumors circulating about Lord Tobarama, Tsuyoshi found them utterly implausible. The cunning and treacherous nature of Senju Tobarama left no room for romantic pursuits. Such gossip was merely a jest. He was more inclined to believe in Tobarama's solitary determination, as that man's demeanor was indeed rather peculiar, unconventional and resolute to the point that such scenarios could very well occur, albeit in the realm of dark humor. It was quite ironic for the Uchiha clan leader to consider Senju Tobarama mentally unstable. One clan member, observing Tsuyoshi lost in thought while smoking, could no longer contain his impatience and felt compelled to speak. After all, as the leader, he was the one directly involved in this matter, And if he remains silent, should they expect him to voice their concerns? Unable to hold back, he exclaimed, "Leader, what shall we do about the clan meeting scheduled for 9 o'clock?" As one voice rose, the others swiftly followed suit. Indeed, leader, Uchiha Yoru must have been plotting this for quite some time. Even we were unaware of any news regarding Senju Tobarama. How did he come by such information? He must have been laying the groundwork for this moment long ago. This individual is not to be underestimated. Tsuyoshi recognized that Uchiha Yoru was undeniably a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, both in strength and temperament, truly exceptional. At this particular juncture, the Uchiha were closer than ever to the Hokage position, yet Tsuyoshi could not fathom why Yoru was in such a rush. What gave him the audacity? Upon introspection, he acknowledged that Yoru's prowess was indeed formidable, with few in the Uchiha clan surpassing him in strength. Nevertheless, mere strength was not the sole criterion for aspiring to the role of Hokage. One must also rely on the influence of their clan. Furthermore, to assume the role of clan leader, it was not solely about one's physical might. Is the position of clan leader truly determined by combat prowess alone? Uchiha Shuei acknowledged that, even if he were to encounter Uchiha Yi, he could not be entirely certain of victory. He reflected on how Uchiha Yi often relied on his martial prowess to uphold justice within the village, leading Shuei to conclude that Yi had developed an excessive admiration for brute strength. Mistakenly believing that the clan leader's power stemmed solely from force, Shuei chuckled softly to himself, resolved to teach this young, arrogant lad a lesson, demonstrating that leadership encompasses far more than mere might. Gazing down at the clan elders and the elite members of the Uchiha clan, who had all activated their three-tomo Sharingan, Shuei recognized them as the most formidable shinobi of the police force, all under his command. He was confident that should they unite, even the legendary Senju Tobarama could be defeated, albeit at a terrible cost. However, Shuei had no desire to resort to such extremes. After all, in this world, one must possess power and connections. Mere physical strength was insufficient. Reclining on the sofa, he exhaled smoke rings, embodying an air of leisure. Did he truly believe that with Tobarama's demise, Uchiha Yi would become invincible? Without the Manjiki Sharingan, there existed no fundamental disparity among the Uchiha. What could a mere three-tomo do? Could it withstand the simultaneous assault of a dozen others wielding the same? The youth still had much to learn. Without the Manjiki, what was the point of posturing? Interrupting the discussions among Uchiha's elite, Shuei spoke with calm authority, though the weight of his words instilled pressure upon every member present. Enough of the complaints. Uchiha Yi is a prodigy of our family, youthful and impetuous. Every young person is so. We are all prominent members of the Uchiha clan. And I, as the clan leader, was collectively chosen by all Uchiha after Lord Ban's departure. If Uchiha Yi believes he is fit to lead and insists on convening a clan meeting, then let us deliberate there. And together we shall decide who is more suitable to be the leader of the Uchiha clan. Despite his gentle tone, every elite Uchiha sensed an undercurrent of foreboding in Shuei's words. Misfortune awaited Uchiha Yi. Consequently, every individual present began to pledge their loyalty. Leader, I stand with you. Indeed. Leader, Uchiha Yi is far too presumptuous to challenge you. He must pay for his arrogance. He has no comprehension of the sacrifices you have made for the clan. Such a person is but a parasite to the family. We must not show him mercy. Yet, regardless of his faults, Uchiha Yi remained a genius of the clan and a beacon of hope for its future. Youthful folly is common. We were all once like him. A proper lesson would shape him into a source of pride for the Uchiha. Ultimately, Uchiha Shuei set the tone, recognizing that Uchiha Yi was indeed the future of the Uchiha clan. Geniuses will earn respect wherever they may be, as time progresses and the weight of responsibility grows. Should my son prove incapable of shouldering such burdens, it will fall to Uchiha Bido. However, that moment has not yet arrived. The position of clan leader is one he can relinquish voluntarily, but he shall not permit others to force him from it. In Uchiha Bido's gaze, there lies a glimmer of stern resolve. Chapter 21, Kaleidoscope. Overcoming all dissent, today's clan meeting was not convened in the largest chamber of the South He Shrine. Instead, it was held in the surrounding area to accommodate all members of the Uchiha clan. Unlike previous gatherings, which predominantly featured those who had awakened their Sharingan, this time every Uchiha ninja was required to attend. The last time such a significant assembly occurred was when Uchiha Madara resolved to reconcile with the Senju clan and jointly establish Konohagakure. The grandeur of this meeting stirred profound emotions within each Uchiha, for it was believed that this gathering would determine the future of their clan. Suddenly, A voice resonated through the crowd, announcing the arrival of Uchiha. Instantly, the previously raucous assembly fell silent, parting to allow Yu to advance to the forefront. As he sensed the collective gaze upon him, Yu felt no discomfort. Rather, an exhilarating sense of pleasure enveloped him. Beside him, Uchiha Zemo and Uchiha Chingen stood tall, displaying the characteristic Uchiha smile. From the highest vantage point, Uchiha Zue observed as Yu ascended the platform, curious to see if this junior would dare to challenge his authority. Yu had little patience for formalities. He ascended the platform and succinctly articulated his intentions, neglecting even the most basic greetings. Esteemed clan leader, I trust you understand the purpose of today's assembly. Senju Tobarama has passed away. The era of the second Hokage has concluded. We now usher in a new age for the Uchiha. You are but a remnant of the old era. The Uchiha require youthful leadership. I shall guide us towards the Hokage title. The entire ninja world will remember the glory of the Uchiha. The Uchiha present sensed a remarkable transformation in Yu. A stark contrast to his former self, self-assured, audacious, and infinitely different from his customary humility and decisive demeanor. This newfound confidence radiated authenticity, leaving no room for pretense. The assembly collectively speculated that he had long concealed his true nature, which was inherently domineering. Every Uchiha in attendance resonated with Yu's words, which struck a sensitive chord within the clan. The intensity of his speech brought them to the brink of exhilaration. Many young members of the family were subtly swayed by Yu's rhetoric. Observing the powerful impact he was having, Uchiha Zue could no longer remain passive. He spoke up. What audacity, Yu? You are indeed a genius of the Uchiha clan. He praised Yu momentarily before adding, but do you not find your arrogance excessive? Do you truly believe that with Senju Tobarama's demise, you can reign unchecked within the Uchiha and Konohagakure? Subsequently, Uchiha Tsukuyomi spoke with a cadence that resonated with authority. Many perceive my actions as a capitulation to the higher echelons of Konoha, mistaking my demeanor for weakness. But can the prowess of the Uchiha truly rival that of the illustrious Vortex of Mito? Do you genuinely believe that the strength of our clan can single-handedly confront the entirety of Konoha? As you have all witnessed under my leadership, the might of the Uchiha within our village is on the ascendant. His voice prompted every Uchiha present to engage in profound reflection. He then shifted his gaze towards Uchiha Yoru, his Sharingan gleaming with 3 tomo as he unleashed a formidable chakra that bore down upon Uchiha Yoru. Yet, Uchiha Yoru remained unfazed, impervious to the pressure. The clan leader's expression shifted. His strength exceeded Tsukuyomi's expectations. Continuing, Tsukuyomi asserted, Today, you aspire to claim the title of Uchiha clan leader. Do you truly believe you are worthy? He pointed at the elite Uchiha warriors assembled below, who immediately grasped Tsukuyomi's intent and rallied to support their leader. You are but a youth, too inexperienced. It is time for you to withdraw. I trust the esteemed clan leader will not hold this against you. You, a mere child, dare to challenge the authority of the clan leader? Depart at once. You are unworthy. What are you to presume such things? Leave now. In an instant, under the leadership of the authoritative 3-tomo elite, a throng of Uchiha ninjas converged to oppose Uchiha Yoru. The voices of Uchiha Shimo and Uchiha Sen were gradually drowned out by the overwhelming chorus of dissent that reverberated throughout the South Shrine. A triumphant smile adorned Uchiha Tsukuyomi's face. You are still too green. Your power is far from exceptional. Do you truly believe that after serving as clan leader for over a decade, I have achieved my position without merit? Youth, you remain naively unaware. I am no ineffectual leader. Ever since taking on this mantle following Madara's departure, I have dedicated myself to the advancement of the Uchiha. Such monumental prestige cannot be easily shaken by one Uchiha Yoru. Uchiha Yoru turned to face the source of the cacophony. A dozen 3-tomo Uchiha members activated their Sharingan. Their predatory gazes fixed upon him, radiating disdain. Yoru smirked coldly. One of the 3-tomo Uchiha, incensed by Yoru's apparent contempt, exclaimed, Uchiha Yoru, will you not surrender? What right do you have to challenge the clan leader? Humph, what right do I have? Uchiha Yoru's aura became unrestrained as his pupils swiftly transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. If the 3-tomo are insufficient, what if I were to unleash the Manjiki? What then, esteemed leader? A formidable surge of Manjiki Sharingan power manifested in Uchiha Yoru's eyes. An ominous force palpable to every Uchiha present. Impossible, this cannot be. Uchiha Tsukuyomi could scarcely believe his eyes. How could such power manifest? Once again, the manifestation of the Manjiki Sharingan appears within the being of Uchiha Yoru, a mere 19 years of age. This is The Mangeki. The very Mangeki of Lord Madara. The Mangeki Sharingan. The eyes of the Uchiha clan that transcend the three Tomo have indeed awakened. The elders present are acutely aware that the power of the Mangeki Sharingan is incomparably superior to that of the three Tomo Sharingan. This ocular prowess, they recognize all too well, is the very essence of Uchiha Madara himself. No one understands the terrifying potential of the Mangeki Sharingan better than they do. With the emergence of the Mangeki, the Uchiha clan now holds a glimmer of hope for the future. Uchiha Zuyue is rendered incredulous by this revelation. The Mangeki Sharingan, this is the eye he has pursued throughout his life. The entire Uchiha clan has been in search of this eye, for it embodies the power wielded by their idol, Lord Uchiha Madara. How could he, who has been unable to awaken it, witness its appearance today, and not merely its appearance, but within another's grasp, leaving him with a chilling sense of dread? Simultaneously, a flicker of relief sweeps over him, thankful that he had not spoken too hastily moments prior. Otherwise, with the malevolent aura now emanating from Yoru, his own life might be forfeit. Ha 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 ha, the heavens have indeed opened their eyes. The Mangeki Sharingan has manifested. The divine eye of the Uchiha clan. Lord Madara's power. Surely the third Hokage must be one of the Uchiha. The elders of the Uchiha clan have now commenced a frenzied outcry, for no one comprehends the dreadfulness of the Mangeki more than they. Uchiha Zuyue, may I ascend to the role of clan leader now? Uchiha Yoru, having invoked the power of the Mangeki Sharingan, conjures forth a colossal Susanoo, towering in stature. Yes, this is it. This is the formidable Susanoo displayed by Lord Madara, invincible in all endeavors. Indeed, the Uchiha are a clan favored by the divine. The elders are on the verge of fainting from exhilaration. They had nearly succumbed to despair, yet now the Mangeki Sharingan has revealed itself. In this era, who could possibly thwart the resurgence of the Uchiha? Uchiha Zuyue, may I assume the role of clan leader now? Uchiha Yoru once more taps into the power of the Mangeki Sharingan, and the towering Susanoo materializes once again. This manifestation carries immense power, rendering every Uchiha present acutely aware of their own insignificance. Uchiha Zuyue finds himself at a loss for words, his gaze filled with both terror and envy. This coveted eye he so desperately yearns for, why has it not graced his own visage? He has toiled diligently, yet now he finds himself bereft of even the title of clan leader. His heart swells with resentment, yet in the face of such overwhelming strength, what can one do against the despairing might of the Mangeki? Chapter 22. Salutations to the clan leader and elder from the previously silent faction of doves composed his thoughts and addressed Uchiha, who radiated a malevolent aura at that moment. Yeah, now that you have awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, it stands to reason that ascending to the position of clan leader should pose no issue. However, your scant participation in clan meetings over the years has left you unfamiliar with our internal matters. Hastily claiming the title of leader would be rather presumptuous. At this juncture, Uchiha Zuyue, who had previously held little hope, spoke up. Indeed, yeah? It would be prudent for you to first familiarize yourself with the clan's circumstances and perhaps consider becoming the leader in a year or two. Rest assured, with the Mangeki Sharingan, you are destined to guide the Uchiha into the future. You are undoubtedly the future clan leader. Nevertheless, the responsibilities of a clan leader are substantial. It would be wise for you to acclimate to our internal affairs first. Uchiha scoffed derisively. I am quite well aware of the clan's situation, which is precisely why I have refrained from attending clan meetings. With both hands braced against the table, he surveyed each person present. Tell me, if I were to wait a year or two to assume the position of clan leader, what of the Hokage? Have you considered that? Clan leader, for all these years, you have merely acquiesced to the higher-ups in Konoha, disregarding the interests of the Uchiha. I acknowledge that Senju Tobirama was indeed formidable, but he is deceased now. Should we continue to remain passive, the Uchiha will have no opportunities left. You all. Uchiha pointed accusingly at Zuyue and the elder. You shall bear the guilt of the Uchiha. Elders, you merely divide into factions, incessantly squabbling within the clan, creating chaos in the meetings. After all these years of gatherings, what resolutions have you reached? Had you been capable of reaching any agreements, I would not be standing here today. In this critical moment, becoming Hokage is the most judicious choice for our clan's future. No longer can there be dual voices within the family. The Uchiha do not require endless clan meetings, nor do we need opposing factions hindering our progress. What we need is a leader who can guide us out of this predicament. The clan requires a single voice, and that voice is mine. I shall unite the Uchiha as one, consolidating our strength to become the Hokage of Konoha. The renown of the Uchiha will echo throughout the entire shinobi world. If I were to continue relinquishing the position of clan leader to you, the Uchiha shall never ascend to the rank of the third Hokage, and you all will be complicit in the Senju schemes. Uchiha Yi gazed out at the countless Uchiha clansmen assembled before him, his voice rising and falling with fervor. Clansmen, Konoha was established jointly by the Uchiha and Senju clans, and the first two Hokage were from the Senju. Now, the Uchiha seek to reclaim the position of third Hokage, yet the clan leader refuses to agree. What good is such a leader? I, Uchiha Ya, shall seize the title of clan leader and ascend as the third Hokage. And then the illustrious name of the Uchiha will resonate throughout the village of Konoha. The voice of Uchiha Yuru resonated powerfully, captivating the hearts of his clansmen. Yet, in that moment, they hesitated to express their support, plunging the atmosphere into silence. It was then that Uchiha Zemo stepped forward, the first to shatter the stillness, proclaiming, "I stand with Captain Yoru as the rightful leader." In the next breath, Uchiha Chingen echoed his sentiments, declaring, "Captain Yoru possesses the Mangekyou Sharingan of Lord Madara. He shall lead us, the Uchiha, to victory over the Senju clan. I too support his ascension to leadership." Soon, under their influence, the youth of the clan began to voice their allegiance, rallying behind Uchiha Yoru as the future clan leader. The fervor among the Uchiha was palpable. At that moment, Uchiha Zue realized he had lost the support of his peers. Turning to Uchiha Yoru, he solemnly stated, "The Uchiha clan shall be entrusted to you, our esteemed leader." Instantly, Zuyue's closest subordinates grew anxious. Their interests were deeply intertwined with Zuyue's, and should Uchiha Yoru rise to power, their fortunes would be jeopardized. Naturally, they opposed this shift. But in the face of overwhelming strength, all dissent seemed but a trivial hindrance. Uchiha Zue disregarded his subordinates' concerns, gently placing a hand on Uchiha Yoru's shoulder, relinquishing his position, saying, "Do not disappoint our clansmen, Yoru." With the tide having turned, the once radical elders could no longer contain their enthusiasm. In their eyes, armed with the abilities of Lord Madara, Yoru had become invincible. Possessing the formidable power of Susanoo and the might of the Mangekyou Sharingan with 3 Tomo, it was evident that the current Konoha lacked the presence of Hashirama Senju, and Tobirama Senju was also deceased. Who could withstand the divine power of the Uchiha? In their vision, the Uchiha were destined to dominate Konoha. The Senju clan was but a fading sunset, soon to be overshadowed by the Uchiha. For the elders, who had long lost hope for the future, this was an invigorating encouragement. They erupted in cheers. "Uchiha Yoru is the clan leader. He shall be the third Hokage. Our esteemed leader. Yoru. Susanoo, the unrivaled strength of the Uchiha. Uchiha Yoru." The clamorous voices reverberated throughout the Uchiha clan, their fervor reaching a fever pitch as they had chosen their leader. As for those who once questioned Uchiha Yoru's strength or deemed him overly arrogant, such concerns seemed trivial now. How could one so powerful not exude a certain bravado? Lord Madara was far more audacious. In mere seconds, the Uchiha clan underwent a profound transformation, evolving into unwavering supporters of Uchiha Yoru. After all, the Uchiha were known for their straightforwardness. Strength was the ultimate truth. Regardless of age, even a 3-year-old could become an idol if they possessed sufficient power. As Uchiha Yoru ascended to the position of clan leader, he did not hastily take his seat. Instead, he gazed upon all the members of the Uchiha clan and spoke slowly. "The Uchiha clan has been a lineage of honor since time immemorial. At present, we are merely encountering a slight adversity. I shall lead everyone in rekindling the illustrious legacy of the Uchiha clan, a legacy that rightfully belongs to us all. The glory of the Uchiha will cascade upon each and every member of our kin, illuminating the entire ninja world, ensuring that all within it shall remember the splendor of the Uchiha." As a devoted subordinate to Captain Yi, Uchiha Yi and Uchiha Zemo proclaimed loudly, "We shall heed the orders of our esteemed clan leader." With their right arms raised at a 45-degree angle, fingers aligned and together, they saluted as they spoke. The remaining Uchiha clan members, upon witnessing this exemplary gesture, instinctively emulated it. In an instant, the entirety of the Uchiha clan adopted this posture. "Stand up. Salute. Esteemed clan leader. Esteemed clan leader. Esteemed clan leader." Loyalty. The fervor was overwhelming. The Uchiha clan had unified into a singular force. Uchiha Yi gazed upon the gathered assembly with satisfaction, reflecting inwardly that although many in the Uchiha clan may lack intellect, he firmly believed that under his guidance, they would undoubtedly achieve greatness. After all, with a steadfast leader at the helm, the loyalty of the Uchiha clan need never be questioned. Their efficiency in action is commendable. Uchiha Yi gestured for silence, declaring, I now announce two matters. Chapter 23. A new dawn for the Leaf Village Uchiha, with a serious demeanor, proclaimed, first and foremost. I do not wish to hear any rumors regarding our Uchiha clan's impending rebellion circulating among you. The expressions of the assembly remained composed, save for a few radical members who wore looks of confusion. Uchiha Yu continued, this village was originally founded by Lord Madara and the first Hokage. We, the Uchiha clan, are the rightful proprietors of this village. Our current objective is merely to reclaim the authority that is rightfully ours. Indeed, the Senju clan has been utterly despicable, monopolizing the positions of two Hokages. It is high time for the Uchiha to ascend to such heights. Uchiha Zemo ardently declared. Precisely. Uchiha Yu commended Zemo, then added. The Uchiha should rightfully have been the second Hokage. It was the duplicitous Senju Tobirama who usurped that position. The position of the third Hokage should have been ours to begin with. And now, what is Sarutobi Hiruzen? He squanders the fruits of our labor in battles and betrays his own mentor. Does such a person truly deserve the title of Hokage? Uchiha Yu then broached the second matter. Secondly, the personnel within the police force are severely lacking. Starting tomorrow, we shall recruit civilian ninjas within a week. I expect to see the ranks of the police force doubled. We must also make available all ninjutsu within our clan that is unrelated to the Sharingan, as rewards for those civilian ninjas who exhibit outstanding merit. Furthermore, their remuneration should at least match the level of D-rank missions within the village. This proclamation incited a greater uproar, for while the first issue was deemed acceptable, this one threatened to carve into the flesh of the Uchiha clan. The police force had originally been a family enterprise of the Uchiha. The introduction of outsiders meant a diminishment of their own resources, leaving many bewildered, as the influx of outsiders signified a potential loss of their own. Silence. Uchiha Yu commanded as the commotion reached a crescendo. Those appointed within the police force should be acutely aware that, even as we uphold justice, many villagers harbor grievances against us. While we may appear to hold positions of power, our relationship with the villagers is, in reality, quite tenuous. This is a trap laid by the inherently malevolent Senju clan. To reclaim our power, we must first bridge the gap with the villagers. The Uchiha have distanced themselves from the villagers for far too long. It is imperative that we extend a hand in reconciliation. If the Uchiha clan aspires to the position of Hokage, it is essential to maintain amiable relations with the common folk. This is a non-negotiable requirement. An elder could no longer contain himself and interjected. While the recruitment of civilian ninjas is acceptable, might it be too extravagant to offer ninjutsu? After all, ninjutsu serves as the very foundation separating the clansmen from the civilian ninjas. Many newly promoted civilian shunin possess only 2 or 3 skills worth showcasing. Ninjutsu is exceedingly precious. Can it truly be offered so freely upon their joining? Would this not undermine the very essence of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Yuru remarked, our Uchiha clan, unlike ordinary ninja clans, survives through our lineage, the legacy of the Sharingan. Rather than allowing these ninjutsu to gather dust in our family's repository, it is far more beneficial to forge strong ties with the common folk. Many techniques remain unutilized by our clan's ninjas, besides, with the Sharingan in hand. What ninjutsu cannot be acquired? We merely need to ensure that the techniques related to the Sharingan remain concealed. The essence of our clan as Sharingan cannot be replicated. Uchiha Shuiwe thought this to be true, yet he felt compelled to address a pressing concern with Uchiha Yuru. However, Yuru, have you considered that recruiting so many civilian ninjas entails significant remuneration, which our clan's finances cannot sustain for long? Shuiwe was hesitant to divulge that their funds were nearing depletion. Originally, he had anticipated that Senju Tobirama would return promptly to allocate the funds provided by the feudal lord and settle the debts owed to the Uchiha clan. However, with Tobirama's untimely demise, this matter would be delayed, leaving the Uchiha clan in a precarious financial situation. Uchiha Yuru smiled nonchalantly, assuring Elder Shuiwe, you need not worry about this. I will secure the necessary funding for our clan. For Yuru, possessing strength made acquiring wealth a trivial endeavor. Truth be told, he could not fathom why ninjas with such formidable power relied on missions for monetary gain. Hadn't he heard of the adage, seize the land from the wealthy? Moreover, Yuru had an array of lucrative schemes in mind. Acquiring wealth was merely a matter of execution. Within an hour after the clan meeting, News of the leadership change within the Uchiha clan spread across various families. Upon learning of the truth, the leaders of each clan sensed an unusual opportunity. The Uchiha clan had a new leader. While this might not seem extraordinary, even in these critical times, what truly mattered was the newly appointed Uchiha Yuru, who possessed the legendary Manjiki Sharingan. Many of the clan leaders had lived since the founding of Konoha and had witnessed firsthand the might of Senju Hashirama's wood release and Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. They had observed these titans clash, and the spectacle was nothing short of cataclysmic. They had once believed that the Senju and Uchiha clans could once again bask in such glory. However, the Senju clan had not produced any wood release users, and even Hashirama's own son had failed to inherit this ability. The Uchiha clan had also not seen another wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan for ages. They had assumed this was merely due to the exceptional prowess of Hashirama and Madara, a reflection of their singular strength. Yet now, the awakening of such eyes had occurred once more. This was indeed Uchiha Madara's Manjiki Sharingan. The fear that had once gripped the clan leaders, dominated by Madara's Susanoo, resurfaced. They could not help but ponder. The Uchiha had produced a second Uchiha Madara, while the Senju clan had yet to see the emergence of another Hashirama. Even Senju Tobirama has perished in this moment. Konoha is on the brink of transformation. Each clan leader is now beset with unease, uncertain of the path that lies ahead. Yet, one thing they have all resolved to do is to hasten the gathering of intelligence concerning the new clan leader, Uchiha Yuru. Chapter 24. Uzumaki Mido. The brothers who died young. The Uchiha clan's assembly was in full swing, while Sarutobi Hizashi of the Senju clan felt an unsettling anxiety within. One by one, his 5 companions had departed from the Senju clan, leaving him alone to face the wrath of Uzumaki Mido. In the room, only he and Mido remained. Hizashi scrutinized her expression, which was calm, devoid of the fury she had displayed moments earlier. Gradually, Hizashi's courage grew, especially with Mido remaining silent, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. After a brief contemplation, he decided it would be prudent to say something to alleviate the tension and enhance his standing in Mido's eyes. After all, if he aspired to contend for the position of Hokage, he would undoubtedly require Mido's support. Without her backing, the prospect of achieving the Hokage title was utterly unattainable. As for why Sarutobi Hizashi was so determined to vie for the Hokage position, the answer was clear. Even if he wished to abstain from the contest, he had no choice. The newly appointed Hokage would undoubtedly eliminate him as a potential threat, leaving him in a precarious position. He was like a clay statue crossing a river, struggling for survival. Mido-sama, please do not take the earlier incident to heart. Hizashi began. But Mido raised her hand, interrupting him. Enough, have a seat. I know what you wish to convey. Her demeanor remained composed, betraying no trace of anger. As Hizashi took his seat, a sense of calm washed over him. It appeared that his impression on Mido was still favorable. Mido no longer exhibited the wrath she had shown when reprimanding the 6 others. With a kind expression, she addressed Hizashi, "Monkey, your performance earlier has certainly made me view you in a new light. Initially, I considered you rather ordinary, of humble origins, and lacking in exceptional prowess. However, it seems you possess qualities that set you apart. Perhaps it is this very essence within you that led Tobirama to see the will of fire's legacy in you, thus passing the Hokage mantle to you." As Mido observed him, she offered her praise. Throughout her extensive life, she had encountered numerous prodigies. Her husband, Senju Hashirama, her brother-in-law, Senju Tobirama, and Uchiha Madara and Izuna, among many others, all luminaries of the Warring States era. In comparison, Hizashi's attributes seemed trivial. Yet, his commendable character aligned well with the virtues of the will of fire that Konoha upheld, which was indeed the sole merit that captured Mido's attention. At that moment, Hizashi finally found his composure. Mido's grandmotherly demeanor allowed him to relax fully. He humbly replied, "Mido-sama, you flatter me. I merely did what was expected of me. I truly cannot fathom how Q could relay information to the Uchiha clan." However, Mido's subsequent words plunged Hizashi's previously buoyant spirits into disappointment. She said, "There is no need for you to be modest. Although you have indeed distinguished yourself in your generation, do you truly believe you are worthy of becoming the Hokage of Konoha?" Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively yearned to assert that he was indeed deserving of the title of Hokage. After all, as a ninja of Konoha, who among them had not aspired to become Hokage since childhood, this was the lifelong ambition of every Konoha ninja, and it was a grand aspiration that Sarutobi Hiruzen had nurtured since his youth. Yet, As he introspected, he questioned his own worthiness. The truth was painfully stark. He was simply not worthy. The first Hokage, invincible and unparalleled. Tobirama Senju, who wielded an array of forbidden techniques and survived the Warring States era, had even vanquished Uchiha Izuna, who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. And what of himself? Did he genuinely possess the strength to ascend as the third Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen was far from certain. He could only reply to Uzumaki Mido, "I am aware that my abilities are insufficient. Yet I shall strive with all my might to fulfill my teacher's dying wish. I will become a competent Hokage." Uzumaki Mido glanced at him, acknowledging the monkey's cleverness and his mention of his teacher. But did he think that merely invoking Tobirama would earn him my favor? Mido rose, her gaze deepening, and addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen. It seems you possess some self-awareness. To be frank, had it not been for Tobirama's wish for you to become the third Hokage, I would scarcely have imagined you had any qualifications for such a position. Mido's words instantly filled Sarutobi Hiruzen with shame. He instinctively lowered his head, unable to meet Uzumaki Mido's eyes directly. Yet she continued, "There are many within Konoha far more suited to be the third Hokage than you, as you well know. If you wish to ascend, you must endure great hardships. Are you prepared for that?" Without waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen's response, Mido continued to muse aloud. "You might consider someone like me, or perhaps my son, to be more fitting for the role of the third Hokage. Strictly speaking, even my son has his own challenges in winning over the populace, but he has my support and that of the Senju clan, which naturally aids his acceptance. Even Uchiha Kagami from your own team, whose strength and temperament are clearly inferior to yours, would be a more suitable candidate for Hokage. The conditions to become Hokage are manifold: the ability to command respect, an illustrious lineage, formidable family strength, and wealth beyond measure. You possess none of these attributes. I have pondered this for quite some time and remain baffled as to why Tobirama entrusted the position of third Hokage to you. It is utterly perplexing. The only notable aspect about you is that you have fully grasped the will of fire that Konoha embodies. Is that truly what Tobirama cherished most in his final moments? But why did he believe that alone was sufficient for you to ascend to the role of Hokage? Alas, he has only added to my troubles. His brother passed away too soon. I had hoped he would carry on after me, but unexpectedly, he too is gone. What a source of worry." The Vortex Mizuhara spoke to herself, seemingly oblivious to the presence of Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, she was nearing 60, and as an elder, she often reveled in the nostalgia of her past. In fact, she had become the most esteemed figure within the Hidden Leaf Village. It was imperative for her to address the mess left by Tobirama, a task that weighed heavily upon her. This immense pressure inadvertently prompted her to reminisce about her youthful days. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not interject, fully aware that a mere word from Mizuhara could belittle the legacy of 2 consecutive Hokage. As a lowly shinobi, he feared that expressing agreement with Mizuhara's sentiments might lead to her reproach, for the title of Hokage was one she could critique, but not one he could presume to discuss. Chapter 25. Mido cast a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and her next remark sent his heart racing with joy. She declared, "I will support you. However, I truly cannot fathom why Tobirama would entrust the position of Hokage to you. Yet, I believe the reason he dared to bestow this role upon you is that he perceives in you the potential to ascend to the Hokage's seat." With a deep sigh, she added, "I hope I am mistaken, and that you possess extraordinary qualities beyond the will of fire that I have yet to uncover." Hiruzen could not help but feel elated. With Mido, the current pinnacle of Konoha's might, at his side, the prospect of claiming the Hokage title seemed attainable. He expressed his gratitude, saying, "Lady Mido, I will strive with all my might." "Do not rejoice too soon," she cautioned. "I merely stated that I would do my utmost to assist you, but that does not guarantee your ascension as Hokage. After all, you lack many essential qualities, and there is still a considerable distance to traverse before you can become Hokage. It would be wise for you to take action immediately. The storm is brewing." Hiruzen nodded, fully aware of his own shortcomings. With Mido's support, his circumstances had improved significantly, and he felt content. The remainder was now his responsibility. Mido continued, "Initially, I intended to conceal Tobirama's death and suppress the influence of the clans until the dust settled, at which point I would reveal the news of his demise. Unfortunately, the Uchiha clan has remained ever vigilant, and the news of Tobirama's death has spread throughout Konoha. The rumor of your escape from Tobirama's side has become widely known. You must be cautious when you venture outside. Your reputation is tarnished beyond repair. Moreover, there is an avalanche of scandalous news. Just recalling those sordid tales makes me want to unleash a tailed beast bomb upon them. Unlike those gossiping villagers, they possess no shred of morality. Hiruzen felt a surge of anxiety. This situation had nearly become a nightmare for him. He stood to defend himself, asserting that on the battlefield, ninjas must obey orders, especially those given by their teacher. The 6 of them had no capacity to defy Tobarama's commands. Furthermore, he had intended to stay behind. It was his teacher who had insisted on stopping him. Hiruzen desperately sought to convince Lady Mito with this perspective, as her opinion would greatly influence his chances of becoming Hokage. However, Mito waved her hand dismissively, urging him to calm down. I understand. No need for explanations. I am well aware of Tobarama's unwavering nature. On the battlefield, his decisions are absolute, and you would not dare to disobey. Yet, you know how the villagers are. They will not comprehend such matters, especially with that group of Uchiha spreading rumors from behind. Your reputation has become so foul that it has permeated the streets. Prepare yourself. The words of Uzumaki Mito are by no means exaggerated. His reputation has indeed become notorious, to the extent that one might imagine people wishing to hurl insults at him on the streets. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in indignation, "Those who spread these rumors are utterly despicable. How could anyone believe such unverified claims?" He harbored a profound disdain for those who propagate falsehoods. Yet, he could scarcely foresee that he himself would master the very art of rumor-mongering in the future. At this moment, the young Sarutobi Hiruzen held a contemptuous attitude towards rumors, completely unaware that he would one day navigate this very landscape himself. The incident that led to the demise of White Fang starkly illustrated the power of rumors and public opinion. Of course, this had nothing to do with our esteemed third Hokage. It was all orchestrated by Danzo. Uzumaki Mito advised Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying, "There are indeed ways to address this matter. Tobarama sought to save you young ones. In time, you will be portrayed as sacrificing himself for the sake of Konoha's future, embodying the will of fire. This narrative will resonate well. Tobarama, as an elder, protects you of the new generation, and this will hold significant weight. Moreover, you carry Tobarama's last wishes. By clinging to the will of fire, you can still salvage your reputation amidst public opinion. After all, the villagers, lacking any martial prowess, tend to spread rumors without discernment. Ultimately, it is the ninja clans of Konoha that will determine your worthiness for the position of Hokage. This is something you must manage astutely." Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his gratitude, feeling a newfound motivation from Mito's guidance. "I understand, Lady Mito." Mito continued, "The greatest obstacle to your aspiration of becoming Hokage is indeed the ninja clans of Konoha. Each clan head vying for the title. Naturally, the Uchiha clan is foremost among them." Hiruzen concurred, realizing that news of his teacher Senju Tobarama's demise had been leaked by the Uchiha. He believed that Uchiha Kagami had not betrayed them. But the Uchiha clan possessed formidable information networks, possibly even obtaining news directly from the Cloud Village. As Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered further, he began to suspect that even the assassination attempt on Tobarama might have been orchestrated by the Uchiha clan in advance. This line of thought left him feeling apprehensive about the Uchiha. Yet he quickly reassured himself that the Uchiha had always revered strength and would not resort to such duplicitous tactics. In other words, Hiruzen felt that the Uchiha lacked the cunning to execute such a scheme. Their desire for the Hokage position had always been blatant, and even during Tobarama's tenure, the Uchiha had instigated 2 rebellions. However, it is merely a handful of Uchiha who act independently, thus not implicating the entire clan. Had it not been for Lord Tobarama's formidable strength, which repeatedly quelled the Uchiha's insurrections and gradually eroded their rebellious spirit, the situation might have been dire. Furthermore, Tobarama's equitable approach ensured that the Uchiha received their due share of benefits, allowing them a period of relative peace during the latter part of his administration. Despite his profound disdain for the Uchiha, he never withheld what was rightfully theirs. This was purely because Tobarama lacked the overwhelming might to impose his will. Instead, he relied on fair distribution of resources to command the loyalty of each clan. Regrettably, the untimely demise of his teacher during negotiations presented the Uchiha with an unexpected boon, granting them the opportunity to vie for the position of Hokage. Should the Uchiha catch wind of this perception, they would undoubtedly voice their outrage. After all, we co-founded Konoha alongside the Senju. Why then have 2 successive Senju Hokages emerged, while the Uchiha are accused of overreaching for even a single term? I hold confidence in the Uchiha. They have remained unchanged since the time of Hashirama, where strength dictated authority. For all this time, nothing has altered. When Hashirama triumphed over Madara, Madara chose to leave Konoha, yet the Uchiha did not follow in his footsteps. Presently, none among the Uchiha can rival me, given their nature. As long as they are promised sufficient benefits, they will not oppose your ascension to Hokage. Uzumaki Mito spoke with unwavering confidence. Her own power was formidable, further amplified by the terrifying chakra of the nine tails within her. No one in Konoha could possibly defeat her. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing her self-assured demeanor, believed in her ability to subdue the Uchiha, especially considering the overwhelming strength Mito had previously displayed. Mito sighed, contemplating the Uchiha. She had a plan to deal with them. Yet the family that obstructed her path to Hokage was not solely the Uchiha. It was soon followed by the Senju. What? The Senju? Sarutobi Hiruzen was perplexed. Lady Mito, can't you control them? The Senju are your greatest adversaries. Mito felt somewhat helpless, realizing that the true threat was not the Uchiha on the periphery, but rather her own Senju kin. Hiruzen widened his eyes, having assumed Mito's support implied the Senju were allies. Surely you don't believe I can represent the Senju clan? Mito replied with a cold smile. Chapter 26. The pact between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uzumaki Mito continued. Given my status, I can indeed represent the Senju clan. No one dares to defy me, not even Tobirama when he was alive, who still afforded me some respect. However, with Tobirama's passing, you are now vying for the position of the third Hokage of Konohagakure. For 2 consecutive generations, the Hokage has emerged from the Senju clan, and they have relished this honor, accustomed as they are to having the strongest among them assume the title, which brings them substantial benefits. In their subconscious, they have already regarded the third Hokage being from the Senju as an established fact. As Mito spoke slowly, she allowed Hiruzen time to ponder her words. To be candid, even Mito found herself in a quandary regarding how to persuade the Senju clan to accept Hiruzen. After much contemplation, she concluded that it was a near impossibility. After all, her own son, Senju was a legitimate member of the Senju clan. Mito was certain that should she express her support for Hiruzen, even her son would struggle to understand her stance. How could a mother yield when her son was prepared to fight to the death? Alas, the situation was indeed complex, and Mito felt overwhelmed. It is crucial to remember that 2 consecutive Hokage had originated from the Senju clan, resulting in unprecedented prestige within the village. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan would not have remained subdued for so many years. In fact, many villagers, from the moment of their birth, had known only Senju leaders. They believed that Konoha was founded by the Senju, viewing the village as a product of their lineage. Consequently, many members of the Senju clan quietly accepted this notion. Moreover, the Senju clan had consistently contributed the most warriors to the battlefield, given that their clan leader was the Hokage. They were eager to be dispatched to the front lines, where their ferocity in combat was unparalleled. In every war, the Senju clan had borne the brunt of the fighting, even in the most perilous situations. Senju members were often in the greatest numbers, never hesitating to sacrifice their lives to protect Konoha. Each Senju believed that their willingness to sacrifice would showcase the clan's spirit of dedication to the village, leading inevitably to the third Hokage being from their ranks. Indeed, some extreme members of the Senju clan even believed that they embodied Konoha, viewing others merely as parasites within their family. In this context, following the conclusion of the First Great Ninja War, the Senju clan had suffered significant losses. They awaited their clan leader to allocate sufficient benefits to rejuvenate their lineage. Yet now, with their leader deceased, each member likely believed that their young clan leader, Senju would ascend as the third Hokage. After all, the toll taken on the Senju during this conflict had been immense. Mito dared not imagine the consequences should they learn of her desire to support Hiruzen for the position of Hokage. They might very well attempt to overthrow her. What tremendous resentment that would provoke, regardless of the relentless efforts one puts forth in the pursuit of success. Returning home only to find one's spouse betrayed and oneself adorned with the shame of infidelity is a burden few can endure. The mere thought of one's own son standing before him, questioning his actions, weighs heavily on the heart. Such a turmoil leaves Uzumaki Mito feeling utterly exhausted and pained. Should he truly lend his support to Sarutobi Hiruzen? Moreover, the elders of the Senju clan, who have survived since the Warring States period, remain steadfastly alive. These venerable figures regard the future of their clan with greater reverence than their own lives, many of whom are older than Senju Hashirama himself. They witnessed the founding of the village by the Senju clan and the ascent of 2 generations to the position of Hokage, dedicating their lives to the clan's legacy. Even if they were to reprimand Hashirama, he would not dare retaliate, opting instead to respond with a smile and gentle persuasion. Hashirama would not risk confrontation, for a single misstep could lead to a catastrophe among the elders. Mito could hardly fathom the implications of passing the mantle of the 3rd Hokage to Hiruzen. What actions would these elders take? Even if Tobirama were alive to share such news, these elders would undoubtedly unleash their wrath upon him, let alone upon someone of the Uzumaki lineage. With a mere utterance, they could belittle him as an outsider, daring to meddle in the affairs of the Senju clan, effectively silencing him. Mito had no desire to tarnish his reputation in his later years. Furthermore, the village was rife with all manner of peculiar rumors, and these desperate elders might become ensnared by such tales, leading them to believe the most absurd notions. Mito found himself repulsed by the origin of these wretched rumors. Devoid of any semblance of logic, how could anyone possibly believe them? Even if Mito were to stand resolutely against the tide of dissent, insisting that Hiruzen assume the role of Hokage, these elders would risk their very lives to oppose him. To them, it was preferable to perish than to see the fruits of the Senju clan's triumph usurped by Hiruzen. Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words. The Senju's opposition left him powerless. After all, it was his teacher's clan, and he bore a sense of guilt towards his mentor. One could only wonder what thoughts Hiruzen harbored regarding the potential actions he might take against his teacher's family. Mito, gazing at Hiruzen, spoke, "I can alleviate the pressure from the Uchiha, but as for the Senju, I am at a loss. They have already firmly established their candidate for the 3rd Hokage, Senju Tobirama's son, Senjumon Zen. Though his strength may not be the mightiest, it is certainly respectable. His accomplishments during the First Shinobi World War were commendable, and he is currently en route to Konoha, soon to return to the village." Mito realized that he could offer little more assistance. Maintaining a neutral stance was already his utmost limit. Moreover, Senju Tobirama is indeed his own son, who has harbored feelings of guilt and shame for not inheriting his father's would-release abilities since childhood. He has always looked up to his father as a role model, aspiring to become the Hokage and protect Konohagakure. Given the current situation, it is evident that his son will not relinquish this ambition. Mito cannot possibly turn her back on her son in favor of outsiders. Sarutobi Hiruzen understands this well. All he requires from Mito is to assist him in resisting the pressure from the Uchiha clan. He seeks no further assistance beyond that. Mito Uzumaki continued, "If you wish to become Hokage, you must defeat my son, and do so honorably in front of the Senju clan. Only then can I persuade them on your behalf. As for anything beyond that, it will depend on your own abilities." She ceased speaking, having reached the limits of her support. Internally, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness regarding her son. She thought to herself, "Trust in Tobirama, his decisions must be sound. The future of Konoha will surely improve." Yet, simultaneously, she found herself cursing Senju Tobirama for creating such a dilemma even in his final moments. Mito resolved that if she were to pass away, she would join Senju Hashirama in the afterlife to give Tobirama a piece of her mind. How infuriating! Sarutobi Hiruzen felt immense gratitude toward Mito. Her selflessness was remarkable. She was able to respect Tobirama's decisions, even at the expense of her own son's interests. Hiruzen vowed that if he were to become Hokage in the future, he would ensure the safety of both the Uzumaki and Senju clans. Mito's kindness towards him was truly monumental. Chapter 27. Uzumaki Sueho, Sarutobi Hizashi. "Please take a rest." Uzumaki Sueho allowed Sarutobi Hizashi to rest inside the house. She was reluctant to expose him to the scrutiny of the various ninja clans. Given his status as a pivotal figure in the unfolding events and the 3rd Hokage, personally designated by the 2nd Hokage, she feared that once Sarutobi Hizashi stepped outside, his life would be in grave danger. However, at that moment, Uzumaki Sueho's expression was far from the benevolence and composure she exhibited during her earlier conversation with Sarutobi Hizashi. As she perused the intelligence reports before her, her face contorted with concern. She could scarcely fathom that while she had merely taken a brief rest, the Uchiha clan had erupted into chaos, even resulting in a change of leadership. Moreover, Uchiha Yoru had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. She had previously discerned that Uchiha Yoru was unlike traditional Uchiha members, coupled with his humble and cautious demeanor since childhood. Had he not awakened a Sharingan, anyone who encountered him would likely assume he was not of the Uchiha lineage. Yet now, he had brazenly confronted Uchiha Shuiwe, a stark deviation from his character. No, Uzumaki Sueho rejected this notion. The transformation in Uchiha Yoru's personality had been gradual. Yet, such a drastic change in one's character is improbable without an underlying cause. Thus, there existed only one possibility. He had been feigning his true self all along. The shift in Uchiha Yoru's character had a definitive turning point: the death of Tobarama Senju. Before Tobarama's intervention, Uchiha Yoru had consistently displayed humility and prudence, even deceiving the esteemed Senju Tobarama into considering him as a potential disciple. The subsequent changes began only after Tobarama engaged in negotiations. No, the transformation had been incremental. Initially, his methods were mild, limited to executions. However, as time progressed, his actions escalated to the point where he would unilaterally deprive others of their lives without seeking counsel. In an instant, Uzumaki Sueho was drenched in cold sweat. Uchiha Yoru was indeed a formidable force. It is essential to note that during Tobarama's lifetime, Uchiha Yoru epitomized the will of fire. His dossier bore the commendation from Tobarama Senju. Uchiha Yoru, like Uchiha Kagami, is an anomaly within the Uchiha clan. He is capable of fully inheriting the will of fire. Such an individual, possessing a profound understanding of the will of fire, was seen as a potential bridge between the village and the Uchiha, warranting focused cultivation. Now, as Uzumaki Sueho reflected upon the astute evaluation bestowed by Lord Tobarama, she could not help but juxtapose it with Uchiha Yoru's current erratic behavior. This was the first instance she realized that even Tobarama could err. Uchiha Yoru was indeed an unpredictable variable. It was astonishing that a man as astute and harboring a deep-seated disdain for the Uchiha could be so deceived by Uchiha Yoru. It is worth noting that Tobarama approached each Uchiha with inherent suspicion. To earn his acknowledgement as one who embodies the will of fire is a feat that perhaps surpasses even that of Hashirama Senju's own legacy. Uchiha Yoru had effectively dismantled the very endorsement pinned by Tobarama Senju. The transformation in his demeanor is strikingly profound compared to his former self. He audaciously dares to publicly usurp the current leader of the Uchiha clan, positioning himself as the successor. However, this puzzling behavior becomes comprehensible after Mito learns of Uchiha's awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan. After all, possessing the Manjiki is akin to embracing madness. No matter how outrageous his actions may be, Mito finds herself compelled to accept them. This is a legacy left by generations of Manjiki Sharingan bearers from the Uchiha clan. Mito's expression has shifted to one of panic. An Uchiha who has already awakened the Manjiki Sharingan can still masquerade as an inheritor of the will of fire. Most alarmingly, he has managed to deceive Senju Tobarama. Tobarama is the wisest individual Mito has ever encountered. Only after Tobarama's demise did Uchiha reveal his true nature. Such temperament, such resilience, coupled with his current Manjiki Sharingan. He is indeed more fearsome than Uchiha Madara. Although Madara's strength is unparalleled, his character diverges significantly from that of Uchiha. Madara adheres to the principle of absolute power and executes matters solely through strength. He understands certain actions he could undertake, yet he scorns the idea of doing so. He places his faith solely in unassailable might. Since the death of his brother, who also served as his strategist, Uchiha Izuna, the threat posed by Madara to Hashirama and Mito has diminished exponentially. For Izuna was akin to the brain behind Uchiha Madara. Before Izuna's passing, only he could temper Madara's impulses. While there were other intelligent Uchiha, none could dissuade Madara. This brotherly devotion of Madara's led him to trust only Uchiha Izuna. Yet, the current predicament with Uchiha is different. He possesses an uncanny ability to endure, striking at the opportune moment. For instance, he emerges just after Tobarama's death, having gleaned the information himself. The level of threat posed by this situation leaves Mito trembling with trepidation. She cannot fathom the sheer improbability of such coincidences. Uchiha is undeniably terrifying. Gazing at him, Mito is reminded of someone, Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha embodies the cunning of Izuna while wielding strength akin to Madara. He is truly a synthesis of both Izuna and Madara. However, in this era, both Hashirama and Tobarama have perished. Where will the Senju clan find the next Hashirama or Tobarama to counter this newly emerged Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna? Mito continues to scrutinize the information in her hands. He actually intends to expand the police force? How can this be permitted, especially at such a critical juncture? Does he aspire to contend for the position of Hokage? This thought is the first to surface in Mito's mind. Now, Uchiha Yu is so eager to oust Uchiha Zuyue as the leader of the Uchiha clan. It is evident that his next target, the position of third Hokage in Konoha, is something even a fool like her can discern. The Uchiha clan harbors ambitious aspirations. Mito found herself overwhelmed, inwardly cursing Tobirama once again. You departed so easily, yet this entire mess has been left for me to handle. Hashirama, I hope you can impart some lessons to Tobirama from beyond the grave. The Uchiha's aggression is rather formidable. Who, then, can thwart them? Sarutobi Hiruzen? Mito shook her head. His strength was far too feeble, with the only advantage he possessed being the will of fire. However, it seemed that even the Uchiha's knight possessed a stronger will of fire than Hiruzen. After all, he managed to deceive Tobirama, which indicated that this young man must have a robust spirit. As for her own son, he likely fell short as well. He had not inherited his father's would release. He would probably be unable to stand against Uchiha Knight. Yet, it was unthinkable to allow these malevolent Uchihas to govern all of Konohagakure. They would surely lead it towards ruin. Having once encountered Uchiha Madara, Mito was acutely aware of the madness that consumed the Uchiha clan. Especially those who had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, they were fundamentally unhinged. At any moment, they might conjure a sinister scheme. If they were to become Hokage, they would undoubtedly bring about the destruction of the entire village. As the steadfast anchor of Konohagakure, Mito could not permit such an occurrence. She contemplated that perhaps only by harnessing the power of the Nine Tails could she fully suppress Uchiha Knight. For now, she silently prayed that Uchiha Knight had just awakened his Manjiki Sharingan and had yet to master its capabilities. Nevertheless, Uchiha Knight had not yet severed ties with her faction. There was no immediate need to resort to the Nine Tails' power. Before that, it would be prudent to allow Sarutobi Hiruzen to test the waters. After all, he bore the last wishes of Tobirama, and she hoped he still possessed some undiscovered talents. Thus, Mito found herself inadvertently throwing Sarutobi Hiruzen under the bus. Chapter 28. Uchiha Kagami. I truly cannot distinguish. Uchiha Kagami's face was a canvas of confusion, his eyes bloodshot as he aimlessly made his way towards the clan's grounds. A tumult of emotion surged within him. Who within the family had received the news? He had not conveyed any information to the clan, indicating that there must be an internal channel of communication. Yet, why was such information disseminated? Was Lord Tobirama's directive not sufficient? Should Sarutobi Hiruzen take the stage? It would undoubtedly lead to a more prosperous and flourishing Uchiha clan, owing to their camaraderie as teammates. This perplexity weighed heavily upon Kagami's mind. It could only be said that Tobirama's assessments, for the most part, held merit. His evaluation stated, Uchiha Yoru and Uchiha Kagami have both fully embraced the spirit of the will of fire. At least, this was true for Kagami. Though Yoru was undeniably a variable, Kagami began to ponder who within the clan could have committed such an act. The sole thought occupying his mind was the clan leader, Uchiha Tsukuyami. As the head of the Uchiha clan, he bore the greatest suspicion. The ability to swiftly mobilize the clan's resources could only be attributed to him, as few others remained within the Uchiha fold. After all, the clan's influence extended even to the hidden Cloud Village. Kagami was convinced that the information must have leaked from there. Otherwise, how could the clan have obtained such knowledge? Thus, only the clan leader could wield such power. Yet, despair engulfed Kagami. What could he possibly do? Would he confront the clan leader for the sake of Sarutobi Hiruzen? His conscience would not allow him to act thus. Yet if matters were to proceed without resolution, he would inexplicably bear the brunt of blame. With nowhere to vent his frustration, how could he face the very person who had saved his life, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Yet, he found himself utterly helpless. Without the Uchiha clan's support, how could he possibly identify the informant? Especially if that individual were indeed the clan leader. What was he to do? Kagami's heart was ensnared in turmoil. His clan leader and his savior. How was he to choose? After much internal conflict, he finally resolved to assist Sarutobi Hiruzen. The clan leader's unilateral dissemination of information was a clear repudiation of Lord Tobirama's orders. He had ceased to recognize the Hokage, a blatant betrayal of Konohagakure. Therefore, his actions would not contravene his moral principles. Kagami justified his course of action according to his own standards of conduct. However, he soon encountered another daunting dilemma. Whom should he trust? It was essential to note that the clan leader was the most formidable presence within the family. To usurp him, he would need allies within the clan, but who could he confide in? Kagami often felt an overwhelming sense of solitude, perceiving the clan members as excessively aloof. He always sensed his own alienation, as those within the family appeared indifferent towards him. At that moment, a name flashed through his mind, Uchiha Yoru. Within the clan, only Yoru shared his thoughts, and only Yoru had gained the recognition of Lord Tobirama. In Uchiha Yoru's heart, if he could trust but one individual from the Uchiha clan, his answer would undoubtedly be Uchiha Yoru. Kagami felt that there was not a single virtuous soul in the Uchiha clan, save for Yoru. He realized that he could only place his trust in him. Yoru, wait for me. Kagami resolved to seek out Uchiha Yoru immediately. Time was of the essence. He must establish contact with Yoru before the clan leader became aware of their intentions. It was imperative to thwart the clan leader's sinister plot. Just then, the clan meeting concluded. Kagami made his way towards the clan grounds, where the members of the Uchiha clan were also approaching. They crossed paths. Upon seeing Kagami return, the clan members offered him greetings, albeit with a palpable distance. After all, they had heard the rumors of Uchiha Kagami abandoning the Hokage to return to Konoha. They could hardly believe that Uchiha Kagami, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, could commit such an act, abandoning his teacher and even serving as a member of the ANBU. To forsake both the Hokage and his own master, had he not betrayed all that was honorable? This bewildered and incited disdain among the Uchiha people. Is it true that you abandoned the Hokage and fled back to Konoha? One member inquired, referring to the newly appointed clan leader. Still struggling to adjust to the change in titles. But can Sarutobi Hiruzen truly become the third Hokage? It seems impossible, does it not? Kagami, you are the pride of the Uchiha. How could you commit such an act? Kagami felt overwhelmed by the cacophony surrounding him. It was important to note that many Uchiha clan members had gathered from the meeting. They clamored to extract information from Uchiha Kagami. Eager to ascertain the truth of the matter, Kagami found himself in a daze. What were they saying? Why could he not comprehend? Was it not the clan leader's message they were sharing? Why were they speaking of Yoru? His expression reflected disbelief. How could the one who leaked the news of Lord Tobirama's demise be Uchiha Yoru? He would sooner believe that the entire Uchiha clan was deceiving him than accept that Yoru could be involved. The only person he could trust within his family was Uchiha Yoru. Yoru was personally acknowledged by Lord Tobirama and shared the same will of fire that resided within Konoha. How could he possibly engage in such treachery? Impossible? Absolutely inconceivable. It had to be the clan leader's scheme to frame Yoru. Was the clan leader not already imprisoning him? Perhaps he was fabricating messages in Yoru's name to tarnish his reputation. Uchiha Zuyue, you are indeed cunning. No, I must rescue him. Yoru, wait for me. Yet, no matter how hard Jing attempted to advance, he found himself encircled by a throng of Uchiha clan members from the assembly, leaving him utterly trapped. Just as he was about to employ his ninjutsu to rescue his beloved Uchiha Yi, a voice resonated through the air. Jing, you have finally arrived. Captain Yi has ascended to the position of clan leader, and your contributions have been significant. We owe much to your timely transmission of crucial intelligence. It was the voice of Uchiha Zemo. Observing from a distance, Zemo noticed the unfriendly gazes directed at Jing, yet he remained unaware of the underlying truth until much later. It dawned upon him that during the dissemination of rumors, they had neglected to inform everyone that it was Jing who had relayed the message. Alas, Jing had endured such an unjust plight. However, upon introspection, Zemo felt discomfort at the thought that Jing had allowed the Hokage to take the rear in such dire circumstances. Nevertheless, Zemo reconciled his feelings, acknowledging Jing's considerable role in his captain's elevation to clan leader. Poor Zemo. At that moment, he had merely speculated that the intelligence was conveyed by Jing. While Yi did not refute this assertion, Zemo mistakenly assumed that the information had been passed on by Jing, resulting in this grand misunderstanding. The remaining members of the Uchiha clan were now utterly bewildered. What was happening? Hadn't Uchiha Jing just betrayed the Hokage? How had he suddenly become a key figure in Captain Yi's, no, the clan leader's, ascendance? Zemo approached, draping an arm around Jing's shoulders, and exclaimed to the gathered crowd, "Oh, you do not comprehend. Lord Jing has borne the brunt of humiliation. It was indeed Lord Jing who transmitted the information. He is a distinguished contributor to both Captain Ye's rise and to our Uchiha clan." As he spoke, Zemo patted Jing's back. Jing's expression was one of utter incredulity. He could comprehend each word spoken, yet the entirety eluded his understanding. Intelligence was conveyed by me. What on earth was transpiring? Furthermore, was he not the sub-team leader of the police force? How had he become Captain Yi, the clan leader? Jing had merely attended a negotiation. What had transpired within the Uchiha clan? It was as if the world had been turned upside down. However, a thought struck Jing. If he had indeed become the leader, what of clan leader Ziyue? Since Ziyue was no longer the clan leader, could he have been the one to relay the message? In that moment, Jing felt his mind was utterly overwhelmed. The sheer volume of information he had absorbed that day was staggering. Breathing heavily, he stammered to Zimo, "What did you say?" "Captain Yi." Without hesitation, Uchiha Zimo replied, "Indeed, Captain Yi." Then, as if struck by a revelation, he slapped his forehead and said, "Oh dear, my memory. You've just arrived and are still unaware. Lord Yi has awakened our clan's highest Mangeki Sharingan, and he has officially become the leader of our Uchiha clan, leading us to glory." Soon, the leader of the Night Clan was destined to become the third Hokage. Uchiha Zimo declared proudly. "What? What are you saying?" Jing could hardly believe it. His dear brother had actually awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Moreover, he had overthrown the clan leader to aspire to the position of third Hokage? How could this be possible? Knight had been recognized by Lord Tobirama as a member of the Uchiha clan. The fervor of the will of fire burned intensely within him. How could he defy Lord Tobirama's last wishes? This was unfathomable. He struggled to accept it. In that moment, Zimo's sudden proclamation shattered his mental defenses. "It's all right, Jing. The information regarding Senju's demise was relayed by you. Captain Knight becoming the clan leader owes much to your efforts." At that instant, Jing found himself utterly lost between the realms of illusion and reality. Everyone believed that he had transmitted the information. His own clansmen, his comrades were all convinced of it. Yet, why was he the only one who felt he had not conveyed any message? Furthermore, was it not the clan leader who had delivered the news? Hadn't T. Knight been imprisoned by the clan leader? How could Knight have overthrown the clan leader and ascended as the new leader? What on earth was happening? Jing felt utterly exhausted, as if he were succumbing to hallucinations. Perhaps this was all an illusion, a scheme to ensnare him. It must be the assistance of the clan leader. He was obstructing Jing from rescuing Knight. Everything before his eyes was an illusion. Yes, an illusion. If he could just break free from these phantasms, he would be able to see Knight again. "Knight, wait for me. I will save you." Uchiha Jing formed the seals for a technique specifically designed to dispel illusions. Release. Release. I release. However, he found it utterly futile. The Uchiha clansmen around him continued their incessant chatter. Uchiha Zimo even placed a hand upon his head, inspecting whether he had been possessed. "Impossible. Impossible. This is an illusion." Deep down, Jing desperately wished for it to be a mere illusion, yet the seals to dispel it had not taken effect. This was not an illusion at all. Furthermore, which illusion could possibly affect the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? Jing gazed at the seemingly endless stream of Uchiha clansmen and the incessantly concerned Uchiha Zimo. This was reality. Yet they all claimed it was information relayed by him. I did not, but each individual insisted otherwise. It must have been my doing. This could not be an illusion. Why was this happening? Jing felt an excruciating pain in his head. "Jing, what's wrong?" Hearing the voices of concern surrounding him, Jing felt as though the world around him was turning upside down. What was truly real? What was the truth? Jing could no longer distinguish between reality and illusion. His eyes bloodshot and his demeanor frenzied. He had lost his grip on sanity, emitting a series of anguished cries. "I truly cannot discern Night. I truly cannot tell." Chapter 29. Mirror the night was akin to a decayed white moon, and Uchiha Kagami was spiraling into madness, startling Uchiha Zimo beside him. What on earth had caused such a sudden transformation? At that moment, Yi approached, not because he sensed something amiss, but rather due to the fact that the Uchiha clan members had not dispersed and were all congregated in one place. As the clan leader, he felt compelled to investigate. The Uchiha clan lacked any form of entertainment, making such a gathering highly unusual. Upon seeing Yi, Uchiha Zimo, like an eager sycophant, exclaimed, "Clan leader." His voice resonated with strength and loyalty. He saluted with both hands raised at a 45-degree angle, fingers gracefully curved. The other Uchiha, upon hearing his call, immediately imitated him. And soon the entire plaza echoed with the sound of salutes. The pathway, originally widened for clan leader Yi, became even more spacious. Yi swiftly arrived on the scene and was perplexed to see Kagami in such a state of frenzy. He should have still been imprisoned by the whirlpool of the Senju clan. How had he returned? When the once mad Kagami saw Uchiha Yi, he rushed over to grasp his hand, urgently asking, "Yi, what on earth has happened? How did you become the clan leader? Was it that scoundrel Uchiha Ziyue who coerced you?" Yi was left utterly speechless. What was he saying? Why did it sound so incomprehensible? Yet he replied, What are you talking about? Kagami, clan leader Ziwa, personally bestowed the title of clan leader upon me, entrusting me to lead the Uchiha toward glory. Kagami's expression was one of utter confusion. Was this truly the case? The boundary between reality and illusion left him disoriented. Had clan leader Zuyue really conferred the position upon Yi? Who had conveyed this information? Who had ensnared him in such treachery? Was it I? If everyone claimed it was me, then it must be true. His mind had completely unraveled, and his speech became incoherent. Yet, he blurted out. Then where did this news originate? Who spread it? Yi responded succinctly. Why? It was I, of course. There is nothing to conceal. Yi, feeling inexplicably patient, repeatedly explained the situation to Uchiha Kagami. How could this be? Kagami found it hard to believe. Yi was a person who, like himself, possessed the will of fire. How could he engage in such actions? Within the entire clan, only the two of them were truly aware. He excitedly declared to Uchiha Yi, how could you possibly propagate the news of Sensei Tobirama's demise? This is of utmost importance. What have you done to Sarutobi Hiruzen? At that moment, Zima was equally bewildered. Hadn't he been the one to relay the news to the clan leader? Had this man truly lost his mind? How could he utter such words? Yi, now realizing there had been a misunderstanding, felt it was too late to address it, nor was it necessary. With a resonant voice, he addressed Uchiha Kagami before him. What are you saying? As a member of the Uchiha clan, do you never consider matters from a familial perspective? Are you aware of the dangers that threaten our clan? At that moment, it seemed that Uchiha Kagami no longer recognized Uchihaya. In a fit of agitation, he retorted, dangers to the clan? Of course I am aware. The members of our family have become excessively arrogant, having distanced themselves from the villagers for far too long. By supporting Sarutobi Hiruzen's rise to power, our clan can re-establish connections with the village and reintegrate into its fabric. You found his words utterly ludicrous. Everything relies on the consent of others. The Uchiha clan is so powerful, why should it depend on anyone else? He blurted out, you brainless fool. The surrounding Uchihas felt as though they had ingested something vile upon hearing Kagami's declaration. An elderly member of the Uchiha clan spoke up. You were raised by the clan, and yet you utter such words. Do you have any conscience left? Do you still deserve to be called an Uchiha? Is it the Uchiha who refuses to integrate? They would never accept us. Indeed, as a ninja of the clan, instead of aspiring to become Hokage and leading the clan to victory, you think of supporting others. Are you out of your mind? Initially, the clansman could hardly believe that Kagami would abandon his teacher, but now it was clear that his mind had been utterly ensnared by the wickedness of the Senju Tobirama. He was no longer truly an Uchiha. An elder, who had survived since the Warring States period, held a lifelong aspiration for the Uchiha to produce a Hokage. Upon hearing Kagami's audacious words, he raised his cane, intending to strike him, but was stopped by Uchiha Zemo. Enraged, he exclaimed, Uchiha Kagami, how dare you call yourself an Uchiha? You disgrace the very Sharingan you possess. What is wrong with the Uchiha clan producing a Hokage? Currently, we have none. Yeah, as the clan leader, has the courage and ability to achieve this, while you merely place your hopes in others. The renown of the Uchiha clan is forged through our own efforts, not by subsisting on the scraps of others. Kagami remained unfazed, perceiving that his clansmen would never comprehend his noble aspirations. Thus, he chose to disregard them. In his mind, his kin were ensnared by illusions, and only he walked the righteous path. He was certain he could lead the Uchiha toward new glory. A bunch of mundane fools, he thought. There is no need to converse with you. You could never grasp my vision. However, there was one individual of significance, Uchihaya. He was the only one among his kin capable of rational discourse with him. He could still be salvaged. His thoughts could yet be redeemed. Uchiha Kagami resolved to persuade Yoru, stating, I believe you have been misled by our clansmen. Trust me, their perspective is perpetually erroneous. Heed my words, and have faith in Master Tobirama's dying wish. It is undoubtedly the right path. I have heard that you have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. This I will certainly aid Hiruzen in attaining the position of Hokage. The Uchiha clan shall have a future. Kagami earnestly implored Uchiha Yoru. In his eyes, he had exercised considerable patience. His motivation stemmed solely from Yoru's aspiration for the Hokage title. At present, Yoru was merely ensnared by these ineffectual clansmen. Yet there remained a chance for redemption. After all, he felt profoundly isolated within the clan, with no one to comprehend his ideals. Upon hearing these words, Yoru found himself devoid of any thoughts of derision. In his heart, He had already condemned Uchiha Kagami to a fate worse than death. This traitor to his clan had unequivocally become a dog to Shinji Tobarama. How could he suggest that Yoru utilize his Manjiki Sharingan to assist Sarutobi Hiruzen? His mind was truly unhinged. I possess the Manjiki. I should be the Hokage, Yoru exclaimed in fury. Uchiha Kagami, you were raised by the Uchiha clan from childhood. You were not nurtured by the Senju, nor by Sarutobi Hiruzen. You ungrateful wretch. The Uchiha clansmen were indignant. Were it not for the clan leader engaged in conversation with him, each Uchiha would have longed to confront and eliminate Kagami. Yet, Kagami remained indifferent to these inept individuals. His sole concern was Yoru. His voice trembled as he spoke. He felt as though the Uchiha Yoru before him had become a stranger. He was now indistinguishable from the family members, no longer the individual who once brimmed with the will of fire. He had transformed into a faded version of his former self. Reflecting on the past, when Yoru had radiated the fire of ambition, a torrent of emotion surged within him. Looking at the malevolent Uchiha Ikir before him, he could not help but lament. The same visage no longer evokes the feelings of yesteryear. Yoru was no longer the vibrant Uchiha who once embodied the spirit of determination. Chapter 30. Uchiha Yoru, the perfecter of the will of fire before him. Uchiha Kagami trembled. Yoru, how have you changed so much? You were not like this before. He felt that Uchiha Yoru seemed so foreign now. His current malevolent demeanor mirrored that of their clan members perfectly. He was no longer the boy who embodied the will of fire. Could it be that his previous demeanor was merely a facade? The thought was terrifying. Was it truly possible for someone to masquerade as the heir of the will of fire for 18 long years? Deep within, he still harbored the hope that Uchiha Yoru was merely putting on an act. He yearned for the Yoru who once shared his ideals, who sought to lead the Uchiha to prosperity through the will of fire, to remain untainted. If Uchiha Yoru had truly transformed in such a manner, then the final remnants of purity within him would inevitably be sullied. He addressed Uchiha Yoru. Yoru, Lord Tobarama has always held high hopes for you, believing you to be the rightful heir of Konoha's will of fire. I regret not taking you as my disciple. Was your former self truly a mere pretense? Uchiha Yoru found himself at a loss for words. He could confidently say that among the numerous abstract individuals he had encountered in the Uchiha clan, this was the most perplexing. An act? Uchiha Yoru scoffed. Did one need to feign such things? As a product of 9 years of compulsory education, he understood the importance of cherishing companions, respecting the elderly, and greeting strangers with a smile. These were fundamental values he could not possibly be unaware of. He had successfully completed his education and even gained admission to university. He was no fool. Everything in existence fears juxtaposition. The Uchiha clan he belonged to had become utterly distorted, each member seemingly a reflection of the same genetic blueprint, proud, haughty, and dismissive. The behaviors exhibited by Uchiha Yoru, which appeared ordinary to him, were truly anomalous within the Uchiha clan. To be candid, he greeted every villager with warmth and even assisted elderly women with mobility issues across the street. He treated small vendors with utmost courtesy. Such manners were merely the basic decorum of a university student. Yet, these actions were utterly foreign to the members of the Uchiha clan, who deemed them undignified. However, Uchiha Yoru eventually realized that this approach was indeed effective. Particularly, the essay he wrote about the will of fire at the Ninja Academy impressed Tobarama, leading him to believe that Uchiha Yoru could inherit the will of fire. Tobarama even wished to take him as a disciple, but how could Yoru possibly agree? He couldn't help but reminisce about the essay that had once brought Tobarama to tears, declaring, "Finally, someone understands me. There will be successors to the will of fire." That essay later became a required reading for every student at the Ninja Academy. He was certain that it marked the pinnacle of his life. Pouring all his talents into that essay, even drawing upon the accumulation of his past existence, Uchiha Yoru reflected on his current life, one marked by a ruthless, knife-like existence, and could not help but reminisce about the time he painstakingly crafted that timeless discourse on the will of fire. Below is an excerpt, where the leaves of the trees dance, the fire persists endlessly. In places where leaves flutter, the flame of hope ignites, illuminating the village and nurturing new leaves. The youth embodies the promise of the future. The elders must trust and protect them. The sacrifices of the older generation are not in vain. Rather, they inspire the young to become the pillars that bear the weight of tomorrow. The will of fire embodies a selfless spirit, fostering unity among the clans within the village, prioritizing the greater good, and safeguarding their brethren, as all villagers are one family. Upon reading this, Senju Tobarama immediately incorporated these sentiments into the Will of Fire. These words encapsulated what Tobarama longed to express but could not articulate, especially the final line, which Yoru continually pondered, reflecting on his past zenith. Fallen blossoms are not devoid of sentiment. They transform into spring mud to nurture the flowers. As autumn arrives, the fallen leaves enrich the earth, nurturing the tender buds of spring, causing the great trees to grow ever larger and more robust. Upon encountering this line, Tobarama began to question whether Uchiha Yoru truly belonged to the Uchiha clan. Tobarama savored these two verses, finding them increasingly profound. The Will of Fire subtly conveys the principles of heaven and earth, leaving a lasting impression. Once this essay was published, Uchiha Yoru instantly captured Tobarama's attention. However, if Yoru had known that it was precisely these two lines that compelled Tobarama to resolutely retreat, how would he have felt? Yoru found himself increasingly enamored with his cultural zenith. He could not help but exclaim, "Fallen blossoms are not devoid of sentiment. They transform into spring mud to nurture the flowers." Upon hearing this line, Kagami felt a stir deep within his DNA. This was it. This was the line. The fallen flowers became the nourishing soil of spring, fostering the next generation. It was this very line that had utterly captivated him, binding him to Uchiha Yoru. The sunlight graced Yoru's face, and Kagami found himself unable to avert his gaze. Such was the feeling. Yoru, noticing Kagami's intense gaze, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Very well, he admitted to himself that he had grown to utterly despise Uchiha Kagami. Now, Yoru was too weary to explain himself to Kagami. He did not deserve to hear it. "If that is your belief, then so be it," Yoru casually remarked. Observing Yoru's faade being torn away, Kagami felt a chill envelop him. The Uchiha Yoru before him was far more formidable than he had ever imagined. He had truly masqueraded as the heir of the Will of Fire, maintaining the charade until Lord Tobarama's demise revealed his true nature. You, Kagami stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Yoru, feeling an icy dread. There truly are those who wear masks for years on end, having deceived the entire hidden leaf. The individual in question happened to be his own beloved. As night continued to observe Uchiha Kagami, an increasing sense of unease enveloped him. With hands forming seals, a shinobi blade materialized before him. A flash of cerulean lightning erupted, the blade slicing through the air with a thunderous roar. At that moment, the 8 trigrams pattern in his eyes whirled rapidly, allowing him to discern the vulnerabilities in Uchiha Kagami's form. With a swift strike, the blade cleaved through the air, catching Kagami off guard. In an instant, a grotesque wound appeared on his chest, exposing his innards. "How so fast? You?" He attempted to utter more, yet his body could no longer endure. His vision dimmed, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Uchiha Knight approached, satisfied with his handiwork. Inflicting serious injury without causing death required a deft touch. After all, Uchiha Kagami's only flaw lay in his words. He had not taken significant action. Furthermore, should he choose to eliminate Kagami, the reaction from Uzumaki Naruto would be troublesome. Knight was uncertain of his ability to defeat Naruto, and it was prudent to avoid conflict. As the clan leader, securing the support of the majority of the shinobi clans was paramount. The position of Hokage would undoubtedly be within his grasp. After all, politics is not merely about violence, but rather about human connections and social intricacies. Observing the stunned expressions of the Uchiha clansmen around him, Uchiha Knight declared, "What are you all staring at? Take him to the prison." With that he departed, leaving behind a throng of Uchiha who gazed at Uchiha Kagami. They marveled at how the clan leader's swordsmanship seemed to have advanced further. Despite Kagami's questionable character, his strength was indisputable among the clan. The fact that the clan leader could achieve a single lethal blow was astounding. A member of the police force turned to Uchiha Zemo and suggested, "Captain, shall we not simply?" He gestured with a hand across his throat. Uchiha Zemo swiftly struck the back of the offender's head, exclaiming, "What are you trying to do? Obey the clan leader's orders. Even if this man deserves death, the clan leader has not decreed that we take action." The team member comprehended his mistake deeply. Loyalty. Zemo nodded approvingly, echoing loyalty. Chapter 31. On that day, no clansman was willing to follow me. Knight returned to the dwelling. Gazing at the stone tablet left by the Southie Shrine, the very monument that had deceived Uchiha Madara into a crippled state. Madara devoted his entire life to the illusory Moon Eye plan, only to find his body transformed into a vessel for another's reincarnation. To be fair, Kagaya's Black Zetsu was indeed astute. By manipulating the instructions left by the Sage of Six Paths for the reincarnators of Indra, he ensured that every generation of Indra's reincarnators became the subjects of his scheme. Yet, it was evidently no simple task. After all, he must have secretly guided numerous generations of Indra's inheritors before encountering a figure like Uchiha Madara. Having endured the torment of war, Madara ultimately achieved a fleeting peace in the shinobi world through his and Hashirama's formidable power. However, it was abundantly clear that such peace was fundamentally insubstantial. It was entirely reliant on the might of these two individuals. Once they perished, the shinobi world would inevitably plunge back into chaos. Furthermore, by uniting the formerly disparate clans into villages, future conflicts would undoubtedly be more catastrophic than the Warring States period. The past had witnessed struggles between families, while the present heralded wars among multiple clans, with the intensity of conflict far surpassing that of yore. Thus, when Madara realized he could never become the second Hokage, coupled with his acute perception of Hashirama's fundamentally flawed approach, he departed in despair, resolving to follow the guidance left by the Sage of Six Paths. Little did he know, this guidance had already been corrupted. In many ways, Madara's life was a tragedy. His brother was gravely injured by Senju Tobarama, ultimately succumbing to his wounds. In a moment of humiliation, he was compelled to transplant his brother's eyes to acquire formidable power. Yet, even with this strength, he remained unable to defeat Senju Hashirama. Of course, this also illuminated the depths of Tobarama's cunning. When Madara declared that Izuna had died, Tobarama feigned ignorance, asking how Izuna had met his demise, while inwardly relishing his triumph. "If you don't die from my flying thunder god slash, then I'll eat my words." Enraged, Madara sought vengeance against Senju Tobarama for his brother's death, but Hashirama continually intervened. Subsequently, the ninja of Madara's clan were gradually swayed to join the Senju clan. Madara recalled his brother's last wish, to protect the Uchiha clan. Ultimately, he was forced to endure his hatred while cohabiting in the same village as the brother killer. However, Tobarama continued to undermine him, making it evident that Madara could never ascend as the second Hokage. If he were not to achieve this, then it must be Tobarama who would take the position. With Tobarama's nefarious nature, the Uchiha clan would inevitably face extinction. Madara recognized that Hashirama's model would only precipitate larger-scale wars. Thus, he resolved to lead the Uchiha clan away from Konoha. Yet, the clan he had devoted his life to protecting now abandoned him. On that fateful day, not a single clansman was willing to follow me. The dual-faced Susanoo was rendered powerless by the absence of allies. It is a lamentable truth that any Uchiha who awakens the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan has undoubtedly endured profound darkness in their past. Such individuals inevitably cultivate a deep disillusionment with the world. The rejection from Hashirama Senju, coupled with the unwillingness of the Uchiha clan to rally behind him, plunged Uchiha Madara into the depths of despair. At that moment, the Moon Eye plan appeared as a beacon of hope, leading Madara down a path he perceived to be a grand avenue. In reality, it was merely a case of substitution, a hollow reincarnation. Madara believed he was utilizing Obito, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Kagaya was also manipulating him. At that time, I pondered what Lord Madara might be doing. However, upon reflection, it was likely that he was languishing in some dark underground lair, desperately seeking a way to awaken the Rinnegan. Calculating the passage of time, I concluded that I would not take Obito's place in executing that futile plan. In my previous life, I was often moved by the tumultuous relationship between Hashirama and Madara. There exists a viewpoint that unjustly favors Tobarama over Hashirama, expressing indignation at Hashirama's protection of Tobarama, who had slain another's brother. Yet, one must question why Tobarama developed numerous jutsu, specifically targeting the Uchiha clan. It was precisely because their brother, Senju Butsuma, perished under the torturous illusions of the Sharingan. It is worth noting that death could have been swift, yet they chose to inflict prolonged suffering through Jinjutsu. Over the years, Tobarama devised countless strategies against the Sharingan. Techniques like the Dark Movement and Flying Thunder God could obscure its perception. Could the brother who suffered endless torment and the elder who swiftly fell after battling Madara ever return? From Tobarama's perspective, the long-standing feud between the Senju and Uchiha clans justified his actions. As for why Hashirama tolerated Madara's departure, it was because he believed the village's welfare transcended all else. Anyone who threatened the village's peace, regardless of their identity, even a blood brother, would be met with unwavering resolve. Hashirama's intentions were evident from the Hokage cloak he wore on the day of negotiations. Had he truly wished to retain Madara, he would have removed his Hokage robe and insisted on elevating Madara to the position of second Hokage on the spot. How could Madara possibly refuse such an offer? It is essential to recognize that Madara was susceptible to such gestures. It was Hashirama's unwavering determination that had previously instilled in him a vision of peace. When Madara learned that the mantle of the second Hokage would fall to Tobirama, disappointment washed over him. In that moment, Hashirama was rendered speechless, unable to make any promises. How could Madara accept this? To him, Hashirama had irrevocably broken a past vow. At that juncture, Uchiha Madara was arguably at his most temperate and gentle throughout his life. When Hashirama could offer him nothing, Madara profoundly understood that he had lost everything. His clansmen lacked the courage to follow him into Hashirama's realm. They had grown accustomed to a life of comfort. Obito could only depart from Konoha in solitude. Yet, as anticipated by him, although the Uchiha clan was not annihilated during the reign of the second Hokage, the inequitable treatment continued to exacerbate the rift between the Uchiha and Konoha, inevitably igniting a powder keg. Ultimately, the outcome was as expected. Strictly speaking, perhaps Tobirama harbored a sense of guilt towards Izuna. This remains uncertain. However, during his lifetime, his methods cannot be deemed outright oppression. They should be classified as a form of balance. At the very least, he regarded the Uchiha as members of his own village. After all, Tobirama merely perceived the Uchiha as overly sentimental, prone to radical actions, which fostered his biases. Undoubtedly, the formidable impression left by Madara loomed large in his mind. Senju Tobirama remarked, "Madara, after your departure, I see traces of you and others." Yet, upon Sarutobi Hiruzen's ascension, the treatment of the Uchiha devolved into something inhumane. They were treated as if they were mere outsiders. Any perilous tasks were assigned to them, while benefits were met with silence. It can be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo merely adopted Tobirama's animosity towards the Uchiha. Alternatively, it could be argued that their hearts lacked the capacity to embrace the Uchiha. They failed to grasp the intricate political maneuvers employed by Senju Tobirama during his lifetime. In fact, Senju Tobirama could be regarded as the most politically astute leader in the entire shinobi world. I have accomplished all that I am capable of. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen truly embodies his namesake, a monkey. Chapter 32, The Tale of Xiaoming and Uchiha Asen on the following day. The newly recruited civilian ninjas had been assigned their duties within the police force. Starting tomorrow, these newcomers would embark on their professional journey. Consequently, a modest yet significant induction ceremony was convened, presided over by Uchiha. The spacious conference room of the police force was nearly filled to capacity at that moment. The police force originally comprised 237 Uchiha clan ninjas, and now an additional 229 civilian ninjas had been enlisted. As Uchiha entered the conference room, he surveyed the scene within. It was evident that a palpable divide lingered between the Uchiha clan and the civilian ninjas, primarily due to their lack of prior interaction. To assert that there was no divide would be mere folly, for the civilian ninjas perceived the Uchiha clan as aloof and disdainful. Most had joined for the benefits and the allure of the rare ninjutsu techniques. After all, becoming part of this esteemed group promised access to powerful abilities, which drew numerous civilian ninjas to the cause. However, an undercurrent of anxiety permeated their thoughts. Would the Uchiha clan truly uphold their commitments? Ninjutsu, after all, was often rigorously guarded by prominent families, making acquisition exceedingly challenging. During this formal occasion, they instinctively chose to separate themselves from the Uchiha ninjas. A clear demarcation was established, reminiscent of the ancient boundary between the Chu and Han states. To the left were the Uchiha clan members, while the right side housed the civilian ninjas. Witnessing this, Uchiha could not help but reflect on the long road ahead for the Uchiha clan in terms of improving their public image. The induction ceremony commenced with Uchiha Ziwe delivering a brief address before passing the reins of the event to Uchiha Yi. As the clan leader, it would be inappropriate for him to overshadow Ye's authority. Such a significant gathering, concerning the clan leader's oversight of his subordinates, demanded that he not eclipse Ye's prominence, especially in matters of personnel. Stepping onto the podium, Uchiha Yi scanned the crowd before speaking. On behalf of the original Uchiha members of the police force, I extend a warm welcome to all of you who have joined us today. Under the guiding principles of the will of fire, our police force will strive to better serve the citizens of Konohagakure. Uchiha Zemo led the applause, and the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly vibrant. Once the applause subsided, Uchiha Yi continued, "Since you have chosen to join the police force, it is clear that you possess confidence in our organization and the Uchiha clan. As we will be colleagues moving forward, I believe it is unnecessary for us to maintain such formal distance." With a warm smile, Uchiha Yi glanced at Uchiha Zemo and Uchiha Chinyin, who promptly understood the unspoken directive. Recognizing the task at hand, they stood and approached the new recruits, inviting them to take a seat alongside them. Meanwhile, the members of Ye's team, upon seeing their comrades, grasped their leader's intent. Several individuals promptly sprang into action. After all, they were the loyal subordinates of the leader. Their enthusiasm encouraged some of the younger clan members to join in as well. Only a handful of elder clan members remained discontented, thinking themselves unworthy to sit alongside the proud Uchiha. They stubbornly refused to budge, but fortunately, they were in the minority. Among them, a relatively brave civilian ninja named Xiaoming resolutely approached the Uchiha. Xiaoming's mother was gravely ill and currently hospitalized in Konoha. His family lacked the funds to purchase ninjutsu, and he typically supported them through meager D-rank missions. Financial strain weighed heavily on his household. Upon learning of the special treatment afforded to the Uchiha clan, despite harboring various negative impressions about them, he felt compelled to come here for the sake of survival. He gazed at the smiling clan leader on the podium, fully aware that he was the renowned Uchiha Yoru. Although he held a poor opinion of the Uchiha, this gentleman's reputation was formidable. With the leader's decree in mind, Xiaoming bravely made his way forward. Thinking to himself, if their leader is willing to uphold justice for us, surely the clan members must be amenable as well? He spotted an available seat directly in front of an attractive Uchiha. Just as he intended to take his place, the Uchiha suddenly lifted his head, his expression neutral. His cold gaze meeting Xiaoming's. Xiaoming, startled, lost his footing and fell. At that moment, the Uchiha steadied him and pressed him into the seat. His frosty demeanor punctuated by a biting remark, "A civilian ninja is nothing but trouble. You can't even walk without falling." After saying this, he turned his attention back to leader Yoru. Xiaoming's face flushed crimson. After a lengthy pause, he mustered the courage to ask, "What is your name?" "I am Xiaoming, and I sincerely thank you." The Uchiha looked at him with surprise. It was rare for anyone to express gratitude to him. Civilian folk truly are troublesome. He coldly replied, "Uchiha-sai." Xiaoming dared not speak further. His family's assertions proved true. The Uchiha were indeed aloof. Yet, he had helped him, suggesting they were not as dreadful as he had been led to believe. Xiaoming epitomized the civilian ninjas, and thus, a dialogue began between the Uchiha and these ordinary ninjas. As a result, the original Uchiha ninjas of the police department mingled with the newly arrived civilian ninjas. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Yoru gently clapped his hands, and the conference room erupted into enthusiastic applause once more. Henceforth, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly work alongside the newly joined ninjas to further enhance our beloved Konoha. I have never been one for pleasantries. Let us now address the matter of compensation that weighs heavily on everyone's mind. Uchiha Yoru began with a smile, stating, "In consultation with Captain Tsuyuki, we have taken into account the average income of ninjas in the village as well as the cost of living, and have provisionally set your monthly salary at 70,000 Ryo. Previously, the remuneration for veteran members of the police department would see an increase based on their original salaries." Uchiha extended 3 fingers, proclaiming a 30% raise. As his words reached the ears of the common ninjas below, they were instantly taken aback with disbelief. It is noteworthy that they, as low-ranking ninjas, subsisted solely on the village's missions, earning a mere 30,000 Ryo each month. After covering their daily expenses, they could only save a little for the exchange of ninjutsu. According to the earlier rumors they had heard, the salaries of the police department were not supposed to be this high. They presumed it to be quite low, with the true attraction for them lying in the ninjutsu. However, they did not anticipate that the so-called D-rank missions from the police department would not consider any deductions or distribution rules in their remuneration. The Uchiha clansmen, on the other hand, expressed joy as the original salary levels of the police department were modest, and now, with a direct 30% increase, who wouldn't appreciate more money? In an instant, their resistance to the inclusion of these common ninjas began to wane. Of course, they understood precisely who was responsible for these changes. It was the clan leader, Yi. His reputation had soared to great heights. Yi continued, stating that, considering the inadequacy of everyone's strength to complete missions, he would exercise his privileges as clan leader. in order to enhance everyone's abilities and better equip them for future responsibilities. The ninjutsu that was originally intended to be distributed after 2 months of work would now be granted immediately following the conclusion of the meeting. As Ye's words echoed through the hall, the atmosphere surged with excitement. At that moment, Uchiha Zemo suddenly rose, shouting, "Salute to the clan leader! Loyalty! Loyalty!" All present stood up, raising their hands at a 45-degree angle. Uchiha Yi reciprocated with a raised right hand, proclaiming, "For Konoha, for the Uchiha clan! Loyalty!" The common ninjas could not help but reflect that they had indeed come to the right place today. Many had mocked them on their way here, believing that the Uchiha clan was merely deceiving them, but upon returning, they would surely regret their skepticism. Xiao Ming observed Uchiha Qian, who was fervently gazing at clan leader Yi, and thought, "Mother's medical expenses are now assured." A heavy stone lifted from his heart. He resolved to repay the clan leader's kindness with unwavering loyalty. Clumsily, he attempted to gesture, exclaiming, "Loyalty," yet his angle was incorrect. Uchiha Qian grasped his wrist, adjusting it to the proper angle. "Young one, it should be like this," she said before turning away. Xiao Ming gazed at Uchiha Qian, a figure he had always perceived as formidable and intimidating, and his view of the Uchiha clan began to transform. After all, in the past, such prominent figures were often the ones who oppressed him. Chapter 33, Uchiha Shuiwe, Night. The family is out of money. We need funds. Following the conclusion of this assembly, the newly inducted members of the police force joyfully returned home, clutching the ninjutsu scrolls distributed by their deputy captain. Their impression of the Uchiha clan was unexpectedly favorable. Upon returning to his office, Uchiha Yi encountered the grim-faced Uchiha Shuiwe seated in the adjacent chair. As soon as he laid eyes on Shuiwe's displeased countenance, he instinctively grasped the gravity of the situation. Yi replied, "Rest assured, Elder Shuiwe, I will procure a substantial amount of money." Uchiha Shuiwe was already beleaguered by financial woes and had little patience for Ye's reassurances. What he urgently needed was money. He promptly pulled Yi into a separate office. Yu surveyed the group before him and inquired, "Shuiwe, what is the purpose of these individuals?" Uchiha Shuiwe gestured toward the row of accountants standing nearby. "My esteemed clan leader, these individuals are the accountants of the Uchiha clan. They are all hired by our clan, and, of course, they are commoners from Konoha. The reason there are no Uchihas among them is that our clan excels in combat, while the intricate and tedious nature of accounting is a source of frustration for us. Thus, the task is entrusted to the common families." The Uchiha clan members were quite agreeable to this arrangement, displaying no resistance whatsoever. Shuiwe signaled to the accountants, who began to report on the clan's current circumstances. "Clan leader, to date, the compensations for our fallen clan members remain unpaid, and many are expressing their discontent. Clan leader, the performance of our clan shops is rather disheartening. Many tenants are reluctant to renew their leases. Clan leader, our weapon industry is incurring continuous deficits, as Konoha, in response to the war, has requisitioned an immense quantity of shurikens, kunai, and explosive tags from our clan, yet the debts remain unsettled." The line of accountants continued to relay their reports, each one taking turns to recite from their ledgers, their words echoing a singular lament. "The clan is out of money. We need funds." Yi cast a glance at Uchiha Shuiwe, whose expression made the situation abundantly clear. The clan was indeed financially strained, and yet promises of substantial payments had been made to those individuals. Shuiwe, with a smile, reminded him, "Do not forget about the wages of those common ninja." Ye's expression darkened. He understood the dire state of the clan's finances. However, he had not anticipated such an abysmal situation. Was this how his tenure was to commence? Would the Uchiha clan face bankruptcy under his leadership? The accountants continued their incessant recitation, and Yi found himself unable to endure their monotonous reporting. "Just tell me the outcome. How long can the clan's funds last?" he demanded. "Excluding the common ninja wages, we can likely sustain ourselves for approximately a month and a half." The knight continued to inquire, "What if we account for everything? We can only manage for half a month." Upon hearing this, a chill ran through the knight. Realizing that he had taken on a disastrous predicament, he turned to Uchiha Tsuyuki, who regarded him with an oddly enigmatic smile. "Damn it. No wonder the agreement was reached so readily. This is indeed a mess. Tsuyuki, has the family finances deteriorated to such an extent?" Knight sought to demand an explanation from Uchiha Tsuyuki. "As the clan leader, shouldn't you provide me with some clarity regarding the abysmal state of our finances? I have barely taken office, and already the financial situation has imploded. How are we to proceed? Lord Clan Leader, you are aware that this war is dragged on for far too long. Tsuyuki replied. The conflict has just concluded, and it is not only the Uchiha clan that suffers. Every family in Konoha is in a similar plight. The entire ninja world is in disarray, with other ninja villages faring even worse. Uchiha Tsuyuki felt rather wronged himself. It is only natural for finances to dwindle post-war, and besides, he had previously indicated the insufficiency of funds, yet expenditures continued unabated. Tsuyuki seemed to wish to clarify that his lack of resources was not due to incompetence, but rather the dire circumstances. He elaborated, most ninjas earn their keep through missions. But when such a grand conflict erupts, missions become scarce. A significant number of ninjas were deployed to the battlefield, and Konoha's substantial financial income was abruptly halted. Under these circumstances, we relied on the commercial endeavors of each clan to sustain Konoha's finances. Were it not for the continuous sacrifices of the ninja clans, Konoha would have crumbled long ago. This is true not only for Konoha, but for the entire ninja world. Thus, following the conclusion of the First Ninja World War, it was not surprising that everyone was rendered incapable of continuing. And what of the daimyo? Knight queried. We safeguard his safety, yet he provides no financial support? Uchiha Tsuyuki explained. The daimyo allocates 200 billion ryo to Konoha annually, which increased to 270 billion ryo over the past 3 years. However, it is evidently insufficient. The reason remains unspoken, but it is well understood. The cost of a single explosive tag exceeds 3,000 ryo, and during a small-scale battle, the number of explosive tags expended daily is staggering, not to mention the various war supplies, kunai, shuriken, all of which are in frantic demand on the battlefield. This does not even account for medical supplies or the myriad logistical challenges and losses encountered along the way. The longer the front lines stretch, the greater the losses incurred during transit. Moreover, there are unscrupulous individuals pilfering resources. Engaging in warfare is not merely about combat. It is akin to burning money, with the rate of expenditure outpacing the rhythm of battle. To wage war effectively requires not only absolute strength, but also formidable financial resources. Yet, all of this is predicated on the current state of the ninja world, where no singularly powerful entity exists to bring a swift end to the conflict. In this situation, with everyone's abilities relatively equal, victory can only be determined through prolonged warfare. If only Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were still alive. With Madara wielding his Susanoo and Hashirama unleashing his Wood Dragon technique, they could single-handedly contend against thousands on the battlefield. There would be no need for such extravagant expenditure. Thus, the conclusion of the war is inevitable. Konoha has been rendered utterly ineffective. If this conflict continues, the ninja clans will undoubtedly refuse to participate. The internal structure could collapse. Which clan can withstand such pressure? Everyone joined Konoha with the hope of ensuring greater prosperity for their families. If life in Konoha is worse than before, why would anyone choose to remain? It would be far preferable to revert to the former state of the ninja clans. This devastating war has persisted for 8 long years, nearly extinguishing an entire generation. Chapter 34, Night in the Land of Fire. The noble class can protect my assets for now. Uchiha Shuiue observed Uchiha Ye's despondent expression and offered him some comforting words. Do not fret, esteemed clan leader. The daimyo and Senju Tobarama have reached an agreement to allocate a substantial sum for the reconstruction of Konoha. Shuiue was determined that this newly appointed clan leader should not resign due to financial constraints, for the Uchiha clan would suffer a significant loss of face. After all, at this age, the Uchihas were brimming with youthful vigor, and it was not uncommon for them to act impulsively. Was it not the case that he had just usurped the previous clan leader? How much exactly? Uchiha Ye inquired eagerly. Logically, the amount should not be insignificant. If the daimyo were to withhold funds, Konoha might contemplate seeking a more generous daimyo. After all, Konoha was the most formidable ninja village, and its existence afforded the daimyo a life of relative tranquility. Throughout the annals of history in the ninja world, many dim-witted daimyo who were stingy with their finances had met their demise at the hands of their own shinobi. In the end, they were all serving the land of fire. Should a daimyo perish, there would always be a son or brother to take his place. The martial prowess of the shinobi was their livelihood, and only those with the strength to incite rebellion could claim authority. Power arises from the barrel of a gun. Uchiha Shuiue wore a knowing smile as he spoke of discretion. In that moment, he sensed something amiss. How could Senju Tobarama possibly have developed so many forbidden texts? Beyond his keen intellect, the required funding must be astronomical. This led Uchiha Yu to suspect that Tobirama might be engaging in self-serving practices. He had ample reason to believe this, for as Hokage, Tobirama was responsible for the allocation of funds. Without divulging the amounts, it was ultimately he who decided how much each faction received. It was likely that a considerable portion had found its way into his own pockets. Uchiha Shuiwe fixed his piercing gaze upon Uchiha Yi. "My lord, you must become Hokage. For with the title of Hokage comes the authority to distribute the funds for the reconstruction of Konoha." This significant sum awaited the next Hokage for allocation, determining which clan would receive more or less, as dictated by the Hokage's decree. This time, the Senju clan must not seize the initiative. They had already produced 2 Hokages, and it was imperative that the Uchiha clan claim this title. At that moment, Uchiha Shuiwe, too, felt a surge of pride for the Uchiha clan. Having birthed the wielder of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, his previous stance of indifference transformed into support. Every clan leader aspired to the Hokage position for this very reason, to rightfully demand funds from the daimyo of the Land of Fire, distribute those funds, and thereby strengthen their own clan by nurturing their shinobi. The masterful execution of this strategy was exemplified by the 3rd Hokage. One need only observe how the Uchiha, Senju, and Hyuga clans have waned, while the Sarutobi clan flourishes. Indeed, this Hokage, the strongest in Konoha's history, lives up to his esteemed reputation. Certainly, these are merely the overt advantages of the Hokage title. As the leader of the entire village, the Hokage possesses various clandestine sources of income. After all, the development of the village requires the Hokage's approval, and policies serve as the key to prosperity. The allocation of missions, trade secrets, and land transactions are privileges that only the upper echelons can wield. As long as the Hokage refrains from divulging information, which ninja clan could possibly be aware, each clan strives diligently within Konoha, seeking to claim as much as possible, subsequently nurturing their own ninjas and bolstering their clan's strength. This cycle continues through generations. Whichever clan produces a Hokage naturally enjoys significant benefits, enhancing their power and fueling their desire to attain the Hokage position. This bears resemblance to the emperors of the previous era, albeit the emperors propagated their lineage through blood relations, whereas the Hokage positions are perpetuated through more subtle connections, such as the master-disciple relationship. The 2nd Hokage was the brother of the 1st, the 3rd was the disciple of the 2nd. The 4th was the grand disciple of the 3rd, the 5th was the disciple of the 3rd, the 6th was the disciple of the 4th, and the 7th was the son of the 4th and the disciple of the 6th. Everything is orchestrated from behind the scenes. Currently, the Uchiha clan is closer to the Hokage position than ever before. Uchiha Shuiwe does not wish for Yi to miss this golden opportunity, especially since the clan is in dire need of funds. Yi teasingly remarked to Shuiwe, "Elder Shuiwe, weren't you previously opposed to the Uchiha contesting for the Hokage position?" Uchiha Shuiwe did not display the unease he had anticipated. Instead, he candidly replied, "I was unaware of your awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan. I fully understood that under Mito's strength, the Uchiha had no hope of becoming Hokage. Rather than exacerbating tensions, it is wiser to seize some advantages. However, now that you have awakened the Manjiki, the Uchiha clan can naturally strive for greater benefits." Uchiha Yu was somewhat taken aback, but nonetheless made a promise, not only for himself, but also for his clan and, of course, Konoha. "I shall become Hokage." After all, in the original narrative, after Sarutobi Hiruzen assumed the Hokage title, Konoha gradually declined. Once filled with prodigies, it ultimately faced a dearth of talent. Yet the Sarutobi clan thrived. Hiruzen merely utilized the wealth of Konoha to enrich his own family. Should he ascend to the position, it would undoubtedly lead to the shared prosperity and development of Konoha and the Uchiha. Uchiha Shuiwe had complete faith in him. With the Manjiki Sharingan awakened, who in Konoha could stand against Uchiha Yi? "Here are the documents that require the clan leader's attention," Shuiwe said, bringing over a stack of papers, which contained various matters needing his handling. Promotions within the Uchiha Police Department, patrol arrangements for Konoha streets, espionage captures, and clan business. The clan leader must entertain significant clients, predominantly affluent merchants and nobles from the Land of Fire. This represents a primary source of revenue for the Uchiha clan. As the evening approached, night anticipated the arrival of a prominent client, an esteemed merchant with whom the Uchiha clan had long collaborated. This merchant was responsible for supplying the raw materials for weapon production, and it seemed he had come to collect a debt. Uchiha Aoyuki remarked, "We have owed them payments for 6 months. the balance remains unsettled, and he is expected to arrive this afternoon. Aoyuki turned to Knight, stating, "The clan's fate rests upon you." Knight, mindful of his responsibilities as the clan leader, could not shirk this duty. After all, as the leader, these matters must be handled personally. It was prudent to familiarize himself with the situation, ensuring a smooth transition of responsibilities to Aoyuki in the future. Unbeknownst to Aoyuki, his future career was already being orchestrated. Knight pondered, "I must appease this merchant and delay the repayment further." A sense of helplessness washed over him. After all, financial constraints were a formidable challenge. The ninja engaged in such perilous endeavors for mere pennies. Currently, Konoha's predicament stemmed from a lack of funds. If they had the financial means, would they fear these villages? Would they consider a ceasefire? With sufficient resources, they could confront all 4 ninja villages head-on. If the funding were ample, each ninja could possess thousands of explosive tags, ready to unleash upon their foes, leading to utter devastation. Knight contemplated where substantial wealth could be acquired, rather than scrimping on trifles. After all, expanding income is far more advantageous than merely cutting costs. A brilliant idea struck him: the wealthy elite. Perhaps it was time to ensure the protection of their own fortunes. Chapter 35. Uchihaya, who disdains to take advantage, seated gracefully upon a chair. Uchihaya found himself before a table laden with an array of exquisite dishes, each presentation more opulent than the last. This lavish establishment was the most prestigious hotel in Konoha, serving as the venue for Uchiha's meeting with a significant guest. The sumptuous feast before him had cost a staggering 30,000 ryo, much to Ya's astonishment. Despite his considerable wealth, the sheer expense of the meal was somewhat disheartening. However, he took solace in the fact that this banquet was for official business, sparing him the need to reach into his own pockets, as the family would cover the costs. The individual he awaited was one Ito Wenshuo, a scion of a family that had secured the entirety of the Fire Nation's vast iron mines. For years, they had been entrenched in the iron industry of the region and had maintained a collaborative relationship with the Uchiha clan. Notably, members of his family held high-ranking positions within the Fire Nation's government. Wenshuo himself was known for his amiable disposition, fostering a cordial relationship with Uchihaya. Standing beside him, Uchiha Ziyue elaborated on Wenshuo's family background and personal inclinations, diligently imparting his wisdom and experience as the clan leader to Yo. It was evident that Ziyue had wholeheartedly accepted Yo as the future leader of their clan. After all, being a ninja required mere strength and the ability to wield a blade, yet leading a clan demanded a far greater breadth of consideration. Should one assume the mantle of leadership and act with unchecked brutality, there would be no need for the likes of Senju Tobarama to maintain a balance among the clans. Yet, the prerequisite for such authority was the extraordinary power possessed by figures like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who could silence all dissent. In Ziyue's perspective, engaging with the aristocracy of the Fire Nation was a far more intricate affair than merely being a ninja. After all, it was they who would provide the funding. With Uchiha having awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, he was indeed seen as the future of the Uchiha clan. Thus, Ziyue was determined to pass on his knowledge of leadership without reservation. However, this occasion would likely not unfold as smoothly as hoped, given the substantial debts owed to the Ito family and the prolonged period of deferral. Ziyue had accompanied Yu to ensure he would not allow youthful bravado to lead him to rash actions, such as violently confronting Wenshuo. After all, tales of Yu's exploits had circulated widely among the residents of Konoha. Should he resort to lethal violence, dire consequences would surely ensue. The Uchiha clan was, after all, indebted, and should they fail to settle their debts and resort to murder, the influential families of the Fire Nation could conspire to obliterate the Uchiha's business interests. Such a calamitous precedent must be avoided at all costs. The aristocracy of the Fire Nation already harbored trepidations regarding the formidable prowess of ninjas. Thus, any misstep could lead to disastrous repercussions. It was essential to remember that all ninja clans had incurred significant debts in their pursuit to emerge victorious in the ongoing ninja world war. If everyone were to learn the ways of the Uchiha, and should a creditor come to demand repayment, they might resort to slaying the lender without hesitation. In such a scenario, the nobility of various nations would find it untenable to survive. It is crucial to understand that if the Uchiha were to act irrationally and become the first to break the norms, the feudal lords from different countries would unite to demonstrate the might of wealth to the Uchiha. Bounties would rain down upon them like a torrential downpour, rendering the Uchiha clan unable to sustain themselves. Despite their formidable strength, their numbers are limited. They are merely one ninja clan. The first individual to breach the established order would undoubtedly face a collective onslaught, inevitably leading to their downfall. Only those who bide their time and remain inconspicuous can ultimately turn the tide in their favor. Moreover, it is of paramount importance that should the Uchiha offend the nobility of the Land of Fire, Uchiha Itachi would certainly be barred from attaining the position of Hokage. All clans would rally against him based on this incident. Furthermore, the Hokage position requires the endorsement of the feudal lord. Unless Uchiha Itachi possesses the strength to stand against 1,000 foes, he would never clear that hurdle. Currently, Uzumaki Mido is unable to find any blemish on Uchiha Itachi's record. However, should Uchiha Itachi commit such an act, her opposition to his ascension to Hokage would become a matter of course. At this moment, Itachi must not allow Mido to seize this opportunity. He reflects with a sigh, weakness is indeed the original sin. As Uchiha Itachi absorbed the teachings of Uchiha Shuei, the creaking of the door interrupted him, revealing a slightly portly middle-aged man with a round visage, adorned in resplendent attire indicative of wealth. Shuei, it has been quite some time, greeted the newcomer warmly. Uchiha Shuei approached, exchanging pleasantries before introducing Uchiha Itachi, the newly appointed clan leader. Ito Bunshaku, upon observing the youthful visage of Uchiha Itachi, appeared incredulous that he was indeed the new clan leader. However, he dared not underestimate Itachi, for his extensive dealings with the Uchiha clan had enlightened him to their nature. They were characterized by a strong sense of pride despite their limited prowess. The fact that this young Uchiha Itachi had risen to the position of clan leader suggested he must possess exceptional strength within the clan. Otherwise, such a title would elude him. With a smile, Ito Bunshaku regarded Uchiha Itachi, exclaiming, "Leader Itachi, you are indeed young and accomplished." As he spoke, Ito began to introduce himself. Uchiha Itachi, with natural warmth, engaged in conversation, only to later realize that he was, in effect, flattering the esteemed guest. Itachi had become quite adept at this art. Uchiha Shuiwa watched in astonishment as Itachi spoke with effortless eloquence, delivering auspicious words in a manner that flowed seamlessly. The novel toasts he offered prompted Ito Bunshaku to drink cup after cup with unreserved enjoyment, rendering Shuiwa's presence to assist Itachi somewhat superfluous. As they sat at the banquet, Ito Bunshaku felt himself being catered to comfortably by Itachi's refined skills. Under normal circumstances, he would never have indulged in such excessive drinking. He was utterly unable to match the prowess of these ninjas in drinking. However, under the persuasive toasts of Yoru Uchiha, he was suddenly immersed in the rich culture of drinking in Huaxia. Before long, his face had turned a deep crimson, clearly indicating that he was quite inebriated. It was at this moment that he recalled his mission and broached the subject of his debts. How could Yoru Uchiha possibly acquiesce? Seizing the opportunity while he was intoxicated, he lamented about the hardships faced by his family, weaving a tale of woe so exaggerated that even Uchiha couldn't bear to listen. Regarding the debts, Yoru Uchiha remarked that repayment was not out of the question, but it would require a bit more time, a delay, if you will. Every day gained was a day secured. He intended to repay as soon as the funds from the higher-ups of Konoha were released, and he would repay not only the principal, but also the interest. With the groundwork laid, Ito Bunshaku felt somewhat embarrassed to continue the conversation. After all, the sum in question was not particularly substantial for him. Given that the esteemed leader of the Uchiha clan was so humble before him, how could he possibly maintain his pride? It is well known throughout the ninja world that the Uchiha clan has always been proud, yet here was the clan leader exhibiting such amiability, leaving Ito Bunshaku feeling elated. Yoru continued to pour drinks for him. Uchiha Suke and Yoru Uchiha, with practiced ease, complimented Ito Bunshaku, engaging him in discussions about topics that all men love. They enchanted him to the point where he felt utterly bewitched, leading him to proclaim brotherhood. "Good brother, you need not worry about the debts. I will take care of it. Just provide the Uchiha with supplies for another 2 months." Yoru Uchiha, with a bashful expression, replied, "Dear brother, is that truly appropriate? The Uchiha clan is already most grateful. But what of your family?" Ito Bunshaku waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "Brother, I still hold some weight within my family. Extend supplies to the Uchiha for another 2 months without interest. We are brothers now. Does it really matter?" Yoru Uchiha maintained his innocent demeanor, appearing hesitant to accept. No, the interest must still be accounted for. His bashfulness betrayed his concern about taking undue advantage. Ito Bunshaku, feeling a surge of urgency, insisted, "Are we not brothers? Do you not trust your elder brother?" It was only then that Yoru Uchiha reluctantly agreed. "All right. Thank you, big brother. Allow me to toast you once more." Uchiha Suk's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Let us draft a written agreement." Quickly, a written agreement. He hastily procured paper and a pen from the waiter and finalized the contract, anxious that Ito Bunshaku might awaken from his drunken stupor and deny the arrangement. After all, such advantages must be secured beforehand, lest one retract their words later. Meanwhile, Yoru Uchiha was indulging in a lavish feast at the hotel, while the designated successor of the second Hokage was wandering the streets with his close friend. Chapter 36, Shimura Danzo, the troublemaker who dares to spread rumors. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were strolling along the streets of Konoha. Ever since Hiruzen had met with Mito, Danzo had been increasingly concerned for his safety. Upon learning that Hiruzen was safe, Danzo felt a wave of relief wash over him. The two decided to find a place to gather and share a meal. Upon hearing that Uzumaki Mito would support Hiruzen's ascension to Hokage, Danzo's initial apprehension dissipated, transforming into a sense of joy. Yet, the jealousy that had lingered from the very beginning crept back into his heart. He found himself reflecting on that fateful moment. If he had stepped forward first, willing to sacrifice himself, would he have become the third Hokage instead? A tumult of joy and regret filled his heart. There is a saying from his past that aptly described his current predicament. One fears both the struggles and the successes of a brother, and this resonated deeply with Danzo. Initially, he worried for Hiruzen's life, but now that Hiruzen appeared to be on the verge of becoming Hokage, Danzo felt a pang of discomfort. Although he had convinced himself that he had intended to step back, the truth remained that he had chosen not to act. The weight of regret could never compare to the experience of having taken action. It was profoundly unsettling for him that a brother, with whom he had shared so much, was now poised to become the village's highest leader. It felt more painful than death itself. However, both men sensed an unsettling chill in the air, as if unfriendly gazes were directed towards them. Could it be that someone was envious of Hiruzen's impending promotion to Hokage? No, that couldn't be. How could they possibly know? They believed that the only information leaked was the news of their deceased teacher, unaware that the issue of the Hokage's succession had also been exposed. "I'm terribly sorry, but our restaurant is at full capacity," said the owner of a small eatery, forcing a smile as he turned away Hiruzen and Danzo, who wished to dine there. Danzo, perplexed, pointed to the 3 empty tables and queried, "But there are seats available." The owner, now growing impatient, replied curtly, "Those are reserved. Customers will be arriving shortly." How can a coward and a deserter, who abandoned the Hokage and caused his sacrifice, even dare to call themselves a ninja of Konoha, and still wish to dine here? Danzo remained baffled as to how 3 tables could be reserved, but he ultimately left with Hiruzen. They proceeded to the next restaurant. As they reached the entrance, the manager emerged with a forced smile, saying, "I apologize, but we are preparing to close." Danzo pointed to the numerous patrons still dining inside, protesting, "And what about them?" The manager replied, "There's a family emergency. My apologies. They are the last customers." Danzo was utterly confused. Why would they choose to close at such an inconvenient time? Just as he was about to confront the manager, Hiruzen intervened, saying, "Let it go, Danzo. Let's move on to the next place." "Daybreak, if you hadn't stopped me, I would have ensured he regretted turning us away," Danzo retorted. Tawanzo felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and sought refuge in a small eatery they often frequented. To his dismay, he found that the establishment was also fully occupied. The proprietor, donning a facade of insincere cheerfulness akin to that of another restaurant, seemed eager to dismiss them. Tawanzo's ire reached a boiling point as he pointed to an unoccupied table and reiterated the same question, "Is there not a seat available there?" His fury simmered. For he was a proud jonin of Konohagakure, a protector of the Hokage, and yet he found himself shooed away while merely seeking a meal. As a future advisor to the third Hokage, this marked the 3rd establishment he had encountered in such a predicament. "I am a customer, your deity," he fumed internally. "I come to patronize your business, and yet you dare to usher me away." Did they truly believe that as ninjas they were above reproach? The owner had long been aware of their struggle to find sustenance. How could he allow these cowardly individuals, those who had brought disaster upon the Hokage, to tarnish his humble establishment? He urged them to leave, stating, "This place is reserved. Guests will arrive shortly." Tawanzo's fury intensified at this repeated assertion of reservation. He forcefully pushed aside Sarutobi Hiruzen, exclaiming, "I shall wait right here." Let us see when your esteemed guests arrive. His anger boiled over. It was utterly intolerable. A group of ingrates. Were it not for their battles on the front lines, these people would not enjoy such comfort. The proprietor could no longer contain his frustration, exclaiming, "Must I be so explicit? I have no desire to serve your kind. You who have brought ruin to the Hokage, do you even deserve to be called ninjas of Konohagakure? Depart at once. Do not desecrate my establishment. You are unwelcome here." "What did you say? You insolent fool. I shall teach you a lesson today." Tawanzo seethed, realizing that these peasants he once protected dared to challenge him. This was nothing short of rebellion. They remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation and failed to grasp the monumental significance of the will of fire. It appeared that the issues at hand were merely superficial. How dare they place blame upon him? They seemed intent on insurrection. Did they truly believe that his title as Jonin was merely ceremonial? Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly intervened, knowing full well that in Konohagakure, there were strict regulations prohibiting ninjas from assaulting civilians. Violating such laws could lead one to the police department for a stern reprimand, and at such a critical juncture, it was certain that one would face severe repercussions. Hiruzen could not allow Tawanzo to walk into a trap. The shopkeeper, noticing Tawanzo's inclination toward violence, raised his voice. "What? Do you wish to strike me? I am merely conducting business, and yet you come to bully me?" He gestured emphatically. "How can you mistreat honest folk?" The two were now conspicuously in the spotlight, with the eyes of the entire village of Konohagakure upon them. Wherever they went, countless ninjas from various clans were covertly observing their every move, especially as they continued to meander nearby in search of a meal. The populace merely exhibits a slightly elevated sense of decorum, choosing to cast cold glances rather than resorting to public humiliation. Were this to occur in the era of the third Hokage's governance over the Hidden Leaf Village, the villagers of such low moral caliber, it is likely that the two individuals would now find themselves besmirched with rotten eggs, as could be gleaned from Naruto's childhood. The villagers, who had initially held their tongues, were swiftly ignited by indignation. They began a vehement verbal assault, calling them cowards, traitors, betrayers of the Hokage. "You are unworthy of existence. Take your own lives. We demand the return of the Hokage." Their clamorous voices filled the air, and some even directed their ire towards the families of the accused. Strength in numbers emboldened them, rendering them unafraid of retaliation. Should any dare to strike, the Uchiha clan members lurking nearby would not hesitate to intervene. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a sidelong glance towards the corner, where two members of the Uchiha clan, their Sharingan activated, were fixated on the scene before them. The villagers, undeterred, felt bolstered by the presence of the Uchiha. After all, these were the kin of Uchiha Itachi, who had been assured that any aggressor would be swiftly incarcerated, never to see the light of day again. They were unconcerned about retribution. Now, the villagers reveled in expressing their fury, free from any repercussions. Shimura Danzo's face flushed crimson, consumed by a desire for violence. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen stood resolutely in his path. Danzo, brimming with rage, lamented the lack of intervention against the rampant rumors, questioning the very existence of law and order. He vowed that those who spread falsehoods would meet a grim fate. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen grappled with his own turmoil, his expression a stormy blue. After all, being subjected to such insults directed towards his parents would provoke ire in even the most affable of individuals. Yet, he retained his composure. He understood that allowing conflict to erupt at this juncture would yield no benefit, only serve to complicate matters for Uzumaki Naruto and diminish his standing in the boy's eyes. Such a situation would render his aspirations of becoming Hokage unattainable. Ultimately, they were but a throng of villagers ensnared by public sentiment. Engaging them in conflict would yield no advantage. This clarity of thought remained firmly lodged in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Chapter 37. Danzo. In this moment, a formidable barrier had formed between Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, the latter was exerting great effort to suppress his rising fury. His immediate priority was to swiftly extricate Danzo from the tumultuous crowd. He was genuinely apprehensive that if he failed to do so, Danzo might unleash a devastating wind technique, potentially resulting in the demise of the villagers. Such a catastrophe would jeopardize his position as Hokage. With determination, Hiruzen grasped Danzo's arm, navigating through the throng until they reached a clearing. "Let us proceed, Danzo." Danzo was enveloped in rage, muttering curses under his breath. "Damn these unruly peasants. I shall teach them a lesson they shall not forget. How dare they mock the heroes of our village with such audacity? Is there no law? And those accursed Uchiha, They do nothing while wielding the authority of the police force. His disdain for the Uchiha clan deepened, fueled by his seething resentment. Yet, he turned to Hiruzen, perplexed. Hiruzen, do you not feel anger at their scorn? They insulted you far more grievously than they did me. Danzo could not comprehend Hiruzen's calm demeanor, especially after the villagers had so brazenly insulted him. Of course, Hiruzen was incensed. Who would not be enraged at being publicly derided, especially with slurs directed at one's own parents? Yet, he understood that anger served no purpose. The sheer number of adversaries made any attempt at explanation futile, only inciting further excitement among the crowd. He was not foolish. He recognized the Uchiha strategy of employing public opinion against him. Thus, he would not allow himself to be easily provoked by the ignorance of the villagers, nor would he fall into the Uchiha's trap. Moreover, the Uchiha clan was observing them keenly. Any rash action on his part would provide them with the ammunition to undermine him. He would find himself without even a fair chance to compete. At that moment, Hiruzen's ire towards these powerful clans intensified. They monopolized the village's resources, offering nothing to the common folk. He vowed that once he ascended to the position of Hokage, he would ensure that these clans would face the consequences of their greed. However, he could not express such sentiments openly. Now is not the time for anger, especially during such a sensitive period, he replied. I have far more pressing matters to attend to. As the Hokage of this village, I cannot be toppled by trivialities. These are mere trifles. Hiruzen began to adopt the mindset befitting a Hokage, understanding that to attain such a role, one must embody the thoughts and responsibilities of the position. Insults were inconsequential. If he could become Hokage, he would endure any hardship willingly. Once he achieved that goal, the future would be in his hands. His gaze turned sly as he glanced toward the approaching figures, a hint of malice in his expression. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words and witnessing his unwavering resolve, an inexplicable fury ignited within Danzo. Indeed, the relationship between the two individuals has long been characterized by a peculiar distortion. They are, without a doubt, good friends. Yet Danzo has always harbored a sense of jealousy towards Hiruzen, who he perceives as his superior. Upon learning of Hiruzen's appointment as the third Hokage, this jealousy began to manifest itself in a tangible manner. What was once mere envy transformed into something more concrete. Danzo's heart brimmed with discontent. Was the chasm between him and Hiruzen truly so vast? It is often said that the differences between individuals are revealed in the minutiae. When faced with their scorn, all he could think of was retaliation, inevitably falling into a trap. In contrast, Hiruzen seemed instinctively aware of these dynamics. Had the disparity grown so pronounced? He now felt an unbearable and lamentable barrier rising between himself and Hiruzen. Danzo began to envision a future where Hiruzen stood as Hokage, adorned in the ceremonial robes of the third Hokage, smiling as he addressed Danzo, saying, "It is I, Hiruzen," just as Danzo prepared to call out to him. The sight of Hiruzen's attire compelled him to utter only those 4 words, suffused with both humility and resentment. Lord Hokage. The mere thought of this scene left Danzo feeling an overwhelming chill. If such were the case, he would rather not exist at all. Yet, the strength of Danzo lay in his ability to recognize the gap between himself and Hiruzen. Each time jealousy arose, it was accompanied by an insatiable desire to close that distance. This, in itself, was a bond between him and Hiruzen. I shall not be outdone by you, Hiruzen. Danzo never acknowledged the disparity between them. He could only charge forth in pursuit of Hiruzen. The leader of the Shimura clan, convinced of his own worthiness, believed that the only thing separating him from Hiruzen was a mere opportunity, simply a matter of his teacher not choosing him. Had the choice been his, he was certain he would not have been inferior. However, what Danzo failed to comprehend was that opportunities in life must be seized. Throughout one's existence, countless opportunities may arise. If one does not grasp them, they may mistakenly believe they never existed. While he hesitated, Hiruzen had indeed taken action, marking a stark contrast of monumental proportions. Yet, Danzo, with his warped mindset, wallowed in regret and discontent. Danzo, cease your daydreaming. Let us train. Only strength reigns supreme. Hiruzen, too, would not forget the counsel of Mito. Lord Mito could assist him against the Uchiha, but another formidable opponent, Senju Hashirama, awaited him as well. At this moment, Hiruzen remained unaware that Lord Mito had already recognized the formidable prowess of Uchiha Bito and had resolved to employ him as a vanguard to gauge Bito's strength. Meanwhile, Hiruzen imagined he must strive diligently to enhance his abilities and endeavor to overcome Senju Hashirama. Lord Mito showed no favoritism towards her own son. and Hiruzen could not afford to disappoint her. He was determined to conquer this trial. Sarutobi Izashi silently vowed to himself that he must not disappoint teacher Tobarama. Deep within his heart, he felt a profound gratitude towards the Uzumaki clan and made an unspoken promise. Should he ever ascend to the position of Hokage, he would never resort to malice against the Uzumaki or Senju clans. After all, such actions would render him no different from a beast. At that very moment, a young man hurriedly approached the gates of Konohagakure. With his dark hair and appearance strikingly reminiscent of Senju Hashirama, Senju had just returned from the battlefield. As he gazed upon the village gates, a sense of unease washed over him. It had been quite some time since his last visit, and a return home ought to be a joyous occasion. Yet, he felt an unsettling anxiety, as if something momentous had transpired in the village. What could possibly have happened to prompt his mother to summon him back with such urgency? Could it be that something befell his uncle? That seemed improbable, for his uncle was extraordinarily powerful. Who in the shinobi world could pose a threat to him? Moreover, during negotiations, he was accompanied by an entire security detail. The prowess of each member would have ensured his uncle's safe return via the Flying Thunder God technique. Senju confidently dismissed such an unlikely conjecture, finding it amusing that he had even entertained such a ridiculous thought. Chapter 38. The Flame of the Senju Mother. Would you rather support others than your own son? Upon returning to Konohagakure, Senju was eager to see his mother, having been away for quite some time. He hastily burst through the door of Mito's room and was greeted by her presence. "Mother, I'm home." Mito, upon hearing his voice, turned her gaze towards the entrance where Senju stood. She hurried over, her eyes scanning him with affection. The once youthful Monin, tempered by the trials of battle, had matured into a man capable of standing on his own. His visage increasingly resembled that of his father. "Oh, my dear, you've grown," she exclaimed with warmth. Monin then turned to his daughter, smiling as he remarked, "Tsunade, you're here too. Why do you still look so studious? You are not the same as before." Seeing his daughter, Monin's face broke into a gentle smile. Tsunade immediately leapt into her father's embrace. Mito, with a subtle demeanor, led Tsunade away and addressed Monin. "Come with me. There has been a grave matter in the village." As she guided him to the adjacent room for discussions, Monin casually inquired, "Mother, what of Uncle? I haven't seen him in ages. Is he still working in the Hokage's office?" At that moment, Tsunade could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streaming down her face. "Grandfather, he's gone. Father," she sobbed. Mito cast a reproachful glance at her son, leading him to another room, determined to shield Tsunade from painful memories. Just when they had succeeded in comforting her, the unfortunate news had resurfaced. Mito wiped the tears from Tsunade's face, gently coaxing her. "Don't cry, Tsunade, be a good girl. Grandfather wouldn't want to see you in tears." Gradually, Tsunade's tears abated. Meanwhile, Senju stood in shock, utterly incredulous. How could this be? In an era where Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were no longer, who could possibly bring harm to his uncle Tobarama? It was unfathomable. How could his uncle be dead? Tobarama wielded the Flying Thunder God technique and possessed an arsenal of forbidden jutsu. If he wished to escape, who in the ninja world could restrain him? Monin turned to his mother, hoping for a denial of the grim truth. But upon Mito's solemn nod, he was reluctantly forced to accept this heart-wrenching reality. Tears glistened in his eyes as he recalled the cherished moments spent with Tobarama. After his father's demise, Tobarama had taken on the role of a father figure, nurturing him as if he were his own son. With no children of his own, Tobarama had treated Monin as his beloved child, their bond profound and unspoken. Mito cast a glance towards Senju and spoke, "Monin, now is not the time for sorrow. Konoha is in a state of turmoil." Monin wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and replied, "I understand." As Mito and Monin entered another room, a sense of unease enveloped Senju who anxiously awaited news from Uzumaki Mito. The urgency in summoning him back from the front lines must surely be connected to the third Hokage. Monin had mentally prepared himself to assume the role of the third Hokage, for it seemed no one was more suited than he in the current circumstances. He silently vowed to his late uncle, "Rest assured, uncle, I will ensure that Konoha flourishes and avenge you." However, the next revelation plunged Monin's heart into despair. According to Tobarama's final words, he had appointed Sarutobi Hiruzen as the third Hokage. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen? Monin could scarcely believe his ears. Who was this Sarutobi Hiruzen? Merely a disciple of his own teacher. How could he, backed only by the modest Sarutobi clan, possibly aspire to the position of Hokage? If Tobirama had bequeathed the title to Uchiha Kagami, Monin could have forced himself to accept that. But Sarutobi Hiruzen? What a trivial figure. Did he even have the right? No, Monin chastised himself, recalling that Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed part of the Umbu. How could he return after his uncle's death? It was inconceivable. As for the claim that Sarutobi Hiruzen was the heir, the assertion that Tobirama sacrificed himself to protect an heir was nothing but nonsense. How could Monin believe such a thing? No matter how much of an heir he was, could he possibly be more crucial to Konoha than Shinji Tobirama? If Tobirama were alive, what significance would Sarutobi Hiruzen even hold as an heir? Monin shouted vehemently at Mito, "This is a conspiracy. A conspiracy. Mother. How could you believe this? I have never heard of a Hokage sacrificing himself while the Umbu remains intact. My uncle's Flying Thunder God technique allows him to return from anywhere. How could he possibly be dead? Is this not a conspiracy? Do you believe this, mother?" He turned to his mother. "You have always been wise. How could you begin to act foolishly at such a critical moment?" Monin was utterly shaken, unwilling to accept Uzumaki Mito's words. Mito had explained multiple times, having verified the truth of the matter. Reluctantly, Monin acquiesced to the grim reality. He confronted his mother. "Your urgency in summoning me back. Could it be that you wish for me to assist Sarutobi Hiruzen in ascending to power?" Monin vowed that even if his mother confirmed this was her intention, he could not support it. Such an idea was incomprehensible. The position of Hokage could never be conferred upon a minor figure like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Monin had yet to hear of any extraordinary talents possessed by the Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is already quite courteous not to pursue the matter of his failure to safeguard the Hokage. Yet, he still aspires to the position of Hokage himself. He seems to seize every opportunity. Moreover, even if I were to acquiesce, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly oppose it. Those individuals are all too aware of Shinji Tobirama's ambitions. Having long coveted the position of the third Hokage, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's capabilities, he would surely be unable to surmount the Uchiha obstacle. Uzumaki Mito sighed inwardly, confirming her suspicions. She had anticipated that Shinji Tobirama would not be in agreement. After all, even the mere position of clan leader is a source of contention among families, let alone the esteemed role of the village leader in Konoha. She was convinced that should she lend her support to Sarutobi Hiruzen, her own son might immediately turn against her. In her heart, she reproached Shinji Tobirama once more, questioning his thoughts during his lifetime. How could he have made such a preposterous decision? Chapter 39. Mito, it is utterly impossible for the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan to exist. Observing his son's evident distrust, Uzumaki Mito promptly articulated his stance. How could that be? I am, of course, in full support of you. His words significantly softened the previously grim expression on Shinji Monin's face. Monin mused to himself. Indeed, as my mother, how could she possibly support anyone else? Mito continued. That Sarutobi Hiruzen is merely a minor player. Your true rival lies with the Uchiha clan. Monin nodded in agreement, having never truly regarded Hiruzen as a threat. His sole concern was his mother's stance. With the might of the Senju clan, it would not be difficult for Konoha to spread rumors the next day about Sarutobi's disgrace, leading to his suicide out of shame before the second Hokage. The Uchiha clan now represented a genuine threat. Furrowing his brow, Mito addressed Shinji Monin. Currently, there is an individual among the Uchiha who has awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Instantly, Monin became unsettled. The mere thought of the kaleidoscope Sharingan conjured images of Uchiha Madara commanding Susanoo on the battlefield. In that era, no ninja could rival Madara, save for his own father. Now, the emergence of such a figure within the Uchiha was alarming, especially since he had yet to inherit his father's powers. A sense of restlessness enveloped him. He had not inherited any of his father's formidable abilities, lacking would release, sage mode, or any semblance of strength. It was clear that the Uchiha had set their sights on the third Hokage. Monin furrowed his brow, inquiring, who awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan? Uchiha Zetsu? Mito shook his head. And Monin continued, then it must be Uchiha Kagami. Could it be that he awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan after witnessing his uncle's death? If that were the case, Uchiha Kagami might possess some integrity. Mito shook his head again. Who else could it be? Are there any Uchiha more distinguished than these two? Mito then revealed the name of Yoru. Monin could hardly believe it. How could that be? Has he not thoroughly grasped the will of fire? Throughout the village of Konoha, it was widely acknowledged that the new iteration of the will of fire was realized under Uchiha Yoru's refinement. To think that such an individual, who seemed so unlike the Uchiha, had awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan and now sought to become Hokage, this was indeed unsettling. This revelation made him instantly anxious. Mito gazed at Manin, somberly stating, "This Uchiha Yoru is deeply concealed. He is our gravest adversary." Noticing Manin's lack of confidence, Mito sought to encourage him, gently asserting, "There is no need for you to belittle yourself. Uchiha Yoru has merely displayed a fraction of his strength. A figure like Madara is not easily replicated. The Uchiha clan has previously produced individuals with the Mangekyou Sharingan, yet none have matched the formidable prowess of Uchiha Madara. I merely wish to remind you not to forget who your true adversary is, and to cultivate a sense of vigilance, but not to undermine your confidence. Minin, have faith in yourself, and also in the strength of the Senju clan." According to Uzumaki Mito, throughout the millennia of Uchiha history, a genius capable of awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan emerges every few generations, paralleled by equally exceptional talents from the Senju clan. It seems to have become a customary cycle. However, Uchiha Madara stands as the most extraordinary among them. Those who awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan in the past were far from his might, with some unable to even manifest the Susanoo. If Uchiha Obito had merely awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, Mito would not have been surprised. The crux lies in the fact that he has already attained the Susanoo, yet that is the extent of his capabilities. He is not invincible. Mito recalled Senju Tobarama's research. After all, for Tobarama, a scientist, such anomalies are most captivating. According to his conjecture, the awakening of the Mangekyou Sharingan in Uchiha is inherently flawed. Their immense power tends to deplete their ocular abilities, and excessive use may even lead to blindness. To rectify this flaw, one must transplant a Mangekyou Sharingan from a blood relative. Uchiha Madara's strength surged precisely because he adopted Uchiha Izuna's eyes. Whenever Mito reflects on this, she cannot help but blame herself for having seriously injured Uchiha Izuna at that time. The unfortunate twist of fate inadvertently augmented Uchiha Madara's power. This remains Tobarama's greatest regret. Although this is merely Tobarama's hypothesis, Mito, well acquainted with Senju Tobarama, understands that if he articulates such a theory, he must possess substantial confidence in it. Perhaps even Uchiha Madara's grave was unearthed by him, and his remains may have passed through Tobarama's hands. It is evident that everyone knows Tobarama well. Yet none understand Uchiha Madara as intimately as he does. Madara anticipated Tobarama's actions. Thus, it is improbable that Uchiha Obito, having lost his parents at a young age and lacking siblings, could awaken the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. A blind Hokage is not what Konoha requires. Mito glanced at Minin, resolved to redeem her image in her son's eyes. "Minin, do you not think that Sarutobi Hiruzen would be quite useful at this juncture? Since Tobarama values him, we might as well put him forth. There is no need for us to engage directly, yet we can gauge Uchiha Obito's strength and thereby acquire further intelligence. This could also serve to deplete Obito's ocular power." Senju Minin nodded. In the realm of ninjas, the significance of intelligence is paramount. It was due to Jiraiya's life being sacrificed that Naruto could confront pain with such ease. The world of ninjas is filled with peculiar jutsu, and even elite jonin may fall to ch due to insufficient information. Minin cast a sly smile at his mother. Indeed, his mother is astute and always considers his best interests. Mito observed with a sense of satisfaction as his son acknowledged his perspective, nodding appreciatively. "Dian, please do not hold it against me. After all, Uchiha Yoru has awakened his Mangekyou Sharingan. Furthermore, as long as you can contend with Uchiha Yoru, the Senju clan shall not pose an obstacle for you." Once their discussions had concluded, Minion returned to the adjoining chamber to seek out his daughter, Tsunade. It had been quite some time since he had last visited, and he regretted not having spent more moments in her company. Upon entering, he found young Tsunade deeply engrossed in a substantial tome, diligently studying its contents. This was a medical text. Minion was taken aback to witness his once vivacious daughter so quietly absorbed in her reading. "Is this truly my Tsunade?" he mused, approaching her with a teasing tone. "Tsunade, what is this? Did you lose at gambling yesterday? Is that why your grandmother has you reading?" Yet, he was also perplexed as to why Mito would encourage her to read medical literature instead of exploring more ninjutsu. Tsunade turned her head to glance at her father, retorting, "Of course not. I have always been well behaved." Minion, observing her adorable pout, replied, all right. Our Tsunade is the most well-behaved indeed." Tsunade then explained her aspirations, declaring, "I am determined to become Konoha's strongest medical ninja. That way, if I follow Great Uncle Tobarama and he sustains injuries, I will be able to heal him. Perhaps he wouldn't have died." Suddenly, Tsunade's expression shifted to one of sorrow. tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Minion's countenance darkened at the sight. How could Tsunade, who had never been on the battlefield, comprehend the harsh realities? The foes capable of surviving against Tobirama were not merely those who possessed exceptional medical skills. They required far more to endure. He inwardly chastised the guards, feeling a deep resentment for their ignorance regarding the name of the Shadow Guard. As he watched Tsunade weep, his heart ached for her, intensifying his loathing for the guards. Mito hurried over, shooing Minion away. "This is your daughter. Is this how you care for her?" Mito quickly embraced Tsunade, offering her comfort. Minion was left standing awkwardly, compelled to attend to the affairs of the Senju clan. Chapter 40. Hyuga Lawn Night. You are the most formidable clan leader of Konoha. The Uchiha clan, under the ambitious leadership of Uchiha Yi, has now adopted the practice of smiling enforcement. While it may appear somewhat rigid, the mere existence of this change has left many villagers of Konoha astounded. Naturally, there are some rebellious villagers who believe that the Uchiha clan has become entirely amicable towards them, emboldening them to provoke the Uchiha. However, the Uchiha are not ones to tolerate such insolence. They wield their whips with one hand, yet maintain a smile on their faces, truly embodying the essence of smiling enforcement. Currently, the Uchiha clan is flourishing, brimming with vitality, and aiming for the position of Hokage. Meanwhile, the Senju clan is fervently supporting its young clan leader, also aspiring for the Hokage position. At this moment, however, Hyuga, one of the three great pillars of Konoha, finds itself in a dilemma, wavering between allegiance to the Senju or the Uchiha. The current leader of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Lawn, is genuinely at a loss. He senses that in such a brief period, a multitude of events has transpired, heralding a significant upheaval unseen in 3 millennia. This choice will determine the future fate of his clan. Should he align with the Senju or the Uchiha? The strength of the Hyuga clan pales in comparison to that of the Senju and Uchiha. He perceives Konoha as a powder keg, poised to ignite, and feels an impending doom. He is unwilling to sit idly by. Action must be taken. As a clan leader, he is acutely aware that passivity only invites disaster. Hyuga Lawn summoned his attendant and inquired, "Has there been any response from Lord Vortex?" A day prior, he had personally visited Vortex Mito, but she had claimed to be unwell, preventing him from entering. The attendant replied, "There has been no response. It appears the Senju clan has closed off communication." At this moment, Hyuga Lawn could not help but feel a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, he is a clan leader. Is this treatment not somewhat inappropriate? Considering the rumors circulating in the village, it is likely that the demise of the second Hokage is indeed true. Hyuga Lawn must weigh all the authentic information, as this decision profoundly impacts the future of the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Yi, the embodiment of the will of fire, has now awakened the Meijiki Sharingan. Hyuga Lawn feels a swell of admiration for this younger generation. After all, the Uchiha clan's greatest flaw has always been their excessive emotionality. Yet, at this moment, Uchiha Yi appears to be a contradiction. The ability to awaken the Meijiki Sharingan indicates a profound emotional depth. The will of fire must indeed hold true. However, to resolutely assume the position of clan leader during such a critical juncture signifies his capacity for endurance and intellect. At this juncture, a thought emerged in Hyuga Land's mind. Could it be that he received prior information regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions to usurp the Hokage position? Yi believes that under Sarutobi Hiruzen's leadership, Konoha is destined for decline. At this moment, he found himself perplexed by Lord Tobirama's decision, questioning the motives of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Believing that it must be Hiruzen who had slain the Hokage, the will of fire surged within him, filled with discontent over such injustice, igniting an emotional explosion that intensified his commitment to the protection of Konoha, leading to the awakening of his Meijiki Sharingan. The more Hinata Lawn pondered, the more convinced he became of this notion. After all, why would a young ninja from Konoha, who could eloquently express that fallen blossoms are not devoid of emotion and that they transform into spring mud to nurture flowers, awaken his Meijiki Sharingan without having faced life and death? It all made sense. A powerful Uchiha, imbued with the will of fire, exhibiting emotional stability seemed only fitting, especially considering that the Senju had already produced 2 Hokages, while an Uchiha ascending to the role of the 3rd Hokage appeared to be a justifiable expectation. With this in mind, Hinata Lawn turned to his attendant and said, "Please arrange a meeting with clan head Yuru." He resolved to converse closely with this Uchiha to ascertain whether he was worthy of his investment. He added, "Oh, and remember to keep this discreet." Understood. Taking a deep breath, Hinata Lawn mused, how ominous the winds of change seemed. Konoha was a family composed of ninja clans. The Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga stood as the three formidable pillars. Beneath them were smaller clans, such as the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi, reliant on one another for survival. Then there were the more peculiar families, those who bred insects or raised dogs. In this vast pie that is Konoha, if one consumes more, another must consume less. Given Hinata's current strength, he lacked the qualifications to become the third Hokage, especially when considering the young Uchiha clan leader before him. Hinata gazed at the 19-year-old Uchiha Yoru and smiled, saying, "Clan head Yoru, your valiant performance on the battlefield led me to believe that you would undoubtedly be the future leader of the Uchiha clan." Yoru looked at Hinata and replied, "Your flattery is appreciated, clan head Lan. I merely assisted Elder Yu in stepping down to allow my ascension. Yet, I must inquire, what brings you here?" Hinata regarded him, noting the absence of the arrogance characteristic of many Uchiha. He replied, "There is unrest in the village, is there not? With Lord Tobarama's demise, Konoha cannot remain without a leader." As he spoke, he subtly cast a glance at Uchiha Yoru. Yoru continued sipping his tea and poured another cup for Hinata. Indeed, with so many ninjas in Konoha needing sustenance and tasks to complete, the vacancy of the Hokage position posed a significant issue. Yoru picked up the conversation. However, Lord Tobarama entrusted the Hokage position to Sarutobi Hiruzen. His tone was laden with a sigh, revealing Hinata-land's palpable discontent. The corner of Hinata-land's mouth twitched, unable to contain himself. "Clan head Yoru, please do not jest. We all know the true nature of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He has returned, yet the Hokage has not. We are all aware of the underlying circumstances." Yoru finished his tea, poured himself another cup, and also filled one for Hinata. The night revealed itself. Unveiling his intention to ally with the Uchiha clan, aspiring to jointly claim the next portion of power in Konoha. Gazing at the cup brimming with tea before him, Hyuga could no longer contain himself. Indeed, Uchiha Yi possessed remarkable restraint. Yet, the more he exhibited his prowess, the more Lan found himself drawn to him. Finally, he uttered the inquiry, "Might the Uchiha clan have aspirations regarding the position of Hokage?" Both Hyuga and Uchiha belonged to esteemed bloodlines of ocular techniques, maintaining amicable relations through the generations. Upon hearing Lan's statement, Uchiha Yu could hardly suppress his reaction. Such generational camaraderie was indeed a testament to their ties. However, Hyuga maintained an unruffled demeanor, for the Hokage position was, at present, well within the grasp of the Uchiha. The Hyuga clan was willing to lend their support to the Uchihas. At this moment, Yi cast aside his formalities, recognizing that the head of the Hyuga clan had so openly broached the subject. How could he possibly demur? The Hyuga clan represented formidable strength, particularly on the battlefield, where their prowess in intelligence and perception was nothing short of divine. The Uchiha clan was destined to foster enduring relations with the Hyuga. In an instant, they reached a consensus. Hyuga-land's resoluteness stemmed from his admiration for Uchiha Yi. Rather than merely betting on the Uchiha, he had set his sights on the man himself. Furthermore, the Senju clan had dismissed him with a mere declaration of illness. What was wrong with seeking an alliance with the Uchiha? Their conversation meandered into casual banter, swiftly evolving into mutual flattery. The Byakugan of the Hyuga truly possessed an unparalleled ability to discern. Its insight was indeed extraordinary. "Not at all," Yi replied. "The Sharingan is where the true prowess lies. No one in Konoha can rival its combat capabilities." Though they exchanged simple words, the weight of their speakers mattered greatly. When such praise emanated from Uchiha Yi, a wielder of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, it elicited a thrill from Hyuga. After all, the Uchiha had never been one to indulge in flattery. Such commendation was a rarity. Hyuga felt invigorated, recalling the legendary third Hokage. Yi smiled, yet inwardly he found the title somewhat disconcerting. Nevertheless, the negotiations proceeded smoothly. Their handshake symbolized the union of two prominent clans. Chapter 41. The Cloud Village's Treaty. In the midst of the undercurrents swirling regarding the position of the third Hokage, the leaders of various ninja clans in Konohagakure harbored their own hidden agendas, each with their own ulterior motives. However, it was indubitably clear that the village hidden in the clouds was decisively moving forward, swiftly selecting their third Raikage. Naturally, there was no dispute about this, for it was a case of father bequeathing to son. Yet, the newly appointed found himself in a quandary. Faced with the immediate challenge of alleviating the ire of Konoha, it is crucial to remember that at this juncture, Konoha was not yet the formidable force it would later become. In the future, emissaries from the Cloud Village would be met with hostility, resulting in the death of a clan leader and their subsequent suicide as atonement. The reputation of Konoha at present, however, was not to be underestimated, compelling A to prepare meticulously. With the situation being as dire as it was, reason seemed elusive, and a ceasefire agreement was hastily signed. Yet, the unfortunate demise of Konoha's Hokage cast a pall over the proceedings, although their own Reikage had perished as well. It was hardly a point that could be raised with Konoha. They would surely demand concrete actions instead. Gazing at the lifeless form of Shinji Tobarama, A turned to his aide and inquired, "What has become of the members of the Hokage's bodyguard? Are they not yet assembled?" The aide, unable to withstand A's mounting frustration, responded, "We have not located the bodies of the bodyguard." A furrowed his brow, incredulous at the notion of their complete disappearance. Not a trace left behind? How could that be? This situation seems far too complex. The village, preoccupied with its own troubles, lacked the capacity to acquire intelligence from Konoha. Summoning the leader of the envoy, A instructed, "On your journey to Konoha, do your utmost to acquiesce to their demands. Our village is in no condition to engage in further conflict. However, upon your arrival, discreetly gather information. I sense there is more to this than meets the eye." The dynamics within Konoha are intricate, and the election of their third Hokage will not transpire easily. You must subtly incite discord among them, particularly targeting the Uchiha clan. Exercise caution, however. "Understood, Lord Reikage," the envoy leader replied. Pondered the Uchiha clan, recognizing their innate compatibility with the village hidden in the clouds. Remaining in Konoha, he mused, would only serve to stifle their potential. Regardless of A's admiration for the Uchiha, the envoys from the Cloud Village hastened towards Konoha, while the bodies continued to arrive at a more leisurely pace. Upon their arrival, the Shinji clan, upon learning of their Hokage's true demise, could scarcely contain their rage. Yearning for vengeance against the envoys, the envoy leader, acutely aware of the precariousness of his own position, hastily proclaimed their willingness to offer reparations, allowing Konoha to dictate the terms. As the news of Tobarama's death spread, the once hopeful leaders of the ninja clans were plunged into a sobering reality. The tides in Konoha were indeed changing. In stark contrast to the Senju's fury, the Uchiha clan wore expressions of calm amusement. Were it not for the knowledge of their recent enforcement of smiling governance, suspicions of treachery might have arisen. Nevertheless, Uchiha, feeling the tension of the moment, hastily instructed his brethren to alter their expressions, and they reverted to their customary stoic visages. The Senju clan is not known for their eloquence, and it is hardly expected that they would shed tears. However, Uzumaki Mito can no longer feign ignorance. The news is simply too overwhelming to conceal. A grand assembly is about to commence. During this gathering, the members of the Senju clan vociferously declare, "Fight to the bitter end. Avenge Lord Hokage. March upon the hidden Cloud Village." The Uchiha clan members, too, echo this fervor, not out of sorrow for Shinji Tobarama, but rather from an uncontrollable mirth that threatens to spill over. This is their first genuine inclination to embrace the enforcement of their ideals. They desire nothing more than war, and nothing less. Uchiha observes the fervent war hawks surrounding him, with not a single voice advocating for peace, and he nods in acknowledgement. Yet, the grim reality is known only to those managing the finances. There is simply no capacity for further conflict. Konoha has already exhausted its resources, and another bout of fighting would leave them bereft of even provisions. At that juncture, the merchants would surely seize the opportunity to inflate prices, leaving Konoha in a precarious position, neither able to advance nor retreat. As for slaying the merchants, they are backed by influential feudal lords and various aristocrats. Eliminating them would sever Konoha's primary financial lifeline. The ninja would be left to endure the harsh winds of destitution. Reform is not an instantaneous endeavor, and revolution is far from the simple solution it appears to be, not at this moment. While no one dares to voice the sentiment of ceasing hostilities, the upper echelons of Konoha harbor an unspoken consensus that further warfare is untenable. However, they are reluctant to articulate this truth. After all, such words would invite blame. Why halt the war? The Hokage has sacrificed his life, and you would not seek vengeance? You must be a traitor to Konoha. Such accusations would befall anyone who dared to suggest a truce, tarnishing their reputation and extinguishing future prospects within the ranks of leadership. Observing the righteous indignation on the faces of the Uchiha, Uchiha smiles and nods, sensing that the younger generation is maturing and thinking critically. Yet, Upon contemplating their genuine smiles, he immediately quashes his thoughts. Am I truly losing my mind? The Uchiha only reveal their most innocent smiles at Tobarama's funeral. The fact that they have not succumbed to their traditional hysterics is a testament to his efforts in fostering a more tempered demeanor, transforming their expressions from mere indifference and laughter to include a smile. From this perspective, he considers himself a pioneering leader of the Uchiha clan. He pinches his thigh, reflecting, "Damn, perhaps I have been thinking too much this time." Meanwhile, Mito gazes upon the fervent public sentiment below, feeling unable to voice her intent to bear the blame. In truth, she longs to march upon the hidden cloud village, but the constraints of the situation are insurmountable. Reluctantly, she disperses the assembly and convenes a new meeting. This time limited to the clan heads, the true wielders of power. After extensive deliberation, it becomes clear that war is not a feasible option. Engaging in conflict would be disastrous. Yet, they cannot simply abandon the notion. There is an opportunity to extract some funds, as everyone is in dire need of resources. Moreover, their stance cannot appear weak. It must be assertive. Otherwise, the hidden cloud village may take undue liberties. At the negotiation table, every detail must be meticulously scrutinized. For each concession is a matter of life and death for our esteemed shinobi. The more points we secure at the table, the better our village will flourish. Once this meeting concludes, all the ninjas of Konoha may internally resist acceptance, yet they find themselves compelled to acquiesce. This is the collective decision made by all. Such is the merit of meetings. Once the results are announced, they reflect the consensus of the higher-ups, thereby diminishing the volume of dissent. As for the deterioration of leadership, one might discover a stone figure with a singular eye by the river, while the waters echo with the cries of the Nine-Tails at night. Konoha has heightened vigilance along its borders, yet refrained from initiating an attack. Concurrently, the envoy from the Cloud Village underscored the gravity of the situation. Observing the circumstances, the envoy considered the possibility of negotiation. As long as conflict could be avoided, discussions were preferable to a direct confrontation. Ultimately, after prolonged wrangling and bargaining, the envoy reluctantly accepted the humiliating treaty imposed upon the village, agreeing to compensate Konoha with 40 billion ryo, with the option for installment payments. This figure represents 100 ryo for each citizen of the Land of Lightning. The latter phrase was an addition from he himself. Had it been uttered in front of so many witnesses, the envoy would undoubtedly have refused to sign. To articulate such a sentiment would clearly constitute an affront, and it is likely that no individual would consent to such terms. Chapter 42. The slightly misaligned gesture of loyalty reflects disloyalty to the clan. Union Village finds itself in a state of despair. Stripped of all resources, the village is now mired in fiscal deficit. Many grain merchants under the nobility have inflated prices, compelling AI to resort to executing a few individuals. In an atmosphere of panic, had it not been for the steadfast protection of the rakeage by the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, numerous nobles would have already plotted against AI. Reluctantly, AI is forced to accept this humiliating treaty. Union Village can no longer afford further conflict. As for the indemnity, it is undoubtedly a grievous burden. Yet survival must be prioritized. With a heavy heart, AI sighs, let the common folk endure a bit longer. In truth, Union Village has already witnessed instances of starvation. And even if the reparations are staggered, they will inevitably exacerbate the frequency of famine within the village. AI gazes upon the ravaged state of Union, steeling himself to navigate through this arduous predicament. The suffering of Union Village magnifies the benefits reaped by Konoha. At the moment the reparations were discussed, the eyes of every clan leader from the ninja villages widened with anticipation, each contemplating how to secure a larger share of this windfall for their families, who are in dire need of such funds. Simultaneously, although the position of the third Hokage has yet to be formally mentioned, it is understood that this day is imminent. Konoha desperately requires a third Hokage to allocate these funds and to rejuvenate the village. Undoubtedly, regardless of the strength or intellect of this future Hokage, it is assured that upon assuming office, Konoha will flourish. Currently, the village suffers from the ravages of war. Whoever takes the helm, as long as they focus on recovery, Konoha will undoubtedly progress. Only in critical moments can the true strength and capability of a Hokage be revealed. However, there is no doubt that Konoha is rife with undercurrents of intrigue. Everyone awaits the arrival of Senju Tobarama's remains to grant this esteemed second Hokage a fitting farewell. A few days later, Senju Tobarama finally arrives, albeit belatedly. Union Village, filled with remorse, allows Senju Tobarama to return to Konoha in comfort. A grand funeral is organized by the Senju clan, attended by the nobility of the Land of Fire and all prominent ninjas of Konoha. Naturally, it takes time for the nobles to arrive, necessitating a few days of discomfort for Lord Tobirama, as the body has long begun to decompose. The coffin parades through the streets of Konoha, where countless citizens mourn their Hokage with sorrowful expressions. Although Senju Tobirama was known for his cunning and ruthless methods, treating the Uchiha clan no differently from others, no one questions his adept governance of the village. He was benevolent towards the populace, fairly distributing benefits, ensuring that even the Uchiha, whom he despised, did not suffer a loss in their gains. He was, without a doubt, a born politician. Hence, many citizens of Konoha lament the passing of their Hokage. Numerous Uchiha patrol the streets, maintaining order. While they typically disdain such mundane tasks, today they engage with fervor, perhaps bidding farewell to the eternal antagonist as described by the elder. A solemn villager gazed at the distant figure who was smiling, utterly perplexed by this display. He exclaimed, "How can this be permissible? The Hokage's passing is still fresh, and yet you dare to smile?" Uchiha Asahi turned his gaze towards him, his previous smile vanishing. Upon recognizing the Uchiha, the villager instantly realized his blunder. "My apologies, Lord Uchiha. I mistook you for another." Uchiha Asahi's smile returned, causing the villager to instinctively cover his head. He had heard tales of the Uchiha, who, despite their smiles, were unyielding in their actions. Was it not better in the past? Yet, after waiting a considerable time, he saw no sign of Uchiha Asahi taking any action. Uchiha Asahi addressed the villager, saying, "I smile because the Uchiha must uphold the law. My smile fades not out of disrespect, but to prevent any misunderstanding among the villagers regarding our reverence for the Hokage. The Uchiha hold the Hokage in the highest regard." He produced a tattered yet well-crafted piece of paper, upon which was inscribed, "On the will of fire. Author, Uchiha Yuru." The villager then comprehended his mistake and hastily apologized. "Forgive me, Lord Uchiha. My failing eyesight has led me to misjudge you." A true Uchiha bearer of the will of fire. Uchiha Asahi's lips curled into a slight smile, for he relished such commendations. After all, Yuru was a paragon of virtue, and he aspired to emulate him. Waving his hand dismissively, he indicated that he bore no ill will and continued forward, only to observe his subordinate, Xiaoming, awkwardly saluting Senju Tobirama. It seemed fate had played a cruel trick, placing Xiaoming under Uchiha Asahi's command. Uchiha Asahi's demeanor shifted to one of concern as he hurried over to lower Xiaoming's arm. "How can you salute that wicked Senju specter?" Xiaoming, bewildered, replied, "Lord Asahi, I am merely practicing my salute." With that, he extended his right arm at a 45-degree angle, slightly skewed, palm down and fingers together, proclaiming, "Loyalty." Uchiha Asahi's expression softened a fraction. As long as he wasn't genuinely saluting the Senju specter, it would suffice. However, a slight ache lingered in his head. The posture was still askew. He reached out, adjusting Xiaoming's wrist to correct his arm to the proper angle. "It's like this, you young fool," he emphasized. Having repeated it countless times, Xiaoming dared not move his arm, determined to memorize the precise angle. Even the slightest deviation would fail to convey his loyalty to Lord Yuru. Observing Xiaoming's meticulousness, Uchiha Asahi felt an instinctive urge to comfort him, yet his nature held him back from uttering such words. Instead, he clumsily remarked, "You should not fret over such a minor discrepancy. This reflects the difference between your kind and our proud Uchiha clan." Uchiha Asahi himself was unsure why those words escaped his lips, for that was not his intention. Xiaoming gazed up at his captain, declaring, "Captain, I will not give up." Uchiha Asahi simply nodded. Xiaoming, puzzled, inquired, "Captain, why can't I salute the Hokage?" Xiaoming gazed with his innocent, large eyes at Uchiha Asaka. Uchiha Asaka, known for his serious demeanor, responded gravely, "Absolutely not. Such etiquette can only be directed towards the clan leader of the Night Tribe. This is a matter of principle." He hesitated to complete his thought regarding the Senju clan, opting instead to say, "The Hokage of the Senju clan is a thing of the past. The true Hokage shall be the leader of the Night Tribe." Asaka's gaze was imbued with fervor. Xiaoming could only observe this fervent reaction from Asaka when he spoke of the clan leader. He understood well, as it was the leader who had saved his entire family. Without the clan leader, he would have been unable to rescue even his own mother. Xiaoming nodded resolutely. Only then did Asaka resume his vigilance for any potential dangers ahead. Just as Xiaoming prepared to move forward, someone placed a hand on his shoulder and remarked, "Xiaoming, it must be quite uncomfortable staying with the Uchiha clan. They are a bunch of cold-blooded creatures. Xiao Ming turned to his former classmate, looking at him earnestly, and said, Xiao Liang, apologize. Xiao Liang, taken aback by the unexpected seriousness of his once timid classmate, found it hard to adjust. Was this truly the same Xiao Ming he remembered? Xiao Ming solemnly declared, the captain treats me exceptionally well, and the Uchiha family is quite amiable. They show me great respect. Xiao Liang's expression turned blank. How could this be? How could he speak so positively of the Uchiha? Seeing that Xiao Liang remained obstinate, Xiao Ming produced his enforcement baton. It dawned on Xiao Liang that he had underestimated the Uchiha. He had only sought to derive satisfaction from bullying the once weak Xiao Ming. But now he found himself confronted with an unexpected transformation. With a bow of respect, he conceded, I was wrong. Satisfied, Xiao Ming continued on his way, unwilling to allow anyone to speak ill of his master or the Uchiha clan. Though his master's words might seem somewhat cold, he never declined to assist when needed. Nor did he allow embarrassment to cloud his judgment, even when Xiao Ming struggled to maintain the proper angle for a salute. His master would merely comment on how he fell short compared to the Uchiha and promptly rush over to help him. This was a far cry from the villagers, many of whom were known to pocket their subordinates' wages. The captain, however, would never do such a thing. In the captain's words, what was it called? Yes, carrying the glory of the Uchiha clan, he would never stoop to such behavior. This was the captain's character. What did the books call this? Ah, yes. It was termed Sundara. Xiao Ming mused to himself. It seems that the Uchiha clan embodies this Sundara nature. Yet, unbeknownst to Xiao Ming, the reason for his improper posture might stem from the Uchiha's exceedingly strict standards for saluting, an imperfection deemed unacceptable. Chapter 43. Don't rush. I'm almost out. Hurry up and get me out. I'm suffocating. With a bold step forward, Sarutobi Hizashi called out joyfully, finally, I'm free. Tsunade Danzo followed closely behind, exclaiming, what a relief. The two found themselves in a much more spacious environment, yet their reputations had plummeted to an all-time low, especially following the devastating news of Lord Tobarama's death. The villagers harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo, wishing to see them torn to shreds. To the villagers, these two were seen as traitors conspiring with the Cloud Village. Unbeknownst to Hizashi, he had been betrayed by Uzumaki Mito, who had sold him out. He still believed Mito to be on his side. Both men had learned of their teacher's impending funeral and yearned to pay their final respects. Spurred on by each other, they sought out Senjuman-in, eager to carry their teacher's coffin as dutiful disciples. Senjuman-in, upon witnessing their audacious demeanor, felt an overwhelming urge to summon 100 Senju ninjas to obliterate them on the spot. If it weren't for the necessity of having Hizashi restrain Uchiha Obito and deplete his Sharingan's power, he would not have tolerated their arrogance. Nevertheless, Manin could hardly contain his anger as he bellowed, You wretches, as members of the Shadow Guard, you let my uncle fall behind. You heartless, cowardly lot, get out of my sight. If it weren't for you, my uncle would have retreated long ago. Thus, the two, who had intended to honor their teacher by carrying his coffin, were expelled from the Senju clan. Once outside, they were met with the scorn of the villagers, who hurled rotten eggs and vegetables at them. On the day of the official burial, the two cared little for the disdainful glares directed at them. They were determined to see their teacher one last time. They concealed themselves in a narrow crevice, intimately witnessing their teacher's departure. As the crowd gradually dispersed, they finally revealed themselves. With tears in his eyes, Hizashi gazed at Tobarama's coffin as it disappeared from view, calling out with heartfelt emotion, Teacher, I miss you dearly. Rest assured, I will fulfill your last wishes. The Leaf Village will become a better place. Yesterday, Hizashi had observed closely. Senjuman-in was certainly not his match. As long as Lord Mito adhered to their agreement and held Uchiha Obito at bay, he was confident he could overcome Manin and seize the position of the third Hokage. Amidst his tears, Hizashi's expression held a hint of a smile, while Danzo's cries were tinged with regret. At last, Tobarama's coffin reached the grave, resting peacefully in the earth. Though the body had begun to decay, Uchiha Obito perceived a delightful fragrance emanating from it. This was Tobarama Senju, after all, a master of research. If only he could be resurrected through the impure world reincarnation, he would serve as a tireless and valuable asset. As the banquet commenced, the atmosphere of sorrow began to dissipate. Obito couldn't help but remark, the chef's skills are commendable. This flavor is truly captivating. The Senju clan has amassed a considerable fortune merely from collecting funds today. Although Senju Tobarama is the Hokage, All the funeral expenses have been entrusted to the Senju clan. The wealth is indeed astonishing. The Senju have truly drained the last remnants of value from Tobarama. For the will of fire, Tobarama, dedicate this final effort for the village. Surely, from the depths of the underworld, you would smile upon your kin. Fallen blossoms are not devoid of sentiment. They transform into nourishing soil that nurtures the flowers of spring. The affluent nobility may appear stingy when it comes to selling grain, wishing to inflate prices to the utmost. Yet, at such a funeral, they are generous with their contributions. Uchiha could not help but feel envious. He contemplated hosting a memorial for Uchiha Madara, pondering how much wealth could be garnered. In such a gathering, could Tobarama's contributions possibly be the most substantial? Yes, since potential. But considering Madara's lingering presence and his desire for the Rinnegan, he decided against it. If Madara grew bored underground and sought to emerge for a breath of fresh air, would he not explode upon his return? Throughout the first half of the banquet, he remained silent, solely focused on his meal, while etching the location firmly in his memory. He planned to return on a moonless night, armed with a Woyang shovel, to capture the ancient corpse of Senju Tobarama. Tobarama, do not fear. The darkness of life is but fleeting. Just a few days. You need only wait a little longer. Your most esteemed Uchiha shall bring you home. As the latter half of the event unfolded, guests raised their glasses and toasts. After all, in such a setting, illustrious figures gathered, fostering connections that would prove beneficial in the future. As the clan leader, you could not refuse the camaraderie. It was merely a matter of conversing with people as one ought to, whether they be human or specter. "Yeah, my dear friend, how have you fared?" A familiar voice reached Ye's ears. It was his good brother, Ito Bunshaku, who had aided him significantly. This deserved proper recognition. Ito Bunshaku led you to an elegantly dressed elder, introducing him, Lord Daimyo. This is the talented leader of the Uchiha clan I mentioned to you. The daimyo observed Uchiha with a smile, remarking on the youth's remarkable promise. Though their conversation was brief, it successfully elevated Ya's standing in the daimyo's eyes. Ya and Ito Bunshaku engaged in lively discourse, with Ito urging his entourage to toast to Ya, intent on ensuring that you would pay a price today. You welcomed all. And soon, Ito Bunshaku and his entourage succumbed to inebriation, while Ya remained merely tipsy. Indeed, at that moment, Ya felt a delightful sense of lightness. Chapter 44. The radicals consider the conservatives too radical. The grand funeral has inevitably reached its conclusion, marking the end of an era belonging to the second Hokage. The election for the third Hokage has become an unavoidable reality. The event is set for tomorrow afternoon, with both the Uchiha and Senju clans rallying their spirits, poised to contend for the position of Hokage. Before departing, Uchiha and Hyuga clinked their cups together and downed their drinks in unison, sharing a knowing smile. Upon returning to the Inuzuka clan leader Inuzuka received an invitation from the Uchiha clan. Understanding the significance of the Hokage selection meeting scheduled for tomorrow afternoon, Inuzuka recognized the meaning behind Uchiha's visit to the Inuzuka clan the following morning. Faced with a matter of such gravity for the survival of his clan, Inuzuka wasted no time, swiftly convening the clan's elder and second elder. The trio engaged in a prompt discussion. And it must be noted that their small meeting was certainly more efficient than the previous clan assemblies of the Uchiha. In the Uchiha clan, without absolute power to suppress dissent, factions would inevitably emerge, leading to disputes that could escalate into outright brawls, resulting in chaotic and unrestrained combat. Efficiency was not merely low, it was virtually non-existent. After briefing the elders on the situation, Inuzuka turned to them, eager to hear their perspectives. The Uchiha clan was an imposing force, and a decision had to be made. The elder chuckled, remarking on the rarity of the Uchiha clan sending a formal invitation to their doorstep. Inuzuka did not perceive this as the elder belittling their stature. Rather, it was a testament to the truth. The Uchiha clan had long since disregarded even the likes of the boar, deer, and butterfly. Yet here they were, making overtures to the Inuzuka clan. Inuzuka remarked, this new leader of the Uchiha clan is not only formidable in strength, but also possesses a keen intellect. He has kept Uchiha in the shadows for 19 years, and now, with a sudden awakening, he is pursuing the position of Hokage. The elder's eyes lit up with realization. Indeed, an ordinary Uchiha could not have orchestrated such a feat. He spoke slowly, pondering. The Senju heir likely lacks would release techniques. He has survived since the Warring States period and rarely takes action. Inuzuka shook his head in disagreement, not even a fraction of his father's capability. The elder, with deliberate caution, asserted, This presents a rare opportunity. Inazuka, you proposed. Let us select 30 of the 50 newly trained ninja dogs to present to the Uchiha clan. The elder countered, that is insufficient, far from enough. Either we do not act, or we commit fully. He decisively stated. We should also send 5 of our finest dog trainers to express our willingness to join the police force. Inazuka was taken aback, as such a declaration would signify a complete alignment with the Uchiha. Currently, no ninja clans had offered their ninjas to the police force. Thus, this move would undoubtedly place the Inazuka clan in the line of fire. The esteemed elder of the clan has always approached matters with great caution. It is perplexing to witness such audacity now. Historically, I have advised the elder against excessive conservatism. Today, however, I, the proponent of boldness, find the elder's cautious stance to be remarkably radical. The elder remarked, in the past, I urged you all to exercise prudence because the Inazuka clan is rather feeble. We cannot compare to the Senju or Uchiha, nor can we hold a candle to the similarly secretive clan of Inazuka, Shika, and Cho. Caution was essential for the survival of our lineage. Yet, the time has come for transformation. We stand at a crossroads. It is imperative that we strive for a decisive victory. The last opportunity akin to this was during the founding of Konoha, when we allied with the village, which allowed our clan to endure and prosper. The second elder interjected, are you suggesting that this alliance with the Uchiha is as pivotal as our joining Konoha? The elder narrowed his eyes, acutely aware of his advancing age. I still place my faith in my judgment. Inazuka is not a man of indecision, and he too has confidence in Uchiha. The decision is made. We shall await Uchiha's arrival on the morrow. Inazuka addressed the elder. The Shikacho clan has the Senju backing them. Even if we side with the Senju, there will be no substantial change. Thus, it is time for the Inazuka clan to claim their rightful position. The elder nodded, acknowledging that the initial choice had allowed the Inazuka to survive. However, the Inazuka clan has lingered at the village's periphery for far too long. The three resolved to engage in a decisive confrontation with the Uchiha clan. A victory would elevate the Inazuka clan to prominence beneath the 3 great mountains. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hisashi remained engrossed in his training, for time, to him, was of the essence. Every second spent in toil was an investment in preserving his name. Shortly thereafter, Danzo entered with a fine bottle of wine and a roasted chicken, remarking, Hisashi, you've been training incessantly. Have you dulled your wits in the process? Observing his dear friend's intense focus, Danzo felt a pang of concern. Hisashi replied, Danzo, tomorrow is my moment to shine. I cannot afford to slacken my efforts now. Danzo, sensing Hisashi's refusal of his goodwill, felt a twinge of irritation. Even when I present him food, he declines. Hisashi's resolve was unwavering. Even if fed, he would not partake. Danzo's stubbornness surged. Did he truly need this fleeting moment of training? Hisashi remained silent, wholly absorbed in his practice. Danzo, feeling vexed, tore off a substantial leg of the roasted chicken and forcefully stuffed it into Hisashi's mouth. Hisashi's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated such an action from Danzo. He could not refuse and was compelled to swallow. Danzo poured a cup of wine, disregarding Hisashi's preferences, and began to feed him. A mouthful of wine followed by the chicken leg still lodged in his throat. As the combination of meat and wine wafted through the air, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly coughed, the once fragrant chicken losing all its allure. Danz, noticing Hiruzen's discomfort, hurriedly patted his back to ease his breath. Hiruzen stared at Danz, momentarily at a loss for words, especially since he had just declared his disinterest in eating. Danz, catching the fleeting glance of Hiruzen, felt an unexpected shyness wash over him. A stark contrast to his earlier indignation. He could hardly believe that his own gaze had faltered. What was he afraid of? Striving to maintain his composure, he addressed Hiruzen, saying, tomorrow we shall elect a Hokage. How can we not indulge in a celebratory feast? He avoided direct eye contact, feeling an undeniable discomfort. Are you still not going to eat? Danz whispered to Hiruzen. With no inclination to resume his training, Hiruzen met Danz's gaze and replied, no more for me. Danz, whose eyes had previously darted away, found himself momentarily flustered. Do not look at me, he exclaimed, attempting to mask his unease. Yet Hiruzen resolutely declared, Danz, if I become Hokage, will you support me? This heartfelt plea resonated with sincerity, at this juncture, apart from Lord Hiruzen. Danz was the only one left willing to assist him. Danz felt remorse for having neglected Hiruzen after he had brought such fine food and drink. Understanding the earnestness behind Hiruzen's words, Danz found his earlier grievances dissipating. He looked at Hiruzen and uttered, I will. He was willing to share the burdens of leadership and govern Konoha alongside him. Hiruzen smiled at Dan's, then picked up another chicken leg and offered it to him. Observing Dan's momentary stupor, Hiruzen inquired, "Dan's, you must eat too. What's wrong? Have you already dined?" As Dan's remained frozen in surprise, Hiruzen straightforwardly brought the chicken leg to Dan's lips. Caught off guard, Dan's instinctively opened his mouth, feeling that all his years as a ninja had rendered him slow-witted today. Seeing Dan's comply, Hiruzen chuckled and nodded in approval. It dawned on him that this was reminiscent of the antics Dan's had once played on him. With a sigh of resignation, he decided to humor Dan's. He mimicked the gesture, offering Dan's a cup of wine, which elicited a similar response. Dan spluttered, finally finding his voice to exclaim, "Monkey? What are you doing?" Hiruzen, undeterred, looked at Dan's and retorted, "Wasn't that precisely what you just did?" Dan's contemplated expressing that he had not intended it, while Hiruzen had indeed done so deliberately. But he held his tongue. Tomorrow would bring its own pressures. He resolved not to add to Hiruzen's burdens. "Come, let us drink." The two engaged in jovial conversation over drinks, reminiscing about their youth. However, it wasn't long before Dan chose to steer the discussion to a close. He recognized Hiruzen's need for training and understood that his presence should serve to lighten the mood, not hinder his progress. He bid farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a lingering reluctance. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched him depart until he could no longer see his silhouette, before returning to his chamber to resume his training. This exemplified the unspoken understanding between the two, much like in the original narrative, where Danzo consistently bore the blame for Konoha's strongest Hokage. This is the true essence of the third Hokage, Konoha's actual leader. Chapter 45. The intricacies of the Uchiha. As night descended, Yura perused the matters that required his attention within the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, all had been efficiently managed by his aide, Yuyue, leaving him merely to provide his assent. In matters of governance, he held unwavering faith in Yuyue, the venerable patriarch of the Uchiha. Just as Yuru was preparing to retire for the night, a rare indulgence for him, Uchiha Yao knocked at the door and entered. Yao's previous performance had been commendable. He possessed a remarkable ability to advocate for himself, prompting Yuru to elevate him to a position where he would liaise directly with him. Yao addressed Yuru, "Esteemed patriarch, the traitor Uchiha Kagami is currently in prison, raving mad. He insists on seeing you." "Is that so?" Yuru replied, perplexed. Ever since their last encounter, where he had sustained injuries, Kagami had been relatively subdued. What could have prompted his resurgence? Yao whispered, "The inmates have been discussing your impending ascension to Hokage, and it seems he has caught wind of it." Yura comprehended the situation, yet he pondered Kagami's intentions. Given his current predicament, what could he possibly achieve? Yao continued, "The clan members did not mean any harm. It has been ages since the Uchiha clan has had such jubilant news, and everyone is quite exhilarated." Yao appeared concerned about Yoru's potential ire towards the loquacious members of the clan. "There is no need to assign blame, Yao," Yuru reassured him, patting Yao on the shoulder, ready to discern the nature of Kagami's theatrics. Yao, feeling the warmth of Yoru's hand, flushed a deep crimson. "Yuru, esteemed lord." Upon entering the confines of the prison, the Uchiha guards on duty were stirred with excitement at the sight of their patriarch. "Loyalty, loyalty," they exclaimed, promptly assuming the posture of salute. Observing their synchronized movements, Yoru nodded appreciatively. "Thank you all for your hard work. Today, I shall bestow upon you a generous reward." The mere presence of their patriarch had already invigorated the Uchiha, and now their enthusiasm surged further. "A raise. No hardship here. The patriarch endures the toil." Their salutes became even more precise. One Uchiha member contemplated, "Damn, my salute is not at a perfect 45 degrees. It is deviated by a mere 0.01 degrees. This is a sign of disloyalty to our esteemed patriarch." Although Yura had not voiced any grievances, he felt compelled to acknowledge his own oversight. He glanced around at his fellow Uchiha and noticed, wait, why do their eyes appear different? Cursing under his breath, he experienced a sudden jolt and activated his Sharingan, striving to perfect his salute's angle. Such diligence was essential to convey his unwavering loyalty to Patriarch Yura. Anything less would be insufficient. Yura found this display amusing. He was not particularly concerned with their precision. The uniformity in their gestures was merely a testament to their cohesion. Yet he never anticipated their salutation would be executed with such rigor. What a splendid clan the Uchiha were, meticulous in their endeavors. In Yoru's eyes, they were the most endearing of individuals. Who dared to label them as wicked? Cursed be the ancient Senju. He was generous towards his subordinates, rewarding their efforts. Without a doubt, their treatment was beyond reproach. With a wave of his hand, he proceeded to confront Kagami. As the knight gazed upon the wounded figure of Uchiha Kagami, he spoke, "Kagami, you were once a member of the Uchiha clan. I offer you one more chance. Will you continue to oppose your family?" Deep down, Knight believed Kagami would refuse, yet he remembered how Kagami had always called him brother in the past. Perhaps it was worth granting him this opportunity. Knight sighed inwardly. Kagami had been quite endearing in his childhood, but ever since he became a disciple of Senju Tobarama, he had delved deeply into his new path, neglecting his own kin. It was truly disheartening. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen become Hokage when the Uchiha clan could lead the village directly? Kagami's face was pale as he weakly asked, "Are you truly pretending?" Knight scoffed at such a foolish question at this juncture. Nevertheless, the emotional value Kagami had previously provided stirred a sense of pity within Knight. Very well, he would answer this question, and then send him on his way. It was no small feat to bear such sorrow. Knight responded, "I am not pretending. I have always been this way." Kagami could hardly believe it, his features contorted in disbelief. "How could you? Do you not uphold the will of fire? Now, you disregard Lord Tobarama's last wishes and incite rebellion with the Uchiha clan." This belief had long consumed him. Without clarity, he could not accept death. "Kagami, your words are incoherent. What does my support for the will of fire have to do with my respect for Senju Tobarama's legacy?" Knight pressed. "Is the position of Hokage passed down through mere legacy? When the first Hokage wished to appoint Madara as the second Hokage, who insisted that the Hokage's position must be recognized by all in the village? Tell me, Kagami, who was it?" Kagami dared not lift his gaze to Uchiha Knight. He was reluctant to utter that name. Yet Knight offered him clarity. It was Senju Tobarama. How could he appoint a Hokage under such circumstances? Such reasoning was unfathomable. Trembling, Kagami was not afraid of death. He feared the collapse of his ideals. Why did the selection of Hokage always shift just when the Uchiha were poised to take the position? This was a betrayal of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha were founding clansmen. Could they not attain the Hokage title? The Uchiha must now rely on their own strength to achieve anything. Yet you have repeatedly played the role of their pawn. Do you honor your own eyes? Those eyes were a gift from your clan, yet you seek to betray them. Such ingratitude. Knight fell silent. There was no need for further words. He sensed that his speech had stirred Kagami's very soul. Kagami could only stammer in disbelief. "It's not true. It's not true. You are deceiving me." Knight felt utterly disillusioned with Kagami. He was truly obstinate. How naive of him to believe he could change the mind of an Uchiha. The convictions of every Uchiha who bore the three-tomo Sharingan were not easily swayed. Each was ensnared in their own world, unable to extricate themselves. Kagami felt a bitter pang. Was this truly necessary? However, he soon steadied his gaze, lifting his eyes as the three comma-shaped tomo swiftly dispersed. They then converged to form a hollow, four-bladed shuriken, taking on a square shape. The overall lines flowed seamlessly, exuding a simplistic beauty. "Yoru, I had initially intended to grant you another chance, but you have disappointed me too greatly." Upon witnessing this pattern, Yoru realized this. This is the Kodo Amatsukami. Indeed, his son is Shursui, and both excel in illusion techniques. Awakening the same ocular abilities is not an overreach. Yoru's expression turned frantic as he quickly turned away, avoiding his gaze. No leader wishes to confront Kodo Amatsukami directly. "Kagami," he despaired. "Do you truly believe this to be of any consequence?" Though Kagami understood that he had turned the tide, he had placed such trust in Yoru, only to be met with this outcome. "Yoru, serve under Izuna, and the Uchiha clan shall flourish." Kodo Amatsukami can be activated without direct eye contact. In an instant, Kodo Amatsukami was unleashed. Chapter 46. The mirror strives to preserve the knight's enchantment. The mirror exerted every effort to maintain the captivating essence of the knight. The powerful technique, known as the infinite illusion, could bring an end to conflict without inciting discord, enabling the practitioner to ensnare their target unwittingly. It invaded the mind directly, irrevocably altering the opponent's will, transforming them into a puppet that acted in accordance with the practitioner's desires. To the mirror, such a nefarious ninjutsu was utterly unacceptable. However, the circumstances had reached a point where its use seemed unavoidable. "Forgive me, Knight. It is you who have remained obstinately unyielding." Yet, the thought of mentoring the knight to align with his vision ignited a fervor within the mirror. The allure of a knight that he could manipulate at will was too tempting to resist. He was determined to mold the knight into his ideal. "You should embody humility. honoring the will of fire as the inheritor of its legacy. The mirror's anticipation surged. Knight, call me Lord Mirror. Recite your treatise on the will of fire for me. He issued his command resolutely, eager to find his guiding light. But the knight remained unresponsive. What was happening? The infinite illusion had faltered. The mirror was perplexed. How could this be? At that moment, he felt his mind become suddenly sluggish, as if it could no longer function. As the possessor of the infinite illusion, he recognized this sensation all too well. Is this the infinite illusion? How could it be affecting me? The awareness lingered. Yet it was merely a remnant of the infinite illusion's power stored within his other eye. Yet, that was the extent of it. He possessed no means to dispel it. Following this realization, the mirror was plunged into complete unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the knight's pupils bled, and he gasped for breath. Damn it, I almost met my demise. He unveiled his own eyes, where 8 symbols circled within his pupils, the contrasting black and white of the yin-yang fish serving as a backdrop. Due to the recent activation of his ocular technique, the patterns of the bagua spun rapidly, with blood cascading down as they whirled. The knight sensed his ocular power waning swiftly, and utilizing his eyes became increasingly strenuous. Cursed Uchiha Mirror, I never anticipated he would concoct such a grand scheme. He chastised himself for his lack of caution. He should have foreseen that the emotionally charged Uchiha Mirror would inevitably awaken his Manjiki Sharingan. Had it not been for his left eye's technique, reflective reversal, which could bounce back damage, he would have surely perished this time. Reflective reversal could rebound multiple ninjutsu, rearranging the direction and intensity of attacks. However, the more formidable and inexplicable the ninjutsu, the greater the toll it exacted on the practitioner's ocular power. This time, it was the ocular technique that exerted its influence. Otherwise, he would have become Uchiha Mirror's marionette, subject to his whims. His left eye's technique was reversal of fate. Based on the principles of the bagua and hexagrams, it allowed the user or a designated target to be reverted to a specific moment in the past. For instance, it could restore a severely injured ally to their pre-injury state or evade a lethal enemy technique. However, the side effects were equally severe. The same target could not be reverted in a short span of time, and the greater the time span of the reversal, the more intense the backlash on the practitioner's body. The knight felt that these two abilities were indeed extraordinary, yet they exacted a heavy toll on his vision. Furthermore, these eyes endowed him with a passive ability. The potency of basic elemental jutsu, such as fire, water, and lightning, was significantly amplified, and they inherently possessed mechanisms for encirclement, sealing, and automatic tracking of enemies. At this moment, Knight's expression darkened. His Sharingan could no longer be utilized so frequently, as the consumption had been excessive. The system had proven to be rather unreliable. Initially, he could upgrade his Sharingan with merit points, but now, performing good deeds yielded no such rewards. He had truly been driven to a dead end if he did not evolve into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. In this perverse world rife with slaughter, he would inevitably become blind. Currently, his system panel displayed only the mission to become Hokage, with the reward being an upgrade of his Sharingan by 1 tier. He had originally hoped to attain the Rinnegan, but now, in order to avoid blindness, he had no choice but to first upgrade to the Eternal Manjiki. Recent events had unfolded as he had anticipated, save for this particular matter, which had spiraled beyond his control. However, gazing at the dazed figure of Kagami, Uchiha Knight revealed a sinister smile. Gaining an ally adept in Genjutsu was not a total loss. Kagami, you are now truly a member of the Uchiha clan, he commanded. You are to cultivate a good relationship with the second Hokage on behalf of our family and maintain the bond between the Uchiha and Senju clans. Yet, during this process, you discovered that Senju Tobarama was secretly harming the Uchiha clan, and thus, you must endure in silence. While fleeing alongside the second Hokage, he imparted his last will to you, to support Uchiha Knight in becoming Hokage, and if there were any dissenters, the entire shinobi community would collectively elect. Nonetheless, Sarutobi Hiruzen conspired with others to alter the Hokage's decree and even threatened you. Outnumbered, you reluctantly accepted and discreetly informed me. Mito could not abide the Hokage position falling into Uchiha hands, so she temporarily aligned with Sarutobi Hiruzen's perspective. Knight issued several crucial directives. You must place your unwavering trust in Uchiha Knight. His words must be executed. Sarutobi Hiruzen is your adversary. Kagami's previously blank expression began to radiate vitality. He opened his eyes, observing the bloodied Uchiha Knight, and asked with concern, Knight, what has happened? Who has harmed you? Tell me. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen, wasn't it? I shall personally eliminate that wicked Sarutobi scoundrel. Knight chuckled at Kagami's reaction. The effect was quite pronounced. However, the perpetrator was none other than himself. Uchiha Knight waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was unscathed. Kagami, with genuine concern, supported him. Will this affect your candidacy for Hokage tomorrow? Hearing this, Knight paused momentarily. He had initially planned to overwhelm his opponents with sheer strength, but now, it seemed uncertain. The greatest obstacle was Uzumaki Mido. Although the Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan was notably effective against tailed beasts, its efficacy was considerably diminished if the beasts were sealed within a Jinchuriki. At the very least, he certainly could not, like Madara, clothe the Nine Tails in new garments one by one. The Whirlpool Water Dweller possessed formidable strength, and the formidable regenerative abilities of the Nine Tails endowed her with the stamina for prolonged battles. However, the Uchiha clan now boasted 2 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan. Knight patted Mirror's shoulder, exclaiming, "With you by my side, what is there to fear?" Mirror, filled with pride, responded, "I shall elevate you to the position of Hokage." It was time for the Uchiha to take action, yet first, the hypocritical and sanctimonious Sarutobi Hiruzen must be eliminated. Mirror's eyes glinted with murderous intent. How dare he covet Knight's position as Hokage? He was unworthy. Knight smiled at him, finding comfort in the sight of Mirror, whom he had painstakingly nurtured. He no longer found him as irksome as before. As for the clan leader, the Uchiha clansmen outside remained oblivious to the fact that their leader was nearly eliminated. They watched in confusion as the traitor, Uchiha Mirror, supported their clan leader. It was all a misunderstanding. Mirror was a distinguished hero of the Uchiha clan. Tomorrow, I shall issue a unified statement, he assured them. The Uchiha responded with loyalty. As they bid farewell to Uchiha Knight and Mirror, they felt a profound admiration for Mirror's unwavering resolve. To maintain such a fade of betrayal, he would surely succeed in any endeavor. At that moment, Uchiha Knight longed for slumber. All matters could wait until tomorrow, for the exhaustion brought about by the significant decline in his ocular power weighed heavily upon him. Outside the room, Mirror listened to Knight's steady breathing before quietly departing. Yet, a tempest of rage brewed within him. The vile Sarutobi Hiruzen had inflicted such harm upon his knight. Just wait until tomorrow. I shall make you pay. Chapter 47. Usurping the Dog Clan leader's meal the following night, upon rising from his slumber, he felt invigorated. He first met with various members of the Uchiha clan in the security department, absorbing the atmosphere of their loyalty. As the time specified in the invitation approached, he gathered the gifts he had prepared in advance and set out towards the Inuzuka clan's direction. The Inuzuka clan had made ample preparations, evidently showcasing the formidable rallying capability of their leader. After deciding to align themselves with the Uchiha the previous afternoon, the entire clan sprang into action, preparing to welcome Uchihaya. Upon arriving at the Inuzuka clan's entrance, Uchihaya was greeted by the clan leader, 2 elders, and a throng of youth awaiting him at the gate. This scene reminded him of inspections by leaders in his former life. However, unlike the expressions of students in the past, who often displayed a lack of enthusiasm, the members of the Inuzuka clan regarded him with reverence akin to that of deities. Witnessing such respect from the Inuzuka clan instilled a sense of assurance in Ya. It seemed the Inuzuka clan had resolutely decided to align with him. They too aspired for advancement. He resolved within himself, this glory shall not be hoarded alone, but shared with the Inuzuka family. As Uchihaya arrived, Inuzuka Yu and the others rushed forward. Inuzuka Yu addressed Uchihaya, exclaiming, "Leader Ya, your presence here truly brings us honor." Uchihaya, of course, would not allow Inuzuka Yu to speak alone, for they would soon be comrades. "Oh, not at all. It is I who have caused you trouble," he replied, shaking hands with the individuals before him as they escorted him to the hall designated for guest receptions. Inuzuka Yu inquired, "What brings you to our clan today, Leader Uchiha? If there is any matter requiring our attention, the Inuzuka clan will exert ourselves to the utmost." Although Inuzuka Yu was well aware of Uchihaya's intentions and had resolved to pledge allegiance to the Uchiha clan, he refrained from openly stating his purpose, as doing so would diminish the stature of the Inuzuka clan. Uchihaya, embodying sincerity, smiled at Inuzuka Yu and explained, "As you may know, the security department has recently recruited a group of newcomers. Their abilities are adequate, and they have been harmoniously interacting with the Uchiha clan. However, lacking the Sharingan and the innate sharp observation skills of the Uchiha, they find themselves somewhat hindered in pursuing criminals. Thus, The security department intends to procure a batch of ninja dogs from your esteemed clan. This was not merely an overture to curry favor with the Inuzuka. The Uchiha truly had such a need. After all, the Inuzuka clan's reputation for training ninja dogs was well recognized throughout Konoha. Furthermore, in Uchiha Ya's recollection, it felt somewhat peculiar for the Uchiha, as law enforcers, to operate without the presence of police dogs. This request aligned perfectly with their requirements. Inuzuka Yu was delighted by this proposition, and without hesitation, he agreed. The Uchiha clan bears the significant responsibility of safeguarding the safety of Konoha, and we, the Inuzuka clan, are also a vital part of this village. Given that the police department requires our assistance, the Inuzuka clan is more than willing to extend our support, and there is no need for any formal arrangement. Tomorrow, we shall select a group of exceptional ninja dogs from our clan and personally deliver them to the police department. Night Soul felt elated and remarked, this arrangement could not be better. It was not out of concern for the trivial cost that Night Soul was pleased, but rather, it fostered a sense of camaraderie. However, since they declined to accept payment for the dogs, it was imperative to ensure that the treatment of the canine commander was satisfactory. Securing the police dogs was essential, and for the dog-loving Inuzuka clan, their hearts would surely follow. Given the Inuzuka clan's genuine concern for the village's safety, they could rest assured that once these ninja dogs joined the police force, they would be officially incorporated within its ranks. Each police dog would receive a monthly salary of 20,000 ryo, distributed in the form of food, with no possibility of deductions. I, as the Uchiha clan leader, guarantee that each morsel of sustenance will reach their mouths. Night Soul proclaimed, let us see who dares to compete with the canine commander for his meal. At this moment, Inuzuka Yu was taken aback. Such treatment was typically reserved for only the most talented ninja dogs within their clan. Moreover, this provision was so generous that even some low-ranking chunin would gladly accept it. In an instant, Inuzuka Yu regarded Uchiha Night Soul with newfound admiration. He did not merely believe that Night Soul's actions stemmed from a love for dogs. It was evident that he held the Inuzuka clan in considerable esteem. At that moment, Inuzuka Yu felt as though their connection was reciprocal. His heart was filled with a newfound appreciation for Uchiha Night Soul. The elder, who had remained silent until now, leaned on his cane and spoke slowly. While the ninja dogs trained by the Inuzuka clan possess remarkably gentle dispositions, their care differs significantly from the usual methods of dog rearing. Uchiha Night Soul feigned ignorance and, with a sudden realization, turned to Inuzuka Yu, saying, indeed, most of my clan members are accustomed to caring for dogs. Yet the elite ninja dogs of the Inuzuka clan may pose a challenge. He added, if they are not properly cared for, I would feel quite remorseful. Night Soul had no intention of engaging in a playful exchange of banter any longer. With the positions of both parties now clear, he chose to speak more openly. After all, the news of the Inuzuka clan's grand welcoming at the gates had likely already reached the Senju clan. The Inuzuka clan's willingness to openly align themselves meant that he was also inclined to grant them the courtesy they deserved, as Night Soul had always been generous. Thus, he decided to be straightforward. The police department intends to hire a few professional dog trainers and veterinarians from the Inuzuka clan, as expertise is paramount in this field. And the Inuzuka clan undoubtedly excels in this regard. Regarding the treatment, every trainer and veterinarian would receive the compensation befitting a squad leader within the police department. Inuzuka Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, who was unaware of the lucrative salaries offered by the Uchiha police force. The Uchiha clan has demonstrated sufficient sincerity. It is now the turn of the Inuzuka clan. After all, this represents a pivotal opportunity for our family to rise once more. Clan leader Ya, within our lineage, there are several young elites eager to join the Uchiha police force to uphold justice. The police force is tasked with safeguarding the security of Konohagakure, and our Inuzuka children are filled with this noble aspiration. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ya patted his head and remarked, since they are the elite of the Inuzuka clan, rest assured, there will certainly be reserved slots for them in the police force. Inuzuka Yu extended a handshake to Uchiha Ya, expressing gratitude. In that case, I appreciate your assistance, clan leader Ya. You responded, not at all. The arrival of the Inuzuka clan to the police force is indeed a significant boon for us. It is all for the prosperity of Konohagakure. Inuzuka Yu finally understood why Lord Tobarama held such admiration for him, exclaiming, you truly embody the will of fire. Clan leader Ya. Inuzuka Yu subtly conveyed his desire to progress alongside Ya. Ya also expressed, today, the Uchiha clan, with the support of the Inuzuka family, has gained formidable strength. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Chapter 48. The Uchiha deity ensnared in illusions. How goes the dissemination of the news? Has it spread? Inquired the leader of the envoy from the hidden cloud village, as he surveyed his subordinates. My lord, it has been quietly circulated. The tensions between the Uchiha and Senju clans have escalated considerably, and news of Sarutobi Hizashi being one of our spies has also been leaked. Excellent, exclaimed Reikage Rihome, a smile gracing his countenance as he regarded his men. He was taken aback to learn that Konoha's Uchiha had produced a Mangeki Sharingan. He vividly recalled Uchiha Madara's unparalleled prowess. However, upon reflection, he considered that had the Uchiha possessed Madara's strength, they would have long since initiated an armed rebellion. Thus, it was evident that they lacked such formidable power. Rihong felt a sense of relief, recognizing that his report would spare him from punishment upon returning to the Reikage. For his loyalty was unwaveringly devoted to the hidden cloud village. His heart was set on serving his nation, devoid of personal ambition. He had not forgotten the Reikage's directive to sow discord in Konoha. He dispatched agents to incite conflict between the Uchiha and Senju clans, while also expressing concern for Sarutobi Hizashi under the banner of the Hidden Cloud Village, demanding that Konoha clarify the rumors. The Hidden Cloud Village issued a stern declaration. The successor appointed by the Hokage, Sarutobi Hizashi, should not be subjected to the villagers' scorn. A hero should not bleed in both body and spirit. While opinions may vary, it was undeniable that Sarutobi Hizashi was indeed in tears. The wretched Hidden Cloud Village had entangled him in their schemes. Naturally, Konoha found it impossible to clarify such matters, resulting in a tumultuous uproar. Sarutobi Hizashi was on the brink of being branded a traitor. It was said that in the early hours, a member of the Sarutobi clan opened their front door, only to find their hands smeared with a yellow substance. They reported the incident to the police department, but received no response for a considerable time. The Sarutobi clan questioned why the Uchiha enforcement was so sluggish. They had anticipated a robust response from the Uchiha, allowing them to redirect their ire towards them. However, the Uchiha seemed to have learned the art of delay. It was not that they were unwilling to act, but rather that they needed 2 or 3 days. As their police force was stretched thin, most of their manpower was allocated to fortifying Konoha's defenses and guarding against spies perpetrating acts of terrorism within the village. Such minor issues would have to wait. Frustration mounted among the Sarutobi clan. They scoffed. You lot of 3-tomo Sharingan are merely sipping tea. How can you claim to lack manpower? Curse it, how have these Uchiha changed so dramatically? The Sarutobi clan was astounded. This group of Uchiha, who once wore scowls and brandished their Sharingan at the slightest provocation, now greeted them with ironic smiles, politely refusing their demands. The transformation was indeed bewildering. A thought, almost incredulous, crossed the minds of the Sarutobi clan members. They recognized a semblance of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, in the Uchiha's current demeanor. It was not that they were unwilling to assist. They simply approached matters with a deliberate slowness, fabricating excuses with their eyes wide open. Are these not the exemplary techniques of the illustrious Tobarama Senju? Did you, the Uchiha clan, not scoff at such methods? Yet now, finding yourselves unable to prevail, you seek to join forces. What has become of your clan's honor? Nevertheless, regardless of how frequently the Sarutobi clan lodges complaints, the Uchiha clan remains unperturbed, calmly biding their time, and can ultimately assert, should the Sarutobi clan continue to disturb Uchiha affairs, it would be deemed a disruption of public duty. Sarutobi, observing the empty complaint office, retorted, how could this be a disruption of public duty when there is no one present? Are you not aware of your clan's reputation within the village? In your presence, who would dare to file a complaint? The villagers hold you in disdain. Uchiha Rei refrained from voicing this sentiment, choosing to be discreet, a skill imparted by the clan leader. As a proud disciple of the esteemed leader's special training on the will of fire, he is indeed a legitimate successor of this noble legacy. How could a clan as disrespectful as the Sarutobi expect the Uchiha to carry out their duties? First, let Sarutobi Hiruzen, the traitor to the Hokage, surrender. With Sarutobi lingering, Uchiha Rei recalled the clan leader's counsel. If they are shameless and refuse to depart, one must engage in verbal sparring. If all else fails, they must resort to forceful expulsion. When addressing the villagers, one must exercise restraint in the use of force. Should the Uchiha's eloquence prove ineffective, these individuals would no longer be mere villagers. It is time for them to experience the consequences of their insolence. Uchiha Rei echoed the leader's sentiments in his mind. The leader suggested verbal confrontation first, yet he lacked the skills for such. Perhaps he should give it a try. Considering the incident with the Saratobi clan escape being defiled, it was evident they were not well regarded by the villagers. Uchiha Rei impulsively exclaimed, "You do not intend to seek the Uchiha clan's protection while lingering here, do you?" Saratobi, taken aback, pondered the implications of this statement. The subsequent remark ignited his fury. "You remain here because you know the villagers would assault you the moment you step outside, correct?" Saratobi's face flushed with anger. "Well, you Uchiha are truly something." He turned and departed, utterly humiliated to remain any longer. He felt that if he lingered, he would age several years in shame. When had the Uchiha ever produced someone like him? Uchiha Rei watched as Saratobi retreated, his astonishment reaching its zenith. Were the leader's words truly so impactful? Initially, Rei had doubted his own potential for failure, preparing to open his eyes to defeat. Who would have imagined that the elder would leave without a backward glance? Before departing, he even praised Rei. At this moment, Rei remained convinced that the leader's words were exceptionally effective, enabling someone as inexperienced as himself to achieve such results. Yet, he failed to recognize his own latent talent in this regard. In the world of shinobi, individuals often discover their aptitudes solely in ninjutsu, rarely acknowledging their abilities in other domains. Today, Uchiha Rei had indeed uncovered a facet of his own talent. Excitement coursed through Tai, compelling him to share this exhilarating news with his classmates from the special training class of the Will of Fire, hoping to earn their admiration and inspire them to strive for excellence. The essence of true learning lies in the unity of knowledge and action, a principle he endeavored to embody, thus aligning with the teachings of the clan leader. In the next lesson, he resolved to discuss this with the clan leader, perhaps even earning a commendation for his efforts. The thought of being publicly praised by the clan leader filled him with elation. His peers would see him as a paragon of the spirit of the Will of Fire, a model for all to emulate. At that moment, he felt the adoration of his classmates enveloping him, an intoxicating sensation. Yet, a spark of realization struck him. His mastery of illusion techniques had been solely directed at adversaries. Why should he not revel in his own creations? The more he contemplated this notion, the more it resonated with him. After all the arduous practice, wasn't it time for him to indulge in the fruits of his labor? He adhered to a simple yet profound mantra, to act upon one's thoughts without hesitation. Swiftly, he conjured an illusion where he stood as the focal point among all Uchiha. The air was filled with resounding applause, and his classmates' voices echoed in praise. "Tai, you are incredible. How did you achieve this? Please, teach me." Enveloped in this enchanting realm, he lingered, reluctant to dispel the illusion. Suddenly, a figure appeared within the illusion, sending his elation to new heights. "Tai, could you teach me the Will of Fire?" It was Mikoto, earnestly requesting his guidance. In a moment of whimsy, he wished for Fugaku and Mikoto to have been born earlier. Tai found himself utterly captivated, having woven a vivid tapestry of reality within his illusions. While this experience might be deemed a dream in strict terms, the remarkable quality of his illusion rendered it astonishingly lifelike. In this dreamscape, Mikoto, who had previously been aloof, leaned down, gazing at him gently. Even Fugaku, usually imperious, humbly implored, "Tai-senpai, might you teach me the Will of Fire?" Fugaku's eyes, glancing at Mikoto and then back at Tai, betrayed a hint of envy and longing. The thrill was overwhelming. Mikoto's soft voice lingered in his ears. "Tai, please?" "Yes, absolutely," he exclaimed, filled with joy. "He, Fugaku, he, Mikoto." Mikoto spoke to me. "All my efforts in mastering this illusion were not in vain. Who says the Will of Fire is worthless? It is truly magnificent." Chapter 49. The Uchiha Tsutsuki learns the spirit of Aikyu. Tsutsuki reflected upon his previous disdain for the Will of Fire, now acknowledging its undeniable allure. He recalled the skeptical relatives within his clan who had mocked him for his interest in this lesson. They had truly missed out on a hidden treasure. Initially, he had no intention of studying it. He was merely drawn to the sound of the clan leader's voice. However, upon hearing Knight recount how this course was proposed by the first Hokage and refined during the era of the second Hokage, he and his fellow Uchiha students experienced an immediate sense of resistance. After all, they had grown up listening to the nefarious tales surrounding Senju Tobarama, holding on to a mere respect for him as Hokage. Embracing the Will of Fire felt akin to betraying their Uchiha heritage. Yet, when their beloved clan leader, Uchiha Knight, proclaimed, "Learn from the techniques of others to counter them," the Uchiha reluctantly accepted the training course on the Will of Fire. After all, for the proud Uchiha, learning the underhanded techniques of Senju Tobarama was not entirely disgraceful. The Senju were indeed outsiders. In truth, this sentiment bordered on self-deception, reminiscent of the spirit of AQ. Life, after all, necessitates a touch of AQ spirit. He strikes me, no matter, it was my son who did it. Such rationalizations facilitate acceptance, easing the discomfort within. Moderation in this mindset is key, ensuring it does not spiral into absurdity like AQ. Of course, Uchiha Knight had little choice. The Uchiha clan's nature was rather straightforward. While they need not possess the intellect of the Nara clan, a degree of adaptability is always beneficial to instill the will of fire within them. Only a compelling reason was required. Fortuitously, Senju Tobarama served as the ideal entry point. However, Uchiha Knight likely could not foresee the emergence of abstract figures like Tsutsuki within the Uchiha clan. It was Knight who had created an environment conducive to Tsutsuki's expression. Initially, Tsutsuki had questioned the clan leader, "Is this truly the will of fire?" Observing Knight's words, he realized that the will of fire emphasizes a broader perspective, advocating for dialogue rather than violence at every turn. Reason must precede action. At that time, Tsutsuki inquired, "How does one engage in dialogue?" As he brandished a baton towards Knight. Taken aback, Knight explained, "Yes, but not quite. Engaging in dialogue means using your words. You will understand in practice." Reflecting on that moment, Tsutsuki now seemed to comprehend. Knight had shared an array of intricate strategies. In the same class, the ever-serious Uchiha Asaka asked, "Clan leader, this seems quite different from the will of fire you authored." As a devoted student of the clan leader's texts, Asaka had never encountered such perspectives within those pages. Stirring curiosity within him, Knight resolutely stated, "These teachings on the will of fire are tailored specifically for our Uchiha clan. We are distinctly different from others, thus necessitating an exclusive manual on the will of fire." In the presence of the Uchiha clan, none dared to refute, for the Uchiha were inherently superior to others. Was there anything amiss with a singular tome on the will of fire? Absolutely not. Furthermore, reflecting upon the transformation of the clan leader, could it be that this particular version of the will of fire has bestowed such formidable strength upon Lord Yi? Excitement coursed through the ranks, as it dawned upon them that perhaps Lord Yi was nurturing the fourth Hokage among them. The Senju boasted 2 generations, surely. The Uchiha could not lag behind with less than 3 generations. Consequently, their diligence and study intensified. Yi observed their earnest endeavor with great satisfaction. These Uchihas, in a past life, would have undoubtedly been exceptional scholars. He truly relished the experience of being a mentor. It was no wonder that teacher Huang found such joy in teaching daily, having taken on the role himself. He was quickly becoming enamored with it. Who wouldn't he be enchanted by such a vocation? Captain H was sweating profusely, and upon suddenly opening his eyes, he was met with a visage that startled him. Though handsome, he was no hare, and he instinctively recoiled. Were it not for the Uchiha's inherent prowess, had they possessed the constitution of Zhao Go, they would have long since ceased to function. Nearby, Uchiha Lu hastily supported the captain, exclaiming, "Captain, what has befallen you? I saw you moving up and down as if ensnared by an illusion." Uchiha Lu was genuinely taken aback. Moments prior, the captain had appeared possessed, his body convulsing like a worm, reminiscent of a charge on the battlefield. Yet, inexplicably, he continued to repeat that motion, a sinister grin adorning his face. While uttering a few words that sounded like "Chin," Lu dared not ponder further, for he recalled that the former clan leader's wife was named Yuchin. "Captain, this cannot be." Uchiha H's face flushed crimson. What was happening? How could an illusion project itself into reality? He felt an unsettling sense of inflation within himself. Suppressing his thoughts, he sought to regain composure, yet to no avail. Noticing the peculiar gazes from his subordinates, he hastily explained, "How could this be? With my mastery of illusions, what technique, save for Lord Mirror-S, could possibly affect me?" He continued, "I was merely implementing a newly devised illusion that induces immense suffering, a torment to those unwilling to disclose the truth." Uchiha Lu recalled that the captain had seemingly been ambushed earlier, and he deeply understood the potency of such a torture. He applauded the captain's skill in illusions. "Captain, please take care not to overexert yourself." Uchiha Lu expressed his concern. Uchiha H nodded, and once Lu departed, he gingerly supported his waist, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Resolute, he determined to return home that evening to delve deeper into his studies. Once he had grasped the nuances, he could share his findings with everyone. Illusions need not solely serve others, they could also bring joy to oneself and one's comrades. Now, the self-proclaimed pioneer of the illusionary arts, Uchiha Riku, has resolved to refine his skills. He contemplates whether to seek the esteemed Lord Kagami's guidance for improvement, for his expertise in Jinjutsu undeniably surpasses Rika's own. Rika recalls the lengths to which Lord Kagami went to fulfill Lord Yura's vision of the Will of Fire, even taking on the role of a spy and enduring the lashings of Lord Yura to stage a performance. Indeed, it is a case of mutual consent, one willing to strike, the other willing to bear the pain. Given this, it stands to reason that Lord Kagami would support Rika's own endeavors in the pursuit of the Will of Fire. Ahem. Returning to the matter at hand. The situation in the Hidden Cloud Village, which has expertly sowed discord between the Senju and Uchiha clans, has indeed been facilitated by the Uchiha's own machinations. It is absurd. The two clans are on the brink of open conflict, and rather than merely adding fuel to the fire, they are igniting an inferno. The struggle for the position of Hokage is reaching a fever pitch. The Senju seek to uphold their family's legacy and continue the mantle of Hokage, while the Uchiha aspire to establish their clan's first Hokage. Both clans await the outcome. Everything will be revealed this afternoon. Chapter 50. Sarutobi Hiruzen. The court is filled with treacherous ministers in the conference room. The heads of various clans took their seats in succession. The leaders of the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Inazuka clans gathered together. Uzumaki Mito and Shinji Tobarama observed their jovial interaction with discontent etched upon their faces. 2 days prior, Mito had dispatched an envoy to invite Hyuga clan leader Hinata Lan to the Shinju clan, intending to win him over. At the very least, he must not be allowed to side with the Uchiha. However, to Mito's surprise, Hinata Lan graciously declined, offering a rather ironic excuse. He was bedridden, a reason reminiscent of Mito's own prior avoidance. Mito could never have anticipated that his initial refusal to meet Hinata Lan, meant to conceal information, would lead to the latter swiftly aligning with the Uchiha clan. As for the Inazuka clan, their intentions were well known. They had warmly welcomed Uchiha this very morning, firmly establishing their stance. Watching the remaining clan leaders settle comfortably in their seats, Mito could not help but curse inwardly. A bunch of cunning old foxes. Yet, it was undeniable that the younger generation of the Senju clan lacked particularly formidable figures, much like the Uchiha in their earlier days, where everyone's strength was relatively equal. However, Uchiha had undeniably emerged as a singular powerhouse among the youth. Hinata Lan boldly articulated his thoughts. Mito Dano. With the passing of the second Hokage and the aftermath of a great war, the village is in dire need of a Hokage. Inazuka Yu also pressed forward, emphasizing the necessity for action at this critical juncture. Indeed, it was high time for a Hokage to be chosen. Yet, the Senju clan had previously evaded this matter. And now that Tobarama's demise was a confirmed reality, they could hardly continue to procrastinate, could they? Inazuka Yu cast a sharp glance at Uzumaki Mito. Mito could discern the veiled tones in their words, yet she had clung to the hope that Sarutobi Hiruzen could still be a viable candidate, which had led her to delay. She had foolishly imagined she could stifle the news to hinder their decisions. However, with the emergence of the Manjiki Sharingan, the previously indecisive clan leaders had promptly rallied behind the Uchiha. She responded, naturally, the purpose of this meeting is to select the third Hokage. She continued, however, we must acknowledge that the second Hokage appointed Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage on his deathbed. She still harbored hopes for Shinji Tobarama to ascend as the third Hokage, wishing for Hiruzen to first clear the path for him. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, brimming with excitement, stepped forward at his father's behest. Mito was indeed reliable. As long as she could shield him from Uchiha, what did he have to fear? Kagami, rest assured, I shall rescue you from the Uchiha clan. The moment Mito spoke, every clan leader present furrowed their brows. No one truly believed that Sarutobi Hiruzen would be appointed as Hokage. They merely felt that since Mito had faith in him, they might as well begrudgingly accept it. After all, the second Hokage was Mito's uncle, if she was not anxious. Why should they be? At this juncture, Uchiha Zemo stood up and remarked, Mito Dano, are you truly willing to shield this individual who has tampered with the Hokage's final will? Mito's expression shifted as he addressed Yi, saying, Leader Yi, is it customary for the Uchiha to distort the truth in such a manner? Yi, with a smile, replied, Lord Mito, what do you mean? Is this not common knowledge among the villagers of Konoha? Beside them, Shinja Minion glared angrily, exclaiming, Who is unaware of where those rumors originated? It is from your malevolent Uchiha clan. Yi remained calm, stating, Lord Mito, why resort to personal attacks when we can engage in civil discourse? The Uchiha clan is part of the village. We are all comrades. The Uchiha have shed blood for this village. How can the young Shinja leader treat a hero of the Uchiha in such a manner? What sort of reasoning is this? Is this the will of fire? Is it to let heroes bleed and weep? His gaze bore into Senju Minyan, declaring, as the leader of the Uchiha, "I cannot tolerate such behavior." Minyan, enraged, retorted, "Who does not know how your wicked Uchiha speak of our Senju clan behind our backs?" Mito realized her son could not best Uchiha Yi in this debate. Moreover, in such a setting, such remarks were detrimental to unity, especially if he aspired to be Hokage. She addressed Yi, saying, "Minyan has indeed acted thoughtlessly. However, the matter of Tobirama's will is true." Mito still believed in the Kyuubi's ability to discern good from evil and the Uzumaki clan's insight. At this moment, Uchiha Yi wished to steer the conversation away from the alleged negligence of their shadow guards in protecting the Hokage. After all, Kyo was on their side now. Yi boldly proclaimed, "Is that so? How was I unaware of this?" Just as everyone pondered Uchiha Yi's intentions, the door to the conference room swung open abruptly. "Who dares to interrupt our affairs at this hour?" Everyone turned toward the entrance. It was Uchiha Kyo. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him with joy, exclaiming, "Kyo has returned." Did Lord Mito rescue him? Indeed, he had not misjudged Lord Mito. Yet, why did Kyo's gaze seem so frigid? Surely, the malevolent Uchiha Yi had tormented him. How despicable. He stepped forward to greet Uchiha Kyo, but Kyo did not even glance at him. Instead, he approached Uchiha Yi and addressed those present, saying, "Sarutobi Hiruzen has altered Lord Tobirama's will. Lord Tobirama intended to appoint Leader Yi as Hokage, yet they threatened me into silence. Outnumbered, I had no choice but to acquiesce." Hiruzen was taken aback. "Kyo, how could you say such a thing? I was the one who ensured your safety with Lord Mito." Below, Shimura Danzo and the remaining three could no longer contain their outrage and stood up. Danzo furiously exclaimed, "Uchiha Kyo, I was right about you all along. You wicked Uchiha. You should have been eliminated long ago." Uchiha Kyo looked at Uzumaki Mito, saying, "Lord Mito, do you see? Now that I reveal the truth, they seek to kill me to silence me." Uzumaki Mito remained silent, her mind in turmoil. What was happening? He did not lie. Moments ago, the vortex of information revealed the veracity of Uchiha Kagami's assertions, confirming their truth. How could this be? Surely, there must be a fallacy somewhere. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not mistaken in the past. She, of course, could not discern the truth, for at this moment, Kagami subconsciously believed that his words were indeed the reality. This notion had been inscribed in his mind by Yuru. Hinata-han appeared to have an epiphany, exclaiming, "Ah, now I understand why this was conveyed to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It must be Yoru, as it is well known that he single-handedly perfected the will of fire. His formidable strength makes him the most suitable candidate for Hokage." Although he remained oblivious to the true nature of events, and the reasons behind Kagami's betrayal were unclear, these details were trivial. The victory of the clan was paramount. Such matters could be resolved with a mere conclusion later on. Inazuka responded, "Indeed," coupled with the fervent shouts of the Uchiha. The silence of the other clan leaders creates an illusion that everyone supports the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Uchiha Kagami, asking, "Kagami, why? Why have you betrayed me?" Kagami retorted with a cold smirk, "Betrayal? I merely speak the truth. You, who have distorted the Hokage's will, are nothing more than a usurper." Hiruzen's heart ached as the cacophony of insults targeted him echoed in his ears. He should have anticipated this. Uchiha Yoru was incredibly cunning. Even the presence of multiple Uchiha Kagami was insignificant. Truly, the Uchiha clan embodies malevolence. The image of Tobirama surfaced in his mind. Sensei, among the court and the military. There is not a single soul loyal to you. They are all treacherous ministers. They have distorted your intentions in this manner. Chapter 51. Danzo, I will die together with you. Hiruzen Sarutobi had anticipated challenges upon returning to the Hidden Leaf Village. Yet he never imagined the difficulties would be so profound. To be accused of tampering with the will of the Hokage was utterly unfathomable. How could he ever entertain such treacherous thoughts? His intent had always been to safeguard the village's future, never expecting that his mentor would bestow upon him the title of Hokage. Before him stood the ambitious Uchiha and a multitude of silent clan leaders, each embodying the essence of treachery. The conspirators had boldly revealed themselves. "Teacher," he lamented, "the Hidden Leaf is beset by internal strife and external threats. They cannot possibly grasp your noble intentions towards the youth, blinded as they are by their self-serving interests." Disillusioned with the village, Hiruzen yearned for solitude. Yet he found himself ensnared at the epicenter of this turmoil. Surely, Lord Uzumaki. Yes, hadn't Lord Uzumaki vowed to assist him in containing these adversaries? Lord Uzumaki. Speak up. Hiruzen's gaze was filled with longing as he turned to Minato Namikaze, yet Minato's eyes remained averted, mirroring a husband powerless to protect his beleaguered wife. Minato, still somewhat hesitant, replied, I am not entirely clear on the situation, but Hiruzen's words do carry a certain weight. He contemplated that, as a founding clan of the village, the Senju's claim to the Hokage position would remain unaffected regardless of the outcome. He could not fathom a scenario in which the Senju would be stripped of their legacy. As for himself, the notion was laughable, as the spouse of the first Hokage, who would dare to challenge him? Disappointment clouded Hiruzen's eyes as he regarded Minato. Recognizing that Minato was resolute in his support, Uchiha Kagami addressed Minato, if you and the Senju choose to protect those who would subvert the Hokage's will, the Uchiha will seek vengeance for Lord Tobirama. With that declaration, Kagami's aura became unmistakable, his Sharingan evolving into the intricate form of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Sharp and filled with latent power. What? The assembled shinobi were taken aback. This transformation from the three-tomo to the Mangekyou Sharingan signified a remarkable elevation. Could this truly be the Mangekyou Sharingan? Minato's expression darkened. How could Kagami have awakened this power? Kagami inquired, did I misunderstand? Is it Lord Uzumaki's intention to shield him? Initially, Minato had aimed to navigate the situation with subtlety, but he was now prepared to express a decisive stance. The Uchiha clan erupted in fervor, with many who had yet to awaken their Sharingan now doing so in unison. In an instant, the hall was illuminated by a myriad of three-tomo and two-tomo Sharingan, their enigmatic crimson light casting an air of mystique. The clan members gazed upon their leader with fervent excitement. Leader, you should have informed us that we possess 2 pairs of Mangekyou. Why waste words? Let us act. A number of venerable elders from the Uchiha clan gazed skyward, their hearts ignited with fervor. The glory of the Uchiha clan was at hand. May the wicked Senju perish. Hinata-lan and Inuzuka exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with surprise and excitement. Indeed, they had placed their bets wisely. How could 2 pairs of Sharingan possibly falter? Rising in unison, they signaled their clan's folk. In an instant, the members of the Hinata and Inuzuka clans stood ready, their Byakugan activated. The ninja dogs of the Inuzuka clan assumed battle stances. The atmosphere in the grand hall shifted dramatically as the members of the Hinata, Uchiha, and Inuzuka clans turned their gazes toward Uchiha Kagami and Uchihaya. With a mere command, the 3 clans could seize control of Konoha village. The Senju clan felt a twinge of panic but quickly composed themselves, facing their allies, Sarutobi, Shimura, and Inuzuka, directly. The 2 factions had always been opposed, seated on opposite sides. It felt as though a coup was imminent. Uzumaki Mito observed their battle-ready demeanor, her palms slick with perspiration. With other ninja villages watching closely, Konoha could not afford a civil strife. How could she explain such a collapse to Hashirama? Her expression grave. She addressed ya. Are you truly considering rebellion? Konoha cannot withstand this. You remain seated, incredulous at the notion of rebellion. How could that be? They were here to uphold the dignity of the Hokage. If treacherous individuals could alter the Hokage's will without consequence, what would become of the Hokage's authority? The power of decision had never resided with them. You wished to avoid a confrontation. All he desired was a prosperous Konoha, not one ravaged by infighting. He could also use this exercise to enlighten the politically astute members of the Uchiha clan. Indeed, in Ya's eyes, this was merely a drill, remarkably simple. Although Mito could not discern the truth of Kagami's words, her impression of the Uchiha clan led her to believe it was a facade. Yet, there was no recourse. She had to accept the situation with resignation. She said to Ya, I apologize for my lack of foresight. She spoke little, feeling that even a single word might betray Sarutobi Izashi. Ya chuckled. In that case, Kagami, Lord Uzumaki has spoken. What more is there to deliberate? Sarutobi Hizashi gazed at Uzumaki Mito in despair. Mito dared not meet his eyes, offering no response. Neither affirmation nor denial came. Hizashi turned to Uchiha Kagami. Have you forgotten our ideals? He sought to rekindle Kagami's reason. Kagami merely retorted coldly. Silence. You, who are weak and treacherous, do not deserve to hear my words. With that, Kagami swiftly conjured an illusion, his forte. Hizashi, predictably ensnared within, found himself ensnared in a web of illusion. Inuzuka Tanza, witnessing his dear friend caught in the jutsu, felt a deep pang of sorrow as he recalled the joyous night spent in revelry together. At that moment, Tanza's father sensed his child's distress and quickly grasped him. Tanza, do not act foolishly at this juncture. With a face full of turmoil, Danzo broke free from his father and swiftly advanced to ambush Uchiha Kagami, determined to save Sarutobi Hiruzen. Knight was furious, for he could discern that Danzo's father had intentionally let him go. A colossal fireball jutsu was unleashed, its potency augmented by the passive enhancements of the Byakugan, rendering the fireball extraordinary. The raging flames surged forward, prompting Uchiha Kagami to hastily retreat. The clan leader's fire jutsu was alarmingly powerful. Shimura Danzo felt as if his very existence was being torn asunder as he gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen in the distance, crawling towards him step by agonizing step. Monkey, wait for me. You shall not abandon me and depart alone. I refuse to allow it. The man from the Senju clan, with his beard glistening with tears, realized the truth of the rumors. Indeed, their love was profoundly moving. Finally, amidst the searing inferno, Danzo grasped Hiruzen's hand. Hiruzen, experiencing an overwhelming sensation of burning, barely broke free from the illusion just as he teetered on the brink of death. His weary eyelids lifted slightly, revealing it was Danzo. Although the figure before him was shrouded in darkness, the smile unmistakably belonged to Danzo. Only he would emerge at such a moment to accompany him. Fool. So foolish. Danzo, I wish for roasted chicken and steak. Hiruzen reminisced about the previous night's mishap, now enveloped in blissful recollection. Danzo offered no response, for he was beyond the capacity to answer. Hiruzen understood that Danzo could no longer reply. He forced a smile, reminiscent of the first time he encountered Danzo. He wiggled his fingers and lowered his eyelids. Together, they embraced their fate in the fiery abyss. Chapter 52. Mito's trust in the knight. Uchiha Yoru addressed those present, stating, "The alteration of the Hokage's decree has led to this outcome. Do any of you have objections?" Not a single soul dared to openly contradict Uchiha Yoru. It was absurd. Without the use of Susanoo, merely employing fire release had already rendered such formidable results. Who would dare oppose him? Since there are no dissenters, shall we proceed to settle accounts? He smiled, his gaze directed at the head of the Shimura clan, who happened to be Shimura Danzo's father. It dawned on the Shimura clan leader that Uchiha Yoru had discerned his intentions, yet how could he not fulfill his son's wishes? Yoru then addressed Uzumaki Mito, saying, "To shield a perpetrator who attempted to ambush a hero of the Uchiha clan, I believe his position as clan leader is no longer tenable. For actions that tarnish the Uchiha name, let this individual face due interrogation within the police department." Naturally, Mito replied. Three Tomo Uchiha stepped into the Shimura clan's domain, escorting the clan leader away. The Shimura clansmen, filled with indignation yet unable to voice their anger, redirected their frustrations towards Shimura Danzo. This sentiment was not unfounded. In the original text, the Sarutobi clan thrived on the wealth of Konoha, growing prosperous while the village itself languished. The Sarutobi clan had grown in strength as Konoha weakened. Yet, Shimura Danzo, rather than supplementing his family's finances with Konoha's resources, had instead devoted his family's wealth to the roots of the village. It was indeed unfortunate for the Shimura clan to have such a member. Mito turned to all those standing. "Yoru," this Yoru chuckled, "no need to rush. Konoha cannot afford a day without a Hokage. I shall assume the position. Who dares oppose me?" The Uchiha clan erupted in clamor. Who would dare to oppose? "Do you wish to test the intensity of our clan leader's fire release?" A group of Uchihas boisterously proclaimed, exuding an unmistakable aura reminiscent of a gang. Members of the Senju clan glanced at Uzumaki Mito, observing her silence. They too felt powerless. Yoru proclaimed, "If the Senju clan has any objections, speak now. After all, according to the second Hokage's decree, the selection of a Hokage should incorporate everyone's opinions, with a unanimous recommendation from all. This is only fair." Yoru generously expressed this to all. "I truly shall not be swayed by your dissent." Everyone watched the Uchiha's intimidating demeanor alongside the Hyuga and Inuzuka clans. Who would dare to speak? The last individual to express his opinion was still engulfed in flames, and his father had to visit the police department. Senju Manin's face turned crimson with frustration. "Damn it, this is hardly fair. Is it not merely a matter of seizing the Hokage title through sheer strength?" At that moment, Senju Manin's thirst for power reached its zenith. "Since there are no objections, I shall take on the mantle of the third Hokage." Yoru was met with overwhelming support from the crowd, becoming the most favored candidate for the position. "Ding, you have successfully become the third Hokage and earned an upgrade opportunity. I shall utilize it immediately," Yoru resolutely declared. "Having no relatives or friends, having lost both parents at a young age, I find myself devoid of a suitable portable kaleidoscope of Sharingan. The previous consumption of my ocular power due to the mirror's celestial reflection has been overwhelming, and my eyes are on the verge of collapse. Are you certain?" The mechanical voice of the system inquires. I'm certain. I respond. Are you truly certain? Or are you perhaps a machine? I reiterate, somewhat vexed, I am certain. The system falls silent, and a refreshing sensation courses through Uchiha-Ye's eyes. I sense my ocular powers surging dramatically. The discomfort that once plagued my eyes has vanished entirely, and I now feel an astonishing strength within me. Is this the allure of enhancement? How exhilarating. According to protocol, the succession ceremony for the Hokage is set to take place tomorrow. I am not one to revel in ceremonial formalities, nor is it necessary for me to establish authority at this juncture. It suffices for the time being. I must admit that Jing's betrayal has indeed provided me with significant assistance. How splendid it would be if Jing were my brother. Jing possesses another Tsukuyami, and I wonder if this could potentially subdue Uchiha Madara. This remains a perplexing dilemma. It is difficult to ascertain, especially considering that when Uchiha Madara was first resurrected, he bewildered everyone with a single command to release the Edo Tensei. It was akin to encountering a glitch in the system. Nevertheless, having the Tsukuyami at my disposal is undoubtedly a formidable asset. Returning to the clan, Mizuho gazes upon the memorial tablets of Hashirama and Tobarama. Hashirama. The village has now fallen into the hands of the Uchiha. Do you feel fear or joy? Mizuho ponders what Hashirama might be thinking beneath the surface. Would he fear Uchiha-Ye's strength? Certainly not. Mizuho has never witnessed anyone capable of defeating Hashirama. His sole fear is the decline of Konoha. This also explains why Mizuho refrained from confronting Uchiha-Ye directly. Such a scenario would surely deplete Konoha's vitality, a fate Hashirama would abhor. Would he be pleased? Would he rejoice at the emergence of an Uchiha Hokage? Following the battle at the Valley of the End, Hashirama often reflects on the past with a sense of nostalgia. He repeatedly expresses, "Had you not brought the Nine Tails to ravage the village, I would never have laid a hand on you, Madara." For Hashirama, the village and his ideals are paramount, even more so than his lifelong friend. As for Tobarama's thoughts, Mizuho need not speculate. The answer is evident. What piques Mizuho's curiosity is who Tobarama has chosen as Hokage. Perhaps only Tobarama knows the answer. Mizuho lights incense for the two brothers, lamenting, "You left so soon, leaving me all alone. How heartless." Mizuho contemplates Uchiha-Ye, recognizing that he is unlike the typical Uchiha. Within him, Mizuho perceives the shadow of Tobarama. Indeed, Mizuho thinks this way. Were it not for Uchiha-Ye possessing the Sharingan, I might even suspect he is the illegitimate child of Senju Tobarama. However, Tobarama Senju, that taciturn figure, is not favored even by women. Thus, how could he possibly find a maiden from the Uchiha clan? Mito harbors no doubts regarding Tobarama's affection for the Uchiha. She lets out a deep sigh. In any case, this time can be deemed a semblance of peace. The village's strength remains unscathed. Uchiha Obito possesses a sharp intellect that rivals Tobarama's. It is highly improbable that he would resort to any extreme actions. Viewed from this perspective, the notion of Uchiha Obito ascending to the position of Hokage does not seem so unbearable. Regardless of the circumstances, I hope that in the future, the Senju and Uchiha clans can coexist harmoniously. The grievances of our generation have run far too deep. Madara and Hashirama. Alas, Mito, in her advancing years, often reflects on bygone days. At the very least, the animosity between the Senju and Uchiha has lessened considerably. Uchiha Obito, I place my complete trust in you. Do not let me down. Chapter 53. Sue, Fugikage. You have no idea how miserable you are in my mind. The meeting concluded in the morning, and by noon, the news had spread throughout the entire Hidden Leaf village. The entire village was abuzz with the announcement that the esteemed Uchiha Yoru would soon ascend to the position of Hokage, a prospect met with heartfelt enthusiasm from the populace. The somber atmosphere that had previously enveloped the village dissipated, giving way to a vibrant and spirited environment, as the community found renewed motivation in the presence of a leader. Uchiha Yoru, endowed with formidable family power, exceptional combat prowess, and a keen intellect, was undeniably a fitting choice for the role of Hokage in the wake of the second Hokage's demise. However, it was inevitable that not all would embrace Uchiha Yoru's ascent to power. With numerous Uchiha patrolling the streets and disseminating information, one could only wonder how they would respond if confronted with disdain. Though the Uchiha maintained smiles, their vigilance was palpable, each wielding a baton that commanded respect. Meanwhile, amidst the mixed sentiments of the villagers, Uchiha Tsukuyami could not contain his elation after days of furrowed brows. The source of his joy stemmed from the arrival of numerous clans, each sending representatives to express their gratitude to the Uchiha. It was customary to present gifts, and the influx of offerings left Tsukuyomi overwhelmed. Undeterred by the sweltering sun, the former clan leader welcomed guests with open arms. The clan found itself in a precarious financial state, and although their young leader was remarkably powerful, the burden of leadership weighed heavily. Tsukuyomi felt a twinge of doubt regarding Yoru's grandiose claims of resolution, as he had yet to take decisive action. Nevertheless, he resolved to support his clan leader, hoping to spare him any embarrassment should he fail to fulfill his promises. For Uchiha Tsukuyomi, restoring the glory of the Uchiha clan remained paramount. During his tenure as clan leader, Tsukuyomi had faced immense pressure, feeling dwarfed by the prowess of Senju Tobarama while his clansmen recklessly charged forth, leaving him unable to assert control. The relentless demands on his psyche had nearly driven him to the brink of neurosis. Now, however, things appeared to be improving. A steady stream of merchants began to visit, individuals who previously would not have deemed themselves worthy of an audience with the Uchiha. One merchant, taking a chance, approached Tsukuyomi, only to be met with a radiant smile from the former clan leader, much to his delight. This encounter was a significant boon, prompting him to boast to his commercial companions upon his return. Recognizing the lucrative potential in this newfound connection with the Uchiha, many flocked to Tsukuyomi, eager to capitalize on the opportunity. Alas, as Tsukuyomi eventually retreated, his smile remained wide, yet he could no longer endure the attention. The subsequent merchants sighed with envy, admiring the luck of the initial visitor. Of course, the primary benefactors of this newfound camaraderie were the clan leaders, with the Hyuga and Inazuka clans presenting the most lavish of gifts. Kakashi was not overly stingy, considering he had previously received a substantial sum for funeral expenses, and thus displayed a modicum of generosity. Others, such as Saratobi and Shimura, also attended, yet their rapport lacked the warmth exhibited by other clans. Uchiha Yoru did not engage in the proceedings, nor did he feel the need to keep track of the attendees. After all, the sheer number of guests rendered such an endeavor cumbersome. It mattered little to him who had come. His focus was solely on those who had not. As night fell, the grand celebration of the Uchiha clan unfolded magnificently. A barrage of artillery was unleashed, comprising large-caliber fireworks that resembled the scale of minor ninjutsu, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The Uchiha clan favored the robustness of traditional artillery over flamboyant fireworks. It was said that Uchiha Kaido had initially intended to showcase his self-developed fire-release fireworks technique to the Hokage, but during practice, he mismanaged it, resulting in a disastrous explosion that left Lord Uchiha Kagami's face covered in soot. Uchiha Kaido turned to Elder Tsuyuki, pledging, "I swear I can control it now." Yet Tsuyuki hesitated, genuinely unconvinced by his words. This child had always been a troublemaker, enamored with peculiar inventions, ever since joining the Hokage's Will of Fire training program. A torrent of wild ideas had surged within him. Besides Tsuyuki, Uchiha Fugaku observed this irritating rival vying for the affections of Mikoto and interjected, "Father, how can such dangerous antics be presented on stage? Kaido, perhaps you should continue your tinkering." After some contemplation, Tsuyuki agreed, prioritizing stability for the event. Ultimately, he dismissed Kaido's proposal. "No," Kaido exclaimed, casting a resentful glance at Uchiha Fugaku, his face etched with envy. This fellow must believe he could converse with Mikoto while he himself struggled to do so, thus harboring jealousy and attempting to undermine him. "I shall make you pay for this tonight." Kaido now felt that his Jinjutsu skills were insufficient and resolved to practice more that evening. Uchiha Fugaku, observing Kaido's forlorn and aggrieved expression, inexplicably felt a surge of satisfaction. He, Uchiha Fugaku, candidly acknowledged that he harbored no particular feelings for Mikoto. His stable demeanor had rendered him indifferent to beauty, and his life had been quite mundane. It was only upon encountering Kaido, whose exuberant personality he admired, that Fugaku felt a yearning for such vibrancy. However, he understood his responsibility to inherit the clan leadership and guide the Uchiha towards glory, compelling him to temper his own disposition. Now, with Lord Yoru's emergence alleviating the burdens upon him, Fugaku's character began to evolve. He perceived that Kaido seemed to fancy Mikoto, while Kaido misinterpreted Fugaku's intentions as affection for her, often hurling sharp remarks in his direction. Fugaku, seizing the opportunity, played along, as this allowed him to interact with Kaido and experience his vivacity. He was uncertain of his own feelings. He merely envied Kaido's energy, but struggled to articulate this sentiment. Instead of expressing a desire for friendship, he resorted to his sharp tongue as a means of interaction. Fugaku observed the aggrieved expression on Itachi's face, and his normally composed demeanor began to waver. He made a comical face, surprising even himself with such an unexpected display. Instinctively, he glanced at his father, who would typically admonish him during such moments, reminding him that as the clan leader, he must not display his emotions. However, Uchiha Yoshiyuki did not intervene. Instead, he regarded Fugaku with an approving gaze. In this moment, Fugaku was liberated from the burdens of the Uchiha clan, and there was no longer a need for excessive strain. Yoshiyuki wished for his son's serious nature to evolve. After all, he was still a child deserving of joy. The responsibilities of leadership had now fallen upon Lord Yuru. Fugaku forged a bond with Itachi, he seemed to convey. Understanding his father's sentiment, Fugaku raised an eyebrow at Uchiha Itachi. The latter, recognizing Fugaku's taunt, seethed, "Damn you." Uchiha Fugaku, just wait. The two engaged in a spirited chase. Naturally, Itachi, proficient in illusion techniques, found it difficult to keep up with Fugaku, who darted away. In frustration, he stomped his foot and turned away. "Uchiha Fugaku, I shall see you tonight. If I don't make you call me father, I'll change my surname." Fugaku watched Itachi retreat, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. Yet, he thought, it matters not, there are many days ahead. With Mikoto by his side, he had no fear that Itachi would not take the bait. In this respect, Fugaku's political acumen was not to be underestimated. Mikoto interjected, "Am I also merely a pawn in your games?" Chapter 54, Uchiha Shana, clan leader, do you want a wife? After the splendid fireworks display, Uchiha was escorted by the clan elders to the Southi Shrine, a sacred place to honor the ancestors of the Uchiha lineage. It was a momentous occasion, for the Uchiha had produced a Hokage, a fact worthy of sharing with their revered forebears. Surely, any ancestor who had triumphed over the Senju would be pleased. One must not underestimate the bond between the Uchiha and the Senju clans. Although Uchiha Madara had betrayed Konoha, the Uchiha people still honored him by enshrining a few of his garments alongside the ashes of other ancestors within the shrine. The lifelong aspirations of the clan elders had finally come to fruition, and their joy was palpable. The elderly men, on the verge of tears, recounted tales of yore to Uchiha Yi, their emotions spilling over as they reminisced. As the tears fell upon Yi, he felt a sense of nostalgia. After all, he had grown up under their watchful eyes. The elders had nearly despaired, convinced that as long as Senju Tobarama lived, the Uchiha would never rise again. They had tirelessly instilled in the younger generation the value of pursuing the Hokage title, hoping that in their lifetime, the Uchiha would reclaim their glory. They had even prepared to tell their children, on the day the Uchiha achieves Hokage, let the family rites not forget to inform our ancestors. Little did they know, the crafty Tobarama had made an unexpected exit. However, in light of Yi inheriting the Hokage title, they could not help but address him as Lord Hokage. Although some doubts lingered, it mattered not. Yi was indeed Hokage. He listened to their stories with patience, enjoying the warmth of their company. His easygoing nature made him well received among the elders, who spoke freely, knowing he did not harbor disdain. Had it been Madara, they would not have dared to impose such trivialities upon him, for even a mere suggestion from Madara could instill fear. Since Izuna's passing, Madara had grown increasingly reclusive, scarcely engaging with even his own kin. His presence seemed to chill the air around him. Following the customary rites, the moment he eagerly anticipated arrived, the grand feast. Yet, he found himself somewhat vexed, for the Uchiha chef was evidently not as skilled as the one from Tobarama's funeral. Still, it was tolerable. He mused that perhaps the emotional weight of that day had enhanced his perception of the meal's flavor. Unbeknownst to him, every Uchiha present could have answered the question he refrained from asking. With the old man as passing, the food had never tasted better. On that day, everyone had laughed, unconcerned with the quality of the feast. No banquet is complete without libations, and as the spirits flowed, the elders began to revel in their merriment. Shana, recently freed from imprisonment, bore a flushed visage, adorned with a smile. Having realized his dreams, he no longer wore the somber expression of the past, embodying the essence of a contented retiree. Elder Shana was exhilarated as he poured sake for Uchiha Yuru. Truly, I did not misjudge you, clan leader. You have successfully led our family to rebellion. Uchiha Tsutomu hastily interjected, Elder, I have stated numerous times that we ascended through lawful procedures, earning the support of all the villagers and shinobi of Konoha. This is not rebellion. It was only then that Elder Shana realized he had misspoken. With a sheepish grin, he wiped the sake stain from the corner of his mouth and declared, I shall punish myself with a drink. He downed a cup in one swift motion. Uchiha Tsutomu could not help but reflect that true strength reigns supreme. In the past, whenever he offered counsel, Elder Shana would ignore him, ultimately acting on his own and facing suppression from Shinju Tobarama. Back then, his arrogance knew no bounds. And now, he had lost all semblance of that fiery temperament. Tsutomu instinctively glanced at Uchiha Yoru, who remained in a daze, appearing harmless. Yet Tsutomu understood that despite the clan leader's youth and seemingly naive demeanor, he was not to be underestimated. When serious matters arose, Yoru transformed entirely, exuding a compelling aura brimming with charisma. There was not a single Uchiha who did not admire him. At this moment, Elder Shana was thoroughly intoxicated, gazing at the solitary Uchiha Yoru. Yoru is already 19. When will he have children? Yoru, however, never anticipated that even in this world, there would be pressure to procreate. Elder Shana worried deeply about this matter, believing that such admirable genes as Yoru's must not go to waste. Although he dared not publicly suggest that Yoru should father children for the clan, it was unacceptable for Yoru to remain childless. He would be the first to object to such a notion. In the past, Lord Madara had faced a similar situation. After one attempt at counsel, Madara remained silent, and Shana relented. Consequently, Madara remained unmarried and childless, often seeking solace in the Shinju clan, leading to his reclusive nature. Unable to connect even with his kin, Elder Shana often pondered, if Lord Madara had children, would he still have chosen to leave? Reflecting on his own, Shana resolutely reaffirmed his intention to find a suitable partner for Yoru. It simply would not do to allow such a remarkable clan leader to slip away. At that moment, Shana's desire to play matchmaker reached its zenith. Makoto should be 14 now, and Yoru is 19. What a perfect match. Thus, Shana boldly exclaimed to Uchiha Yoru, "Clan leader, do you desire a wife?" Yoru was taken aback. How had the conversation shifted so abruptly to such a topic? Elder Shana ceased speaking to Yoru and instead waved towards Makoto in the distance. Uncertain of the situation, Makoto approached upon her grandfather's beckoning. "What is it, grandfather?" came her gentle voice. Uchiha Shana cast a fervent glance towards Yi, her eyes ablaze with intensity. "Chief, Makoto has just turned 14 this year. Do you see?" Naturally, Makoto could infer the implications. Was she destined for marriage? However, she understood that it would likely be a political alliance. Although this realization stirred discomfort within her, Ye's words were not entirely unacceptable. Indeed, Yi himself was yet to grasp that he was being set up for a blind date. Gazing at the gentle and beautiful Makoto, he mused that perhaps it was not entirely unfeasible. Yet, she was rather young, not merely in terms of age. He found it hard to come to terms with the notion. Uchiha Tai, upon hearing this, felt his heart teetering on the brink of despair. Makoto, could she truly belong to the chief? At that moment, Tai felt ensnared by the swirling snowflakes and the biting northern winds, enveloped in a vast desolation. Was his love destined to culminate in such a manner? Nevertheless, if it were Lord Yi, he could perhaps accept it. "Makoto, I can only wish you well." Upon hearing this, Fugaku was elated, not out of any ulterior motive, but, wait, why was he feeling joyous? If Makoto followed Chief Yi, he would lose the opportunity to converse with Tai. Uchiha Fugaku found himself inexplicably delighted. Even he could not fathom the reason. Observing Tai's sorrow, he instinctively felt the urge to console him. As a friend, should he not offer comfort in such circumstances? Yet, Fugaku hesitated to take action. When Tai looked up, he saw the expression on Uchiha Fugaku's face and was reminded of his own plight, which ignited his fury. You are mocking me." Tai stomped his foot in anger. "Makoto is not for you either." Uchiha Fugaku realized he had been caught and felt a twinge of panic. Yet, witnessing Tai's wrath brought him a strange sense of pleasure. It was indeed a reflex, as he displayed his usual mocking demeanor. In an instant, Tai was convinced, indeed, he was being ridiculed. "Uchiha Fugaku, you have gone too far." Chapter 55. The moment is to host the recruitment conference for the Hokage's wife in an instant. Elder Shana cast an eager gaze towards Uchiha Ya. Ya, however, did not regard the matter with much seriousness. In his previous life, he was a solitary figure. And in this life, he had been orphaned since childhood, spending his formative years engaged in combat. To be candid, he felt his emotional perception had been impaired from a young age. Matters of the heart merely seemed a source of inconvenience to him. Indeed, solitude offered a certain comfort. Sharing one's energy with others could be burdensome. It was best to let such things unfold naturally, and he believed arranged marriages should be discouraged. Not wanting to dampen Elder Shana's enthusiasm, he tactfully replied, "Makoto is still quite young. We shall defer this discussion for now." Upon hearing this, Elder Shana was about to exclaim, "Young? There's no rush. a betrothal can be arranged. Regardless, as the clan leader, it was his duty to contribute to the continuation of the Uchiha lineage. Noticing the clan leader's disinterest, Fugaku swiftly intervened to restrain Elder Shana from speaking further. With that, he allowed Mikoto to return to her seat. Mikoto, feeling somewhat insecure, made her way back, thinking to herself that she was not lacking in merit. She surveyed her own reflection. She was beautiful, and her prowess ranked among the best of the Uchiha youth. Why then did she feel such discontent? How infuriating. The clan leader looked down on her. The tides of fortune shift every 30 years. Do not underestimate a girl in her youth. Mikoto resolved to train diligently. Once she surpassed his strength, capturing his heart would be but a trivial matter. It must be said, the Uchiha were indeed unique, even in their pursuit of affection. Upon seeing Mikoto return, Uchiha Fu felt a sense of relief. Although he had initially prepared to offer his blessings to Mikoto and the clan leader, the failure of that endeavor now felt fortuitous. It suggested that Mikoto's distance from him was not insurmountable. He still had a chance. The greatest illusion in the world is believing one still has an opportunity, and at that moment, Uchiha Fu found himself ensnared by this very trap. Fortunately, Mikoto was not one to dangle false hopes. She exhibited the spirited nature of the Uchiha during battle and possessed gentle, nurturing qualities at home. Mikoto found the constant presence of Fu before her rather bothersome. She was intent on surpassing the clan leader and envisioned a future where he would kneel before her in acknowledgement of his errors. Fu was consumed with romantic notions, which only served to hinder her resolve to enhance her strength. She decisively stated, "Fu, please stop hovering around me. It's quite irritating." Her blunt words shattered Fu's heart, making him feel as though his first love had come to an abrupt end. His youth seemed to slip away irretrievably. As a member of the Uchiha, he realized he must focus on honing his abilities rather than indulging in fantasies. "I must train diligently, keeping pace with Lord Ya," he affirmed. "We are no longer from the same world." With that, Mikoto excused herself from the banquet. Her time was too precious to squander on trivial matters. Every moment was dedicated to following in Lord Ya's footsteps, striving to surpass him in the future. "I wonder if he will still dare to wear that indifferent expression before me. Although I understand that you spoke those gentle words out of concern for my dignity, I can only feel further humiliation." I heard the sound of my heart shattering, lingering in my thoughts, unable to find solace. Standing still for a long time, I felt the world around me spinning uncontrollably, just as I was about to lose my balance. The elite Uchiha ninja with the 3 tomo was on the verge of falling. After observing for a while, Uchiha Fugaku finally intervened, using a body flicker technique to steady me. With a gaze devoid of warmth, I looked at Fugaku, questioning if he too had come to mock me. A pang of heartache struck Fugaku. After all, he considered me a dear friend. I sensed that Fugaku would not miss this perfect opportunity. He instinctively wanted to comfort me. And after a prolonged silence, he managed to say, "Are you still feeling unwell?" However, his ever-serious expression rendered his words almost ironic. If I were to claim that I was fine, would he not make me feel worse? Having engaged in a battle of wits with Fugaku for quite some time, I believed I had deciphered his nature. Regardless of what he did, it was certain that it would not bode well for me. This was what I understood. "Could you please leave?" I asked, seeing his evident concern, which only confirmed my own discomfort. "What if I help you become stronger?" This was the best solution Fugaku could conceive. "Doesn't Meichin think you are weak? Prove to him that you are not a coward." I was taken aback. "You are genuinely offering to help me? Don't you have feelings for Meichin?" I inquired. "Who told you I liked Meichin?" He replied, It dawned on me that Fugaku did not harbor any affection for Meichin. I had unwittingly made a fool of myself, concocting a rival in my imagination. With a smile, Fugaku said, "Tian-kun, stop dawdling. Improving your strength is of utmost importance." I asked him, "Fugaku, why are you helping me?" After a moment of contemplation, he decided not to conceal his thoughts, realizing that misunderstandings were not beneficial. "Because I want to be your friend." Fugaku's large eyes met mine. Initially, I thought I would still have to convince him. To my surprise, I patted Fugaku on the shoulder. "Why didn't you say so earlier? It turns out I am indeed beloved by all. Why be so reserved in wanting to be my friend?" As Fugaku felt my warm hand on his shoulder, he nodded in agreement. "Let us go. The opportunity to strengthen ourselves waits for no one." We abandoned the banquet, and Fugaku mused. Our relationship had finally progressed. It seemed not so difficult after all. The feeling of friendship was quite delightful. "Tian-kun." Yi observed Fugaku and me walking together, a hint of confusion crossing her features. How did they come together? Their personalities seemed entirely mismatched, one humorous, the other serious. "Wait, Isn't this reminiscent of Naruto and Sasuke? You sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Ah, clan leader, allow me to raise a toast to you. Uchiha Taijima watched his son finally exhibit some semblance of normalcy for a young man, feeling a surge of emotion. He raised a cup to toast his most beloved clan leader. Had it not been for the unexpected arrival of the night, Fujiwara might not have unveiled such a sincere smile. The absence of friends is indeed a cruel reality for a child. Thus, Knight had no choice but to suppress his original thoughts and continue drinking. In a moment of silence, Elder Shauna suddenly conceived a brilliant idea and spoke up. Chief, if you are not fond of Makoto, why not search the entire village? Surely, we can find someone to your liking. Yes, what was that called again? Shauna rubbed his head, and then it came to him, selecting a bride. It was quite a challenge for him, a hawkish figure, to resort to such measures for the sake of lineage. Knight was utterly bewildered. Is this how one goes about hastening a marriage? In an attempt to curb Elder Shauna's absurd notion, he quickly procured a large bowl, determined to thoroughly intoxicate the old man. Otherwise, who knows what outrageous proclamations he might hear next. Chief, Elder Shauna had certainly consumed enough for the day, gazing at him in a drunken stupor. Knight gestured to Assistant Yu. Elder Yu, please take him back. With that, Knight departed with an air of nonchalance, for he had to assume the role of Hokage the following day and needed rest. Chapter 56. The Hound of Resilience, Code 00001. As the night enveloped the world, a deep slumber gripped the young Uchiha Yaru, while Senju, the young clan leader of the Senju, was engrossed in his scientific endeavors. Ever since Uchiha Yaru ascended to the position of Hokage, the members of the Senju clan had been engulfed in a cloud of discontent. Who wouldn't be disheartened? The coveted title of the third Hokage, which they had presumed would remain within their grasp, had unexpectedly fallen into the hands of the Uchiha. Nevertheless, they remained resilient. The Senju clan, with its long-standing legacy, would not be extinguished merely due to the absence of one Hokage. The members maintained a sense of calm, especially as Lord Mito had yet to voice any concerns, leaving the lesser members to ponder what there was to worry about. It was improbable that Uchiha Yaru would bring ruin upon the Senju clan. In the depths of the Senju household, a grave expression adorned Senju Manen's face as he grappled with the decision of whether to activate a certain clandestine project. This was the highly confidential initiative that had been initiated by his late uncle but ultimately shuttered. The mere thought of Uchiha Yaru attaining the position of Hokage robbed Manen of his peace. He paced restlessly, vacillating between indecision and resolve, until he finally resolved to proceed. Calling upon his most trusted aide, he laid bare his intentions. His subordinate, filled with trepidation, cautioned, young clan leader, this is a project that was expressly ordered to be closed by the Hokage himself. Furthermore, the researchers involved were all dealt with severely. Gazing at the experimental data and various tomes left behind by his uncle, Manen murmured, I harbor no desire to pursue this, but you know as well as I that once I master my father's would release, Uchiha Yaru will be but a minor obstacle. Why? Why can't I wield my father's would release? This question had become a tormenting specter for Manen, who had yearned throughout his life for the day he would awaken his father's power. As the years passed, his hopes dwindled, ultimately vanishing into despair. He and the entire Senju clan gradually reconciled with the harsh reality that the wood release seemed to belong solely to Senju Hashirama. Yet, apart from studying his father's cells, it appeared that he had no other avenue to reclaim his fortunes. He steeled himself, whispering, Father, please do not blame me. If blame is to be laid, let it fall upon my uncle. He was the one who initiated this. Manen feared the wrath of his father should he descend into the depths of this undertaking, yet found solace in the support of his uncle. His aide, still hesitant, inquired, Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? He was acutely aware that conducting experiments necessitated subjects, and he recalled the suffering endured by those involved in prior experiments. The immense resources expended and lives lost resulted in only a modicum of critical data. The timeline for fully replicating the wood release remained uncertain. Moreover, would it truly be wise to withhold this from Lord Uzumaki? A flicker of hesitation crossed Manen's eyes, but he quickly reaffirmed his determination. I shall explain to my mother. You need only focus on the task at hand. Understood. Senju Manen harbored an intense desire to acquire the wood release. However, it was only Senju Hashirama who wielded its true might. Any others would lack the formidable strength associated with the legendary technique. The Inuzuka clan arrived at the police department early in the morning, compelled by the impending Hokage inauguration ceremony scheduled for 9 o'clock. They had no choice but to rise at dawn and make their way there. Upon arrival, Their eyes were immediately drawn to a grand banner hanging at the entrance, boldly proclaiming, Konoha Police Department Canine Donation Ceremony and Celebration welcoming the Inuzuka clan. The entrance was festooned with decorations, and a gathering of Uchiha awaited them with open arms. Uchiha Shuiwe and Uchiha Kagami stood at the forefront, exemplifying a warm and enthusiastic welcome. However, Inuzuka and the other clan members felt somewhat out of place in their attire, which seemed rather casual in comparison. Inuzuka Yu's son was awarded the title of captain on the spot, and his ninja dog received the prestigious badge number 00001. This gesture deeply moved Inuzuka. Despite having ascended to the position of Hokage, such honor was bestowed upon the Inuzuka clan. Their gamble had indeed paid off. Uchiha Shuiwe grasped Inuzuka's hand, expressing, "We have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." After donning the police department's uniforms, a grand group photo was taken to commemorate this monumental collaboration. Meanwhile, Uchiha was still nestled comfortably in bed, blissfully asleep. He possessed an extraordinary talent for slumber, often managing to sleep for a solid 10 hours without a hint of discomfort the following day. Just as you awoke, Mikoto entered his chamber bearing the ceremonial Hokage robes. Upon seeing her, he exclaimed, "Mikoto." With a smile, Uchiha Mikoto replied, "I have come to present the ceremonial robes to you, clan leader Ya. The Uchiha clan will soon be graced by a Hokage." She smiled brightly, leaving you puzzled as to why such an honor had fallen to Mikoto. Yet, he was not one to dwell on trifling matters. He took the robes and attempted to wear them. However, he struggled for quite some time and ended up looking rather ridiculous. Mikoto found his comical appearance utterly amusing and stifled a laugh. Approaching him, she commanded, "Stay still." Instinctively, he complied with her directive as Mikoto skillfully adjusted the robes to fit him perfectly. Each movement was executed with finesse, though her fingers inadvertently brushed against Ya's skin, causing her cheeks to flush. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, the robes were finally donned. Ya pondered why the ceremonial attire was so complicated to wear, especially when he noticed that the garments of Senju Tobarama appeared quite simple. Nevertheless, he had to admit, he looked rather dashing. Expressing his gratitude to Mikoto, he opened the door only to collide with Elder Shana. Noticing the elder's beaming smile and Mikoto's bashfulness, you sensed that the situation was more intricate than it appeared. Elder Shana, ever mischievous, exclaimed, "Clan leader, let us hasten to the Hokage building." Whether he was genuinely concerned about time or simply seeking to divert attention remained uncertain. Observing Mikoto's shy demeanor, he decided to relent and swiftly made his way to the Hokage building in Konoha. This is the very heart of Konoha, where the Hokage's office is located. Last night, you ventured inside for a brief glimpse, yet he could not unearth the fabled crystal ball, despite digging deep. It appears that it was not crafted by Tobarama himself. After all, in his final moments, he had neither wife nor companion, which makes such an endeavor implausible. Here stand the statues of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. As for the statue of Uchiha, it is still in the planning stages. Many members of the Uchiha clan yearn to carve this statue with their own hands, but they have been thwarted by Uchiha Satake. Even Uchiha Shuiwe, leveraging his connection with Uchiha Fugaku, found his request denied by Satake. After all, this is the first Hokage of the Uchiha clan. Do you possess the skill to sculpt such a figure? Satake resolved to seek out the finest designers and sculptors throughout all of Konoha, determined that the likeness must exude both charm and authority. It must at least surpass the statues of the two elder statesmen, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. The Uchiha shall never be overshadowed. Chapter 57. The Senju competing for their place with the Uchiha. As the clock struck 9, Uchiha Yoru, clad in ceremonial robes, stood atop the high platform, gazing down at the throngs of ninjas and civilians below. Countless supporters cheered for him, and in that moment, even Yoru, who was not particularly enamored with power, felt the allure of authority. The transfer of power, which should have been conducted by the former Hokage, was evidently no longer feasible. Yoru surveyed the crowd and gestured for silence. Instantly, the multitude fell quiet, eager to heed the directives of the Hokage. He proclaimed in a resounding voice, "From this day forth, I shall serve as the third Hokage of Konohagakure." This declaration was met with enthusiastic applause. It is well known that the Uchiha clan is one of great compassion. As the clan leader, I shall guide our village towards magnificence, ensuring that every villager of Konoha reaps the rewards of this glory. His voice resonated powerfully, and the subtle allure of the kaleidoscopic genjutsu stirred the hearts of every villager present. United as one, all ninja families were akin to kin. Yuru expressed his hopes for a future devoid of barriers among families and villagers, standing together against external threats. While achieving such unity would indeed be commendable, its likelihood seemed rather slim. Yet in politics, one must always present a faade of optimism for what is trust without a foundation of belief. Uchiha Zemo recognized the opportune moment and raised his arm in fervent cheer. Long live the Hokage! Long live Konoha! The members of the Uchiha security force patrolling the crowd mirrored his actions, strategically positioned to observe all movements. Among them, the officers stationed near the Senju clan were most numerous. Many civilians, filled with genuine admiration, chanted, "Long live the Hokage! Long live Konoha!" However, there were always a few whose integrity was questionable or whose families held grievances against Yuru. They remained reluctant, yet under the piercing gaze of the Uchiha Sharingan, they resolutely raised their arms and opened their mouths, vowing that their compliance was not due to the Uchiha smiles urging them to do so. Mito was absent today, and presiding over the event was Senjumon, who inwardly seethed with envy and resentment, thinking, "Damn it, those are my words. The villagers revere me." But soon, his envy morphed into humiliation. Uchiha Kagami activated his Sharingan, fixating directly on Senjumon, who need not display overt loyalty to Yuru. Kagami's mission was to ensure that the Senju clan swallowed this bitter pill. The Senju members looked towards Monin, their intentions unmistakable. With Lord Vortex absent, what say you? Young clan leader? We are all ears. Monyen's expression soured. Could it be that he truly had to comply? He glanced at the aging Hinata Ran, who was vociferously rallying the crowd, and felt his own psychological barriers diminish. Such is the nature of humanity, as others have done. One finds that engaging in similar actions seems increasingly acceptable, leading to gradual self-transformation. This is the case for Senju, who observes Hinata Lan, an elder, behaving like a sycophant. He begins to perceive this as not so difficult to accept. Regardless, Senju acquiesced to the request, which he regarded as a request, merely extending his generosity to this group of malevolent Uchiha. Trembling, he raised his arm and slowly uttered, "Hokage, Lord Hokage." He hesitated for an interminable moment, struggling to voice these words. Why should he address the Uchiha in such a manner? Back when his uncle was still alive, it was merely a matter of having this group refer to him as Lord Hokage. How absurd it was for Uchiha yet to conceive the humiliating title of Long Live Lord Hokage. One must remember that even his own father did not live to see 100 years. Uchiha Kagami furrowed his brow, questioning why the young head of the Senju clan would not even offer a semblance of respect. The clan leader was far too lenient with them, failing to show them the consequences of their actions. Did they truly believe the Senju clan was still in charge? Senju felt the surge of power emanating from Kagami, the atmosphere growing increasingly sinister. He was at a loss for words. "Father, I love you. Grant me the wood release. Just look at how desperate I have become." With his mother absent, he had no choice but to relent. He blurted out, "Long live Lord Hokage." His voice was barely a whisper, and Kagami showed signs of discontent. Nevertheless, he then proclaimed loudly, "Long live Konoha." This phrase rolled off Senju's tongue with ease, for the wood in Konoha was derived from the Senju. Uchiha Kagami decided to let him off the hook. After all, he was the son of the first Hokage and did not wish to press too hard. Observing the clan leader's stance, the Senju clan complied, timidly echoing, "Long live Lord Hokage. Long live Konoha." However, they were not Senju, and Kagami would not bestow them with kindness. A single glance from him silenced them, and they approached meekly. Their fervent cries of loyalty ignited envy within the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha were taken aback, questioning the lack of principles displayed by the Senju. This was their clan leader. Initially, witnessing the reluctant postures of the Senju, the embarrassment and humiliation they felt brought delight to the Uchiha. Yet, how dare they encroach upon their territory? Each Uchiha, eager to affirm their loyalty to the clan leader, shouted even more fervently. However, while their enthusiasm soared, the common people of Konoha were left in distress. A group of Uchiha, insisting on enforcing the law with compassion, were now shouting with such fervor that they dared not look directly at the Uchiha elders. They could only follow suit, which indeed reflected a rather competitive atmosphere. In an instant, the entire venue was filled with fervor, leaving Uchiha in astonishment. Is my popularity so immense? Uchiha then proceeded to deliver a lengthy speech filled with platitudes, overwhelmed by the sheer number of attendees. One must refrain from labeling it a pivotal policy, lest it be misconstrued, which could be detrimental to one's image. As the finale approaches, Uchiha Zemo, the orchestrator of the atmosphere, has resolved to compose his magnum opus. The Uchiha clan has sensed that today holds the most significant role for them. They cannot allow this group of Senju to overshadow their brilliance. This is our clan leader. You newcomers shall wait your turn, and we shall perform before you do. Uchiha Zemo raised his arm at a precise 45-degree angle, the heightened acuity of his Sharingan ensuring impeccable accuracy. All stand at attention. Salute the Hokage. The entire Uchiha clan activated their Sharingan, the red glow emanating from their eyes undiminished even under the blazing sun. Although they appeared scattered within the ranks, the moment they moved, they seemed to function as one. Straight and solemn. As their arms rose to 45 degrees, resolute voices resonated in unison. Loyalty. Loyalty. Yi chuckled. Excellent. The Uchiha clan comprises noble men. Yet Zemo interjected. This alone does not suffice to demonstrate our loyalty to the Hokage. Concurrently, all Uchiha began to unleash their fury upon everyone surrounding them. Given their positions, they were capable of encompassing all. Then, all stand at attention. Salute the Hokage. At this moment, no one protested, including Shinji. Why? Because Uchiha Kagami stood shoulder to shoulder with him. The two faced the son of Konoha directly. Loyalty. Loyalty. Their voices echoed throughout the village, heralding the dawn of the era belonging to the third Hokage. Chapter 58. Hokage, we are out of funds. Please provide financial support. Following the conclusion of the morning's inauguration ceremony, the afternoon marked the commencement of Uchiha's first meeting as Hokage. The assembly was considerably smaller this time, comprised solely of influential figures from various clans. As he prepared to declare, if there are matters to discuss, speak. If not, you may withdraw. Shinji, who had endured a morning of frustration, perked up his spirits and straightened his attire. He rose to address Uchiha, saying, Hokage-sama. The way Shinji referred to him had become quite natural, devoid of the initial awkwardness. This was hardly surprising, as having been compelled to address him as Hokage-sama all morning had nearly ingrained the phrase into his muscle memory. He continued, Hokage-sama. The Senju clan is currently facing financial difficulties. All present were rendered speechless. Who among them was unaware that the Senju clan had previously received substantial funeral expenses? Aside from the Uchiha, they were among the wealthiest. How could they still bemoan their financial plight? Shinji felt quite helpless. While their funds were indeed sufficient for the clan's operations, conducting experiments was notoriously expensive. The money could easily be wasted, as evidenced by Senju Tobarama's earlier misappropriation of the funds allocated by the daimyo. Thus, if Shinji desired to pursue wood-release techniques, he required financial resources that could only be obtained from the newly appointed Hokage, especially since he was of the Uchiha lineage, making the request all the more enticing. Shinji candidly articulated the financial demands of the Senju clan, including ninja pension funds and the costs associated with the ninja tools they had voluntarily provided during the recent conflict. While it was customary for the Senju clan to not hold grudges against the Hokage, given that Tobarama was their leader, the new Hokage was now Uchiha. Why should they concern themselves with past debts? Debts must be repaid, unless the Hokage position were to be returned to the Senju clan. Upon hearing this, the heads of the various ninja clans exchanged glances, as they too found themselves in similar predicaments, albeit without the willingness to sacrifice as the Senju had. Uchiha, upon reflecting, wished to retort, if Tobarama owes you, seek him out for recompense. It is not my concern. However, he refrained from uttering such words, knowing that doing so would alienate him from the assembly. Hinata ran, observing the silence, nervously spoke up, Hokage-sama. The Hinata clan has also been operating at a deficit for quite some time. He then brought to light the debts owed to the Hinata clan by Konoha. With Shinji having initiated the discussion, Hinata Ran felt compelled to voice the financial needs of his clan. As the clan leader, he could not afford to appear timid in such matters, lest he be criticized by his own kin. Thus, the situation spiraled out of control, with both the Senju and Hinata clans vocalizing their financial grievances. The smaller ninja clans now felt emboldened to express their own needs. As for the Uchiha, being the clan leader, could hardly voice any concerns. Consequently, the once solemn conference room erupted into a cacophony, with each clan clamoring to declare the amount they required. The inaugural meeting convened by the newly appointed Hokage of the esteemed Hidden Leaf Village commenced in a manner reminiscent of a bustling marketplace, where the exchange of wealth was paramount. Uchiha's expression darkened as he cast a glance at Shinji. Unfazed, Shinji maintained his composure, for he had engaged in no corrupt dealings. Demanding funds in a fair and just manner was hardly a transgression. After all, He addressed you with the respectful title of Hokage. What grievance was there in requesting repayment? Senjumanin was resolute, unperturbed by potential repercussions, as he was confident in his integrity. With his father, Senju Hashirama, and uncle, Senju Tobarama, both esteemed figures within the village, his standing was impeccable. Uchiha Aoyuki, eager to speak, reminded the assembly that the village still owed his clan a considerable sum. Would it not be prudent to address this matter? The clan leader's laxity in reviewing the accounts raised concerns. Had he perhaps forgotten? Uchiha, noticing Aoyuki's inclination to rise, shot him a warning glare. While he could not govern others unchecked, he certainly could manage Aoyuki. Did Aoyuki truly fear financial instability? If the village were to prosper, the first course of action would be to settle debts, a matter not lost on Uchiha. Although he held the title of Hokage, the distribution of village resources was contingent upon the approval of the formidable Uzumaki Kushina. While she may not possess the strength to rival him, invoking Hashirama's legacy would undoubtedly sway the clan leaders to counsel him wisely. As he surveyed the assembly of clan leaders, Uchiha resolved to postpone the matter. He addressed them, stating that they were all aware of the village's financial predicament. The funds were not being denied but would require some time to procure. Senjumanin merely urged Uchiha to remain accountable, for he lacked the audacity to intimidate a wielder of the Sharingan. The last thing they needed was to provoke Uchiha into a violent frenzy, which could lead to dire consequences for the Senju clan. Though Uchiha's demeanor remained composed, who could guarantee the mental stability of a wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan? Observing the understanding expressions of the clan leaders, he felt his patience wearing thin. The 40 billion ryo from the Cloud Village had yet to materialize, and these clans had already overdrafted their resources. With the combined debts of the clans, including the Uchiha, exceeding 50 billion ryo, Tobarama had certainly left behind a flourishing yet financially strained Konoha. At this juncture, the Sand Village had retreated from the battlefield, not due to any ulterior motives, but simply because they had exhausted their finances. The harsh desert conditions of the Land of Wind had made sustaining their efforts increasingly untenable, a fact later evidenced by the village's reliance on the Kazekage for economic recovery. Moreover, the feudal lord of the Land of Wind offered no support, prompting the Sand Village to withdraw from the conflict. The Cloud Village had already forged an alliance with Konoha, leaving only the Mist and Rock villages remaining. Fortunately, while there were no large-scale battles, the forces stationed at the borders could not be withdrawn, incurring additional expenses. Such were the realities of financial management. After deliberating on these critical matters, including village development and the status of border troops, the meeting concluded. Upon exiting, they were greeted by an adorable young girl with golden hair, likely around 11 or 12 years of age, her cuteness undeniable. Upon seeing Uchiha, she immediately straightened her posture. Her arms elevated at a precise 45 degrees, her small mouth articulately enunciated the two syllables, loyalty. He was taken aback. This exterior bore a striking resemblance to a familiar figure from the past, quite reminiscent. The newly emerged Senju minion hastily intervened, stating that the esteemed Hokage was amused, as his daughter Tsunade had always been mischievous since childhood. Only then did you realize that it was indeed Tsunade, which explained everything. Yet, he did not expect her diminutive form to possess such charm. Tsunade pouted, "Father, what are you doing?" "I am saluting the esteemed Hokage," she expressed with displeasure. She gazed at Uchiha before her, reflecting on the fact that this individual succeeded her great-uncle and grandfather as the third Hokage, and was also from the Uchiha clan, whom her grandfather had loathed. She observed the handsome, smiling visage of Uchiha. So youthful, so handsome. You approached and gently patted her head, remarking to Senju "Tsunade is quite adorable." He then continued on his way. Senju witnessing his interaction, instantly felt as though something had been sullied. Those wicked Uchiha. "Tsunade, return and wash your hair," he commanded. "Why? I don't want to. That is terribly disrespectful to the esteemed Hokage." Tsunade protested. She was unwilling, for that older brother seemed rather delightful, yet her father always harbored bias against him. Senju felt as though even his sweet little daughter was no longer on his side. His heart felt stolen. Ah, those wicked Uchiha. Chapter 59. Night. Are there any Uchiha clansmen in exile? Tsunade stormed away in anger. That detestable father, she muttered. Senju Tobarama felt quite vexed. Had not the Senju clan always been at odds with the Uchiha? Why, then, did Tsunade harbor a favorable impression of someone who had usurped her position as Hokage? Uchiha Shizen approached the Hokage's office, where Uchiha Yuru was lounging idly, seemingly lost in thought. He waved his hand before Yuru's eyes, to which Yuru replied, Stop waving. Do you truly think I am daydreaming? Though Shizen said nothing, his expression spoke volumes. Was it not so? Shizen continued, Lord Hokage. There is no need to be overly concerned about that sum of money. Oh, Yura turned to him. There are still 200 billion funds available from the daimyo. Yuru's eyes lit up. Indeed, with the daimyo's funds, what was there to fear? 200 billion. As Hokage, was it not reasonable to allocate 30 billion for himself? With this money, he could counter any pressure from Senju Tobarama. If Tobarama continued to push him, he could simply summon Senju Hashirama through Edo Tensei and have Tobarama discuss matters with his uncle. I shall set out immediately, Yuru proclaimed. Uchiha Shizen was somewhat taken aback. Lord Hokage, there is no need for such haste. Moreover, Uchiha has just assumed office. His grasp on the Umbu is not yet firm, which means his foundation is still unstable. I will leave Kagami behind. With him here, those rascals won't dare to stir up trouble. Yura spoke with confidence. Just me will suffice. As long as I remain within the land of fire, I do not believe anyone can take my life. In truth, Yura had another reason for venturing out, to rescue a Uchiha elder. Last night, he had thoroughly rummaged through Senju Tobarama's desk, and indeed, that old man was not as innocent as he seemed. He had dared to embezzle 10 billion from a 50 billion allocation. Yuru had also discovered a volume of sealing techniques. The rumors were true. Hashirama had learned that Tobarama had developed a new jutsu and, upon finding it was not water release, had promptly sealed it away. Among all this, Yura was particularly intrigued by the Edo Tensei technique. However, without Orochimaru and Kabuto, it was still in its nascent stages. Just then, a long-dormant system sprang to life. Ding! Key mission item detected. It has now fully upgraded. Subsequently, a mature version of the Edo Tensei technique appeared in Yoru's mind. All that remained were a series of research outcomes, which Yoru carefully preserved, for they represented invaluable experimental data. There exists an ancient tome, inscribed with the account of the alliance between the Sarutobi clan and the Senju clan, which sealed away a member of the Uchiha clan, though the writing is rather rudimentary. He only grasped the general circumstances and remained oblivious as to why no one from his family sought to rescue this clan member. Perhaps the information had been deliberately suppressed. Considering the gravity of the matter, Yi gazed at the nearly weathered paper in his hand, which seemed to bear the weight of many years. He pondered whether the individual had perished. Nevertheless, as the leader charged with guiding the Uchiha towards glory, it was imperative for him to investigate further. Every clan member deserves to be saved. This urgency propelled Yi swiftly towards the land of fire, as the site of the seal conveniently lay within its borders. He refrained from informing others, recognizing that the more he divulged, the more complications would arise. Lightly equipped, he set forth, encountering provocateurs along the way who perceived him as a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. In that moment, Yi regretted not donning the Hokage's ceremonial garb, which was impressively striking and would surely command respect within the land of fire, allowing him to stride forth unimpeded by these petty challengers. However, following the succession ceremony that morning, Makoto had assisted him in shedding it. The thought of donning it again was cumbersome, and he felt reluctant to impose upon others. Reflecting on this, he sensed that Makoto's demeanor had been somewhat peculiar of late. She often blushed and engaged him in idle chatter. And had it not been for his understanding of her lineage as the granddaughter of Elder Shana, he might have deemed her a threat. Otherwise, he would have unleashed a fierce fire jutsu in her direction. As he journeyed, he muttered to himself, incomprehensible. Makoto, perpetually flushed, continued her incessant prattle, to which he responded with remarkable emotional intelligence and warmth. Yi admired himself, thinking, what a splendid leader I am. Oh, my dear clansman, where art thou? Yi mused, surely, it must be here. Why can I not find you? The clan leader has come to see you. Do make a sound. After a prolonged silence, it dawned on him that the individual had indeed been sealed away. Thus, he had no choice but to persist in his arduous search. These vines appear rather unusual. With a swift water dragon bullet technique, he obliterated the vines, revealing a stone wall that came into his view, adorned with a myriad of sealing techniques. Yi mused. It resembles the scribbles of a child. In his previous life, during his elementary school days, he had harbored a disdain for drawing. Each time the teacher instructed the class to utilize colored pencils and paper, he would feign forgetfulness. The teacher would invariably inquire, why have you forgotten again? Hurry and draw with your deskmate. Yi would then sidle over to a classmate, watching as she painted. Eventually, he ceased bringing supplies altogether, simply relishing the sight of her artistry. It was akin to watching a painting come to life. Regrettably, just as he entered university, he was thrust into this wretched world. At the tender age of 6, he was conscripted to the battlefield to take lives, a repugnant reality. Over time, he became desensitized to the act of killing. And this world held little allure for him. He stood forth to alter the fate not out of desire for personal attachment, but to prevent the Uchiha clan from suffering such a grim destiny. After all, Zemo, Qingyan, and even Zhu Yue were all remarkable individuals. As the night enveloped me in a myriad of thoughts, my gaze fell upon the arcane seals that resembled mere scribbles. An inexplicable surge of anger welled up within me, and with a fierce blaze, I struck forth. In an instant, the stone wall crumbled, revealing the hidden realm within. I stood in astonishment at this unfolding scene. Had the seal been broken? Indeed, I realized that while I could not dismantle the seal itself, I could eradicate its vessel. Under the weight of absolute power. No sealing technique could withstand me, for after all, such seals were merely another manifestation of chakra. Yes, that was precisely my line of thought. I approached this matter with a certain audacity. The darkness below did not instill fear in me. I boldly ventured inside. Initially, it appeared constricted, but gradually it opened up into a vast expanse. There, on the ground, lay a young girl. I was taken aback. A girl? She appeared so young. Merely 13 years of age. How could she have been sealed away? The girl curled up like a hedgehog, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. It seemed as though time had frozen. After a fleeting 2 seconds of contemplation, a tear finally fell, and she stirred slightly, lifting her head. What I beheld was astonishing. I was momentarily rendered speechless. This was a hybrid. She bore a striking resemblance to Sasuke, her hairstyle eerily akin to that of Madara. I gasped, Madara. Your modifications are truly exquisite. Admittedly, that was merely my whimsical imagination at play. The resemblance was superficial at best. Nevertheless, she was undeniably beautiful. Yet, I was certain I had not mistaken her identity. She was indeed a member of the Uchiha clan. However, to think that such a young girl had been sealed for so long evoked a sense of pity within me. As the clan leader, it was my duty to care for the children of my lineage. The girl lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with a dreamy haze as they met mine. I could discern her features more clearly now, a perfect oval face, exuding an ethereal grace. Clad in dark attire, she wore no shoes. Her delicate little feet exposed and charming. Her hair cascaded past her shoulders, emanating a serene aura.